To my father and mother. You can actively flee, then. And you can actively stay put. You even can actively hide. Eric H. Erickson. Preface. This is a book about country people who did not want to move and therefore got into a revolution. They did not figure on so odd a fate. Come hell, high water, agitators from the outside, or report of greener pastures elsewhere, they insisted only on staying in the villages and little towns where they had grown up, and where before them their ancestors for hundreds of years had lived and died in the small state of Morelos, in south-central Mexico. Toward the turn of the present century, other people, powerful entrepreneurs living in the cities, needed to make the villagers move in order to progress themselves. And between the entrepreneurs and the villagers a vivid conflict took shape. Not only in Morelos but in similar districts in other states this conflict emerged, less dramatic but no less bitter. Everywhere in Mexico, entrepreneurs reasoned that without basic changes in the country they could not maintain their level of profits or keep the republic in business. But wherever bases were changing, villagers protested not knowing how to make money out of their fatherland. In 1910, after 34 years of regular government, the high politicians of the regime let a revolt break over presidential succession. Almost alone among Mexico's villagers, those of Morelos deliberately joined. In a few months national directors of the revolt gained office. But they proved as reckless of local traditions as the men they replaced, and the progress of free enterprise continued. Threatened and bewildered, the villagers of Morelos revolted again. There ensued nearly 9 years of warfare, during which ordinary farmers and field hands became guerrilleros and terrorists, endured sieges and carried on sabotage and passive resistance to pacification. They had several leaders, chief among them one Emiliano Zapata. Partly because of their insurgency but mainly because of stronger movements of different kinds in other regions, Mexico underwent radical reforms in the decade after 1910. And in 1920, Zapata dead, the Morelos revolutionaries won official recognition as a legitimate body in Mexico. Implicitly they had forced on its regime a policy of concern for the nation's rural poor. Even today agrarian welfare remains an official commitment in Mexico. What follows is a story, not an analysis, of how the experience of the Morelos villagers came to pass, how their longing to lead a settled life in a familiar place developed into a violent struggle, how they managed their operations, how they behaved in control of territory and in subjection, how they finally returned to peace, and how they then fared. Zapata is most prominent in these pages not because he himself begged attention but because the villagers of Morelos put him in charge and persistently looked to him for guidance, and because other villagers around the republic took him for their champion. Through him the country people worked their way into the Mexican Revolution. If theirs was not the only kind of revolutionary experience, it was still, I think, the most significant. The word peasant does not normally appear here. I have preferred other words on purpose, maybe out of crankiness, to make a point. It seems to me that peasant generally sounds exotic, suggests a creature that properly fits in an exotic society, and if I were writing the history of a society essentially foreign and out of our time, in the past or the present, anyway strange to us, I would use the word to indicate a particular kind of country person. But I doubt that since the 1860s Mexico has developed in a dimension different from ours. I do not deny that there were and still are peasants in Mexico, but only affirm that by 1910 most families outside the cities there probably were not peasant, certainly most families in Morelos were not. What they were is clear in Spanish, campesinos, people from the fields. Besides, to refer to peasants is to verge on raising abstract questions of class. And this is a study not in historical sociology but in social history. It is not an analysis but a story because the truth of the revolution in Morelos is in the feeling of it, which I could not convey through defining its factors but only through telling of it. The analysis that I could do and that I thought pertinent I have tried to weave into the narrative, so that it would issue at the moment right for understanding it. To produce this book I have knowingly depended on many people, and unknowingly no doubt on many others. First I thank Donald Fleming, who headed me into Latin American history. To the Faculty Committee on Latin American Studies at Harvard University I owe a generous fellowship from the Robert Woods Bliss Fund for 1961-5, and a generous grant from the same fund for the summer of 1966. For their courtesy and efficiency I thank the staffs of Widener Library, the New York Public Library, the Library of Congress, the National Archives, the University of Texas Library, and the University of California at Berkeley Library in the United States, and in Mexico those of the Archivo General de la Nación, the Hemeroteca Nacional, the Biblioteca Nacional, the Biblioteca de la Secretaría de Hacienda, the Museo Nacional de Antropología y Historia, the Instituto de Investigaciones Históricas and the Archivo Histórico at the Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico, the Instituto de Estudios Históricos de la Revolución Mexicana, the Centro de Estudios de Historia Mexicana at Conjimex, S.A., the Colegio de Mexico, and the Biblioteca Central Miguel Salinas at the Universidad de Morelos. For their care and cheer in typing the manuscript at various stages I am grateful to Claire Murray, Jocelyn Allen, and Carol Thorne. For interesting interviews I state my thanks to Daniel Delao, Diego Zapata, Daniel Gutierrez Santos, Cristobal Rojas Romero, and the late Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama. For interviews and permission to use private papers I am deeply indebted to Mart R. Gomez, Porfirio Palacios, Jose Garcia Pimentel, Jose Ignacio Conde, Elena Garo de Paz, and Juan Pérez Salazar. For archival directions and tips on facts and interpretations I owe much to Luis González y González, Fernando Sandoval, Manuel González Ramirez, Valentín López González, Antonio Pompa y Pompa, Stanley R. Ross, Juan Luis Muxia Zabal, Salvador Azuela, Luis Muro, Lothar and Josefina Noth, Catalina Sierra Casages, J. Ignacio Rubio Main, Beatriz Artiega, and Daniel Cosio Villegas. For good recommendations on style I thank my editors, Ashbel Green and Edward Johnson. 5 men in particular were of great importance to me as I worked through the study: Jose Maria Lujan, for teaching me about the Mexican Revolution; Jesus Sotelo Inclán, for teaching me about Mexico, Morelos, and agrarian struggles; Juan Merkel, for teaching me about Latin America; and Ernest R. May and Oscar Handlin, for teaching me about history. To them I am profoundly grateful. On no account are they responsible for what is wrong or stupid or ugly in the following pages. But little that is good would be there if they had not helped me. The special sacrifices my friends, my family, and my daughter made for me while I did this work rubbed sores too deep to cure now. I can only ask them to forgive me. John Womack, Jr. Cambridge, Mass. November 22, 1967. Prologue: A People Chooses a Leader. I President Diaz elects a governor. 2. The planters progress. 3. The villagers join Madero. 4. The army campaigns. V. The official revolutionaries perform. 6. Refugees win a war. 7. The countrymen disavow the constitutionalists. 8. The pueblos carry out a revolution. 9. The guerrilleros survive. X. The resistance reforms. 11. The Zapatistas inherit Morelos. Epilogue: A People Keeps Faith. Appendix A: Major plantations in Morelos, 1908 to 1909. Appendix B: The Plan de Ayala. Appendix C: The Agrarian Law. Prologue: A People Chooses a Leader. Like a wound, the country's history opens in an unequivocal. Gaston Garcia Cause. The old man was about to speak now, and the crowd of farmers waiting under the arcades behind the village church quieted down to hear him. They knew the meeting must be important. To make sure everyone could come, the elders had called it for this evening, on a Sunday. And to hide it from the hacienda foreman, they had passed the word around in private instead of ringing the church bell. Point 1. Almost all the family men in the village were there, and most of the other grown but single men. Some 75 or 80 had come, kinfolk, in-laws, cronies, and feudists. And now, waiting together in the shadows of the September evening, they listened carefully for what the wrinkled old man would say. They knew Jose Merino was never a man to ignore. Uncle or cousin to many of them, respected for miles around, he was chief elder in the village that late summer of 1909 and president of the village council. The crowd could see he was too tired not to go straight to the point, and as he spoke they listened, quietly and intently. He was telling them he was too old, over 70, and too worn out, that all the elders were too old and worn out. In the last year, he said, the job had just gotten to be too much for them. To defend the village's land tides and water rights in the fields as well as in the courts required energy they could no longer muster. Traveling back and forth to the state capital in Cuernavaca, journeying even to Mexico City, arranging for lawyers, facing the chief politico in Cuauhtémoc, dealing with the hacienda managers and foremen and field guards, it was too much for old men. And with the new real estate law passed in Cuernavaca 3 months before, reforming taxes and titles, the job was getting worse. 2 The elders had served the village as best they could for years, and they served it best now by resigning. The times were changing so fast the village needed more than the wisdom of age. The people of Ananequilco would have to elect new men, younger men, to stand up for them. That was all, he said, and then he asked for nominations for his own office, the council presidency. The 4 old men who composed the council began to take names and prepare for the vote. They needed to offer no advice or admonition, their presence alone guaranteed that the choice would be free, serious, and respected. For 700 years Ananequilco had lived by the strength of will of men like them, and it had no better strength to trust in now. One of the elders, Carmen Quintero, had taken an active and independent part in local politics for 25 years, having started his career before some of the men at the meeting were born. Another, Eugenio Perez, had loaded his rifle to defend village lands as early as 1887. As for the other 2, Merino and Andres Montes, they had been firm and faithful leaders for well over a decade. 3 Nearly 400 souls made up Ananequilco, and probably every one of them could look on at least one of the 4 elders as uncle, great-uncle, cousin, brother, father, or grandfather. 4 Before those 4 solemn, independent old men, no one would dare try to steamroll a vote, or to walk out if defeated. In Ananequilco village business was too important for muscles or tempers to interfere with. The nominations were in. Modesto Gonzalez's had been first. Then Bartolo Parral had proposed Emiliano Zapata, and Zapata had in turn proposed Parral. A vote was called, and Zapata won easily. It could not have been a surprise. Zapata was young, having just turned 30 a month before, but the men voting knew him and they knew his family, and they judged that if they wanted a young man to lead them, they would find no one else with a truer sense of what it meant to be responsible for the village. 5 He had had his troubles with the district authorities, the first time when he was only 17, a year or 2 after both his parents died. He had had to leave the state for several months then, hiding out on a family friend's ranch in southern Puebla. 6 But no one held that against him. In the countryside troubles with the police were almost a puberty right. Anyway, for the last 3 years he had been one of the leaders in the group of young men active in village defense, signing protests, taking a junior part in delegations to the chief politico, generally helping to keep up village morale. 7 Recently he had helped to organize the local campaign of an opposition candidate for governor, and though his party had suffered a disastrous defeat, voters intimidated, votes not counted, leaders arrested and deported to labor camps in Yucatan, he had met opposition politicians from all over the state and established connections with them. 8 After the enactment of the new real estate law, he had begun working regularly with the council. 9 In country terms, the villagers knew, he was not a poor man. The Zapatas lived in a solid adobe and stone house, not a hut. Neither he nor his older brother, Eufemio, had ever worked as day laborers on the haciendas, and both had inherited a little land and some livestock when their parents died. Eufemio had liquidated his for capital to start business in Veracruz State, peddling, hawking, marketing, no one knew quite what. But Emiliano had stayed around in Aniquilco. He worked his land, sharecropped a few acres more from a local hacienda, and in slack seasons ran a string of mules through the settlements south along the Cuautla River. 1. He also bought and sold horses in a small way. For lack of land, the Zapata family had years before started dealing in livestock, and Emiliano had learned the trade young. He had also learned the pride horses stir in men, and so as he made money he used it on them, buying a new one, outfitting a favorite with a fancy saddle, outfitting himself to sit, worthily booted and spurred, on the shining back of the horse he most admired. The reputation he earned with horses paid, for hacienda owners throughout central and eastern Morelos and western Puebla, and even in Mexico City, spoke of him as the best trainer around and competed for his services. 2. But their flattering attention never won him over. People always sensed a painful independence about him. Aniquilcans recalled a story of his childhood that once as a child he had seen his father break down and cry in frustration at a local hacienda's enclosure of a village orchard, and that he had promised his father he would get the land back. 3. If the incident occurred, he was 9 years old at the time, the ninth of 10 children, only 4 of whom lived to adulthood. 4. If the story was apocryphal, still the determination that it chronicled did burn in his glance, and sometimes, though he was as tough as nails and no one fooled with him, he did look near tears. A quiet man, he drank less than most of the other men in the village and got quieter when he did. Once for several weeks he managed the ornate Mexico City stables of a Morelos sugar planter. It was a good chance to start climbing socially and economically, to feather his nest and wind up with his own stables and maybe even a little ranch. But toadying, wheedling petty obligations, maneuvering, operating, pulling deals, it sickened him, literally. Uneasy and depressed, he was soon back in Aniquilco, remarking bitterly how in the capital horses lived in stalls that would put to shame the house of any working man in the whole state of Morelos. 5. If he dandied up on holidays and trotted around the village and into the nearby town of Villa de Ayala on a silver-saddled horse, the people never questioned that he was still one of them. Despite his fine horses and suits, Aniquilcans never referred to him as Don Emiliano, which would have removed him from the guts and flies and manure and mud of local life, sterilizing the real respect they felt for him into a squire's vague respectability. He was one of their own, they felt in Aniquilco, and it never made them uncomfortable to treat him so. Miliano, they called him, and when he died, Pobrecito, poor little thing. To them he was a neighbor, a younger cousin who could lead the clan, a beloved nephew as rough and true as seasoned timber. This was the man the villagers elected president of their council. But when they elected him, they were also laying bets that he would stay as they knew him. What convinced them that once in power he would not change and abuse their trust? What kept the question from rising in anyone's mind was the reputation of his family. Zapata was an important name in Aniquilco. It had first appeared in local affairs as a rebel name during the War of Independence in the 1810s. 6. Emiliano's father, Gabriel, a quiet, popular, hard-working man with a slight stutter, and his mother, Cleophas, were by all accounts plain folk, but they passed on to their son the rare, plain qualities of unambitious courage and dogged, abiding integrity that glint through the family history. The Zapatas and the Salazars had it bred into their bones what Mexican history was about. When a Spanish army besieged the rebels in Cuautla during the War of Independence, boys from the neighboring villages sneaked back and forth across the lines for weeks, smuggling tortillas, salt, liquor, and gunpowder to the insurgents. One of the boys from Aniquilco was José Salazar, Emiliano's maternal grandfather. 2 of his father's brothers, Cristino and José, had fought in the War of Reform and against the French intervention in the 1860s, and years later Emiliano remembered the stories they used to tell him of their campaigns against the reactionaries and the imperialists. 7. Besides, there was another José Zapata, whose career definitely fixed the Zapata family high in village esteem. In 1866-7 during the War of Intervention, the young Republican General Porfirio Diaz organized companies of men all over south-central Mexico to take part in the final push against the French. In every neighborhood he needed a reliable agent to mobilize and lead the local forces. His man in the country around Villa de Ayala was this other José Zapata. 8 Zapata was already an old man, but he knew the region and its people like the back of his hand, and he commanded respect wherever he passed. His home was in Ananíquilco, and after the war ended in 1867 in the restoration of the Republic, the people there and in Villa de Ayala naturally counted on him to lead them in re-establishing a popular peace and order. During the troubled times of the late 1860s and early 1870s he was chief elder in Ananíquilco and held elected posts in the Villa de Ayala municipal government as well. 9 Through these years José Zapata kept faithful connections with Diaz, now an ambitious but ill-advised and confused opposition politician. He organized a secret Porfirista club in Ananíquilco and carried on a clandestine correspondence with his old chief about defending the villagers' lands against the sugar plantations, which he described as a malign infirmity. One Ananíquilcans revered him. When his comrades reported his death to Diaz in 1876, it was the death of our beloved president, whom we considered almost as a father too, and for years afterward they continued along the political course he had marked for them, trusting, even after Diaz came to power and betrayed his earlier promises, that in the end he would remember to help them protect their fields. Still in 1892, in a bitter presidential election, young Ananíquilcans like Eufemio Zapata, Octaviano Gutierrez, and Teodoro Plasencia considered it their civic duty to enroll in local Porfirista clubs and vote for the leader. Old José had given the villagers faith in. 3 Exactly how Emiliano was related to this patriarch, who died 3 years before he was born, is still unclear, but José Zapata was probably a brother of his grandfather, a great-uncle. In any case his part in village history served to establish Zapata as an honored name there. Finally, the security of kinship was in the present meeting's very air. Emiliano was also a nephew of the incumbent chief, José Marino. 4 The villagers knew they were in for trouble for the next few years. They had no better bet than Zapata to see them through. Other offices were then open to nominations and filled by young men, the unofficial leaders for the last 5 years of the new generation in the village. Francisco Franco, a close friend of Emiliano's, was elected secretary. Eduardo Sanchez and Rafael Marino, José's son, were named treasurers, and José Robles became vocal, a sort of member without portfolio. It was a short and simple ceremony, the assembly, election, and transfer of authority. Really it was not unusual, since in hard times the traditional procedure was for the elder judges to give way to the younger warriors, and on that Sunday evening, September 12, 1909, the times in store for Ananíquilco looked grievously hard. Zapata spoke briefly. He said that he accepted the difficult responsibility conferred upon him, but that he expected everyone to back him. "We'll back you," Francisco Franco 30 years later remembered someone in the crowd calling out to Zapata, "We just want a man with pants on, to defend us." 5. President Diaz elects a governor. Where the captain commands. The Mexican Revolution happened because the high politicians of the country openly failed to agree on who should rule when President Porfirio Diaz died. These politicians, nicknamed the Científicos, believed it a natural law that the nation could progress only through their control and for their benefit. From the early 1890s on they lectured Mexico about the authority their special science entitled them to, and they eventually convinced great sections of the public of their infallibility. But by 1904 they were floundering in the test of arranging succession to Diaz, who had been president then for 20 consecutive years. In 1908, 2 years before the next presidential election, the test became a notorious affair of state. And with their maneuvers exposed, the powerful proved naive, treacherous, and incompetent. In a short time their fashionable order collapsed. What made the test a crisis was its publicity, and what made it public was Diaz's pride. In February 1908 Diaz had granted an interview to a well-known American special correspondent, James Creelman, on assignment in Mexico for the popular American monthly Pearson's magazine. Diaz told Creelman he was definitely retiring when his term ended in 1910 and would not, even if his friends begged him, serve again. He welcomed, as a blessing, the formation of an opposition party, he said. And if it can develop power, not to exploit, but to govern, he promised, I will stand by it, support it, advise it, and forget myself in the successful inauguration of complete democratic government in the country. Then 78 years old, and pathetically obsessed with fixing his place in Mexican history, Diaz intended by these words only to strike the statesman-like pose he believed worthy of the high rank he held in world esteem. He was sincere but not serious. Resigning, retiring, and promising free elections had long been his favorite gestures, always harmlessly performed for the same audience, for journalists, who could only report, never for Congress, which might accept. And no one had ever taken his words to heart. But there was a difference this time that charged what he said with unexpected significance. Diaz was getting old and could not hide it. Before, talk about retiring was only breath wasted and forgotten. Now, in 1908, it was a morbid reminder that whether he retired or not, he would soon die, and then times would change. No important politicking had gone on in Mexico for over 30 years without Diaz involving himself in it. By this means he had become the only politician able to maneuver through the intricate maze of alliances and armistices. To ensure his control he kept all deals precarious. In 1908 practically everything central depended on him. The very idea of his departure unsettled people and sent shivers through office holders high and low. For his own good, Diaz should have avoided alarming the public, and he could have done so by turning Creelman away or by having the Mexican press suitably distort his words for Mexican readers. But now toward the end of his life he longed for the genuine gratitude of his compatriots even more than the respect of an Edwardian world, and out of a tardy and indiscreet hope that he might win it by liberal words, he allowed the most influential pro-government newspaper in the country, El Impartial, to publish a full translation of the interview in early March. Like the sudden muffled tolling of a royal funeral bell, the report signaled the ending of one age in Mexico, Don Porfirio's, and the beginning of another, when those left in charge would have to act on their own and without precedents. But in fact the ceremony was a fake. Diaz was still around. Staging scenes and watching people play them fascinated him. And in the Creelman interview he indulged himself again, asking people and politicians to carry on as if he had left when he had not and was not about to, and anyway, as everyone knew, would not quit politicking until he lay stiff in his grave. The effect was worse than if he really had died. No politician in the country quite knew how to start acting. Cientificos were at a loss whether to pretend the interview had never occurred, or to take it seriously and begin organizing independently for the 1910 elections, bargaining with Diaz for what support they might get. Reformers also worried over a strategy: was the interview a trick to get them to stick their necks out, or a legitimate invitation to bring their informal and amateurish activities into the open and coordinate them in professional parties? By talking about leaving and then not clearing out, Diaz made it hard for Mexican politicians to count on anything. Thus he confused the regular workings of the whole system. Although in the interview Diaz referred exclusively to national politics and the presidential election of 1910, the confusion he aroused first took effect on the state level. This happened because of the especially complex nature of state political deals, involving deep local interests and clannish loyalties. Normally these deals were like iron. But whenever one cracked and it became necessary to renegotiate who should rule a state, the wrangling was fierce among entrenched local politicians and Don Porfirio's arbitrating agents. Once the exhausted contenders arrived at an agreement, they tried to make it last as long as possible. Through officially selected candidates and rigged elections, the state proceeded in political order. An agreement's durability, however, depended on meticulous attention to all its terms, which in turn depended on their clear definition. The Creelman interview blurred previously clear lines and led to independent movements in 1909 gubernatorial elections in Morelos, Sinaloa, Yucatan, and Coahuila. Officials let politicking get so out of hand that the federal government eventually had to drop its new pretense of neutrality and revert to the imposition of candidates. The election in Morelos in February 1909 was the first after the Creelman interview in which a serious opposition organized. Ordinarily only the death of a governor in office moved the partners in a state deal to the nerve-wracking strain of renegotiation, and that is what happened in Morelos. Governor Manuel Alarcón, having just been re-elected for the fourth straight time in August 1908, died on December 15, 1908. He had stayed in office so long partly because the people of his state respected him. As his replacement, they naturally wanted a man like him. And when, through a preposterous miscalculation, they were presented with a very different sort, they resisted. 2 years later Mexico began laboring through the first of those enormous, heaving spasms that ruptured central authority and let the revolution loose. What happened in Morelos during that national crisis was mainly determined by what had happened there during the 1909 election. The affair began without a hint of becoming awkward. The December morning when Alarcón died was 10 months after Diaz had intoned to Creelman and the ages that fantastic liturgy of self-sacrifice, liberalism, and democracy. There had already been 6 gubernatorial elections as well as federal and state congressional elections. 3 And although there were heated private debates and numerous pamphlets urging the formation of independent parties, no group had publicly appeared to take Diaz at his new, tolerant word. When, therefore, on the afternoon of December 21, the Monday following Alarcón's funeral, a clique of sugar planters, lawyers, and state politicians conferred with Diaz in his presidential office, they assumed their new governor would be elected, like those of the year before, according to the regular procedure. On election day the state government would see that the proper candidate won by whatever margin was considered suitable. Who the candidate was, the conference between Diaz and the state leaders would determine. 4. Picking a worthy successor to Alarcón should have offered no problem. He was himself a perfect model, a native son whose career knitted firmly and vitally into the region's recent history. 5 Alarcón had been born in 1851 on Buena Vista Hacienda, near the village of Santa Maria, a few miles north of Cuernavaca, and had passed a childhood as poor and hard as Mexico then had to give. 7 years old when the War of Reform broke out, 12 when the French arrived to install Maximilian, he never had the chance to learn more than farming and fighting. At 15 he joined the local Republican colonel to resist the occupying imperialist army. His mother found him and brought him home, but he ran off again, this time farther, to Tepoztlan, and joined the Republicans there. After the war, in 1869, the old 3rd Military District of Mexico State became the independent state of Morelos. State jobs naturally went to local veterans of the war, and Alarcón, who had taken part in the sieges of Cuernavaca and Mexico City, got an appointment as head of the Rurals, Mounted Federal Police, in Yautepec and Tlaxcala districts. 6 The highwaymen and bandits who swarmed over Morelos at that time soon found it easier to do business elsewhere than in his zone. 7 A military Republican when civilian Republicans were looked on as jaded schemers, Alarcón disapproved of Juárez's successor. Sebastián Lerdo de Tejeda, a Mexican version of Lord Chesterfield. 8 When Diaz, his former army boss, revolted in 1876 against President Lerdo, Alarcón, still a district police chief, bolted to his side and was commissioned to operate in Morelos, Guerrero, and Mexico State. Diaz's revolt triumphed, and a year later the new Porfirista governor in Morelos rewarded Alarcón with a promotion to state chief of rurals. This governor afterward enjoyed the reputation of having wiped out brigandage in the state. Actually he only presided while Alarcón and his local officers did the work of running down the outlaws, shooting them on the spot, and slowly, season by season, returning the districts to order. Porfirian Mexico prized tough policemen, and Alarcón's talents soon won him other posts. By 1883 he was a chief politico. 9 By 1884 he was elected to the state legislature, serving at the same time as lieutenant governor. 1 And he kept his job as state police chief. Despite his poor health, he visited all of Morelos's 26 municipalities, acquainted himself with the local notables, and cultivated their support. 2 During the late 1880s and early 1890s he emerged as the strongest politician in the state, and when the current governor died halfway through his term in 1894, Alarcon took over for the interim without hesitation or trouble, had himself elected in his own right 2 years later, and began a stern but benevolent rule that ended only with his death. 3. Before and after he became governor, Alarcon's life was one of public success. The secret was a profound shrewdness about the basic social problem of the state. This was the conflict between the few, powerful sugar planters and the scores of village leaders and small farmers. Both sides had always been zealous, but the struggle became desperate in the 1880s. Completion of the Veracruz-Mexico City Railroad in 1873 had lowered freight rates in central Mexico, and with the extension of a branch line to Cuautla in 1881 and Yautepec in 1883, planters began importing heavy machinery and setting up big sugar mills to supply the large new markets now opened. To grow much more sugar than before, they considered it easier to farm more extensively rather than more efficiently. The race was on to grab land, water, and labor. 4 Through the 1890s and into the new century, the planters had immensely the better of it. But Alarcon gained popularity by at least listening to the villagers' petitions, and sometimes even granting 1.5 by then a plantation owner himself. He had the talent of the triumphant poor boy for inspiring in plain people a sense that he understood them. 6 This talent he needed, because he could not really help them. In Morelos in those years no governor could not have favored the planters, who increasingly resented even verbal tokens of respect for villagers and small farmers. In practice the only thing a politician could do was go through the motions of a compromise, pose, juggle, fake, do magic. At that Alarcon was a homegrown genius, hence his success. Had he lived, had that Mexican country diet not corroded his insides and killed him of gastroenteritis at 57, he might well have changed the course of rebellion in his state 2 years later, perhaps by some judicious deal prevented it altogether. A popular policeman, born of the people and reader of their hearts, who could come after such a man? 4 candidates were mentioned in the conference with Diaz on December 21. One was Luis Flores, Alarcon's regular stand-in, the lieutenant governor in Morelos off and on for the last 30 years. 2 others were personal associates of Diaz and leaders in the National Porfirista Party, Demetrio Salazar, a Mexico City lawyer who was the son-in-law of a former Morelos governor and especially influential in Cuautla, and Antonio Tovar, a colonel in the army and an old-time politician still popular in the state's villages and small towns. Another possibility was Agustin Aragon, a Jonacatepec native who had become one of Mexico's most distinguished intellectuals. 7 Any of these would have been a sound candidate, a man supported in his own right and commanding statewide respect so that imposing him would not cause serious discontent. But during the talks another figure cropped up, one so unlikely that political gossips the next day confused him with his cousin, then governor of the federal district. 8 This was Diaz's chief of staff, Pablo Iscandon. Alarcon must have turned over in his grave. A man less like him could not have been found in the whole republic. Iscandons had graced Maximilian's imperial court, helped finance the Veracruz-Mexico City Railroad, made haciendas famous, and recently, an Iscandon having been appointed the federal district governor, taken over metropolitan society. Among Mexico's fanciest showpieces, veritable luxury-rate tourist attractions, they had shown off so long that by 1900 they had almost lost their capacity for anything else. In the early years of the new century the name Iscandon still appeared prominently in newspapers but in the society columns. Of this mighty, dying tree, Pablo was the last frail twig. He was only flimsily connected with Morelos politics, and the idea that he could govern in the agile but firm manner of Alarcon was absurd. A delicate soul, educated like many other youths of his class at the Jesuit College at Stonyhurst, England, Pablo had returned to Mexico and entered the family sugar business in Morelos around 1900. 9 He soon secured the Iscandon reputation as progressive. Planters all over the country considered Atlahuayan, the Iscandon hacienda near Yautepec, a model property. One doing business and paying taxes in Morelos soon earned him minor political rewards. In 1902 he was elected the state's alternate senator, and in 1906 was re-elected. 2 He also served off and on as the federal deputy from Morelos. But he had not a political bone in his body. President Diaz recognized his real talents. From the time Pablo joined the army, Diaz kept him on his staff. 3 A fine ornament, Pablo was to make sure the regime's style was right. He did well and over the years received regular promotions. By 1908 he was a lieutenant colonel. There he was, one of Mexico's fanciest dukelings, prissy and fawning, looking forward to a long, rich life of fashionable and stately paradings. 4 Then an apparently trivial assignment, Diaz sent him to Cuernavaca as his official representative to preside over Alarcon's funeral, and life went sour. While he was there tending to the ceremony, a group of planters and their agents, led by Antonio Barrios, Ramon Corona, and Fernando Noriega, visited him. They suggested he get interested in being Morelos's new governor. 5 He did not refuse, and, encouraged, they arranged the conference with Diaz the following Monday. When in Monday's talks it came time to agree on a man, they passed over the others and chose Pablo. No one knew better than Pablo himself that the choice was politically ridiculous. Being a governor was the last thing he wanted, as he later lamented over tea with a friend in Cuernavaca, the English lady hotelier Rosa King. Mixing in what he called those beastly local politics would sicken the heart of any gentleman, he complained to her. 6 Friends generously observed that he was too aristocratic for hard work like governing. Others less generously remarked that his career had been limited to the presidential reception room, and that if he ever saw what went on in Mexico, it was only through palatial windows or through the crystal panes of his limousine. 7 Nervous civilian politicians worried that his candidacy might signify the predominance of the military party among Diaz's close advisors. But this was silly. Imagine Pablo Iskandon involved in such gross maneuvers, and they were quickly reassured. The new independent journal Mexico Nuevo described exactly the meaning of his army life. Colonel Iskandon's prestige among the military, it said, is only the prestige accorded a perfect sportsman. 8. Why pick a perfect sportsman to run a state, especially when he had to follow a native son governor who had been popular and down to earth? It made no obvious sense. But to the planters who conferred with Diaz that December afternoon, the question was not why but why not. Manuel Arraiz, the leader of the commission, was among the biggest planters in Morelos. 9 His 3 plantations already included over 31,000 of the state's most fertile acres. Local government could have survived on the taxes he alone could have paid. But he wanted even more land under cultivation, to bring an even higher rate of return on his investment. The problem was not paying the price, although land in Morelos cost more than anywhere else in the country except the federal district, the planters could afford it. What bothered Arraiz and his fellow hacendados was getting the land put up for sale. Almost no public land remained available. 1 Even offering attractive terms, the planters could not induce villagers to traffic in the titles to their fields. To acquire the land, they had to resort to political and judicial maneuvers, condemnations, court orders, foreclosures, and defective title rulings. Manuel Arraiz wanted a governor he could use. He preferred to avoid someone like Tovar, a man with grassroots appeal of his own, who might, even in trivial ways, stand against him. To Arraiz and most other planters the Creelman interview meant they could drop the hypocrisy of being responsible state fathers, organize along clear class lines, and still enjoy official backing. With Alarcon providentially removed, they were free to be as short-sighted as they pleased. So no Tovars for them, a perfect sportsman, a planter like themselves, a good fellow at the jockey club, a tender-hearted socialite who would stay away and let them alone. That was what they were out for. Diaz himself would probably have preferred someone with more local popularity. In the conference he told the planters he also approved of the other men mentioned. But Arraiz and his friends were important men, and they wanted Pablo. Diaz knew that at least he would be harmless, and he gave way. Pablo protested feebly to Don Porfirio that he did not want the appointment, but, told it was his duty, he accepted. 2 The next day the other men who had been proposed began denying their availability. and as of December 22 Pablo Escandon was the figure the people of Morelos believed they would have to get used to for at least the next 3.5 years. The Porfirista machine slipped quickly into gear. Barrios, Corona, and Noriega called a meeting of the state's principal businessmen and professionals for December 30 at the Hotel Moctezuma in Cuernavaca. There Corona, the commission secretary, informed them that Diaz had approved their request for Escandon's candidacy and that Escandon had accepted. The meeting at once reinstituted the familiar Central Porfirio Diaz Club, which formally nominated Pablo. The next day a less imposing bunch, local political and social notables from all 6 districts of the state, convened in Cuernavaca to learn about the club's formation and their candidates' nomination. 3 Escandon himself encouraged these faithful town and village bosses by a brief appearance. 4 And after discussing common local problems, exchanging gossip, and entertaining themselves as politicians away from home they returned home to start arranging his election. At this point everything looked routine. Invitations were going out for the congratulatory banquets for Escandon in Mexico City. 5 True, disgruntled reminders appeared in the independent press that Escandon's candidacy did not necessarily exclude others, that Diaz had also spoken well of more popular men, that if Morelos were left to itself, it would pick Flores. 6 As early as December 23 Diario del Hogar had called for a formal opposition campaign. The moment is precious, it pleaded. But these helpless protests quickly petered out. And even after the Escandonista convention on December 31 in Cuernavaca, there was no public sign of political objection. If the Creelman interview had disrupted the state's politics, the chief beneficiaries seemed to be the planters, who felt entitled to name a toady as governor. But without fanfare or banquets something exceptional had already happened. At the news of the planters' offensive, a native resistance had quietly formed behind the scenes in Morelos. 7 If such ventures were rare, that was only because Diaz usually stymied them, not because there was lack of raw material. In every district of the state as in every state in the Republic there were families with grievances against local authorities. For some the grievance was simply poverty, for others, the long exclusion from serious politics because they or their fathers or uncles had joined the wrong side when Diaz first rose to power years before, for still others, a specific gripe against a specific official. These disaffected families formed a vague community of opposition. The oldest and most important knew each other, or at least knew of each other, and certain men were recognized from district to district as opposition leaders. The articulate and prominent among them were townfolk of course, with white collars, shoes, underwear, and important if shaky connections with the establishment. But mostly, and most firmly, the opposition was composed of rural families, dissident clans scattered around the countryside. They usually kept quiet and let the clerks and shop owners and editors and lawyers do the talking, but when they did act they meant business. They were no people to trifle with these villagers and small farmers, the common country people of Morelos. Their ancestors had taken part in some of the most dramatic and difficult episodes of Mexican history. They knew from experience what dignity and independence were, and how long patience and courtesy could legitimately suspend them. And they would not be intimidated. Diaz himself, who had fought and intrigued all through the region, often remarked that those tramps in the South are tough. When he took over the government in 1876 and began organizing his regime, the rural Democrats gradually went underground and the city liberals reconciled themselves to being left out. But they and their sons held on to the liberal hopes of the restored Republic of 1867. The opposition now springing up against Escandon, the town and country united. The town speaking for the country was at once a renaissance, a reorganization, and a homecoming for them. Mexico still belonged to Don Porfirio, however. And whether shop owners or farmers, the Morelos opposition knew better than to waste time on plans for a regular campaign. In the Porfiriato direct electoral confrontations rarely took place, practical politics was a matter of making deals. And to force the planters into new negotiations from which a more representative official candidate might emerge, the Morelos opposition had to show Diaz it deserved attention. Strategy required not a full-length campaign but simply one that started with a great burst of energy. If it looked strong enough early enough, Diaz might consider the trouble of suppressing it more costly than the embarrassment of coming to terms with it. The real question for the opposition leaders was whether they would have the time and freedom to impress Diaz. Having calculated their chances in the light of the Creelman interview, they were optimistic. If the planters felt the interview licensed them to act irresponsibly, the opposition leaders felt it guaranteed a longer and more extensive protection for independent politicking. The purpose of their work being a deal, there was one man they knew they could not do without. This was General Francisco Leyva, local hero of the War of Intervention and the state's first governor. Now 73 years old and residing in Mexico City, he had officially been on the outside looking in for the last 30-odd years, but that did not mean he did not count. To the insiders in the capital, he represented the outsiders in Morelos, a kind of sergeant-at-arms in the pay of both the seated and the unseated. This post he held by virtue of being party to one of those informal armistices essential to Mexican politics. The armistice it was with Diaz had institutionalized and turned to good account a hostility that began in the late 1860s. After the War of Intervention, Diaz was angling for a political base from which to challenge President Juarez. One of his most foolish ideas was to try for the governorship of Morelos in 1869. Leyva had earned the office. During the war he had been military commander in the area, and afterward as the district's deputy to Congress he had managed its achievement of statehood. 1 But Diaz horned in, and lost in a free election by 57 to 174. 2 Bad feelings between Leyva and Diaz worsened when Leyva's brother was killed 2 years later, putting down a local rebellion in support of Diaz's revolt of La Noria. 3 After Diaz in 1876 overthrew President Lerdo, on whom Leyva depended, he abruptly dumped Leyva out of power in Morelos and never let him back in state politics. But that did not stop people from informally following Leyva's lead. To scores of Morelos families, Leyva remained the true chief. And this was why he mattered to Diaz. For Diaz ruled 2 republics, his own official Mexico of Victorian gentlemen in frock coats, and an estranged and frayed Mexico of pariahs. When there had to be words between Diaz and that other, frayed republic, the old chief's outcasts since the 1870s were the only ones who could mediate. If the opposition community scattered around Morelos in 1909 wanted to renegotiate the question of who would be governor, Leyva alone could talk for them. Around Christmas time, opposition emissaries met the general at his home in Mexico City to discuss their plans. They knew the appeal of his name in Morelos, and they tried to get him to run. He refused, because he was too old, but he proposed his 2 sons, Alfredo, a deputy inspector in the Federal District Police Department, and Patricio, an agronomist and official in the Water Division of the Ministry of Public Works. 4 The commission tentatively approved of Patricio. General Leyva then arranged an appointment with Diaz. On December 28, a week after the planters, he saw the president and inquired how he would look on a rival campaign. That was easy for Diaz to answer. All Leyva could later report to the commission was the president's assurance that anyone whom the citizens of Morelos freely elect would be welcome to him. 5 Diaz's tongue-in-cheek pieties about popular will and the electoral law were not very encouraging. The oppositionists hesitated to start work. They did not know whether they would be let alone long enough. Not until a week later, January 4, did the Cuernavaca group issue a call for a La Vista convention on January 7.6. There was some last-minute guessing about an alternative to Patricio, but the magic of the old general's name settled the question for the convention. 7 The day before it met, dates for the election were officially announced, February 7 for the primary, when the electoral colleges were filled, February 21 for the secondary, when the colleges voted. 8 That meant only a couple of weeks to organize a fast-starting campaign strong enough to make Diaz reconsider. Names had appeal, and the opposition needed all the free appeal it could get. The junior Leyva was formally nominated. 9 So by January 8, a little over 3 weeks after Alarcon's death, politics in Morelos had a new look. To resist the planters' open maneuvers for complete domination, an opposition had materialized. Whatever its strategy, it had convened and agreed on a candidate, and the national press was seriously reporting the affair. Merely by involving General Leyva, even through his son, the opposition looked likely to force a new deal. By January 10, just 2 days after the La Vista Convention, rumors were abroad. Iskandar, it was reported, had dropped out of the race at his family's request, and Leyva would probably win Diaz's personal approval. 1 Politicians relaxed. True, the next day Iskandar denied the report, and, with La Vista charges of Iskandar's ineligibility on grounds of non-residence, it became clear that neither side would quit without heavier or sweeter pressures. 2 But this was only the initial test of nerves, and no one doubted that the contestants would soon find a politic way of settling their problem. It was incredible that any candidate would have the stamina to compete 6 weeks in a state election. Besides, there would be no reason to try if the traditional opposition strategy worked. But for the first time in 30-odd years it did not work. Politics throughout the country had been operating out of kilter for several months. And here in Morelos the regular procedures finally broke down. The contest went on to the end, and when the electoral colleges voted 6 weeks later, the opposition had not only not traded itself into oblivion but had even won votes. As the campaigning went along, the whole character of the election changed. Political clubs formed outside the safe confines of Cuernavaca, and the original opposition came apart. The country people of Morelos slipped out of the sedate control of their town spokesman and learned how, and more dangerously, why to struggle independently. That the contest lasted at all was unsettling. Recording any opposition vote, much less a sizable one, bothered the Jefes politicos. But that the opposition worked free was downright alarming. The state's established powers had no fear of Morelos's town liberals. If these little traders, shopkeepers, lawyers, editors, and school teachers from the various district seats had plucked up their courage and resisted an offensive disposition of public affairs, they would remain orderly souls. The procedures they would try to keep to would be regular, and there were regular forms for accommodating their opposition. But for country people to speak up was shocking and fearful. When the common people of the state, the villagers, plantation workers, mule skinners, sharecroppers, and small farmers and ranchers came out in the course of the campaign in open politicking of their own, they tore loose all the settled lines of state politics. The commotion they caused reopened ancient feuds and formed new grudges so intense that even in a calm era it would have taken years for them to die down. All this happened in Morelos because of the almost accidental simultaneity of more important political developments in Mexico City. No state opposition could last, even if it wanted to, without a powerful sponsor in the capital. Before 1908, the problem rarely arose, no independent groups of national importance existed. After the Creelman interview, efforts to form such groups multiplied, but not until December 1908 did one succeed in bringing together the proper combination of earnestness, respectability, and ambition. This group called itself the Organizing Club of the Democratic Party. The Democrats wanted to prevent the incumbent vice president, Ramon Corral, from being re-elected in 1910 and becoming president if Diaz died before his term ended in 1916. They hoped to convince Diaz of Corral's unworthiness by campaigning as a party to provoke and articulate an anti-Corral public opinion. The 1908 state and congressional elections had taken place too early for local opposition to benefit from their interference. But the scattered gubernatorial elections in 1909, they saw, would offer them both practice for 1910 and preliminary opportunities for educating the public and Diaz. The Morelos election coincided exactly with the moves of the Organizing Club's officers to form their new Democratic Party. 3 Had they organized it sooner, its role in Morelos would have been somewhat different. As it was, the party in early 1909 still had only a loosely defined organization and strategy, and its members were still free to act on their own. According to what Democrats thought their party was for, they joined either side in Morelos. The two most important Democrats to take part in the campaign were both eminent journalists and both secretaries of the Organizing Club's executive board. But they moved in opposite directions. One was Juan Sanchez Ascona, editor of the recently founded Mexico Nuevo, who threw his support to Patricio Leyva on January 13 after an interview with him that day. He had held off until then because the Levistas, counting on the traditional pre-election deal, insisted on organizing as personal friends of the old general and refused to form an authentic party with a platform. 4 Sanchez Ascona had helped organize the Democrats precisely because he wanted to stop that kind of politics and introduce a new, impersonal system. 5 But he soon realized there was no time for such serious work in Morelos. 6 Politically independent and personally democratic, he must have been moved by Leyva's populist rhetoric. And Patricio had declared himself opposed to re-electionism, not so much Diaz and Corral's reinstallation in 1910 as the general habit of arranging deals instead of permitting and encouraging full-scale rival campaigns. That was probably the crux of the matter for Sanchez Ascona. Considering the origin of Pablo Escandon's candidacy and the hope dimly involved in Patricio Leyva's, he decided to give Patricio the influential support at his command. Also joining the Levistas then were Democrats Gabriel and Alfredo Robles Dominguez and Francisco Cosio Robelo. 8. Other Democrats wanted to use the party to educate the public, more specifically to back the aging but powerful and enlightened governor of Nuevo León, General Bernardo Reyes, for the vice presidency. 9 General Reyes had long seemed a likely heir to Diaz, and under the new cover of a party, the Reyista Democrats now looked forward to a personal deal in the old style. For that, they might use Escandon's military and social connections. Chief among this group was the organizing club's other executive secretary, Heriberto Barron, a notorious Reyes hatchetman. Working closely with him for Escandon was another Democrat and well-known Reyista, Diodoro Badilla. Barron took his public stand on January 21, when he printed a long interview with Escandon in his Mexico City newspaper, La República. He was trying to recast Escandon's image to win back some of the independent sympathies Sanchez Ascona had already gained for Leyva. Escandon's cause had suffered especially since he had confessed in a recent interview with a popular magazine that he was totally ignorant about Morelos. 1 In Mexico Nuevo, Sanchez Ascona never tired of reminding readers of this blunder, nor of reporting jokes about Escandon's Morelos support, which he referred to as the Cuernavaca Jockey and Sugar Club. Most of all, Sanchez Ascona played up Escandon's failure to present even a vague idea of what action he planned for the state should he be elected. Barron then deftly turned the tables on Mexico Nuevo with the January 21 interview in his own paper. Here he provided Escandon with an unimpeachable program, almost word for word the very program the Democratic Party had adopted the day before in its convention in Mexico City. 3. Freedom for the municipalities from the control of the jefes politicos, increased attention to primary education, guarantees for free speech and press, civic improvements, abolition of a state poll tax. All this, which the Mexican Herald compared to Teddy Roosevelt's Square Deal, formed Escandon's program. 4 Few took him seriously, but still the interview was a fine coup for Barron. The next day Mexico Nuevo gallantly ate its words and praised Escandon's democratic courage in publishing such a worthy plan. The interview aroused great interest in independent circles in Mexico City. Barron had recast not only Escandon's image but also, irrevocably, the terms of the election. It had begun as a local contest tending toward a local deal. It had now become, as well, a war for prestige between the two main factions of Mexico's principal independent political group. And for them there could be no deal. Escandon was bound to win, of course, but Democrats on both sides understood that having joined the fight, they had to keep it open and fair to the end. Freely getting out the vote was indeed the whole test. For them the fight was pointless without that final proof on election day, when Escandon would either win or, more or less embarrassingly, have to be imposed. The first step in getting out the vote was to publicize the need for it, that is, to forsake the regular procedures of opposition and go directly to the people. The operation was unprecedented, but both the Escandon and the Leyva Democrats went to work. This complicated immeasurably the business of Morelos's native politicians. Both local teams already had the affair organized in their own terms in Cuernavaca, and publicity was the last thing they were handy at or cared about. But as the Democrats began arriving in the state about mid-January, the local leaders gradually resigned themselves to acting as their agents. The help from Mexico City was disruptive to their organizations, but too tempting to refuse. The disruption meant less to the Escandinistas. As the official party, they had depended on Mexico City connections President Diaz, above all from the first. The chiefs politicos, plantation managers, and city fathers arranging Escandon's election were already acting as agents for alien directors before the Democrats came. They simply kept their assigned parts. And the Reyista Democrats did not personally take over or move anyone out, they only made the drive for publicity more professional. With money, ideas, and speakers, they elaborated, refined, and extended the Escandonista campaign, but they did not change its center of control, which remained in Mexico City. The Levistas, in contrast, starting as free agents, went through a complete reformation. Their original base was in Cuernavaca, hardly a rebellious city. By ancient custom the weary powerful of the national capital always resorted there to enjoy the deference of the natives. The original leaders, Antonio Sedano and his sons, Ignacio and Enrique, were natives of Cuernavaca and fit products of its climate. Years before, during the War of Intervention, Antonio Sedano had served with General Leiva, and in the 1870s he had remained among his partisans. When Leiva fell in 1876, Sedano fell too, but not into misery or oblivion. Having resigned his commission in the army, he entered business in Cuernavaca and in time became a respected merchant there. For several years he served as a lower court judge, without salary because he had no law degree, and in 1894 he was elected an alternate on the city council. His relatives also enjoyed a moderate prosperity, holding minor posts in the state bureaucracy, voting in electoral colleges, and educating their children in the Cuernavaca Secondary School alongside the children of the foremost families in Morelos. 5 The Sedanos knew the Porfirian modes, political as well as social, and they abided by them. Antonio Sedano and his sons never intended to parade around as demagogues or really compete with Escandon. Carefully restricting the whole procedure of negotiation to established channels, they worked only for an official invitation to put forth their terms. In the outlying districts poorer versions of the Sedanos followed the word from Cuernavaca. And dealings had gone as planned, until the Mexico City independents offered their help. The Cuernavaca Levistas could hardly turn it down, and as the Democrats infiltrated their organization, their monopoly on the local opposition broke up. This happened not simply because the Democrats took part, but because they changed the essential point and direction of the Levista movement. Although traces of the original effort to get a deal never disappeared, after mid-January they were submerged in the activity of a full-fledged popular campaign. There was no other way for an opposition party to win a big vote without much money or the advantages of official connections. Certainly the Sedanos' methods, designed for very different purposes, would not work, nor, as it soon appeared, would the Mexico City method of informed debate. In practice the problem had an easy answer. What it took to get ordinary people so interested and excited that they might vote for the opposition was a direct promise to them to do something about what made their life hard. If followers could not be dragooned or bought, they could at least be talked into line. Once the movement's aim and strategy were redefined, the Democrats had to reform its organization as well. Generally the reform amounted to expansion, recruiting more members and setting up more clubs around the state. In the 2 weeks after the Democrats joined the campaign, Levistas organized about 25 regular clubs in almost as many towns and villages, and published claims to more than 1,500 members. 6 But in the process there also occurred a more significant shift of control, which eventually reorganized the structure of opposition in the state and endured after the Democrats had returned to their Mexico City offices. The shift was that the Cuernavaca Levistas moved over to admit the Cuautla Levistas to power. And it was significant because it could not remain just a shift, with the two bases then balancing each other. For even in opposition Cuernavaca was conformist, a colony of Don Porfirio's Mexico City. But Coitla was the heart of Morelos, the real center of state pride and patriotism, with vital country traditions of populist democracy going back far beyond Don Porfirio's time to the earliest, bitter days of the struggle for national independence. 7 Sugar planters considered the peons around Coitla the touchiest in Mexico. 8 And this defiant spirit even the local businessmen shared. A balance between Cuernavaca and Coitla could not last, because Cuernavaca stood for a manipulated opposition and Coitla for a vigorous and true resistance. There was not room enough in Morelos's politics for the two forces, and when the Democrats helped organize Coitla, they doomed Cuernavaca and the spirit of moderation. In effect, they had let loose Morelos's common people. On January 22, a Friday and a workday, in the first big demonstration in the campaign, some 1,500 persons attended a rally in Coitla to celebrate the formation of the La Vista Liberal Political Club there. 9 The crowd jammed the city's streets and squares cheering General Leyva and his son. It was a signal. All over the eastern and central part of the state, its traditionally independent part men who had long suffered their own neighborhoods officially imposed boss watched Coitla, took heart, and followed its lead. What happened 2 days later and 15 miles away in the little town of Villa de Ayala was typical. Refugio Yanez was a former municipal president of the town, still popular and respected. Pablo Torres Burgos was a schoolteacher when the town's school had money to stay open, who often helped local farmers on simple legal matters. They knew him to be a good heart man and they trusted him. Luciano Cabrera was another bookish Ayalan who had often served as advocate for villagers in land disputes. 1 Together these three formed a La Vista group, which they named the Melchor Ocampo Club, and invited villagers in the area to join. Malcontent neighbors and kinfolk from the surrounding settlements flocked in to sign up, nearly 80 in all. Among them were the Ananequilcans Francisco Franco, who became the club's secretary, Ituwiges Sanchez, Rafael Marino, Emiliano Zapata, and the now aging but once trusting Porfirista Teodoro Plasencia. 2 That same day in Hajutla, 65 miles southwest, the local Free Vote Club held the campaign's second large La Vista rally, drawing more than 1,000 villagers and peons into the town. 3 Only a little more than 2 weeks after it began as a carefully staged maneuver, the Escandon-Leyva dispute had thus become an agitated, public struggle for crowds. By all accounts the Escandonistas proved more professional, holding economic and political power. They could pay or force their employees to attend their demonstrations. 4 But the Levistas were more popular. It was an obvious tactic for them to play on rural discontent. Posters with the militant village demand for land and water went up around the state, and unauthorized speakers began implying Matt Patricio would see to a general redistribution of land, even private property. 5 In response, village leaders like Santa Maria's Genovevo de la O declared for Leyva and began pressing their old claims against neighboring haciendas. 6 The Escandonistas grew jealous, indignant, and then nervous and bellicose, and the Levistas, in counter-reaction, more provocative and fearless. In a little village northeast of Cuernavaca, for instance, a La Vista leader, Fermin Bello, was called on by a Cuernavaca policeman and brought back to the city to see the Chief Politico. The chief asked Bello how his campaign was going, and Bello told him well. The chief then informed him that since Escandon had to win, Don Porfirio has disposed it, his village could not go for Leyva, and that unless Bello dissolved his club immediately, he and his fellows would be shipped off to labor camps in Yucatan as soon as Escandon took office. Where the captain commands, the chief concluded in fine Porfirian style, no sailor gives orders. In any previous election Bello would have gone home and dissolved the club. Now, he refused and went directly to see the Ciudadanos. That same evening the executive board of the Cuernavaca La Vista Club called a protest meeting and sent a complaint to the Minister of the Interior. 7 The drive for crowds strained tempers so severely that politicians, both Escandonista and La Vista, both local and national, were hard put to confine the struggle to rallies and speeches. What increasingly struck observers as dangerous was not the planters' arrogance, which they took for granted, but the revival of bitterness and open sarcasm among the common people. 8 Impulses of state pride, national patriotism, and a vague but powerful class consciousness were brewing into an almost violent sentiment for Leyva. An old hotel maid in Cuernavaca told Alfredo Robles Dominguez how she felt about the campaign. "Figure it out," she said. "How could we help liking that kid Patricio, him coming from right around here? Besides, Don Pancho," she meant Patricio's father, "was a friend of the poor man. He even had a fellow shot when he was governor, a Gachapan landlord who'd had a peon thrashed almost to death. You don't have any idea," she went on, "how the landlords and especially their Gachapan managers abuse people around here. 9. From the fusion of militant pride, heated tempers, raging arrogance, and plain, edgy resentment, there finally exploded on February 1 a riot in Cuautla. When it happened, people were stunned as if they had been half expecting it for a long time. They could not be surprised, but neither could they really believe it. This crucial episode set finally the essential meaning people saw in the campaign, and fixed irrevocably the mood in which they would remember it. Events in Cuautla the week before the riot had primed the elements of the explosion perfectly. The town's new La Vista Club had tried to stage a rally on a Sunday, January 24, when merchants and laboring people could come in full strength. But the chief politico, Enrique Dabadie, had refused permission. Nervous because of the big opening day celebration 2 days earlier when he had given the La Vistas full liberty, he feared that if he allowed any more freedom, Cuautla district might go for Leyva. The least he might then lose would be his job. Unless he got contrary orders, he was taking no chances. After the first crowd, he had practically put the city under martial law, with federal troops and police and municipal gendarmes everywhere. 1 But democratic connections and the general pressure of public opinion moved the government in the La Vista's favor, and after the Cuautla Club filed a complaint, Dabadie gave way. The La Vistas received permission to hold a rally the following Sunday, January 31. Through the week they elaborated their preparations, sending out notices and organizing a ladies' auxiliary. 2 Then, almost as a challenge, the pro-Iskandan newspaper in Mexico City, El Diario, announced in midweek that Iskandan's champions would shortly begin a whistle-stop tour through Morelos. 3 Nationally known orators like Baron Diodoro Batalla and Hipólito Olea would speak from the back of the campaign train at the little stations and haciendas on the railroad line. 4 At larger towns the celebrities would parade into the main square and deliver formal speeches. Their first stop, El Diario noted, would be Cuautla, on Monday, February 1, the day after the La Vista rally. 5 This was the riskiest place they could have chosen, and the timing was even stupider. Despite jitteriness, the La Vista rally took place without trouble on Sunday. At the last minute, Dabadie threatened to withdraw his permission for the show, then at 4 p.m. finally confirmed it, but only till 6 p.m., when, he said, the federal police would clear the streets. He also refused to let the La Vistas band play to welcome the speakers when they arrived at the train station. And he posted rurals around the main square once the rally started. Nevertheless, La Vista clubs from that part of the state, including Villa de Ayala's Melchor Ocampo club, poured into Cuautla, and considering the provocations they were subjected to, they behaved remarkably well. They welcomed their speakers without a band, cheered for Diaz and Leyva Sr. and Jr., stayed relatively sober, and got off the streets by 6 p.m. 6. But Dabadie had seen the elation of the crowd and, like a good policeman, sensed what might happen the next day when the Iskandanistas came to town. That evening the Ministry of War sent a detachment from the 23rd Infantry Battalion to Cuautla under the command of Colonel Juvencio Robles. 7. The Iskandanista train arrived at Cuautla shortly before noon the next morning. Inauspiciously, cheers for Leyva went up as the distinguished party paraded along the route toward the plaza. Monday being a workday, many in the audience had come not on their own account but because of pressure from Dabadie. The crowd was not very sympathetic to their elegant guest standing up on the platform with his well-paid rhetoric eons. Sporadic shouts of "Mueran los Gachapines," death to the Gachapines, unnerved the speakers. The crowd's enthusiasm lagged, and finally one speaker, Hipólito Olea, asked for a cheer for Iskandar. To his outrage and embarrassment, several persons shouted back, "Viva Leva AAAA!" Olia flew into a tantrum and began cursing the crowd, calling them imbeciles and ungrateful bums. Rocks sailed up toward him and the crowd quickly turned into a nasty, yelling mob. The rurals got ready to fire, and people scattered in wild disorder. 8. That evening, the plaza occupied by troops and federal police, Zapata posted an official notice to announce his revenge for the afternoon's spectacle. "It is strictly forbidden," he declared, "to utter insulting cries or to commit any act involving a breach of peace. Offenders," he wound up in an unashamed ex post facto menace, "will be sternly dealt with." 9 arrests commenced immediately. Local merchants, workers, clerks, peons were marched off to jail, some without charges being filed, many without even having attended the rally, most simply because of their reputations. Local courts refused protection. The few, like Pablo Torres Burgos from Villa de Ayala, who asked for a restraining order, were hustled off just as quickly and jailed for just as long. The arrests continued in following days, until Cuautla had more Levistas behind bars than any other district in the state. 1 And repercussions extended far beyond Zapata's bailiwick. The day after the riot, Patricio Leyva lost his job in the Ministry of Public Works for not denying that his agents had promised land to villagers. 2. In fact, not much had happened. A few rocks thrown, some yelling, a lot of arrests and threats, but no bloodshed. But the incident seemed portentous. In the riot everyone thought he saw what he had feared the whole election would amount to. And that made the rest of the campaign an anticlimax. "For decent people," a Cientifico editor in Mexico City lamented, "the affair had begun as a serene, educated, high-toned, and progressive struggle and had degenerated into a real war of the sandal against the shoe, of work pants against trousers, of the saloon element against decent people." 3 Suitably reworded, this was how the saloon element felt as well. A real war, a civil war, a class war. That was what haunted minds in Morelos, and in Cuautla the prospect was always most vivid. To such nervous souls the February 1st commotion seemed to put them right on the verge of the cataclysm. For the election, what followed was irrelevant. To secure its control over the polls, the federal government stationed an unusually large detachment of 35 rurals in Morelos during February. 4 Yet local leaders, who knew that after all they would have to go on working and doing business in the state when the election was over, knew also that they could salvage something practical. At least they could reorder parts of the old, broken balance. Even the visiting Levista Democrats recognized what had happened and toned down their appeals. Although they defied the Cuernavaca chief politico's prohibition and went ahead with a big rally in the state capital on February 5, they worked to calm the crowd rather than excite it. And the more responsible government agents reciprocated. 5 General Luis C. Curiel, now the commander of the 23rd Infantry Battalion, sheltered 2 Levista speakers at the Cuernavaca rally when the chief politico threatened to hang them on the spot. 6 In the few days before the election the Iskandar touring train moved on to Yautepec and Hajuda, at each stop playing to smaller, more sullen, but at least more restrained audiences. 7 And the Levista leaders changed their tune to harp on the virtues of regularity and order. In indignant letters Antonio Sedano explained how Patricio was no revolutionary or subversive, how irresponsible were anarchistic ideas of giving away the land and water of the rich planters, how sacred and inviolable the Levistas considered the right of property. 8. The obvious efforts at mutual accommodation revived speculation about a deal. When Colonel Tovar arrived in Cuernavaca on February 3, rumors immediately circulated that as someone personally close to Diaz and an old hand in state politics, he had been sent as an officially sanctioned compromise, and Iskandar and Leyva would both quit. 9 Faint hopes for a deal still flickered among the most naive even as late as mid-March, until Iskandar had actually been sworn in. 1. But no deal developed. The Cuautla riot scared opponents into accommodation everywhere except at the polls on February 7, where it scared the government into a firm and general brutality. The chiefs politicos especially were determined to take no chances. They speedily and unabashedly resorted to extra-legal or illegal measures to assure absolutely Iskandan's election in their districts. On their orders, federal police jailed many La Vista leaders in the villages on election day. If, like Genovevo de Lago in Santa Maria, the prey escaped, the police arrested his family as hostages. 2 In some places the chiefs politicos arranged with municipal presidents not to post voting lists at all, much less at the proper time. They also rigged the distribution of ballots and packed local polling commissions. Troops and police refused entry to the polls to suspected Lavistas. Against these abuses, La Vista leaders filed formal protests with the Ministry of the Interior, but to no avail. 3 As a final precaution, General Curiel in Cuernavaca remained in hourly communication with Colonel Robles in Cuautla on election day, and federal troops stood on the alert in every district seat. 4 The general result, Iskandan's victory, was a matter of course, but so many interests hinged on its margin and distribution that reliable returns were hard to come by. The official state gazette opted out completely, simply announcing that Iskandanista electors had won an absolute majority and leaving it at that. 5 Of all the reports of ballots counted, probably the most accurate was the Mexican Herald's, which gave 201 for Iskandan and 92 for Leyva. 6 To the planters and the state bureaucrats and policemen, an opposition vote of this size was a scandal tantamount to sedition, and they mounted a new attempt to restore control. Popular agitators responsible, at least those still free and at hand, were jailed. As their fellows signed protests on their behalf, they provided blacklists for their own arrests. Peons who had voted for Leyva, or more likely who had not showed up to vote for Iskandan, were turned away when they came to work on Monday and had to go further into debt for loans to bribe the foreman to give them back their jobs. 7 2 weeks later the electoral colleges voted, and the returns again, according to the Mexican Herald, there being no official count, were 235 to 20.8. Threats, pressure, and jailings had pared La Vista votes to less than 1/4 of their original, already paired number. Again it was Cuautla that provided the most striking case. Here, even the wildly pro-Iskandan El Diario had reported 13 La Vista votes in the primary election. Now, in the secondary, these 13 had vanished completely. On March 15, 1909, Pablo Iskandan was officially sworn in as Morelos's new governor. He would end his term, the official gazette announced, on November 30, 1912. Nobody doubted he would, or that he might win new terms, but however long he lasted, he would never be respected. His election was an insult imprinted in the annals of the state's history and branded in the minds of its people. The planters' progress. Let them farm in a flower pot. Iskandan thought he governed Morelos well, but in the 2 years he held office, he snapped the few remaining threads of civic forbearance. Already by mid-1910 the result of his unjust and inept policies was clear. Bitterness had not run so deep in Morelos since the War of Intervention, more than 40 years before. He had practically wrecked the state's political system, and in one district had even provoked an agrarian uprising. When Iskandan fled in terror in March 1911, the particular crisis he escaped was months old and largely of his own making. And largely he made it as he ended it with escapes, from Morelos and politics. After less than 2 weeks in office he asked the state legislature for permission to go to Mexico City for affairs of public interest. On April 23 he asked for a 10-day permit, on May 24 for 3 days, on June 3 for 8, on June 26 for 10, and so on through the rest of the year. 2 As for 1910, he spent fully half of it out of state, on 3 2-month permits. 3 Politically these absences were ruinous. Without even a timid and indulgent supervisor like Iskandan, district chiefs did exactly as they pleased, which resulted in anarchy and petty despotisms. In Cuautla district, where special conciliatory care should have been taken, Dabati seemed intent on revenge. The main bridge in Cuautla caved in, and junk littered the city's streets and main square and park, all because Dabati refused to provide the regular public services. 4 He also permitted the sale of pulque and rum on market days, in direct violation of Iskandan's orders, and drunk as well as exasperated, the local peons and common people of the town began rioting. 5 What aroused most indignation was that Zapata collected contributions to receive Governor Iskandar on an official visit, and then never rendered any accounting of expenses. People in the district were certain he had embezzled their donations. 6 In Cuernavaca, Cuautla, and Jojutla districts, the chiefs continued to persecute former Levistas. The Central Levista Club in Cuernavaca had filed a complaint with the state legislature, petitioning that the recent elections be nullified. The deputies' reaction was not only to refuse the complaint out of hand but also to assert that the Levistas had lodged it only to resist the law that declared Iskandar elected. Thus, they argued, the complaint amounted to a breach of the public order, and all who signed it should be arrested for sedition. 7 When this tactic failed, other pretexts served as well. In April, the Cuernavaca chief Politico had the state's first Levista, Antonio Sedano, arrested for not having washed down the street in front of his store. 8 Meanwhile, 2 months after the election, Zapata still held Pablo Torres Burgos and Octaviano Gutierrez, Levista leaders from Villa de Ayala, in jail without charge. 9 In June, Sedano still sat in the Cuernavaca jail awaiting trial for his misdemeanor. In June also the 2 Levista leaders in Tepoztlan, Burnaby and Ezequiel La Bastida, having disappeared soon after Election Day, were yet to be heard from. Their families presumed they had been conscripted into the Federal Army, although both were overage because they had last been seen in a Mexico City military prison. 1 Burnaby La Bastida was in fact to spend 2 years in a Quintana Roo labor camp, which he survived only by a miracle. 2 Noting these reprisals, village leaders who had already escaped, like Santa Maria's Genovevo de Lao, remained in hiding. 3 The retirement of the experienced Lieutenant Governor Flores in June 1909 and his death in February 1910 aggravated the state's corruption. 4 District bosses fastened their grip more firmly on their victims and indulged themselves more extravagantly at the public's expense. 5 By February 1910 4 large businesses had to close down in Cuernavaca because of harassment from local officials. 6 Even when Iskandar stayed at home to govern, his vagueness and hesitation cost him respect. Impositions that before had at least been managed with dexterity and rigor were now openly botched. In mid-December 1909 the state inspector of prefectures arrived in Yautepec to fix the municipal elections there for the governor's favorites. The inspector muffed the job, and a slate of unacceptable candidates was elected. Iskandar then sent the state police chief to nullify the elections. But the police chief could find no clear evidence and tried to force the councillors-elect to resign. As they had not yet formally taken office, he agreed to have them sworn in if they turned over their resignations immediately afterward. Some did resign, but others, once they were in office, refused. It was a rich scandal, and produced a full harvest of ill will against Iskandar and his agents. 7 Luck and common sense deserted the new governor completely when he organized his bureaucracy. He started by firing many officials appointed by Alarcon and replacing them with officials from out of state. These imported bureaucrats knew nothing about the persons their very personal business had to do with, and their ignorance compounded trouble when it developed. 8 And Iskandar's appointments often involved him with men worse than ignorant. He made a serious mistake in appointing as tax commissioner Felipe Rebleta, a notorious extortionist from Jalisco whose operations soon enraged taxpayers great and small. 9 The rich complained most loudly, but the changes in personnel in the tax office and elsewhere ultimately mattered little to them. After initial squabbles, nice understandings took shape. For those who could afford them, favors were still for sale. The people to whom the changes mattered greatly, however, were those without much money or many connections. The old bureaucrats had grown familiar with local problems, and although the balance of power was unfair, routines had evolved that still offered common people a vague promise of recourse. But now the familiarity and the routine and the hope disappeared. The rich could eventually buy peace from Felipe Rebleta, but ordinary citizens had to suffer. In appointing chiefs politicos, Iskandar bungled as badly. Only 3 weeks after being sworn in, he removed the Alarcon-appointed prefect of Cuernavaca and installed Higinio Aguilar, a brigadier general on active duty in the Federal Army, when it was clear that the recent campaign had slackened respect for official order and that the state government needed to re-establish the fear of authority. Also, since Iskandar did not plan to spend much time in Morelos, he wanted someone masterful to run the capital district and act as a kind of auxiliary lieutenant governor. 2 But Aguilar was hardly the right choice. He felt no attachment to the people he ruled and let a sadistic police chief run loose in Cuernavaca and antagonize the whole city. 3 In 2.5 months Aguilar himself was suspended for defrauding the feeble-minded heir to a Cuernavaca fortune. 4 Iskandar finally replaced him with a reliable former municipal president and prefect of Cuernavaca currently serving in the state legislature. Two other prefectural appointments that backfired, though in a different way, were those of José Vivanco and Eduardo Flores in Cuautla. The veteran chief there, Dabati, had made himself extremely unpopular during and after the election. But if Iskandar wanted to replace him, he should have picked an official already experienced and locally respected. Instead he named Vivanco, and then after Vivanco left in November 1910 Flores. 5 Neither had ever served as prefect or prefecture secretary anywhere in Morelos, and evidently they knew nothing of the work. Cuautla district was the most troublesome in the state, and in the summer of 1910 rebel leaders began setting up their own order in its southern reaches, in Ayala municipality. Vivanco and later Flores acquiesced completely, and state authority disappeared in the area. 6. Iskandar's worst mistake was his replacement for Lieutenant Governor Luis Flores. When Flores resigned, Iskandar should have made an extra effort to find a substitute at least acquainted with, if not versed in, the major problems of Morelos politics. The month Flores resigned, June, was a difficult time for Iskandar. He had been in office just 3 months, he was enacting an unpopular bill to revalue real estate, the Aguilar scandal was just breaking and he needed all the local powers he could mobilize. But though suitable native administrators were available at least temporarily, he called in Antonio Hurtado de Mendoza, an out-of-state judge with no effective connections or heft in Morelos. 7. Harmful as they were, all these blunders remained venial. Negligence, misinformation, or stupidity might explain them. But when Iskandar moved from the organization of government to the practice of ruling, he carried out a policy that was too systematic and clear to be a mistake, the direct service of the planters' economic and political interests. Disputes between plantations and villages were no longer settled obscurely, as Alarcon had often managed. On the contrary, through executive decrees, new legislation, and reforms of the state constitution, Iskandar turned openly against Morelos's villagers. Iskandar's actions were in part only another episode in the oppression traditional in those districts of Mexico. Since the 16th century, sugar plantations had dominated life there. In 1910 it was an old story that they crowded villages and independent farms, that hacienda lawyers finagled lands, timber, and water from weaker but rightful users, that hacienda foremen beat and cheated field hands. Still prevailing as the excuse was the lordly racism of viceroyal times. For the young Joaquin Garcia Pimentel, whose ancient and illustrious family owned the largest plantations in the state, it seemed that the Indian has many defects as a laborer, being as he is, lazy, sottish, and thieving. 8 His pious and learned older brother, Luis, who managed the family's vast estates, felt the same way. The local villagers' natural inclination toward banditry impressed him deeply, and he often lamented that Jacobin governments had removed the villagers' only restraint and guide, religion, leaving the planters to impose their own cruder controls. 9 On the plantation of another great Morelos family, the Amors, a visiting English authoress found the style resembling that of England in the time of the barons, when feudal laws reigned and hotels were unknown. The visitor came to understand that the senior Amor has to look after the spiritual and bodily needs of his people, or, they would only drink away the extra money he gave them. 1. But Iskandar's policy was also part of a new kind of oppression that had developed with increasing force since about 1880. Its economic source was the international competition the cane and beet sugar industries carried on through the 19th century. For cane growers, the most valuable returns on the struggle were the technological improvements it produced, especially the new milling machines that extracted a much higher proportion of sugar from the stalk than the old presses. These machines became generally available by the 1870s. About the same time, a period of political order and strong economic growth began in Mexico. Serious work started on a regular system of railroads, and the promise of a national market emerged. The Morelos planters saw the opportunity, and however much they cherished their bucolic isolation, they at once moved out of it to meet the new demand. Point 2. They astutely developed interests in processing and selling to match their interest in production. They brought the railroad into the state, imported the new machinery, and planned how to get more land to grow more cane. And as their production increased, they lobbied to reduce municipal and state taxes, to abolish the remaining interstate taxes, and to maintain or raise the national tariff protecting their industry. Point 3. The social difference between the old and the new oppression was as profound as the difference between a manor and a factory. Before, various communities and economic enterprises had coexisted without question in Morelos. Sugar plantations, traditional villages, small farm settlements, single independent farms, day laborers' hamlets, country towns, provincial cities. Not all these different kinds of societies flourished, but they were all grudgingly able to survive. Oppression took place, but the individual cases lacked real momentum or coordination. Thus concentration of property in land was sporadic and irregular, for the usual motive was not so much economic calculation as personal greed. Morelos's sugar plantations still functioned in the main tradition of Mexican haciendas, more as symbols than as businesses. Point 4. When the planters considered the villagers especially unguarded, when the federal or state government seemed unable or unwilling to protect the villagers, then they might take over fields they had long coveted. Sometimes villagers were actually deprived of independent livelihood and had to migrate, or move permanently onto the hacienda grounds. But this crisis was more in the nature of an unintended, half-surprising accident. It was not really policy, and no one considered it irrevocable. Happily or not, social variety seemed eternal. After 1880 this assumption crumbled rapidly. The planters' new chance for sustained profits forecast a new world and generated new social trends. Plantations in Morelos became company towns, their permanent populations ranging from 250 to almost 3,000. The planters organized their own medical and ecclesiastical services, their own stores, schools, police, and powerhouses, and their own regular corps of bricklayers, carpenters, blacksmiths, electricians, and mechanics. To operate the new machines, they imported foreign technicians. They even set up laboratories for research and hired chemists. And as directing agents, they installed new professional managers. The Spanish planters in the state recruited theirs from among Spanish, Cuban, or Canary Island immigrants in Mexico City, and the Mexican planters usually hired experienced Mexicans or trained their own sons. These were haciendas cum ilfo, as one proud Tepoztlan editor crowed. Point 5. The plutocratization of the Diaz regime through the 1880s eased the planters' way. The Ministry of Public Works sold them almost all the public land left in the state and granted them favorable rulings on their requests for clear titles to other acquisitions. New federal legislation jeopardized previously recognized titles and water rights of many villages. And when the planters took advantage of this fortuity, subservient local courts approved the expropriations. Point 6. In the late 1860s the planters, or their fathers, had fought hard to keep Morelos a part of Mexico State. They feared that otherwise Cuernavaca and Coatla districts might break loose from their control. Point 7. 20 years later, under Diaz's patronage, they had more power there than before. Increasingly, only the plantations looked like legitimate, progressive institutions. It seemed that other kinds of communities existed as resources for them, that all human beings in Morelos must surrender their personal destinies, superior or inferior, and become mere factors in the planters' cosmopolitan enterprise. The process which individual greed had motivated now emerged as regular, scientifico practice. By 1890 it was clear that in this novel boom several important towns, surrounded by plantations, had almost ceased to grow. Jonacatepec, for instance, once a flourishing mule center, now stood like an enclave in the Garcia Pimentel's territory. Its situation reminded one educated native of the depressed country towns of Ireland. 8 In dismay at their low census, the Coatla city fathers debated whether their town would stagnate from being confined between powerful haciendas whose extensive cane fields border on all sides. Some promoters judged that though the restriction would eventually limit the city, they could meanwhile increase its population by urban renewal. In the northern precincts were several unsightly pastures and orchards, belonging to ragamuffins, at once bosses and peons, who lend no service to the society where they live. These properties the promoters wanted to expropriate and subdivide into lots for poor families who could pay them out in installments. 9 But this was no solution, as the promoters themselves soon acknowledged. Coatla Cemetery lay only 3 blocks from the main square and there was no room for more plots. Since the surrounding plantations went on daily enclosing the city, one editor bitterly observed, as in a ring of iron, the city fathers had to turn to a village over a mile away for new burial grounds. 1. In the countryside outside the towns, especially in Yautepec and Tlaxcala districts, the small, old-fashioned haciendas failed and then merged into the larger, modern enterprises. Some like Dolores retained a subsidiary identity in a grand, combined estate, but others like Apanxilco or El Charco vanished from the map of Morelos forever. Ranchos, the little rural settlements that were independent but not incorporated as villages, collapsed too. In 1876 the records had carried 53, in 1887 only 36. In 1891 analysts of the recent state census traced the legal extinction of 34 ranchos in the last generation, almost a third of them in Tlaxcala district. 2. Even villages began to disappear. Those isolated like Tepoztlan in the mountains in the northern part of the state remained fairly safe, but villages in accessible timber country, near railroads, or in the well-watered bottoms were very vulnerable. 3 Although many were entrenched and thriving settlements that could trace their history back before the conquest and their land titles back to the earliest viceroyal times, none was secure in the current siege. In 1876, the year Diaz took power, there were 118 pueblos recorded in Morelos. By 1887, despite a small increase in state population, there were only 105.4. Of these failures the most awesome was no doubt Tequesquitengos. The villagers there had offended the owner of nearby San Jose Vista Hermosa plantation, who retaliated by running his irrigation water into their lake and flooding out the whole pueblo. In time only the village church spire remained above water, a reminder of the risks of independence. 5 Through the 1890s and after the turn of the century villages continued to disintegrate. By 1909 only 100 were registered. 6 Hidden darkly in the fields of high, green cane, the ruins of places like Acatlipa, Coahuaquinola, Sayola, and Ahuihuepan rotted into the earth. 7 The stories of these doomed pueblos were widely known among Morelos's country people. Kinfolk were often involved in the fights to save them. And their demise was a fearful lesson, leaving villagers no hope of rest. In particularly tense areas the villages that survived still lost population. Villa de Ayala, for instance, declined from 2,041 inhabitants in 1900 to 1,745 in 1910, and Ananequilco, in Ayala municipality, went down from 411 to 371.8. Bit by bit the villagers lost their land like the orchard of O Lake in Ananequilco in 1887, but they fought on year after year to preserve what was left. And when they finally lost too much to get by farming, they tried new kinds of work. The Zapata family began raising livestock, as did many around Coatla when Hospital and Cuahuistla haciendas had enclosed all the decent farmland. 9. Not all, however, could go on independently, which was just what the planters counted on. Dispossessed and destitute, many villagers started sharecropping the scrubbiest of the plantation fields. 1 Then, as their debts mounted, they hired themselves out as field hands, still living in their villages but working in contracted gangs. They found wages very high, by the day up to 65 centavos in the dry winter season and a peso during harvest in the spring, and by the job even more, from 75 centavos to 1.25 or 1.50 pesos daily. But they also found prices very high, since Morelos produced only sugar, rice, and rum in volume and had to import cloth and staples like corn and beans. They paid as much to live as in Mexico City. 2 Living in terms of money, they fell deeper in debt. Finally they left the village for good and like many ex-rancheros moved their families onto the plantation grounds as gente de casa, permanent resident laborers. There on the real, if they behaved well, they could at least count on the necessities of life. Thus, besides land, the planters acquired a dependent labor force. They encouraged this transfer of residents onto the real, as Joaquin Garcia Pimentel noted, with every effort possible. For the secure and constant labor of the gente de casa permitted a more efficient specialization of chores within the plantation and, during the rush seasons, relieved the managers of the dangerous and humiliating reliance on local villagers, who hated them and who might desert them for a higher wage elsewhere. Resident labor was especially important for hacendados like the Amores in Tecala and the Garcia Pimentels in Jonacatepec district, where villages and the seasonal gangs coming out of them were fewer than in the more densely populated central districts, and on the plantations in those relatively remote areas the largest permanent populations concentrated. But other planters, too, regarded it as a great advantage to settle workers on their grounds. The relocation did not proceed as rapidly as the planters liked. The Morelos villager, Joaquin Garcia Pimentel observed, is very attached to the land he was born on and moves only with much difficulty, even when he sees palpably that he would do better, which often forced plantation managers to bring in migrant labor from Puebla or Guerrero. 3 But in all boldness these entrepreneurs only raised the tempo of their struggle against the villages. After the turn of the century, economic pressures on the planters increased sharply. Their immediate problem was more intense competition within Mexico for the protected domestic sugar market. Not only were there traditional rivals in Veracruz, Puebla, Michoacán, and Jalisco expanding and modernizing their works, but also new rivals appeared in Sinaloa, Tepic district, and most ominously in tropical Veracruz, where American capitalists were investing heavily in large operations. The northern threat Morelos planters could control, they arranged alliances in Puebla and Veracruz, dumped produce on the market, and expelled the intruders from their commercial domains. But the Americans in Veracruz were different. The Gulf lowlands yielded ordinarily around 30% or more cane per acre than the Morelos uplands, which moreover required expensive irrigation and more frequent replanting. If the American effort became a going concern, it might severely damage Morelos's position as the country's leading producer. 4. Another pressing problem was that national production of sugar now exceeded the domestic demand. Exporting the surplus was the obvious answer, and in 1902 major exports began. 5 Although Morelos planters did not at first take part, leaving the trade to Veracruz and the north, several began exports at least as early as 1905. Leading them was Ignacio de la Torre y Meyer of Tenochtitlango, the state's then most productive hacienda. 6 But the new business only opened a new arena of competition. The costs of production were still high in Morelos, and the international market, lurching from crisis to crisis, was too erratic to depend on. Also alarming was the new threat of native beet sugar production, which cane growers assumed would destroy them. From 1906 on, agronomists noted remarkable possibilities for the new industry. Sonora ranchers declared their vital interest in its foundation, and the federal government offered generous concessions to an American company to start beet growing in the Federal District or Mexico State. 7 The projects did not materialize, but the danger that they might heighten the Morelos planters' competitive spirit. Besides these troubles, there was the ultimate menace of exhausting Morelos's rich soil. Estimates were that it could stand constant cultivation of cane without fertilizer for about 30 years, then it would have to lie fallow. 8 So the boom that began around 1880 would begin deteriorating after 1910. The prospect hardly agitated all Morelos planters, but to some, especially the Ruiz de Velasco family, which had the best scientific training in agriculture, it had long been disturbing. 9. The increased pressure drove the planters to greater investments, either to diversify the grades of refined sugar or to produce more rum. The Arraez family, for example, imported new machinery worth $350,000 for their Coahuistla hacienda. 1. To keep their expensive machines at work, the planters needed to grow still more cane, which obliged them to enlarge their land holdings further. This accelerated expansion was fast turning Morelos into a network of rural factories. By 1908, the 17 owners of the 36 major haciendas in the state owned over 25% of its total surface, most of its cultivable land, and almost all of its good land. 2. And as the planters took over increasingly scrubbier fields, they required increasing supplies of water to irrigate them. Investment in irrigation works probably went as high as that in milling machinery. For his Tenango hacienda, Luis Garcia Pimentel put $166,000 into construction of tunnels, canals, aqueducts, dams, sluices, bridges, and cut-off valves, to bring water from the Coahuila River 60 miles away. And along the same river, Ignacio de la Torre y Meyer and Vicente Alonso together invested over $210,000 in water works for their plantations. 3. During 1908, domestic sugar prices rose considerably, because the government doubled the import duty on sugar to protect the native growers, and surer, fatter profits encouraged further investment and bigger production. 4. Morelos haciendas thus became famous as the most modern in Mexico. 5. They deserved their reputation. In 1908, the 24 mills in the state accounted for well over a third of the country's total sugar production. After Hawaii and Puerto Rico, Morelos was the most productive cane sugar region in the world. 6. The planters, having committed themselves deeply, were in no mood to relax. Between 1905 and 1908 they raised their production over 50%, 7, and they maneuvered for still more land, more water, and more resident laborers. In this development, this planter's progress, the village as a community had no place. The imminent utopia was a plantation. Villagers did resist these trends, most famously in a case involving Pablo Escandon himself. In 1903, Escandon had directed the manager of his family's Atlahuayan hacienda to put up a fence which took in about 3,500 acres of Yautepec's communal pasture land. Villagers' cattle used to grazing there knocked down the fence in places and wandered back into the territory now under the hacienda's claim. Hacienda guards corralled them and returned them only on payment of a stiff fine. Some impounded cattle died for lack of feed. Others were sold. Others' owners were jailed for letting them trespass. But the villagers would not quit their cause. After months of protesting in vain, the offended persons chose a local farmer, Jovito Serrano, to represent them before the authorities. Serrano took their complaints first to the Yautepec court, which ruled against him. When the Yautepec chief Politico refused to review the decision, Serrano appealed to the Cuernavaca District Court, which heard the case but upheld the original decision and imposed a 100-peso fine on the plaintiffs. Still undaunted, Serrano appealed to the Federal Supreme Court and led a commission of 70 Yautepecans to interview President Diaz in Mexico City. 8 Less formally but no less obstinately, villagers elsewhere in Santa Maria, Yantitelco, Cotlan del Rio, Tepalcingo, and many other pueblos defied local bosses and tried to defend their ancient claims. 9. But all resistance the planters or their managers readily disposed of. In most cases the disposition was local, unofficial, and brutal. A proper beating, maybe murder. 1 If these measures were inconvenient, the prefects would usually order a rebellious farmer's conscription into the army, which was also brutal. And in the few cases that became public affairs the planters could always appeal to Don Porfirio for an obliging resolution, again brutal. Thus, though the president told the Yautepecans he supported them, and it looked at last as if they might win, their legal exertions suddenly and mysteriously brought them to grief. While Serrano was in Mexico City tending to final details, he was arrested and the Yautepecan land titles and other documents seized. And on June 21, 1904, the Supreme Court upheld the earlier rulings against the villagers. The last that Serrano's family heard of him was a letter he smuggled out as he passed through Veracruz destined for a labor camp in Quintana Roo. With him were 35 other Morelos natives, farmers like himself from Tepoztlan, San Andrés de la Cal, Santa Maria and San Juanico who had obstructed the planters' progress. Serrano died in Santa Cruz de Bravo, Quintana Roo, in November 1905.2. So this new oppression became the common practice. The first generation of planters engaged in it, the ruthless pioneers of the 1880s, had betrayed a nagging fear about the future. The old owner of Coahuistla had kept as a personal guard a pack of mean-looking dogs named after the days of the week, Sunday through Saturday, and then the months, at least through March.3. But the succeeding generation, the ruthless heirs of the 1890s and 1900s, worked in full confidence. In these years the Amor brothers built up an impressive stable of polo ponies, trotters, and racing thoroughbreds on their San Gabriel hacienda, and they imported greyhounds and fox terriers as well. 4 At Santa Clara and Tenango the Garcia Pimentels furnished their magnificent buildings so sumptuously that to a young Cuernavacan they seemed like the palaces that lie along the Thames. At Ocolo the owner had a 10-acre garden superbly landscaped, complete with a central kiosk, radiating avenues lined with palms and fountains, a bowling lawn, and a tomb for his dead dog. Mayacatlan was often the scene of concerts and lavish parties, and Atlihuan struck visitors as a delicious mansion one would never want to leave. 5 These Edwardian luxuries were displays not only of new fortunes but also of a new attitude among younger Morelos planters, a serene conviction that they could maintain and even strengthen the controls benefiting them. By 1909 they were ready to consolidate their system. Where Alarcon had equivocated, it was Iskanden's responsibility as a good cientifico planter to establish the practice of oppression as policy. The villagers were already weak, their leaders and advocates jailed or driven into hiding because of their Lavista sympathies in the recent election. And Iskanden proceeded without hesitation. The state government's refusal to do justice became a clear rule. Many villagers around Chinameca Hacienda lost cattle to the roundup there in 1909, and their complaints were never heeded. The village of Titelpo lost much of the water it needed for its orchards when, in a dispute over rights to Apatlaco River, the local court ruled for San Nicolas Obispo Hacienda. The hacienda manager soon went even beyond the court and cut the village's water off completely. Local orchards were ruined, the village's fruit business and truck farming were finished, and its residents began migrating. In the northern municipalities the contracts for cutting timber off the mountain slopes, always a rich source of corruption, became even more scandalous. Villagers not only lost their timber but the money paid them for it. 6 The most flagrant injustice occurred in Hajutla in the late summer of 1909. There a rice plantation appropriated extra use of the city's water supply. The city council protested, but against Iskanden's favorites not even a district seat got effective recourse. And the dispute went on through the fall with the rice growers using the water. 7 Iskanden's treatment of the pueblos was not merely to make life difficult for them but to break them as independent institutions. In April 1910, for instance, the leaders of an Aniquilco wrote to him in desperation. As the rainy season is about to begin, they declared, we poor workingmen must begin getting the land ready for planting. For this reason, we turn to the superior government of the state, imploring its protection so that, if it please, it might concede to us its backing so we can plant the fields without fear of being plundered and run off by the proprietors of Hospital Hacienda. We are disposed to recognize whoever turns out to be the owner of these fields, be it the village of San Miguel and Aniquilco or someone else. But we want to plant the fields so as not to be ruined, because farming is what gives us life. From it we get our sustenance and that of our families. The request was urgent, and easy enough to grant and arrange. But the reply, when it finally came, was a bureaucrat's insult. 8 days later, a secretary in the state executive office wrote them, informed of your note of the 25th of April last, in which you ask that you be permitted to prepare and sow the fields which you have claimed, the governor ruled that you be told that you ought to identify the fields to which you refer. The Aniquilco leaders wrote back immediately. Frantic at the approach of the rainy season, they suggested various ways the dispute could be settled. They even agreed to pay the hacienda rent for the fields in question, although they had never done so before, and doing so now was in effect recognizing its title if only the hacienda would let them go ahead with their work. After a week the same secretary replied again, "The proprietor of Hospital Hacienda has already been informed of your notes of the 25th of April last and of the 8th of the current month, so that he might say what he considers proper on the request you make in the said notes." 8. Thus Iskandin clarified his regime's policy. His major task, however, was to press the new policy into legislation. The new orientation, as he later called it, began with the General Revaluation Law for Real Estate, enacted June 21, 1909. In part this law regulated land titles, but its main intention was to devalue the plantations for tax assessments. Planters were now to pay even less tax on their land than before, while the burden was to increase on the already heavily indebted small farmers and other small or middling property owners. A young civil engineer from Cuernavaca, later the best authority on Morelos history, astutely judged this law Iskandin's greatest error. 9. It could not have cost the governor popularity in the villages, where he had none to lose. But in the towns it definitely antagonized merchants and shopkeepers, who might otherwise have accepted his rule but who now filed protest after protest against the new rates. The Coatla Weekly La Época became a regular forum for their complaints. 1. In the short run, however, these little people hardly mattered, and Iskandin could easily ignore them. Although their resentment was profound, it remained so diffuse politically that even he could manage its suppression. In arranging the new law, the planters who had installed Iskandin, men like Manuel Arraiz and Luis Garcia Pimentel, had simply decided to drive the state's agrarian crisis to its breaking point and then, unchallenged, snap it in their own favor. It was their first official step in establishing their utopia. It went so smoothly that during the fall Iskandin's aides prepared other steps even bolder. Iskandin himself did not take a serious part in the planning because in October he left to direct the protocol of Diaz's meeting with President Taft in Ciudad Juarez. 2. But in late December he returned to outline the new reforms to the state legislature. They were 8 amendments to the state constitution, which he admitted would cause a complete revision in Morelos politics but which he declared of urgent necessity to preserve the new orientation. The amendments amounted to 5 changes. 1 was fiscal, the collection of taxes in June instead of December, to adjust public and private finances to the economic rhythm of the plantations. The other 4 changes were political, distinctly enhancing executive authority at the expense of the legislature's already scant power and prestige. 1 would relieve the governor from having to report on current business at all 4 legislative sessions, henceforth he would deliver only one informe, to open the first session. Another change would permit the governor to leave the state for 10 days without formal legislative permission. Another threatened deputies' income, prohibiting individuals from holding and drawing salaries for more than one elected office. The most important change would abolish the legislature's right to approve gubernatorial appointments to the key posts of state accountant and state tax commissioner. Iskandin considered the right an intervention which might become a means of obstructionism and asked for absolute control over the fiscal bureaucracy. He suggested that the deputies enact his project in their next session in April. 3. Going into 1910, the planters thus moved almost at will. In making Morelos into the perfect plantation, they advanced as easily against the lately disaffected shop owners and merchants as against the traditionally defiant villagers and rancheros. Had the Porfirian system endured another decade, they might well have realized their dream. But through the spring of the new year they came across the first signs of a strategic complication: local interest in a surprisingly vigorous opposition campaign for the presidency. Based in Mexico City, the campaign was the work of scattered political independents only recently organized as the anti-re-electionist party but passionately dedicated to an official challenge of the Porfirista regime. Like the progressive reformers in the United States, these good souls saw themselves as enlightened citizens who would purge public affairs of the self-perpetuating gangs of corrupt politicians now in control. Their slogan was "A real vote and no boss rule," and the party's leader, Francisco I. Madero, the spiritualist scion of a great landed family in the north, was carrying the cause bravely around the nation. 4 Despite increasingly severe persecution, the movement grew larger and stronger. The campaign itself did not seem important in Morelos. Madero naturally concentrated on the major population and manufacturing centers in the bigger states. The closest his itinerary brought him to Morelos in 1909 and 1910 was Puebla, and Morelos natives were involved only peripherally in the movement. No prominent La Vista took part. True, in late February 1909 General Leyva and Patricio had helped Madero form the group that eventually became the Anti-Re-electionist Party. But in the summer, months before the party's actual foundation, they had dropped out. Patricio had joined the Robles Dominguez brothers in their currently more militant National Democratic Party, and then quit them too, while the general, giving up on politics, put his personal papers in order and donated them to the National Archives. The Leyva's champion in Morelos, Antonio Sedano, had also gone to Mexico City and conferred with Madero about aiding him in April 1909, but after the jail sentence he served when he returned to Cuernavaca, he too had abandoned politics. Despite Madero's stern complaints and urgent pleas, neither the Leyvas nor the Sedanos would ask their followers to back the new effort. 5 Without direction and at great risk, former La Vista activists in Cuernavaca reorganized anyway as the Leandro Valle Club and declared for Madero. A young men's literary society there under the influence of another erstwhile La Vista became practically an anti-re-electionist club. Sympathetic persons in Yautepec tried to circulate propaganda. In Cuautla the independent editors of La Época came out openly for Madero as a presidential candidate. The spiritualists of the Love and Progress Club in Cuautla probably also supported their co-religionary, privately if not publicly in their monthly journal, El Obrero Espiritu. 6 But altogether this work was meager. The Jefes Politicos, who remained sore after the last Morelos election, had already eliminated the most dangerous dissenters and now exercised a tight vigilance. To avoid nettling the authorities, ordinary discontented people shied away from petitions and formal organizations. The only serious activity took place around Jojutla, where an ex-La Vista, Eugenio Morales, united more than 40 Madero men. A well-established member of the community and an officer in the Army Reserve for several years, Morales wrote to Madero on March 1, 1910, 6 weeks before the anti-re-electionist nominating convention, to praise his work and to invite him to Jojutla to inaugurate a club. 7 Madero replied at some length, thanking Morales but explaining why he could not accept the invitation and urging him to proceed on his own. Madero told him it was especially important to organize before March 15, so his club could participate in the National Convention's preliminary meetings. 8 An anti-re-electionist patriotic league, and its ladies' auxiliary, soon formed in Jojutla, and Morales attended the Mexico City Convention in mid-April as the single delegate from Morelos. 9 The Jojutla anti-re-electionists were too serious to survive, however. In early May the disturbed local authorities jailed one of the leaders, Lucio Moreno. Held without charge, he remained in jail as late as June 1 and probably spent election day there. 1 Despite these abortions, the Maderista campaign had a real effect in Morelos, not in membership lists but in popular attitudes. The simple but astounding fact that a national opposition had formed and was directly disputing not only Diaz's choice for a successor but his own right to stay in office undermined the prestige of his dictatorial regime, invisibly but crucially. Local idealists persecuted and pining away in insignificant little burgs now recognized that they were not alone, or at least need not be, that there were legions like themselves. In watching Madero stand up to Diaz, as an Ayalan schoolteacher later recalled, they were at once encouraged and shamed into hope, the spring of action. 2 Precisely for fear of arousing this hope, the wisest of Porfirian politicians had never openly challenged Diaz. 3 General Bernardo Reyes, who knew his country well, knew what contesting Diaz's authority would mean, how it could lead to violence, then civil war, then revolution, and the total upheaval of Mexican society, and then, if the United States intervened, the eclipse of Mexican sovereignty. So he had retired from politics when Diaz told him to the previous summer, leaving the field of opposition open. But Madero, because of his comparative youth, his characteristic innocence, and his northern provincial background, never understood the true nature of the Porfirian regime and therefore never understood that a public contest over the presidency could be fatal to the whole order. Madero himself was never revolutionary, but he was, as his enemies in the establishment charged from the first, subversive. The call to join the democratic movement, as Madero kept referring to his campaign, the promise of clean politics, the touching gentleness, concern, and sincerity that Madero projected, all this worked a powerful charm in Morelos, as elsewhere. To the Ayalan schoolteacher, the principles Madero announced were sacred, worthy of absolute faith, for the anti-re-electionist campaign had been a crusade. The result was not in the winning of votes but in the winning of hearts. And when on June 13, on the eve of the election, the apostle was imprisoned, the halt was not an end but the beginning of a wait. The frayed, insignificant visionaries like the country schoolteacher neighborhood apostles themselves were those who cared the most. But the agitation had stirred even plain farmers, sharecroppers, and day laborers. People in Morelos, reported a Maderista agent there, stood ready for all struggles. 5. Iskandar and his associates recognized that this new spirit might disrupt their plans. They had their own complaints about Don Porfirio, because of tight monetary policies, political disappointments, and such, but these were only quibbles, not in the slightest like the current contention. Many of the Democratic politicians and professionals who had campaigned in Morelos in 1909 were now involved in Madero's anti-re-electionist movement. And Madero had actually toured the country speaking to huge crowds before his arrest. Already by then the governors of Tlaxcala, Yucatan, and Sinaloa had been embarrassed by local uprisings. In the last two the governors had had to call on federal troops to restore order. If similar riots and rebellion should take place in Morelos, it was clear who would be the immediate targets. Cries of "Mueran los Gachapines" still rang in the air from the year before, and Iskandar took steps accordingly. The danger was in the villages. Against the villages he pressed the attack. On June 20, 1910, Iskandar addressed his deputies in a request to enact the 8 amendments he had proposed the previous December, as well as 4 new amendments. Madero had been in jail in San Luis Potosí a week, but Iskandar still feared the disorder his sympathizers might provoke, and to preclude it he now proposed to elaborate into sub-prefectures the prefectural system he had condemned in his own campaign speeches 18 months before. Though Morelos was the next smallest state in the republic, and though it had an excellent system of roads, railways, and telegraph, he lamented that lack of communications often prevents the administration of authority and sometimes rendered official action barely effective. Such unsatisfactory conditions might, he warned, give rise to serious disturbances, which the government is obliged to prevent. The solution, as he saw it, was not to extend communications nor to remove possible reasons for disturbance, but instead to establish still more local political authority, that is, still more executive agents in the persons of 20 sub-prefects in Morelos's 20 non-district seat municipalities. Thus, he concluded, the state could exercise force directly, without having to operate through municipal government in those cases in which this latter government might, through bad faith or ignorance, delay action by the governor. The subjefaturas would of course be temporary, he promised. Once local isolation ended and dissension disappeared, they would no longer be needed. 6. Surprisingly, the deputies did not grant his requests at once but only approved them and left them for the fall, when they would resume office elected as a new legislature. But if they delayed to see whether the opposition's summer restlessness would last after the final election on July 8, they were to find evidence increasing by the week. September must have provided the best proof. Every year the September Fiestas Patrias celebrated the populist origins of the nation. And this year, being the independence centennial, federal, state, and municipal governments staged the grandest celebrations ever. But to common people like Emiliano Zapata, who saw the lavish preparations at the Mexico City stables of Diaz's son-in-law, It all seemed a colossal mockery which they had to pay 4.7. Every country town would glorify the Republic's first martyred apostles and captains, while the Republic's most recent apostle languished in prison. At any time this inconsistency would have been an embarrassment. The pathetic revolts throughout the Porfiriato, in spite of Cientifico assurance that strains could ease only through evolution, were eloquent testimony to Mexicans' abiding capacity for even hopeless indignation against official treachery. But to the many poor and powerless of the new generation, yearning again for justice but deaf to the old excuses for doing without it, and having moreover recently tasted its promise in a free campaign, the inconsistency was worse a contradiction, at once ridiculous and intolerable. To them, blatantly deprived of liberty, the official festival of independence seemed a deliberate outrage. As that obscure Ayala teacher later remembered, the tension of the public spirit had reached a reefus, that is to say, had filled up to the brim. Having witnessed the popular reaction during the fiestas, the reconvening deputies followed Iskanden's bidding. In early October they enacted the 12 amendments he had requested. 9 As of October 15 the governor was authorized to appoint sub-prefects to take over all remaining municipal autonomy in the state. It seemed now that the planters were in the clear again, that having annexed their control in Morelos constitutionally, they had solved the complications of the spring and summer and could resume their dynamic progress. True, not all their worries ended. In early November reports started to circulate that ex-candidate Madero, who had escaped from jail and fled to Texas, was calling for a revolution. And the young literati in Cuernavaca who had backed him in the recent election declared their support of his new movement. Betraying their established fathers, they railed against the planters' rule and in the pages of their little magazine, La Voz de la Juventud, urged poor folk to join Madero's adventure. 1 But really these were family matters. What counted in Morelos was the Mexico City experts' prediction that the next sugar harvest would be the greatest in the industry's history. In anticipation Iskanden installed a new complex of machinery at the mill on his Atliwayan hacienda. 2 Relaxing in their fashionable homes in the capital, the planters were content. Morelos, which they proudly believed the richest and most prosperous state in the republic, at last seemed theirs. And as confidently as they left their plantations to their managers to administer, so now they left their state to Iskanden. The governor was confident too. In mid-November, after the rainy season, he returned from a 2-month vacation and settled down to enjoy a winter in Cuernavaca. Sunday 3 So little effort did he imagine his job now required that he neglected to appoint the sub-prefects he had said he needed so badly. And in the lazily supervised municipal elections in late November Exlavistas won seats on at least 8 town councils. In Tepoztlan they even captured the municipal presidency. There and elsewhere seats also fell to relatives of Exlavistas or to equally refractory elements, like a Yautepec survivor of the 1903 suit against the present governor. 4 But this seemed only a slip, not an omen. Nowhere in Morelos had there been a response to Madero's call for a national revolt on November 20. And sure of his own domains, Iskanden drifted into another, dreamy world reminiscing about England with his friend Mrs. King. Through the end of the year, however, the complications in the state would not dwindle away. Indeed they multiplied. Far off in Chihuahua the Maderista revolution remained alive, and a crisis developed in Mexico City as the government too slowly mobilized the repression, encouraged, political and criminal fugitives in Morelos began to form bands and emerge from hiding, to test for the first time in nearly 2 decades the strength and morale of local officials. The bands were small and poorly armed. The group Genovevo de la O collected in the mountains north of Cuernavaca had only 25 men, and only de la O had a gun, a .70 caliber musket. 5 But the rebels always appeared in random, difficult places, and Iskanden found that his officials could not catch and crush them. Even more disturbing than these renegades, however, was that out in the countryside villagers also began violent resistance to the utopia Iskanden had believed secure. Of the 100 pueblos in the state in 1910, there was probably not one that was not involved in a freshly embittered legal dispute with a neighboring hacienda. and in the current confusion many desperate villagers calculated whether they might serve the cause better by taking direct action. That they would calculate in favor of revolt was most likely around traditional centers of independence and agrarian discontent, like Tepoztlan, Santa Maria, Tlaquiltenango, and Coatla. Petty acts of protest, in effect minor rural strikes, did occur in various communities. 6 Almost all these little revolts, however, either disintegrated or plantation managers suppressed or compromised them locally. There is no record of Iskandan using federal police or troops to keep order in these weeks. But one case of village defiance that Iskandan and the managers let mature proved fatal. This was the revolt in the troublesome Coatla district, in its southern Ayala municipality. The 4 farming communities in this county-sized municipality had struggled for years against the encroachments of Hospital and Cuawistla haciendas, and together they were able to carry on a small but direct truck trade with Coatla and Mexico City. This commercial independence, sustained against great pressure, was coupled with a deep local pride in the role the region had played in the War of Independence. 7 Common people here were probably readier to defend themselves than anywhere else in the state. Farmers in Ayala municipality had never surrendered and paid blackmail to the marauding bandits of the 1860s. They had armed themselves, organized as vigilantes, and fought back. Into the 1890s Ayala remained probably the most militant and most heavily armed rural municipality in Morelos. 8 And this insubordinate tradition endured. In the summer of 1910, when Iskandan's war against the state's villages reached its critical stage, it was no surprise that Ayala should be the region where armed resistance developed. Nor was it surprising that of the 4 settlements in the municipality the little village of Ananequilco should produce the leader. It had happened before, in the 1860s, and with the same Zapata family. The new councilman Ananequilco elected in September 1909 had first followed the familiar procedure of restituting the village's land titles and trying to find a reliable lawyer to represent it in court. 9 The first lawyer for whose services they contracted proved of little help, and they let him go. 1 They then sought advice from several other sources in Mexico City, among them Paulino Martinez and possibly Jesus Flores Magan, both well-known opponents of the Diaz regime. 2 But all this was of no avail. Even worse, probably for dealing with these controversial figures, the council president, Emiliano Zapata, was drafted into the army in February 1910. 3 It took the efforts of the owner of the best hacienda in the state and perhaps in the republic, Ignacio de la Torre y Meyer, Diaz's own son-in-law, to get him discharged. In return Zapata had gone to work for him as chief groom in his Mexico City stables. 4 While Zapata was out of Morelos in the spring of 1910, his fellow villagers ran into serious trouble. Ananequilcans had complied with the new real estate law and properly claimed their fields, but these happened to include lands Hospital wanted to keep them out of. In revenge, just at the time for preparing the fields for planting, the hospital manager warned the Ananequilcans they would be driven out if they dared to cultivate the disputed area. Then followed the pitiful correspondence with Iskandan's office, when their increasingly desperate appeals met with blander replies. When their request was forwarded to the hospital owner for him to say what he considers proper, he said it: if that bunch from Ananequilco wants to farm, let them farm in a flower pot, because they're not getting any land, even up the side of the hills. 5 The villagers kept trying, however. On May 24 they won an interview with Lieutenant Governor Hurtado de Mendoza, who asked them for a list of the persons who had previously cultivated the lands in question. 2 days later the list was handed in, along with a new plea for a quick ruling no longer on the title or possession of the land but just on whether it could be farmed at all, on loan, rented, however possible. Hurtado de Mendoza's other business distracted him, and the village got no answer. Delay followed delay. The rains had already begun. In the words of Ananequilco's historian, Ananequilco was in fact breaking up and going under. Without these lands the villagers could not support themselves. They would have to split up and move away, which would mean the end of a human community some 7 centuries old. Adding insult to injury, the hospital manager rented the lands to farmers from Villa de Ayala, the municipal seat, and the villanos, as they were called, began to plant in the rows already hoed by an unequal cans. This was the decisive point, and it was lucky for an unequilco that Zapata had just returned, cranky and resentful, from his gilt-edged centennial opportunity with de la Torre y Meyer's stables. Something extraordinary had to be ventured to resolve the local crisis. As president of the village council, Zapata took the decision. Regular procedures having failed, an unequilco would act for itself. Zapata gathered together some 80 men in the village, had them arm themselves, and went out to the fields where the villanos were working. He told them he had no interest in fighting with them, that there were Plasencias, Merinos, and Salazars in both villages, but that the land was an unequilco's and an unequilcan's would farm it. The villanos retired, along with the hacienda field guard, and Zapata proceeded to assign lots to the farmers from his village. The news went quickly around the state. Even in her Cuernavaca hotel, Governor Iskanden's friend Mrs. King heard about Zapata during the summer of 1910 about a fellow over near Cuautla, who's been stirring up the people. 6. Hospital left the unequilcans alone for the next few months, but eventually claimed rent for the use of the land. When they refused to pay, the hacienda appealed to the district prefect and a hearing was called in Villa de Ayala before the prefect, Vivanco, and the Ayala municipal president, Refugio Yanez, who had helped an unequilco before in land disputes and had served in 1909 as head of Villa de Ayala's Leviista Club. Speaking for an unequilco, Zapata explained that bad weather had caused a bad harvest and there was no produce or money to pay with. Hospital insisted that the unequilcans sell their cows or work the sum out in day labor in the fields, but the chief finally decided in favor of the villagers. They would pay no rent at all for 1910, and only what they could in 1911. It was an astounding victory, but an unequilco could not rest on it. Zapata sent a delegation to President Diaz to get the disputed land definitely returned to the village. A ruling favorable to an unequilco arrived, and the chief politico passed it on to the hacienda manager and Zapata. The manager disliked the decision, but there was little he could do at the moment. By late 1910 Zapata and the local authorities Vivanco and Yanez were practically in alliance. The situation in the countryside was a precarious, armed truce between the local farmers, captained by Zapata, and the hacienda field guards. And until hospital could arrange for a more reliable prefect, who would protect the hacienda's valuable machinery, irrigation works, and cane, the hacienda preferred to avoid open violence. In mid-November Vivanco resigned and, after a farewell festival arranged by Zapata, left the state. 7 But his replacement, Eduardo Flores, served the haciendas in the district no better. Officials throughout the country were very nervous during those weeks because of the revolution in Chihuahua, and they were anxious to hedge against reforms by winning local popularity. Thus accommodated, Zapata widened the sphere of his activity. Villanos from the municipal seat joined him now, as well as farmers from the little settlement of Moyotepec farther to the south. Many contributed to the Unequilco Defense Fund and respected Zapata's rulings on village titles and individual allotments. 8 In each disputed area Zapata had the hacienda fences taken down, conferred with the local farmers, and assigned lots. And as the pride of those farmers grew in their defiance, so grew Zapata's reputation. With reports circulating everywhere about revolts and insurrection, the new chief finally felt he had to take stock of his district's trouble. He went out with an escort and located Zapata seeing to the distribution of some hacienda-claimed land. What mattered was what always matters in such confrontations: firepower. Zapata had over 100 armed men with him. Flores's escort numbered 10. Put on the defensive, Flores had to explain his interference. He told Zapata the word was out that he and his men were revolting as Maderistas. Zapata denied the report and said they were only dividing up fields that belonged to them. On that score Flores made no complaint, he asked only if he could count on Zapata and his people if Maderistas did turn up in the area. Zapata assured him he could. Flores left, and the farmers went back to their business. By the winter of 1910-11 Zapata was the effective authority in that part of the state. The size of the area he controlled was not large, but it was of major economic value and so of strategic importance. Moreover, the defiance he and his followers had shown provided a dangerous example for hard-pressed villagers elsewhere. The armed truce throughout the countryside could easily break down in several places. True, the danger the Ayala revolt constituted for the planters' long-range plans to reorganize Morelos was not ultimate, or even serious, even if it led to defiance elsewhere. In the last resort, the federal government could send in troops, crush the insurrection, and jail or shoot the leaders. Even the great Indian rebels of 19th-century Mexico were not able to hold out permanently. And as in Yucatan and Sinaloa the past June, the government would have certainly suppressed this much smaller disturbance in Morelos, and Zapata would have been lucky to escape alive if the Maderista revolution had not succeeded. But over the winter of 1910-11 the movement in the north held together almost miraculously, and the high politicians of the country floundered in their attempts to have it crushed or bought off. In the confusion that mounted in those months, the Ayala uprising, at first very local and limited in its origins and intentions, took on national significance. The villagers join Madero. And after a while we meet. As of marriages, so of revolutions, the best take years to turn out well. Madero accomplished the overthrow of Diaz in 10 months of planning and action. It was a victory won too soon. The coalition he managed over the winter of 1910-11 was no tight revolutionary organization, no tested band of comrades like-minded and like-willed and obedient to an undisputed leader. It was a loose congregation of independent rebels, acquainted with each other barely if at all, and only recently united by a common hope. The Maderistas needed at least 2 or 3 years of conspiring, hiding, and fighting together before they even tried to take power. Otherwise they could hardly coordinate their affiliated but distinct revolts into a regime. Of these revolts the most distinct was that in Morelos. From the first the state did not matter much to Madero. In initial revolutionary plans he assigned it a minor part. Mainly because of reports he had heard about the Escandinlava election, he expected support there, but for him the crucial places were elsewhere. 1. Madero knew he could not afford a general insurrection. Financially or politically, it would cost too much, and possibly get out of hand. So his final revolutionary plan featured neat centers of action. Madero proposed 3 golpes, 3 quick strikes in Puebla City, Pachuca, and Mexico City while he re-entered the country in the north. Revolutionaries and their civilian and military sympathizers would rise as a single man, take over the streets and garrisons in those cities, and force the government to deal with Madero as he moved triumphantly through Chihuahua. 2. Any regional support a revolutionary agent could muster in the countryside around his target would reinforce the movement's general bargaining power. This would be a useful operation of La Guerrilla, the Little War. But the cities were the keys. The rebellion in Morelos was then to depend on action in Mexico City. But as preparations began, the plan changed. Madero's Mexico City agent, Alfredo Robles Dominguez, realized that chances for a successful coup there were poor. As he later noted, what happened in the south counted most. And although he never explicitly challenged Madero's strategy, in practice he reversed its emphasis. Under his direction a regional rural insurrection would encircle and press down on the national capital until it surrendered to Madero in the north. 3. Morelos's part remained minor, nevertheless. Concentrating on Guerrero, Robles Dominguez hoped to take Iguala, isolate the state before federal reinforcements could arrive, and destroy the few garrisons already there. If the rebels failed, they could hide in the mountains, wait for the revolt in the north to draw off the troops pursuing them, and then operate along the Costa Chica in alliance with the revolt in Oaxaca. As for Morelos, the rebels there would serve as auxiliaries to the movements in Guerrero or Puebla, depending on whether they located their bases in the western or eastern districts of the state. Morelos's subordinate role was definitely fixed when the only 2 likely leaders there, Eugenio Morales and Patricio Leiva, excused themselves from action. Leiva pleaded ill health, and Morales lamented that he had grave family matters to attend to. 4 With no one to count on in the state, Robles Dominguez naturally directed his funds and arms elsewhere. This was the scheme as of mid-November. Had its design prevailed, the movement in Morelos would have remained more firmly under central control, would probably have received more respectful treatment as an integrated force, and would therefore not have developed so originally. In a revolution so organized, Zapata would hardly have emerged as a state leader. But the whole revolutionary plan for the South suddenly broke down a week before it was to take effect. On November 13, Robles Dominguez was arrested and jailed in the capital. Jailed with him were his two closest associates in the center of the country, Francisco Cosio Robelo and Ramon Rosales. 5 Their imprisonment removed the Mexico City leadership of the southern wing of the revolution. And on November 18 the Puebla City leadership was removed as well. The chief there, Acuil Certain, was attacked in his home by city and federal police and killed along with his brother and several other partisans. After this debacle, revolutionary agents continued to circulate back and forth among Mexico City, Puebla City, and Iguala, but without real authority or resources. Local groups were now free to thrash out their internal differences and develop or decline on their own. It is remarkable that in these circumstances any movement organized in Morelos. News from revolutionary headquarters in the north could not have come often or been encouraging, and if there was no action in the north, risings anywhere else would be suicide. After a grotesque disappointment on November 20, when he found almost no one to meet him at the Rio Grande, Madero gloomily retreated to San Antonio. Most of December he spent in New Orleans, apparently deserting his cause. During these weeks local malcontents in Morelos were without professional leaders, reliable contacts with official revolutionary agents, or special funds. Yet here and there they began to come together and consider joining Madero's struggle. In late November, in the nationwide revolutionary depression following the massacre in Puebla City and the embarrassing retreat at the Rio Grande, one group began to meet at Pablo Torres Burgos's house on the outskirts of Villa de Ayala. 6 Probably most of the politically minded farmers in Ayala municipality attended one or another of the meetings, but the regulars were Torres Burgos, Emiliano Zapata, and Rafael Moreno. Also attending often were three Nanayalans, Catarino Perdomo, from San Pablo Hidalgo, Gabriel Tepepa, from Tlaquiltenango, and Margarita Martinez, from southern Puebla. The nominal leader was Torres Burgos. In the country phrase, he knew how to talk, how to present a case to the chief politico. But the real chief was Zapata, the president of the Joint Ananiquilco, Villa de Ayala, Moyotepec Defense Committee and currently the effective authority in the southern part of Coahuila district. It was on him that the group depended for its decisions. Several meetings left the conspirators convinced they should try to establish contact with the Maderista headquarters in San Antonio. Above all, they wanted to verify the offer the Maderistas were reportedly making to proprietors of small holdings who had lost their lands through abuses of the federal land laws. Already Zapata had seen a copy of Madero's plan of San Luis Potosí and was studying a clause in its third article. 7. This clause was a simple agrarian plank in Madero's revolutionary platform, a bid for the support of rural families who had suffered from Diaz's land policy. Through unfair advantage taken of the law of untitled lands, Madero stated, numerous proprietors of small holdings, in their majority Indians, have been dispossessed of their lands either by a ruling of the Ministry of Public Works or by decisions of the courts of the Republic. It being full justice to restore to the former owners the lands of which they were dispossessed so arbitrarily, such dispositions and decisions are declared subject to review. And those who acquired them in such an immoral way, or their heirs, will be required to return them to the original owners, to whom they will also pay an indemnity for the damages suffered. Only in case the lands have passed to a third person before the promulgation of this plan, the former owners will receive the indemnity from those to whose profit the dispossession accrued. 8. At the time this position seemed correct and sufficient to the Ayalan conspirators. True, they knew of few Indians in Morelos, but that, they understood, was only how city people called country people. 9 True also, Madero's proposal was not so radical as the promise some knew that anarcho-syndicalist agitators had made, to restore the village's old ejidos, or communal lands, taking for granted the system of individual private property established constitutionally since 1857, Madero demanded only that public servants act morally in enforcing the law as it stood. 1 But that, as the Ayalans also understood, was all that most villagers and rancheros wanted too. Country families in Morelos revered the 1857 Constitution. To them it was only obscurely an invalidation of communal titles, but vividly and vitally a declaration of nationhood, a cause for which many elder kinfolk and neighbors had risked their lives against the French armies. Despite years of chicanery from constituted authorities, they had never lost respect for the law. Madero interested them now precisely because of his offer of formal justice in the courts. Around Ayala these attitudes had become motives. If Zapata could only determine that Madero was sincere, he was willing to join his evidently moribund revolution and try to help revive it. The conspirators also wondered whom the revolutionary chiefs wanted to run operations in Morelos. No other local group had claimed commissions from San Antonio, and for the peculiar circumstances arising in Morelos the San Luis Plan had no answer. Article 10 stipulated that in states where in the last 2 years democratic campaigns had taken place, the provisional governor would be that earlier candidate of the people, assuming he had joined the revolution. And presumably the provisional governor would give the revolutionary orders in his state. But in Morelos the former candidate of the people, Patricio Leyva, was vacillating. If he finally abdicated the leadership, who then would assume authority? Careful and conscientious folk, the Ayalans feared accusations of banditry, and, to avoid them, wanted formal appointments and a definite program. So in those tense weeks they collected money through Zapata's Joint Defense Committee and sent their speaker, Torres Burgos, north to see Madero. Torres Burgos probably left for San Antonio in mid-December. It has been questioned that he actually went there, or saw Madero. Probably he did. He was not a man to lie about such a mission, nor was Emiliano Zapata a man to lie to, and Zapata always believed that Torres Burgos had received his orders directly from Madero. 2 If the Ayala emissary did see Madero in San Antonio, it must have been at the end of December or early January. For Madero had not come back from New Orleans until then, and soon afterward he left for Dallas. Fortunately for the Ayalans, his hopes for the revolution had rekindled precisely about this time because of recent successes in Chihuahua. Meanwhile in Mexico City the planters had sensed the mounting anxiety among their political friends. And although they still trusted Don Porfirio, not bothering to return to Morelos to organize the defense of their properties themselves, they at least took long-distance precautions. For their plantation personnel they ordered arms, and in January they began subsidizing Iscandan to reinforce the state's federal police. 3. The Ayala conspirators then had to decide whether they would let the planters continue their stockpiling and mobilization, or, although without official revolutionary connections, revolt while they had a chance. Zapata's decision was to wait for Torres Burgos. 4 Quietly organizing his own forces around Ayala, he tried to restrain the nervous and hot-headed local chiefs he knew. But until Torres Burgos returned, his authority remained only personal. In remote municipalities in the state's northwest and southwest corners, where renegades were already on the loose, he had almost no influence. Even in the region where his reputation gave him power from Coatla west to Yautepec, south to Jojutla, and east into Puebla he still could not dominate neighborhood leaders, many of whom, out of ambition, revenge, idealism, or fear, became increasingly impatient. The most notable of these leaders was Gabriel Tepepa. A foreman on the Alarcon family's Tamilpa hacienda just north of Tlaltizapan, Tepepa enjoyed great respect among the common people around that town and Tlaquiltenango. By then 74 years old, a veteran of the War of Intervention and of the revolt for Diaz in 1876, he must have known personally the fathers, grandfathers, uncles, and great-uncles of most of the men he met between Jojutla, Yautepec, and Coatla. 5 He was a tough old man, the chief of a tough company of local rancheros and villagers, and it had been important for the Ayalans to count him as theirs. But for Tepepa the punctilios of formal affiliation with the plan of San Luis Potosí mattered little, he was spoiling for a fight. Tepepa's independence around Jujutla must have encouraged the many former anti-re-electionists there. Although these professional Democrats were not in contact with Madero, they had received urgings from Maderista conspirators based directly to the south, in Jutsuco, Guerrero. 6 and now, either ignorant of Torres Burgos's mission or, more likely, hoping to monopolize revolutionary authority in Morelos by taking action first, they started operations in rivalry with Zapata's. In Eugenio Morales's default, the town's other prominent anti-re-electionist, Lucio Moreno, seems to have taken the lead. Just released from jail, Moreno was well suited to run the Maderista revolt in the state. Originally from Tepoztlan municipality, with connections in Yautepec, he had married and established himself in Jujutla. 7 There his role in the recent election had enhanced his prestige among the malcontents. With this background he could base himself in Jujutla, use Tepepa and his following to control the strategic area north along the Yautepec River, then take Tepoztlan, then Yautepec, and then move against Cuernavaca. He could thus preempt a move by Zapata in that direction and hold the state capital when the revolution triumphed. Torres Burgos had not yet returned when, on February 7, Tepepa revolted in Tlaquiltenango. Rallying quickly to him were his younger partisans in the area: Francisco Alarcon, Timoteo Sanchez, Jesus Capistran, Lorenzo Vazquez, Imigdio Marmolejo, Pio Quintagales, and others, each with his own band of fighters. 8 Tepepa then headed north, and a few days later he and Moreno took Tepoztlan. They stayed long enough to burn the municipal archives and ransack the local political bosses' houses, then they passed on into the hills to set up their headquarters and wait for a chance at Yautepec or Cuernavaca. 9 They kept away from the well-armed haciendas, and the state government evidently did nothing to suppress them. 1 Restless without action, Tepepa drifted back south. Still the Ayalans waited, although more activity took place around Tepoztlan after Tepepa and Moreno left. Bernabe Labastida, the former Lavista leader there, returned from Quintana Roo, bent on vengeance against the local bosses who had deported him. When he found that they had fled, he killed 2 of their relatives and then set up his own headquarters on the outskirts of the town. 2 Moreno meanwhile stayed in the hills nearby, his eyes fixed on Yautepec and the rich haciendas around it. Another rival had also recently appeared in the area: Amador Salazar, a young Yautepec cowboy and hacienda worker who had helped local villagers in their 1903-5 contention with Iskandan, had later been conscripted into the army, and now had returned to settle old scores. But for the moment no one made important moves. Labastida and Moreno had nowhere to go. And Salazar, in contact with Zapata through Otilio Montano, a former Ayala schoolteacher just promoted to Yautepec, waited like the Ayalans for Torres Burgos to report from San Antonio. 3 On February 14 Madero re-entered Mexico, and revolutionary spirits all over the country began to recover. About the same time word went around central Morelos that Torres Burgos was back. To Zapata he had confirmed Madero's sincerity on the agrarian issue, and he had produced documents naming Patricio Leiva chief of the state's revolution. If Leiva defaulted by then, the obvious case Torres Burgos himself was to head the movement. He also bore blank commissions for other leaders, to be distributed on the day they took action. 4 The Ayalans' credentials were now in order. For the next 3 weeks they only recruited more allies and refined their plans, waiting for the right moment. But in early March the revolution picked up momentum in the north, and several revolts broke out next door in Guerrero. In Morelos the government finally started to mobilize counter-revolutionary forces. It being the peak of the harvest and milling on the haciendas, the planters wanted extra protection for their expensive machines and ripe cane fields. And on March 8 Governor Iskandan ordered the reorganization and expansion of the federal police in the state. 5 The Ayalans saw they had to act. On Friday, March 10, Zapata, Torres Burgos, and Rafael Moreno met at the annual Lenten fair in Cuautla. There they agreed on the final details, and the next night, back in Villa de Ayala, they put their plot into operation. Suddenly mutinying, they disarmed the village police and called a general assembly in the square. There the speaker, Torres Burgos, mounted the little kiosk and read publicly for the first time in Morelos the plan of San Luis Potosí. He went on to report the uprisings in the north, and concluded in vivas for the revolution and mueras for the government. Otilio Montano, there from Yautepec for the event, shifted the terms of the appeal with another cry down with the haciendas. Long live the pueblos! But no one made an issue of the discrepancy. In the excitement the political and social struggle seemed identical. And amidst the cheers the younger villagers enlisted. Now formally in rebellion according to the San Luis plan, the Ayllans organized a band of some 70 men from various settlements in the municipality, distributed commissions, and rode south into the countryside. The Maderista revolution had started in Morelos. The next day the rebels moved down along the Cuautla River, where earlier Zapata had run his strings of mules, to the rancho of San Rafael Zaragoza. There Caterino Perdomo had people already prepared, and almost all the adolescent and adult males joined the revolt, including the local peace officers. So did many dissidents from other ranchos and pueblos who had concentrated there. The rebels then rode on south to a cairn in the hills. And then, picking up men and mounts in all the villages and ranchos they passed through, but avoiding towns and haciendas, they moved across the state line into Puebla to organize their campaign. 6. The military operations that developed in the following weeks betray good evidence of clear and intelligent planning. And although Torres Burgos gave the orders at least at first and Zapata remained only one of several revolutionary colonels, the strategy was most likely Zapata's. The objective was Cuautla geopolitically Morelos's very base, reason, and cause. From there the Ayllans could veto anyone else's control of the state, negotiate for Cuernavaca or attack it directly, and maintain independent access to Mexico City as well as escape routes to the southern hills. But Zapata and the other chiefs knew that their ill-armed and untried men could not fight pitched battles yet, at Cuautla or any other place, as guerreros or guerrilleros. To capture arms and train his volunteers at the same time, Zapata acted first to control the area behind and below a line from Hajutla to Yucapixtla. In this zone the rebels could raid as they pleased, and wait. Then, as federal army and police detachments in the state were drastically reduced or pulled out altogether for reinforcements in the more urgent theaters in the north, they could take villages and towns without much resistance. Gradually they could control the key points along the interoceanic railway from Puebla City to Cuautla, and thus secure themselves from an attack in the rear once they took Cuautla. Finally, as the last federal forces were called up and retreated through the route left open beyond Cuautla, the city was bound to fall. The execution of this strategy was not free and easy, however. Painful, unexpected crises worried the Ayllán Maderistas all through their rebellion. The first was a crisis of leadership that almost splintered the fledgling movement. For over a week Torres Burgos's band stayed in the Puebla hills, waiting quietly while new recruits came in. One welcome but troublesome addition was Gabriel Tepepa, who had left the inactive Lucio Moreno to return to his original Ayllán allies. Along with him came all his younger chiefs. These reinforcements were especially welcome to Zapata because Tepepa could lend rudimentary but precious military experience in the task of coaching the rebels and planning attacks. Besides, among the old man's cohorts was Lorenzo Vázquez, whom Zapata had known as a fellow conscript in Cuernavaca and who could also help on military problems. 7 Thus strengthened, Torres Burgos decided to bring his guerrilleros out of hiding and into combat. Zapata, still doubtful that he had prepared the men sufficiently to fight regular police, much less troops, objected, but Torres Burgos overruled him and disposed his forces for an assault on Hajutla. Militarily the choice of target was sound. Since the town had been the anti-re-electionist center in the state, it seemed likely that local support would produce a cheap victory. Moreover, a victory there would yield extra benefits. It promised loans, forced or voluntary, from the town's exceptionally rich merchants, and it would establish the Ayllans as the revolutionary authority in the zone where independent rebels, like Moreno, had had their base. Politically, however, the choice was dangerously improvident. For although Torres Burgos, as the appointed chief in charge, would have to lead the first major rebel effort, he would have to depend largely on Tepepa as the chief in fact, since Hajutla was the old man's stamping ground, and once home, Tepepa's men were his and not Torres Burgos's. The dissolution of command would not have mattered much had Tepepa's followers been like the Ayalan chiefs, veterans of the political struggle of 1909 and concerned now about the formalities of political allegiance and discipline. But none of Tepepa's chiefs had been an active Levista, and now they cared less about organizing and imposing a new progress than demolishing what they could of the old. Nevertheless, blind to the jeopardy he placed his cause in, Torres Burgos elaborated his plan. Assigning Rafael Merino to carry on diversionary movements around Jonacatepec and Zapata to patrol the Puebla-Morelos line, he took charge of Tepepa's forces and headed toward Hajutla. 8. Unwittingly Iskandar helped reveal these strains among the rebels. Under new, sterner urgings from Mexico City after the declarations of revolt in his state, he attempted, with his usual confidence, a show of force. With a picket of cavalry from the Cuernavaca garrison and a few rurals he appeared in Hajutla on March 22 to defend the place against the rebels reported in the area. 2 days later, however, Torres Burgos's warriors rode unhindered into Tlaquiltenango, about 6 miles north. And at the news, and rumors that the rebels wanted to kidnap him, Iskandar raced in a headlong flight back to the state capital. In tow were the soldiers and police and all the local officials. 9. Their desertion ended any chance for an orderly transfer of power from regular to revolutionary authority. When the rebels moved into Hajutla, they refused to obey Torres Burgos's rules against looting and ransacked several places of business, among them stores owned by unpopular Spaniards. This was hardly the reform the earnest Ayalan had anticipated. Shocked at the violence and also, probably, at his own inability to control Tepepa and his men, Torres Burgos made an issue of his command. And in a junta that Zapata and Merino traveled to Hajutla to attend, Torres Burgos decided to resign. With his 2 young sons, he left and started back to Villa de Ayala on foot. The next day they were surprised and captured along the way by a federal police patrol. As rebels, all 3 were shot on the spot. 1. The rebels might now have degenerated into mere renegades or have abandoned Morelos to join the struggle elsewhere. 2. For Torres Burgos had resigned without naming a successor, and his death left the question of revolutionary authority in Morelos as completely in the air as before he had claimed Madero's nomination. Some 15 chiefs held commissions as colonels in the revolutionary forces. But none could legitimately give orders to the others. Retreating back into Puebla, one party of rebels solved the problem in form by electing Zapata supreme chief of the revolutionary movement of the South. 3. But in fact the problem remained. Other chiefs in other parties wanted the post, which looked increasingly important. When the revolution triumphed and as March went by its triumph seemed ever more likely the revolutionary boss in the state might then take over as provisional governor or state military or police commander. Now, with the official Maderista affiliation broken, whoever emerged as chief in charge would have to do so the hard way by convincing his peers he deserved their backing. This was a feat neither political ambition nor military ferocity could accomplish. The machinery to dragoon local followers did not exist. If a village resented a self-appointed chief, it simply kept its men home. The contest for revolutionary command in Morelos was therefore not a fight. It was a process of recognition by various neighborhood chiefs that there was only one man in the state they all respected enough to cooperate with, and that they had a duty to bring their followers under his authority. The one man turned out to be Zapata, who was a singularly qualified candidate, both a sharecropping dirt farmer whom villagers would trust and a mule-driving horse dealer whom cowboys, peons, and bandits would look up to, both a responsible citizen and a determined warrior. But his elevation to leadership was not automatic, and never definitive. As he himself later wrote to Alfredo Robles Dominguez, he had to be very careful with his men, for they followed him, he said, not because they were ordered to but because they felt cariño for him, for that is, they liked him, admired him, held him in high but tender regard, were devoted to him. It was because he was the kind of man who could arouse other eminently pragmatic men in this way that neither Tepepa, nor Marino, nor anyone else who cared about the movement ever tried to rival him. If he never bossed them, they never crossed him. But the process of taking command was nevertheless slow and erratic. In late March around Tepoztlan, where he was probably to arrange a deal with Moreno and other local rebels, Zapata accidentally met an agent from a metropolitan underground group, the Tacubaya conspiracy, ready to revolt for Madero but with its own, independent program. Zapata asked the agent, Octavio Magana, to notify the Maderistas in Mexico City that Torres Burgos was dead and that he was provisionally carrying on in the area until Madero named a new chief. While he awaited Madero's orders, his position in the local movement was crucially strengthened when another agent from the Tacubayans, Octavio's brother Rodolfo, arrived in Morelos a few days after Octavio left. The government had discovered and broken up the conspiracy, and arrested many of those implicated. Rodolfo had escaped and fled south. With him he brought some 10,000 pesos from his father's contribution to the Tacubayans. In view of their ruin, Rodolfo delivered the money to Zapata, which provided Zapata with the strongest financial base of all the rebels in the state. And he got it without compromising himself. For although Rodolfo showed him a copy of the conspirators' political social plan, which was substantially more radical than Madero's San Luis plan, and although he expressed approval of its agrarian provisions, there was evidently no pressure for him to switch his allegiance. 5. Zapata's official connection with the Maderista organization was re-established soon afterward. On April 4, Juan Andrew Almazan, former Puebla medical student, former follower of Ucuil Certain, former San Antonio exile, and currently self-styled Maderista plenipotentiary in the south, met Zapata at Tepixco, a little village just over the state line in Puebla. There he declared Zapata the Maderista chief in Morelos. 6. The real meaning of his declaration is subject to dispute. Young Almazan had an impressive talent for hoax and skullduggery, and his credentials in this case seem to have been suspiciously vague. In the south he spoke highly of himself, and displayed documents and official papers. But he had quarreled with Madero just before he left San Antonio, and Madero knew enough of him to consider him unruly and unreliable. Discolo was his word. 7. The true nature of his mission in Puebla and Morelos remains cloudy, but what counts is that he was eventually accepted there as he presented himself as Madero's ambassador, the local agent from the Central Revolutionary Directorate. His apparently official dealings with Zapata further legitimized Zapata's leadership. Unintentionally, the científicos themselves now reinforced Zapata's leading position among the Morelos rebels. First, they removed the only other figures in the state around whom Maderistas might seriously have collected, the Leyvas. In a desperate effort to quell the national revolt with piecemeal concessions, the científicos had started to replace various authorities, from cabinet ministers to municipal presidents, with less objectionable worthies. In Morelos they could not persuade Patricio Leyva to accept the governorship, but they did entice old General Leyva out of retirement and into accepting a commission as state military commander, which discredited the whole family among local rebels and reformers. Then, compounding the error in an attempt to negotiate with the rebels for a new governor, General Leyva chose to deal with precisely the group that had already acknowledged Zapata as its chief. Meeting in Jonacatepec with Emiliano and Eufemio Zapata, Gabriel Tepepa, and Manuel Agoncillo, the general in effect recognized Zapata as the Maderista chief in Morelos, and he won no concessions. 8. As the Ayala party gained distinction, especially in the state's southern and eastern districts, new chiefs came into the camp daily. They were men of every breed. Felipe Neri, a 26-year-old kill operator from Chinameca Hacienda, Jose Trinidad Ruiz, a Protestant preacher from Tlaltizapan, Fortino Ayacuica, a 28-year-old textile worker from Atlixco, Puebla, Francisco Mendoza, a 40-year-old rancher rustler from around Chietla, right across the Puebla line, Jesus One I Morales, a Ponchi, blustery saloon-keeper from Ayutla, just north of Chietla, and a friend of the Zapata brothers since the late 1890s. When they were in hiding there from the Morelos police. 9 with each came a gang of 50 to 200 new recruits. By mid-April, Zapata clearly ranked as the supreme revolutionary chief in his strategic zone. Exercising his increased authority, he was able not only to order Tepipa and Almazan farther south, to operate along the Puebla-Guerrero border, but also to retain command of Tepipa's chiefs and to integrate them and the new Puebla allies into his own basically Ayelan force. Then, calling up more volunteers from local pueblos and ranchos, he mounted a major offensive against Chietla and Izúcar de Matamoros, Puebla, the latter a key railroad and market town. Rather than defend these places, the new federal police and troops there evacuated them both. And on April 7 Zapata's Maderistas occupied them. The next day federal reinforcements hurried down from Atlixco with artillery and machine guns and drove the rebels out of Izúcar. But in Chietla and in the countryside around, the rebels regrouped and remained in control. 1 The relative success of the operation confirmed Zapata's high standing in the region. Among revolutionaries in other districts of the state, however, Zapata's authority was more tenuous. In the central zone the bands of Amador Salazar, Felipe Neri and Odilio Montano were loyal to the Ayala party, and successful. From Tepoztlán to Yucapixtla and down to Tlaltizapan they carried Zapata's orders and roused recruits in his name. But through the western zone, from Huitzalac in the north to Amacozac in the south, there roamed rebels and renegades who did not defer to Zapata in the slightest. Genovevo de Lao's band west and south of Cuernavaca was at least in friendly contact with the Ayalans, through Salazar, but even so the messages went from Don Genovevo to Senor Emiliano II and other rebel leaders in the same area like the Miranda brothers and their father, who were also fugitives from the Tacubaya conspiracy, ignored Zapata completely, turning instead to the powerful chiefs then pressing up from Guerrero. These chiefs, the four Figueroa brothers from Huitzuco, were formidable rivals of the Ayalans. Strategically, Guerrero was the key state in southern Mexico. And the Figueroas understood well the politics of revolting there. Several years before in Huitzuco the two most ambitious brothers, Ambrosio and Francisco, had been involved in subversion against the Porfirista governor, and Ambrosio had had to take refuge across the state line in Jujutla. 3 As he and Francisco knew, it was impossible for revolutionaries to control their large and mountainous state without sundry deals, many with the federal government they opposed. The most direct way to drive such bargains was to push into Morelos and deliver the revolt to the capital's gates. Geography favored this approach, Morelos lying open to the southeast. So, in the Figueroa's case, did local politics. In Jujutla Ambrosio had been a notably successful farmer and rice mill manager for the influential Ruiz de Velasco family. He had met and impressed most of the merchants and plantation managers in the area, and had served as an officer in the local Army Reserve from 1903 until he returned home in 1908. Among his old friends he still enjoyed considerable esteem. 4 Moreover, another old friend, Lieutenant Colonel Fausto Beltran, had recently assumed military command in Jujutla district. And Beltran, who also now served as General Leiva's chief of staff in Morelos, was trying to persuade the general, the local law-abiding Levistas, and the local planters to deal with the Figueroas and buy an armistice. 5 By mid-April the deal was on. Morelos planters, now alert to the danger in their domains, promised to pay Ambrosio a healthy fee for guaranteeing the security of their property. 6 While in the public eye Zapata remained only one of the ringleaders in Morelos, the Figueroas had emerged as the strong men of the whole South. 7 In the absence of central revolutionary directions from Mexico City, the conflicts between the Guerrero and Morelos rebels developed without check. The line along which Zapata had to counteract to forestall the Figueroas was clear. He could guarantee Morelos's political independence after the revolution triumphed only by solidly establishing it beforehand. To this end 2 successful operations were necessary, though not sufficient. One was political, winning from the Figueroas or the Northern Revolutionary Directorate a formal recognition of the Morelos rebellion's independence. The other, which would enforce the first, was military, holding the strategic places in the state when Diaz began to negotiate with Madero. Political recognition came first and easier. On April 22 Zapata and Ambrosio Figueroa met at Jolalpan, a little town in suitably neutral Puebla. 8 The meeting had been arranged by a Maderista agent, Guillermo Garcia Aragon. Recently arrived in the area, he had just helped the Figueroas organize their scattered followers in northeastern Guerrero as a section in the Liberating Army of the South. Garcia Aragon had now turned to formally integrating the Morelos rebels into the Liberating Army. What he really wanted was to work out at this late stage in the revolution an orderly cooperation between the would-be hegemonic movement in Guerrero and the would-be autonomous movement in Morelos. He had nothing of Robles Dominguez's personal authority with the southern rebels, but any coordination was better than none. Among the various resolutions of the Jolalpan Conference, the principal was that which formally distributed revolutionary authority. Zapata and Figueroa agreed. Zapata was commissioned a revolutionary general, equal to Figueroa, that separately their columns would operate freely in any part of the republic, headed by their respective chiefs. But, the agreement specified, when operations take place in the state of Morelos, the supreme chief of the allied column will be Señor Zapata. When the column is to operate in the state of Guerrero, the supreme chief will be Señor Figueroa, and when the column is to operate in other states, it will be previously agreed who between the said chiefs will assume the supreme command. 1. This agreement, sanctioned by an agent from the central headquarters, was a great victory for Zapata. Not only was he thereby recognized as Maderista chief in Morelos, but the Morelos movement now had a formally independent organization. But the victory was so great and easy that it was suspicious, even ominous. It seems doubtful that the Figueroas meant to keep their promises. Subsequent events deepen the doubt. Included as a corollary in the Jolalpan Pact was a plan to attack Jojutla on April 28, which was not what Figueroa drew his subsidy from the planters for. Curiously, how Zapata's chieftainship in Morelos had just been specified, Figueroa's column in the attack was to remain under his own command. And then, as Zapata began preparing for the operation, disquieting reports reached him. Much of the information was already common knowledge, like Figueroa's local connections with the planters and the military commander. But the latest news was more troublesome. It was about the payoffs, and a deal between Figueroa and Beltran that at the last minute before the attack Figueroa would withdraw support from Zapata and let him be ruined fighting alone against a heavy federal garrison. There were even stories that Figueroa was scheming to have Zapata assassinated. And on the final intelligence that Beltran had his artillery pointed northeast, where the Morelos rebels were to attack, Zapata withdrew. 2 But when he so informed Figueroa and requested a new conference, Figueroa refused, went on to occupy the western outskirts of Jojutla without resistance from Beltran's 200 troops, and then entered into an unauthorized armistice, negotiated at a nearby hacienda. 3. On the verge of this pitfall, Zapata reacted cautiously. Despite the complaints of his chiefs and their eager guerrilleros, he retreated to a base in Ayala municipality. Jojutla was rich but not vital. He could afford to lose it if attacking it might get him killed and his movement broken up. Strategically, Cuautla was the state's heart. And having gained all he needed from the Figueroa's formal recognition, he left them to dally with the Federals and turned to act where success would benefit him alone. As he sensed, time was running out. Already the national revolutionary leaders were dickering with Diaz's envoys in El Paso. And Francisco Figueroa was preparing a trip to Mexico City to arrange his regional deal with Don Porfirio. 4 To guarantee the Ayalan position in Morelos, Zapata had now to take towns, not just raid them. Above all, he had to establish a clear and undisputed hold over Cuautla. After that, if there was time, he could try for more to enhance the movement's prestige, but Cuautla was indispensable. He acted quickly and deliberately. Calling a junta in Yantelco of his 25 or 30 main chiefs, he worked out the details of strategy and disposed his forces. In early May, Allied rebels seized Yautepec and held it for 4 days, and Zapata defeated a federal garrison at Jonacatepec and occupied the place permanently. Now in the metropolitan press he was the ringleader of the state's insurrection. In the following days he moved north, always behind Cuautla, raiding the rich but lightly garrisoned factory towns of Metepec and Atlixco in western Puebla, levying forced loans, collecting provisions, and outfitting his men with captured arms and ammunition. And then, after news came of the revolutionaries' capture of Ciudad Juarez, while Madero moved closer to a treaty in the north and the Figueroas politicked in Mexico City, Zapata camped at the village of Yucapixtla, some 25 miles northwest of Cuautla, and organized his attack. 5. Victory here was long and bloody in coming. The planters had at last extracted a prime protective force from the government, the crack Golden 5th Regiment, and had it stationed in Cuautla. This was precisely the kind of military test that Zapata had earlier tried to avoid. But now he could not wait. It seemed that the Figueroas had actually worked out a private truce in Guerrero that would only aggravate conditions for him in Morelos. 6. Calling on all his chiefs to supply men for a colossal 4,000 to 400 superiority in numbers, Zapata did what he could to carry out a siege with largely untrained, undisciplined, impatient gangs. Those 600 federal troops under an excellent commander, Victoriano Huerta, reached Cuernavaca. They made no attempt to aid their comrades in Cuautla. 7. And finally, after 6 of the most terrible days of battle in the whole revolution, the Federals evacuated and the revolutionaries occupied the gutted city. 8. It was May 19, 10 weeks short a day since the Ayalans had rebelled with Torres Burgos. At least Zapata now had one solid base, not enough alone to give him control of the state, but enough to give him the best claim to it. There was no chance for more. 2 days later, on Sunday, May 21, the Treaty of Ciudad Juarez was signed, ending the Civil War. On May 25, as agreed, Diaz turned over the presidency to the former ambassador to the United States and current foreign minister, the swank lawyer-diplomat Francisco Leon de la Vera. Thus began an interim regime to end in free elections in October, which all assumed Madero would win. And on the last day of the month the grizzled old dictator sailed from Veracruz in the German steamer Ipiranga, an ordinary Mexican citizen again, bound for exile in the Paris beloved of Edward VII. But though the fighting ended, the revolution would continue, only now as official policy, or so Zapata and his chiefs believed. And the policy they planned on most was agrarian reform. This was not to confiscate the plantations. Toward these hated enterprises the rebels had actually been remarkably respectful. They had sometimes raided haciendas, mainly large ones like San Gabriel or Tenango, for the mounts, arms, and ammunition kept there. Rebels had even burned a cane field and sacked the mansion at Tenango in a reprisal against the manager, and at Atencingo, Puebla, they had murdered 7 employees. 9 But generally chiefs had provided guarantees to the plantations to finish the harvest and milling. In April Amador Salazar had even put a rebel garrison at Chinameca to protect the harvest then in full swing there. 1 Often chiefs paid for the stock and material they took, or at least signed receipts. Only rarely did they recruit rebels among the gente de casa, who anyway preferred their bonded security, and nowhere evidently did they excite these dependent peons to rise up and seize the plantations they worked on. 2 Like their fathers and grandfathers, the villagers and rancheros who composed the Maderista bands remained traditionally tolerant about the pattern of life in Morelos. They would grant the hacienda its place. But they would also insist on their own place. This was the justice of their revolutionary policy, as they saw it simply to endorse the village and rancho, to enforce respect for their titles to exist too. So, on occupying Cuautla, Zapata had sent orders to all the pueblos in the district that they should reclaim their lands from the plantations. And when the city's interim municipal president tried to countermand the orders, Zapata had stood by them unflinchingly. In the days that followed, armed parties of sharecroppers and poor farmers began invading fields in the central and eastern districts of the state. The defenseless plantation managers and peons resident on land the squatters claimed had no alternative but to meet the revolutionary demands. 3. On its face the reform seemed warranted by the San Luis Plan. By Article 9 Zapata was the legitimate authority in Cuautla, at least provisionally entitled to carry out Article 3 there to subject arbitrary dispossessions to his review and require the return of immorally acquired land to the original owners. And few doubted that as revolutionary chief in the state he would carry out this agrarian policy in every district. If other revolutionary generals in other states would not do likewise, that apparently did not disturb him. They must have had different reasons for joining the revolution. As for him, the president of the Joint Ananequilco, Villa de Ayala Moyotepec Defense Committee, he had revolted on specific grounds and had contracted a serious responsibility with the men who, on the same specific grounds, had revolted with him. Now that the revolution had triumphed, he was keeping his contract. But questions remained whether the state really was Zapata's, and whether the Ayala party would count for much in Morelos. For the planters remained powerful and active. Already before the rebels had captured Cuautla, these entrepreneurs were angling to repair their control. It had dawned on them, as the initial problem of policing their property became the scary problem of avoiding financial disaster, that they could not afford otherwise. If they had to go to court to appeal expropriations, then over the summer, just when the crop for next season had to be prepared, the small farmers on the disputed fields would plant corn and beans instead of tending the cane. There would follow another gloomy spring in 1912, low production, idle mills, and lost profits, no happy prospect for businessmen with fortunes invested. Nervously they sought Maderistas who would guarantee tenure as it was, and make the villagers appeal. And these they found in the Leyva Figueroa coalition they had earlier helped form around Jujutla. General Leyva himself, although he had guessed wrong and accepted his Porfirista commission, was now ready to explain the act as an effort on behalf of reform and to declare himself a revolutionary. For many of his old partisans in Jujutla and Cuernavaca had been sincere Maderistas, though as shopkeepers or lawyers they had not cared to fight, and they considered their sympathies better qualifications than the rebels for office in a new regime. And the Figueroas, maneuvering toward Mexico City, appreciated friendly understandings to ease their way. It was not that these aspirants would sell out, their intentions were always honorable. It was only that their view of the revolution as a political change and their interest in assuring the change in their favor rendered them candidates for a temporary alliance with the planters. Satisfactions blended, and the new party took shape. On May 17, 2 days before Cuautla fell, a delegation of respectable citizens and merchants from Morelos had conferred with Ambrosio Figueroa in Iguala and asked him to occupy their state to save them from Zapata. Regretfully, Figueroa refused. He feared an attack from the rear by federals he had not yet compromised with. But a subordinate rebel officer, Manuel Agoncillo, intervened. He impressed upon Figueroa how the Guerrero revolutionaries might by omission indirectly implicate themselves in Zapata's excesses. He recalled moreover that there were abundant advantages proximity to Mexico City, for instance in holding Cuernavaca. Think of the Guerrero rebels marching into the national capital before Madero. Whereupon Figueroa relented and gave Agoncillo 800 troops to move north toward the Morelos capital. Another, smaller force he sent to occupy Jujutla. 5. The decision had proved wise. That same day, as the negotiations at Ciudad Juarez continued, the Secretary of War had ordered General Leyva to arrange armistices in Morelos. The next day the Figueroista chief Federico Morales marched peacefully into Jujutla and assumed command there, notifying Leyva he accepted the truce. Accepting the same offer, Agoncillo marched his column on toward Cuernavaca, to Cochitepec. 6 From Cuautla, still busy at his siege, Zapata could not resist these advances and furiously refused to talk his way around them. "You are no channel of authority for me," he answered General Leyva on the offer of a truce, "for I take orders only from the Provisional President of the Republic Francisco I. Madero. I only tell you that if you do not turn over Cuernavaca to me, and if I take you prisoner, I will have you shot." 7 He also refused even to talk with a peace commission of Cuernavaca city fathers who came to discuss surrendering to him after he took Cuautla. So on May 21 the commissioners rebounded to Cochitepec, where Agoncillo obligingly offered them guarantees. That afternoon, General Leyva having resigned in a tremendous, panicky huff, the Guerrerans peacefully occupied the Morelos capital. 8 The next day Agoncillo received Robles Dominguez's telegram to cease hostilities because of the Juarez Treaty. 9 Thus the planters had regained the local initiative. But even more surprising for Zapata and his Ayalans was the odd reaction from their revolutionary superiors. On May 23, for instance, Robles Dominguez, now out of jail and again Madero's agent in Mexico City, recommended to Zapata that he suspend attacks on Calderon, Hospital, and Chinameca haciendas. 1 In fact, there were no attacks going on at these places, nor even threats to attack them. Only Zapata's insistence on his local authority bluntly conveyed to the Chinameca manager. 2 But for the Ayalans it must have been disturbing that Robles Dominguez had become so tender about the plantations. On May 24 his specific recommendation became a general order. An act of hostility against haciendas was an act of war, which rebels were to suspend absolutely. 3 And on May 26 in the first revolutionary manifesto since the armistice, Madero himself noted that the aspirations contained in the third clause of the Plan of San Luis Potosí cannot be satisfied in all their amplitude, for if this reservation of agrarian aims proved real, it would be difficult to tell in Morelos whether the revolution had triumphed or not. The Ayalans' military position was precarious anyway. After months of honest and effective work for the cause, they faced the possibility that their own trusted leader might set aside their claim to revolutionary authority in the state and their projected policies. It soon became clear that the fate of the revolution in Morelos depended on the very unrevolutionary compromise that the national leaders had agreed to in Ciudad Juarez. There Madero and his associates had been called upon to decide two great issues: was an epoch ending in Mexico? And if so, if with Diaz's departure change somewhere and of some kind was inevitable, what parts and how much of Don Porfirio's epoch should end? But no one centrally involved in the decisions was sure about them, perhaps because no one wanted to be sure. Few revolutions have been planned, carried out, and won by men so uniformly obsessed with the continuity of legal order as the High Maderistas of 1910–11. There seems to have been nothing they cared about more than preserving regular forms and routines. Diaz's regime, like his character, fascinated them. They had grown up in it, and they never really shook off their ambivalent respect for the peace which, in common with other Mexicans, they could not help but believe he had established. So, pretending to conciliation, they left open the question of the epoch's end. The bargain they struck with the government recorded their evasion perfectly. Logically, the Juarez Treaty should have been a blueprint for transition to a revolutionary government, stipulating the desired changes and formally and dictatorially suppressing opposition to them. But the revolutionary leaders instead exerted only the softest pressure, accepting de la Barra and 4 other Porfirians in the new cabinet, and returned the issue of change to the voluntary dimension of politics. 5 There, conscientious themselves, they expected their own benevolent democracy to guarantee conscientious negotiations for reform, and of course happy conclusions to them. Their optimistic evasion proved a fatal mistake. De la Barra was temperamentally not up to being fair. As the American ambassador noted, he was an absolutely honorable and honest man, cultured, and trained in diplomacy and the gentler arts, but, also a sentimentalist and lacking in the firmness and grasp of affairs so essential to one in his position in these critical times. 6 But the Maderistas in the government were not meant to take charge. They could not agree, for instance, on the reforms to propose. Since none of the national leaders whose responsibility it was to initiate change had been genuinely alienated from the old regime, none of them had any clear idea of what he hated old or craved new. In forsaking the San Luis Plan, they had lost even a crude agenda of priorities. And the profound and urgent longings they had aroused all over the country gave them no time, even if they had the talent, to log-roll a revolution with charm and cheer and good intentions. Without regular or revolutionary order centrally imposed, the very foundations of national politics started to slip. In Morelos, the immediate formal setbacks alone were staggering to the Ayala movement. The treaty completely repealed the political radicalism of the San Luis Plan, reinstating as legitimate the governor, the state legislators, the congressmen, the jefes politicos, and the municipal presidents. 7 Not only were they no longer subject to arrest and trial for having resisted the revolution, the revolutionaries even had to respect their authority again until interim officials might be appointed. Moreover, those revolutionaries interested in keeping their Maderista military commissions now found it much less likely that their rank would be confirmed in the army. Even more disastrous than these particular reverses was the reconcentration of national concerns in Mexico City. During the months of civil war, attention had been distracted to Chihuahua, and Morelos had usually enjoyed the freedom of the periphery. The result was a vigorous, village-based populism, with specific demands and a responsible and resolute leader. But when in late May and early June the capital again became the main theater of politics and a self-consciously conciliatory politics, neither Porfirian regulars nor Maderista neophytes could ignore what took place in the rich valleys 80 miles south. So Morelos underwent the misery of having the central political contests of the new national crisis superimposed upon its own local struggle. The mortal engagement between the conservatives and the reformers that went on beneath the conciliatory facade, the blatant intramural rivalry within each camp, the far-fetched outpourings of anyone who now considered he ought to have a say, all this reverberated into Morelos. The pattern of the contest that resulted was extremely intricate. But as the various coalitions formed and dissolved, the local upshot of the Juarez Treaty came clear. With peace, the Ayala party would not get to run the state. Thus confirmed in their initiative, the planters grew bolder. Shortly after the armistice, Gabriel Tepepa returned from the Cuautla campaign to Tlaquiltenango. He and Federico Morales had been personal enemies for years, and their present political differences made a duel inevitable. From Tlaquiltenango, Tepepa challenged Morales's authority and manliness by levying a forced loan on several of the most prosperous and unpopular Jujutla merchants, one of them a Ruiz de Velasco-in-law. Tepepa was invited into the district seat to collect the loan. When he appeared in the town on May 25 with only a small escort, Morales had him captured and immediately shot. 8 The next day, Tomas Ruiz de Velasco, who was to become the Morelos planters' spokesman in the coming months, explained the local political importance of the affair to Robles Dominguez. 9 The planters pressed on. Naming the interim governor was their next success. Iskandon had long since fled the state to return to the England he loved, to represent Mexico at the coronation of King George V. Although he had not resigned, he had received a formal 6-month leave of absence, and it was understood he would not be back. 1 So in effect the revolutionaries enjoyed the privilege the San Luis plan had originally granted them of installing the new governor. The question was, which revolutionaries? The Ayalans thought the privilege was theirs. On May 26 Zapata entered Cuernavaca and arranged with Agoncillo to establish a single revolutionary staff, with Zapata picking his own secretary as its chief. 2 By May 29 he and Martinez had wired Robles Dominguez 3 different times asking if he could proceed to name a governor. 3 But there is no sign he got any answer. Meanwhile Agoncillo was negotiating independently. He first offered the governorship to Manuel de Villa Madrid, a Cuernavaca hotel proprietor who had served on the city's peace commission. The hotelier refused, but recommended Juan Carrion, the manager of the Bank of Morelos. Carrion, like Agoncillo, was a native of Chihuahua, but he had managed the Cuernavaca Bank since 1905 and was an intimate of the planters. 4 On May 31 the banker wrote to Robles Dominguez that he would accept Agoncillo's offer with pleasure, as much because I have sympathized with the revolutionary cause, as out of patriotic duty. To prove his patriotism, he went on to emphasize that Zapata seemed incapable of disciplining his men, and that the principal inhabitants of Cuernavaca were alarmed at the rumor Agoncillo would leave the city and turn it over to the native rebel chiefs. He begged Robles Dominguez to have Agoncillo stay. 5 On June 2 Carrion took office as provisional governor, and Agoncillo stayed. 6 The speed and the extent of the planters' recovery of influence was astounding. In a month they had parlayed a neighborhood deal around Jujutla into a narrow and tentative but nonetheless leading control over the state's official fortunes. The coalition they directed held the state capital, the richest town in the south, 3 district seats and power over all state civil offices. Zapata's public response to the planters' operations was strangely passive. Though at Jujutla he could have managed no resistance, at Cuernavaca he could have challenged Ajuncelo. After Cuautla fell, he had been warned of Ajuncelo's advance and urged to drive on the state capital himself. But he disparaged the danger. He said that he was not so anxious, that he would let la gente decente, the proper people, fight it out, and then move in himself. 7 He must have known, however, that with the Figueroas involved, there was little chance of a fight. In refusing to politic or to attack, he forfeited the city. On Tepepa's liquidation he was equally tolerant. Zapata never held anyone but Morales responsible and never even took special pains to punish him. 8 On May 26, the day after the shooting, Zapata conferred harmoniously with Morales's cohort, Ajuncelo. 9 And on May 29 Zapata, Ajuncelo, and another rebel who had cooperated with the Figueroas, Alfonso Miranda, declared that differences between the two revolutionary movements had been settled satisfactorily. 1. Moreover, despite his disapproval of Carrion, Zapata made no attempt to dislodge him. True, he did befriend other Morelos chiefs, like Genovevo de Lago, who also resented Carrion. When Zapata entered Cuernavaca on May 26 he intentionally came in not where Ajuncelo had gone to receive him but where he knew de Lago was waiting. And there he found him, a gruff, stumpy fellow, dressed in a farmer's white work clothes, lost among his men. Zapata was deeply impressed. But he let lapse the chance for organizing a local opposition to the planters' choice. He did not even circulate a protest at Carrion's appointment. 2 In early June he tried feebly to move his troops into Puebla, out of Carrion's jurisdiction. But he soon gave up the effort. 3. Reasons for this passivity were various. At least Zapata still dominated Cuautla, where he could consolidate his power. And in Cuernavaca Ajuncelo was a cordial person, a young, American-educated mining engineer who went for ragtime, and was not closely committed to the Figueroas. He had served in their forces only because he happened to be working in Guerrero when the revolution started. 4 His comradely treatment of the Ayala party in the state capital, quite in contrast with Federico Morales's belligerence in Jujutla, was a sign he might accept its claim to rule. Besides, Zapata was receiving regular funds to pay his rebel troops and the revolutionary bills. Between May 29 and June 2 the Bank of Morelos and the Cuernavaca branch of the National Bank issued him 20,000 pesos for his army's expenses. 5. Most important, it now looked as if Madero's favor was what counted in Mexico. Though many called the little man a dreamer, he had after all just managed the first successful revolt in 35 years. Even his vagueness seemed to reveal hidden powers. He reminded the American ambassador of the biblical Joseph, who was called a dreamer but became the practical ruler of a great kingdom and made his brothers princes. 6 And Zapata still believed that despite recent warnings Madero would honor the holy principles and liberating promises of the revolution. In Morelos the benefits from this presumed shift in the weight of national power would swamp the local reaction. So, relying heavily on his revolutionary affiliations, Zapata took care not to offend his superiors by lack of discipline or respect even when, like Robles Dominguez, they established a rival faction in his domain. Against every provocation Zapata bided his time, waiting until Madero, once fully informed about Morelos's agrarian predicament, would do the villagers justice. Why dispute with envoys when the chief commands? What Zapata did not yet know was that this chief did not command. On June 7 Madero arrived in Mexico City to a tumultuous welcome, probably the greatest the national capital had seen since that accorded to the Army of Independence 90 years before. 7 Among the first to greet him at the train station was the country rebel leader from Morelos. The next day after dinner the two conferred at the Madero family's Mexico City house on Berlin Street. Present also were Emilio Vázquez, Benito Juárez Maza, and Venustiano Carranza, all among the high-ruling circles of the revolutionary coalition. 8. To Madero's initial plea that he get along with the Figueroas, Zapata acceded. Then, plainly and frankly, he stated his own case. What interests us, he said, speaking of himself and his followers, is that, right away, lands be returned to the pueblos, and the promises which the revolution made be carried out. Madero demurred. The land problem was a delicate and complicated issue, and proper procedures must be respected. What counted more, he said, was that Zapata prepare to disband his rebel troops. Zapata, careful to affirm his confidence in Madero personally, questioned the Federal Army's loyalty to an unarmed revolutionary government, national or local. He cited Morelos, where, he said, Carrion was operating completely in favor of the planters. If that happened when the revolutionaries were armed, he asked, what would happen when we turn ourselves over to the enemy's will? Obviously Zapata had not caught the new spirit of conciliation. Madero reproved him. This was a new epoch, politics was to be an orderly business, violence would not do. There then followed a remarkable exchange, when for a moment the vulgar suspense of the Morelos countryside must have charged the atmosphere of that comfortable metropolitan room. Zapata stood up and, carrying his carbine, walked over to where Madero sat. He pointed at the gold watch chain Madero sported on his vest. Look, Señor Madero, he said, if I take advantage of the fact that I'm armed and take away your watch and keep it, and after a while we meet, both of us armed the same, would you have a right to demand that I give it back? Certainly, Madero told him. He would even ask for an indemnity. Well, Zapata concluded, that's exactly what has happened to us in Morelos, where a few planters have taken over by force the village's lands. My soldiers, the armed farmers and all the people in the villages demand that I tell you, with full respect, that they want the restitution of their lands to be got underway right now. Madero repeated his promises on the subject. But the interview had disturbed him. Interrupting a busy schedule, he accepted Zapata's invitation to visit Morelos on June 12, the following Monday, to inspect conditions there for himself. Apparently Zapata had outflanked the planters. With Madero as a personal ally, he might beat them. At least it could still seem so. The army campaigns. Sowing trust, if the word fits. Intentional or not, Diaz's last official act had been a stroke of strategic genius. In resigning he gave Madero the battle but deprived him of the experience necessary to win the war. The strain of an incomplete victory soon pulled the revolutionary coalition apart. In Morelos the planters nicely sensed this tension, which encouraged them not to despair at the alliance between Madero and Zapata. Efficient and astute as ever, they simply went to work on Madero. Antonio Barrios, the president of the Association of Sugar and Alcohol Producers and Iscandan's campaign manager 2 years before, filed an urgent protest with Madero charging that the Morelos rebels would not voluntarily lay down their arms. 1 Tomás Ruiz de Velasco arranged for himself and a party of Morelos merchants to accompany Madero on his trip to Cuernavaca. 2 And once Madero arrived, Carrion organized a banquet for him in the Borda Gardens so aggressively elite that Zapata, formerly the state's leading Maderista, refused to attend. 3 So Zapata's invitation backfired. The next day Madero passed on to Iguala, and the day after to Chilpancingo, conferring at length with the Figueroas. 4 By the time Madero returned to Morelos on June 15 to finish his tour, he was convinced that Zapata was incapable of controlling his reputedly barbaric troops. The ruined buildings in Cuautla, evidence of the terrible six-day battle fought there a month before, Madero saw as evidence of riots and pillaging Zapata had sanctioned. 5 He returned to Mexico City ready to believe the worst about the Morelos rebels. Important political fissures developed from this personal estrangement. In Cuernavaca Zapata had again requested deliberate action on the agrarian dispute, and again Madero had put him off with promises. Also, both the planters and Zapata were unhappy with Carrion as interim governor, for opposite reasons, but Madero was obviously more sympathetic to the planters' candidates. On the critical question of the moment, the compulsory disarmament and discharge of his 2,500 revolutionary troops, Zapata lost more ground. All he got from Madero was another private promise of an appointment as commander of the Morelos Federal Police, into which he could incorporate 400 of his men, the rest he had to muster out, and take on an obligation to crush if they rebelled again. 6 The terms amounted to a surrender, possibly the beginning of the end of the revolution the Ayalans had launched 3 months before. For besides his connection with Madero, which hardly served him well now, Zapata retained no power except that derived from his influence among the state's villagers and rancheros, who themselves looked effective only in the primitive army they had formed during their revolt. To disband his army and to require him to police his own veterans was to dissolve his last political resource. Zapata shrank from the deal, but, isolated as he was, he could not deny Madero's call for trust, and he agreed to demobilize. The operation began on June 13 at La Carolina, a factory on the northwestern outskirts of Cuernavaca. 7 The supervisor while Madero went south was Gabriel Robles Dominguez, Alfredo's brother, acting as a special commissioner from the Ministry of the Interior. He arranged for rebel soldiers to turn in their arms to state officials at one table, to pass on to a second where he himself, Zapata, and Zapata's chief of staff, Abraham Martinez, identified them and gave them their discharge papers, and then to collect their discharge pay at a third table, 10 pesos to each man from around Cuernavaca, 15 pesos to a man from farther away, and a bonus of 5 for turning in a pistol as well as a rifle. State tax officials dispensed these funds, neither Robles Dominguez nor Zapata nor any of Zapata's subordinates having access to them. When the last rebel soldier left, officials had taken in some 3,500 arms and paid out 47,500 pesos. The operation seemed a success, which was persuasive evidence of Zapata's good faith in the bargain. But as the planters continued to work on Madero, they stopped Zapata from taking even the limited position he had reluctantly settled for. From the first, for the sake of the true revolution, they had opposed Madero's promise to make the rebel chief commander of the federal police in the state. To protest, Tomás Ruiz de Velasco had followed Madero to Iguala, and though he could not win a retraction there, he did not relax the pressure. Returning to Mexico City, he discovered that Zapata's appointment was not yet formal, that the Maderista Minister of the Interior, Emilio Vázquez, who was the responsible official, had not yet actually executed Madero's promise. Quickly he made the issue public. Rallying his fellow planters and their sympathizers in the metropolis, he announced a meeting of the José María Morelos Republican Club at 10 a.m. on June 18.8. That was a Sunday morning, which required those pious entrepreneurs to go to an early mass, but many came, and the meeting was reported in detail in the press. This business of supplication is over, Ruiz de Velasco proclaimed to his excited audience. Another, elderly speaker declared that if everyone evades his duties, we can only appeal to armed procedures. We old folk, he perorated, will carry the arms so the young ones can shoot. A committee to demand an official explanation was formed. Representing the Hacendados were Fernando Noriega, a former state deputy and Cuernavaca councilman, and Luis Garcia Pimentel, the richest and the most cultured planter in the republic. Representing the merchants and small farmers were Damaso Barajas, whose store in Cuautla had burned in the siege, and Emilio Mazzari, a recent victim of Tepepa's forced loans in Jajutla. The advice I give, Ruiz de Velasco concluded, is that you hitch up your pants. Since Madero won't attend to anything, since nobody listens to us, the road we must follow is that of defiance. 9. In Cuernavaca Zapata took the planters at their word. The next day, believing himself commander of the state's police, he requested 500 rifles and ammunition from Governor Carrion, and when Carrion refused, he took them anyway. 1 A telegram from Gabriel Robles Dominguez informing him that I fixed appointment for chief state police in the form in which we had agreed, and promising to confer with him the next day on this and other affairs of great interest, seemed to confirm his authority at least provisionally. 2. The planters had now maneuvered Zapata where they wanted him. The Metropolitan Impartial, hardly impartial but certainly still influential, ran the story of Zapata's encounter with Carrion as a yellow press special, headline Zapata is the modern Attila. Among other barbarities, the rebel chief was accused of causing all the señoritas in Cuernavaca to flee the city, along with the governor. 3 In fact, the rebels had kept comparatively good order. Mrs. King, the plucky English lady who catered to Cuernavaca's most notable residents and guests in her Bella Vista hotel, had no serious complaints. 4 Neither evidently did the various Americans in the city. In other districts, recorded grievances were usually about a horse not returned or random abuses by local last-minute revolutionaries. 5 But the climate was ripe for the planters' propaganda. The revolutionary seizures of land seemed to be outbursts of atavistic communism. Besides, the scattered physical atrocities committed in Morelos loomed especially vivid and ominous. They were perpetrated close to Mexico City, and by men who wore white pajamas and sandals to work, carried machetes, and presented swarthy complexions, in this last betraying themselves unmistakably as members of an inferior race. This was the clincher. Revolutionary executions were always distressing, but if the executioners were recognizably white and dressed like civilized beings in pants, boots, and shirts, their deeds remained human. That the plebes should execute victims was Indian, subhuman, monstrous. Immediately Madero called Zapata to Mexico City to answer the planters' charges that a new revolt had started in Morelos. On June 20 the interview took place in Madero's home. Afterward Madero assured reporters that the planters had exaggerated the trouble, but that he had settled it. Indeed he had. Zapata had promised to retire altogether, giving up his claim to the police command and agreeing to discharge all his men, none of whom would become police. The only force he saved was a personal escort of some 50 men. As for the local agrarian contest, Zapata accepted Madero's forecast that a freely elected and popular state government would resolve it within the law. 6 As suddenly as they had appeared, the reports of anarchy and revolt in Morelos now disappeared. So by early July the planters had removed the Ayala party from a contending role in state politics, driving its chiefs out of Cuernavaca and back to their villages. To the planters' dismay, however, this successful veto did not bring back the old order. Since the rebel army had disbanded and federal troops had not yet returned, it was difficult to keep any order at all. Bandits began operations in some areas, blackmailing villages and haciendas. On Madero's advice, Carrion asked the Minister of the Interior for revolutionary troops from other states to serve temporarily in Morelos. 7 But Vasquez, his department in full financial and administrative confusion, ignored the governor's repeated requests. The police problem was a trifle, however. What worried the planters most was the continued agrarian unrest throughout the state as the planting season began. They had imagined that breaking up the rebel army would dissipate the rebelliousness in the countryside, that to discharge a revolutionary villager was also to discharge his new sense of prowess. But clearly, demobilizing the rebels had not demoralized them. On the contrary, proud veterans now and still full of fight, their revolutionary consciousness ironically enhanced by the official discharge papers they carried, they went back home as missionaries of the new unruliness. 8 Around Coatla, villagers still refused to surrender the fields they had reclaimed from the plantations. 9 Equally intransigent were the villagers of Coahuaquinola, who had occupied lands enclosed in San Gabriel and Coahuaquinola haciendas. The leaders there were so bold as to publish in the metropolitan press their attack on tyrannical bosses who have made of Morelos one vast sugar factory. Noting that our pueblo is one of the most ancient founded by the Mexica and later recognized by the viceroyal government, they asked Madero to honor the just promises of the San Luis Plan and to protect the reivindication of our rights. One also publicizing their insurgency were the villagers of Jutpec, who had moved onto lands the Corona family had taken into its San Vicente and San Gaspar plantations. If the Coronas had ever bought the lands, the Jutpec leaders declared in a public letter to the family attorney, Antonio Barrios, the sale was a farce to seize the patrimony of the whole pueblo too. Besides, in various towns and villages boomlets developed for Zapata for governor. Although Zapata evidently did not encourage them, many chiefs who had served with him organized clubs promoting his candidacy, fooling the Indians with false promises, as one reporter lamented. A visitor in Mexico City from Tepalcingo described the commotion in his hometown as a lucha de castas, a race war. 3 State elections were to take place in mid-August. If the rebel veterans, in spite of their demobilization and dispersal, could influence them, they would re-establish an agrarian party as a legitimate force in state politics. Thus the planters remained in a bind. Predominant power only was not enough. They could restore the progress they wanted only through restoring their monopoly of political control. In the traditional compromise the villagers could accept, the planters saw the makings of their own financial and social ruin. The slightest breach might be fatal. The feeblest revolutionary success, the mere recognition of the village's right to exist. This was the first serious crisis the current generation of Morelos planters had had to suffer, and their actions in the following weeks betray confusion and mounting alarm, if not panic. We are victims of abuses. Emmanuel Amor wrote to Madero, half indignant, half bewildered at the Coahuaquinolans squatting on disputed fields. I haven't believed, not for a single moment, he went on ruefully, that you could consider the socialist pretensions of those persons for. In politics the planters could not agree which course to take, only that Carrion was incompetent. For the Ruiz de Velascos, Ambrosio Figueroa was the only man who merits the name of revolutionary. 5 Incredibly, a commission including Luis Garcia Pimentel, Manuel Arreaz, and Antonio Barrios journeyed to Cuautla and conferred with Zapata, offering to back him for governor and to cooperate with villagers who would take their claims to court. Zapata refused to consider the proposition. Barrios then approached Patricio Leyva, who thanked him but asked that if the planters did back him in the coming elections, they not do so publicly, it would hurt his campaign. 6 Rebuffed by their rivals, the planters looked again into their own camp and turned up an old toady, Ramon Oliveras, who had served them off and on in Congress and the state legislature since 1902. The son of a manager of the Amor San Gabriel Hacienda, an ex-timber magnate, and now the manager of a bankrupt Cuernavaca hotel, he sympathized, so his planter friends asserted, the same with the hacendado as with the peon and the merchant. 7 He had also promised the Amors to cancel the back taxes they owed the state if he became governor. 8 But Oliveras was a lame hope. Proposing him was an open confession of political paralysis. Events in national politics deepened the planters' local quandary. On July 9 Madero dissolved the anti-re-electionist party and announced the formation of a new progressive constitutional party. His intent was to tighten his control over the revolutionary movement by reorganizing it without his two most prominent lieutenants of 1910, the brothers Francisco and Emilio Vázquez Gómez, at the moment ministers of Education and the Interior. Francisco was still the anti-re-electionist candidate for vice president, but now Madero wanted a new running mate, a more dependent partner. The rupture was of signal importance in the movement, because Emilio and Francisco would not accept the dissolution of the party they remained strong in. Accelerating independent ventures already underway, they worked to keep the old anti-re-electionist clubs intact and loyal to the Madero, Vázquez Gómez ticket. So in Morelos, as elsewhere, Maderistas fell to quarreling with each other. Should they follow Madero wherever he led, or should they hold him to his original contract? General Leyva, for instance, cooperated with the progressive constitutionalists. But to Antonio Sedano, again active politically, the new party and the attempt to impose a new vice presidential candidate were Porcaria's filthy insults, and he refused the general's appeal not to pose difficulties for Madero. For the campaign, Sedano alone distributed nearly 2,000 anti-re-electionist posters through the state. 9 This dissension among the revolutionaries might please the planters when they considered it in the long run, but here and now they found it a pain. It further obscured which politicians they should deal with. Even worse, Minister of the Interior Emilio Vázquez began agitating rebel veterans to reinforce his and his brother's position. He had never approved of Madero's conciliatory policy of discharge and had tried to foil it before. Spurned by Madero, he had much less reason to execute it faithfully now. He could not muster the rebels back into federal service, but he could quietly and informally arrange for government arms and ammunition to come into their possession. And so he did, especially in Morelos. Through early July, without organization or definite plans, rebel veterans rearmed there this time with better weapons than before. The planters' situation, as they themselves complained to President de la Barra, had become precarious one. Then in mid-month another national imbroglio developed that undid completely the demobilization the planters had earlier brought about, and put the local contest for power back where it had been at the summer's beginning. On the night of July 12 the fracas between revolutionary troops quartered in Puebla City and the federal garrison there ended in a massacre of the revolutionaries. Point 2 The scandal mattered in Morelos not only because it took place so near but also because Abraham Martinez, Zapata's chief of staff, had been in charge of the revolutionary troops as a special agent from the Ministry of the Interior. The dispute had started when Martinez arrested several persons in Puebla City, among them 2 state legislators and a federal deputy, on suspicion of plotting to kill Madero when he visited the city on July 13. Martinez was then himself arrested for disregarding their parliamentary immunity. And in the uproar over recovering the original prisoners, the federal commander finally had his troops storm the revolutionary quarters in the Puebla Bull Ring. More than 50 people were killed, many of them women and children. At the news of Martinez's arrest, its reasons and results, Zapata sent word to allied chiefs around the state to reassemble their troops and muster at Coatla to march to Puebla. The action was unauthorized, but the emergency seemed to warrant it. If Martinez had been arrested for breaking up a plot to kill Madero, and Madero was in Puebla, then maybe the plot would go on. Not knowing that in Puebla Madero had blamed the revolutionaries for the bloodshed and praised the loyalty and courage of the Federals, nor that Francisco Vázquez Gómez had prepared trustworthy Federals to defend the city, Zapata wired both Emilio Vázquez and Madero that he stood ready to march. Point 3 Orders immediately came back for him to stay where he was, which he did, and on his promise to hold Cuernavaca against a revolt, other orders recalled a federal force already dispatched there. Point 4 And the crisis passed. But in its wake there emerged in Morelos a remobilized and suspicious revolutionary army. Disbanding this force the second time would not be so easy as the first. In one camp the planters recognized better now the danger of conditional agreements. In another, hopeful politicians had discovered the value of maintaining a controversial simmer in the state. And in a third camp, having learned their lessons from the previous demobilization, rebel chiefs had started to reconsider their loyalties. And as their leader, Zapata had to represent their objections. On July 22 he signed a bold and well-publicized protest which the Vázquez Gómez brothers had encouraged a group of discontented revolutionary officers to initiate against the de la Barra regime. Point 5 For Zapata, the burden of proof of trustworthiness had now shifted to the government. In practice, he would not become militant, since he still depended on Madero, nor would he cheat about discharging the men he had just called up. He simply would not disband them as credulously and unconditionally as before. Caught in the middle were Madero and the White President, as de la Barra liked to be described. Campaigning for the presidency, Madero could not let a rebel chief ruin his efforts at conciliation, but neither could he let the government direct humiliating ultimatums to one of the most prominent sections of his movement. As for de la Barra, having become the vice-presidential candidate of the recently founded National Catholic Party, he could advance his partisan interest only through an immaculately nonpartisan pretense, but after all he had not ordered Zapata to mobilize his men, who remained illegally in arms, like bandits. And he longed to restore official controls. Until early August, a few days before the state elections, the impossible balance lasted. Then, on August 2, Emilio Vázquez resigned as Minister of the Interior. The next day Alberto Garcia Granados, promoted from the governorship of the Federal District, replaced him. The change was crucial. Though to Madero the new minister seemed a most estimable person, whom I recommend, in every sense, Garcia Granados was in fact a conceited and ambitious schemer intent on sabotaging the policy of conciliation. 6 Toward Madero he entertained a fine contempt. A seasoned strategist of the old anti-Diaz opposition, he had come to power through the revolution, but as the owner of a sizable plantation in a turbulent district in Puebla, he despised the rebels who had done the fighting. 7 Already he had publicly committed himself to the immediate and unconditional discharge of revolutionary troops, and to the use of the federal army, if necessary, to accomplish it. Regarding Morelos, he was especially eager to exterminate what he considered Zapata's outrageous and pernicious influence on the state's economy. The government does not deal with bandits, was his policy. Unless Zapata submitted to the Ministry of the Interior's order to discharge his forces at once, they would be attacked as outlaws by the federal army. Resting at the Tehuacan Spa in southeastern Puebla, Madero still dreamed of a compromise. Several times he invited Zapata there to confer with him. But Zapata kept begging off. He avowed he feared an assassination attempt if several revolutionary leaders congregated and formed an easy, compact target. 8 The showdown with the government, coming so soon after the Puebla massacre, obviously disturbed him. He reaffirmed his subordination and loyalty to Madero in a public letter. 9 But he would not renounce his duty toward the pueblos to satisfy metropolitan politicians' ideas about order, a stand unreasonable in Mexico City but natural in Morelos. Yet whether he obeyed or defied the new minister's instructions, he seemed to invite the ruin of his cause. Finally he relented, sending his brother, Eufemio, and the chief who was then his first lieutenant, Jesus Morales, to discuss terms with Madero. There was even talk of Zapata coming to Mexico City for negotiations. It appeared then, briefly, that despite official clamors an agreement might somehow be arranged, the questionably mobilized troops would be mustered out, there would be peace in Morelos, and elections would take place the next Sunday, August. Zapata himself evidently intended to retire. During these days, close to his 32nd birthday, he married a young woman he had been courting since before the revolution. She was Josefa Espejo, one of several daughters a modestly prosperous Ayala livestock dealer had left modestly dowered when he died in early 1909. In rural Mexico, marriage was not simply for siring offspring, or for love. Zapata already had at least one child and no doubt assumed it was a common male assumption he would have many more by many women he cared about. Marriage was a more solemn proceeding, a contract, a contrato de matrimonio, as people called it, entry into which gave a man a place in his community. Marriage was for the grave business of establishing a legitimate family, for creating recognized heirs and securing incontestably one more generation in the clan's name, which was what a man did to institute a private life among his neighbors. On several occasions during the summer Zapata had voiced his decision to get out of politics, revealing how he longed for his old country life of horses, market days, cockfights, farm seasons, village elections, local fairs. And his marriage seems an almost deliberate retreat into the local community, a kind of rededication to the community. Had events worked out as Zapata apparently then believed they would, his career would probably have returned to the arena of Ayala municipality, where, like José Zapata before him, he would have lived out a locally honored life, died a locally grieved death, and been forgotten a generation later. But what ensued was far from this dream of rest. Neither the planters nor the leading Levistas nor the Figueroas nor the conservative politicians rallying in Mexico City had reason to let it come true. And awkwardly but effectively they moved to eliminate the troublesome agrarian party in the state, once and for all. De la Barra, now more confident of his power, took the lead. On August 7, to forestall the chance of a conditional surrender which he could not publicly refuse, he recommended to Governor Carrion that Zapata not come to Mexico City for talks. 2 On August 8 the War Department ordered federal troops to Cuernavaca and Jonacatepec and Ambrosio Figueroa's federal police to Jojutla, surrounding Zapata. 3 The next day de la Barra denied rumors that these forces were to put down a revolt, they were only to provide security, he said, when Zapata's veterans had mustered out again. The white president told a white lie, for the orders he had given the federal commanders were to suffocate any uprising which might start from the opposition. Zapata's men showed to their discharge for the same day, almost as a personal insult to Zapata, de la Barra appointed Ambrosio Figueroa governor and military commander in Morelos. 5 To all these measures Madero lent his full support, advising Figueroa that he should follow directions as if they were mine, and asking him to put Zapata in his place for us, since we can no longer stand him. 6. Zapata was still at the wedding celebration with his wife and neighbors and chiefs when he received the news on August 9 that more than 1,000 troops under the tough and talented Brigadier General Victoriano Huerta had entered Morelos. 7 His renewed commitment to local life, getting married in Villa de Ayala, almost on his birthday, served now only to drive him back into politics, in defense of that local life. Immediately he wired protests to Garcia Granados and to Madero. To the latter he reaffirmed his esteem and loyalty, asking bluntly, "Do you have any complaints against me?" If Madero could not arrange a halt, he said, he would expect a frank and sincere statement from him. 8 He got neither a halt nor a statement. The next day Governor Carrion called off the state elections, due 3 days later. The reason he gave was disturbances, which Huerta's arrival had just caused. 9 That afternoon Huerta quartered his 32nd Infantry Battalion in Cuernavaca. A regular military campaign had begun, to end 3 weeks later with Madero gravely embarrassed and repentant and Zapata nearly killed. In their political innocence both men believed to the last that they could stall, compromise, or suspend the threat. Neither saw that de la Barra and Garcia Granados would use the strictly limited task of compelling and supervising demobilization as a grand opportunity to invade and occupy the state. This invasion and occupation were not informal extensions of power, but literal military acts. As Huerta reported to the War Department, the Morelos campaign is what technically is called a campaign of occupation. In the short run the operation was a tremendous conservative success, for it separated the local agrarians from the national revolutionaries precisely when union was what they both needed most. But after the campaign ended, the parties rival to the agrarians in the state, the planters and the leading levistas, found that they had suffered losses too, not so grievous but still disconcerting. Their trouble was Huerta. At first they welcomed him as the force to meet force they had long begged for. As Antonio Sedano remarked in a note of thanks to de la Barra, Zapata's men in Cuernavaca had been a constant menace to the interests of cultivated society, and Huerta would restore discipline. 2 One of the best combat officers in the Porfirian army, Huerta had special experience in the south, having earned his promotion to brigadier general by crushing revolts in Guerrero in the 1890s, and having observed the rebel action of the past spring in Guerrero and Morelos. 3 But the man was devious and inexhaustibly vicious, and he still ached for the blue sash of a divisional general. Moreover, he had a political as well as a professional and personal concern in the Morelos campaign. His hero, General Bernardo Reyes, had just decided to become a presidential candidate in the October election, and accompanying Huerta in Morelos as his private secretary was one of Reyes's most active agents. 4 So any order Huerta imposed in the state would serve purposes not necessarily the planters or the levistas. The Figueroas, who knew Huerta from his earlier action in Guerrero, saw the danger from the beginning, and Francisco would not let Ambrosio take up the appointment as governor in Morelos. The consequences of collaborating with Huerta, Francisco warned Madero, might well be fatal. 5 In time Huerta's champions would also see the evils they had released for themselves in releasing him, that in the long run, instead of crushing the local rebels, he had only propelled them into a new revolution more radical and more determined than before. Huerta had barely set up his headquarters in Cuernavaca when he began returning very non-soldierly assessments. The political situation of the state, he wrote to de la Barra on August 11, is bad, bad, very bad. I am in accord with the governor of the state, but I respectfully permit myself to declare to you, without failing in respect for the deserving governor, that he is un hombre de agua tibia, a lukewarm water man. 6. Huerta and de la Barra had to tolerate this lukewarm governor as long as Ambrosio Figueroa would not accept his appointment. But they quickly deprived him of power to obstruct them by blunders. On August 11, on orders de la Barra gave him at his prompting, Huerta took over the state's arms and ammunition, which Carrion had controlled but could not, According to Huerta, keep with due security. 7. The next day de la Barra suspended the state's sovereignty. The pretext was that rebels north of Cuernavaca had ambushed part of Huerta's column when he marched through their neighborhood. Such affrays were common that summer around the whole country. Besides, Zapata had nothing to do with the incident. It was the work of Genovevo de Lago's independent veterans, and Zapata did not learn of the action until after it happened. 8. But however limp, the pretext still served. To Carrion's question about the state's autonomy, de la Barra replied that Huerta's instructions were to continue operations of war to which he had been provoked by the attack which the federal forces were victims of. Said operations will be continued with the energy and speed which circumstances demand unless Zapata's forces surrender unconditionally, and disarm. 9. The obstacle of civil law having been removed, Huerta could pass on freely to occupy and pacify the hostile territory. To assure the tranquility of the state's 6 districts, Huerta calculated he would need 600 cavalry troops, 100 garrisoned in each district seat, plus an independent column of 1,500 men. He could then, he wrote to de la Barra, proceed with the annihilation of the rebels. With fewer men, he warned, he could not guarantee peace. Morelos would suffer the fate of Chihuahua, wrote this federal general to his conservative president 3 months after the revolution had supposedly triumphed, where our troops always came out victorious in battle but never achieved anything practical. 1. Greedily he looked forward to putting an end to these elements which cause the state so much harm. He could not proceed immediately, however, because Madero had returned to Zapata's defense. Having received yet another reaffirmation of loyalty from the Morelos chief, as well as an appeal to have the Federals withdrawn, and having also received Francisco Figueroa's refusal to cooperate, Madero had decided he would negotiate the conflict. 2. This surprised and embarrassed de la Barra. Although he did not formally authorize Madero to negotiate, he was so anxious to protect his image as the immaculate umpire that he acquiesced in private peacemaking. 3. On August 13 Madero arrived in Cuernavaca and the next day on the telephone began talks with Zapata in Cuautla. Their agreement, as Madero wired it to de la Barra that evening, was not so promising as Madero believed. Zapata had learned about the Reista agents in Huerta's column and had therefore posed unusually stiff conditions. 4. He again declared himself ready to retire and to demobilize his army, but he wanted to keep a select force to take custody of the state's public security while a legislature is elected, which, in accord with the executive, and under the law, will settle or solve the matter which occupies us, the agrarian matter. He also wanted the federal troops recalled in respect for the state's sovereignty, a new governor who would guarantee revolutionary policies on land, and the removal of unpopular local authorities left over from the old regime. 5. De la Barra could not even consider these proposals. Bombarded with scare stories by Huerta, Carrion, and the Ruiz de Villaseas, and now facing international problems as well because of rebel raids on an American ranch north of Cuernavaca, he insisted to Madero on the need to save the principle of authority. 6. The only real issue, he insisted impatiently, was who would be governor. Figueroa was still reluctant. Why not Ramon Olivares? He wanted to know, although Zapata had exclusively vetoed him in the previous day's conference. 7. In fact, de la Barra hated negotiating with Zapata. It is truly objectionable, he complained to Madero, that an individual of his antecedents, whose actions make us fear new outrages, be allowed to maintain attitude you are familiar with. 8. Dickering with Madero, he prepared to let Huerta loose. On August 15 the head of the War Department, General José González Salas, wired Huerta in code that other federal forces were already advancing from Puebla to Jonacatepec and that he should tell Madero that if Zapata did not agree to disarm that very day, operations would commence from Cuernavaca toward Yautepec. 9. Late that afternoon Huerta impatiently wired de la Barra. If Madero had resolved nothing favorable by the next morning, he asked de la Barra also in code to send him 500 shells for his 75mm cannon. 1. He planned a general movement on Yautepec as soon as he received the munitions. 2. Immediately de la Barra replied, pledging him the proper War Department instructions if Madero gained no sure promise of immediate and effective disarmament. 3 at 9 o'clock the next morning Madero confidently left Cuernavaca. Having just heard from Huerta that no action was underway toward Yautepec, and imagining that General Huerta thinks as I in everything, he was off for Mexico City to arrange de la Barra's approval of his deal with Zapata. 4 at 10 o'clock the vanguard of Huerta's column commenced its operations on the Yautepec Road. 5. But from Mexico City de la Barra reined his forces in again. As a caretaker president, he could not tell Madero to his face that he would not accept Zapata's offer to discharge. Already Maderista politicians were making public charges that the white president had now taken a partisan line favoring Reyes. In a very urgent wire de la Barra asked Huerta to stop the advance until after an executive conference with Madero. 6 In reply Huerta played ridiculously helpless. His troops, he said, after cheering the government of the Republic, had just left to take up battle positions. 7 De la Barra repeated his order to Huerta, with slight ambiguity, to suspend every military operation which can be considered as offensive aid. The ambiguity was a hint. And Huerta resorted to jargon to grasp the opportunity. His troops' movements toward Yautepec were no longer an operation but a maneuver. 9 He explained their import carefully to the civilian de la Barra. They were to press Zapata to surrender unconditionally to the just requests of the supreme government. The aggressive stand of his troops was, he pointed out, the most eloquent reason for Zapata to submit unconditionally. The lecture went on, without a demonstration of the incontestable power of the government, its negotiations will give no result. This is why I have mobilized my troops. If Madero's peace talks succeeded in good time, which he was doing all he could to prevent, then he would return. If they failed, as he said he believed they would, then he could impose on Zapata the supreme reason of the government. De la Barra cordially praised Huerta's stand. But however gratifying personally, it remained for the moment an untenable political posture. As Madero prepared to return to Cuautla on August 17, hopefully to conclude the deal with Zapata, the cabinet agreed to suspend offensive military operations for 48 hours. 2 The War Department ordered Huerta to act accordingly. 3 Reluctantly Huerta halted his advance, although he sent troops out to burn ranches and he kept sappers preparing the Yautepec road for the artillery carriages. He wired de la Barra asking for a confirmation of the War Department's orders, and begging the president's pardon for the coarseness of his character in doing so. 4 In a coded reply de la Barra promised that if the Cuautla news was not good by that night, although he had promised Madero 48 hours to work in, he would have him pursue the operations initiated. 5 Already the movement toward Yautepec had provoked numerous local protests. Only the Cuernavacavistas had thanked de la Barra for sending Huerta into the state in the first place. And now from Tepoztlan, Tlayacapan, Telixtac, Xalostoc, San Andres de la Cal, Yantitelco, Yucapixtla, Zacualpan de Amalpas, Villa de Ayala, Yautepec, Cuautla, Atotonilco, Huitzilala, Huajulco, Amilcingo. Spokesmen from all these little villages and country towns wired de la Barra that the aggressive federal troops constituted a threat to the sovereignty and welfare of Morelos and should be withdrawn. 6 So also did the employees, artisans, and mechanics of the Interoceanic Railway in Morelos. And the Cuautla Red Cross Chapter. 7 These were folk who had staked all their hopes for local reform on the state elections, and now saw the army called in to prevent them. From Cuautla Zapata sent a blistering note to de la Barra. The people want their rights respected, he declared. They want to be paid attention to and listened to. Just because they make a protest, nobody can try to shut them up with bayonets. 8. More important for de la Barra than these popular outcries was an editorial in the leading Maderista newspaper in Mexico City, in support of negotiations and in veiled reproach of the white president's prejudice against the Morelos rebels. 9 So though Madero did not arrive in Cuautla that night, the president kept Huerta where he was. All the next day, August 18, the general had to wait too. He passed the time in taking up a suitable position at Tejalpa, midway to Yautepec. 1 Under such pressure Madero and Zapata seemed to feel more sympathetic than before. Although Zapata complained to his chief that if the revolution had not been on half shares and had followed its course to realizing the establishment of its principles, we would not see ourselves involved in this conflict, he nevertheless reaffirmed again his faith in Madero's sincerity and capacity to resolve the trouble. And Madero in turn, now fearful also of a Reista revival, assured Zapata that he understood the feelings which inspire you too. Madero did not go on into Cuautla on the evening of the 17th, because of the excitement the federal advance on Yautepec had caused there. 3 But the encounter between him and Zapata was warm when he arrived the next morning. At the Cuautla train station, Madero gave Zapata the embrace he had given the federal commander at Puebla, and called Zapata his integerrimo general, his truest general. Speaking later to crowds in the Cuautla gardens, he pointedly praised the local movement and upheld its valiant General Zapata against the slanders of our enemies. Calling for a new revolutionary union against Reista intrigues, he said he knew that although the local rebels were discharged, they would always be ready to answer our first call and take up arms to defend our liberties. The talks that afternoon were genial, too, and their conclusions happy. Not only Zapata and his closest allied chiefs took part, but also, on his invitation, civilian delegates from the surrounding villages. Their agreement, which Madero promptly wired to de la Vera, was more generous and came easier than before. For governor, Zapata and the village delegates preferred Miguel Salinas, the current state director of public education, because he was a native son. But they also approved of Madero's nominee, Eduardo Hay, a loyal revolutionary veteran and Madero's former chief of staff, and they would accept him. For state police commander they would accept Madero's brother Raúl, who would bring in 250 federalized revolutionary troops from the state of Hidalgo. Demobilization they would begin again at an assembly of rebels the next morning, within the cabinet's 48-hour deadline. They made no issue of the agrarian matter. On their behalf, Madero requested only that de la Vera get the federal forces regrouped in Cuernavaca and returned to the capital as soon as possible. He planned to stay in Cuautla, he said, until the federals were back in Mexico City, because otherwise it is very difficult to conquer the distrust which people have for them and which is newly justified by the stand assumed by General Huerta. The next morning in Cuautla, August 19, the agreement started to take effect. Zapata's various chiefs, having assembled from around the state, proceeded finally to discharge what was left of their forces. When the federals did not begin to retire, as de la Vera had not promised they would, Madero complained. But at least as long as they stayed in their camp, the discharge would go on. 4. In those hours all seemed finally to be going well for the villagers. Not so much the terms of the compromise but the fact itself of compromise was monumentally significant. For it augured the government's willingness to tolerate local participation in state politics, which would secure legal recourse against rural injustices. In a few days, it seemed, Morelos would be at peace with maybe a state agrarian commission, a sympathetic state police, and an interim governor styling himself so fair as to turn over the office even to Zapata if the people elected him. It was not to be. That very day, while the discharge was calmly in process, de la Vera decided the decorum of the government was in jeopardy. 5 Apparently Madero's insinuation that the Morelos campaign was a Reista plot had shaken the president. Certainly it had aroused rumors that Madero and Zapata had agreed to fake demobilization, so that Zapata could support Madero militarily if Reyes and his adherents in the federal army revolted during the coming presidential election. 6 There was no evidence of a secret deal. But in the immediate context, suspicion counted as proof, at least as pretext. Besides, the cabinet's deadline of 48 hours was up, and de la Vera was still receiving alarming messages from Carrion and Felipe Ruiz de Velasco about bandit outrages. 7 These grave disturbances had not taken place in Zapata's zone around Cuautla but around Tlaxcala and Jojutla, where Zapata had never had much authority, but for de la Vera's purposes they were still Zapata's responsibility. It was now necessary, he proclaimed, to proceed to re-establish order, let it cost what it costs. Ambrosio Figueroa he ordered to occupy towns through the state's south and west, Federal forces in Puebla he directed to move to Jonacatepec, and Huerta he instructed to impose order in accord with the instructions previously given. These were the original instructions of August 12 and 15 for operations of war. On specific orders from the War Department, Huerta broke camp at Tejalpa and advanced against Yautepec. 8 As his troops approached the town, the municipal president came out under a white flag and was fired upon. Huerta had taken the president at his word. "It can't be said that a column like that marches in peace," Madero noted with innocent precision, "it is at war." By evening the wide federal column was encamped in the hills at the edge of the town, and the discharge in Cuautla had been suspended. 9. Madero was at a loss then and later to explain this brazen subversion of his efforts. Confused and distraught, he sent Gabriel Robles Dominguez to Yautepec, and after appealing to de la Barra to restrain Huerta, he went there himself the next afternoon, Sunday, August 20. His personal presence in the town, as well as a huge Maderista student demonstration that day in Mexico City, swayed de la Barra again. Husbanding the reputation for impartiality which was his best political asset, the president called a cabinet meeting and arranged a new 48-hour truce. All federal forces were to suspend their advances while Zapata's troops reconcentrated in Cuautla. And their revolutionary police from Hidalgo and Veracruz, not the federal army, would supervise the demobilization and then form the garrison. 2 Outside Yautepec, Huerta had already agreed to hold off occupying the town for 48 hours, as he wired the War Department, he would need that long to prepare the road for his artillery carriages. 3. It again appeared that the concessions Madero had carefully secured from both sides would prevent open conflict. Zapata came personally to Yautepec and discussed the new terms with Madero. They amounted to practically the same deal he had agreed to before, and he accepted them. Ordering the immediate evacuation of Yautepec, he then returned to Villa de Ayala to arrange the final discharge, which began the next day in Cuautla after Madero arrived to review the troops. As Madero later admitted, the operation was not faultless, but at least he and Zapata had persuaded the leading chiefs of the state to lay down their arms and agree to keep the peace. In gratitude to the Morelos rebels he wrote out vouchers of loyalty for Zapata and 22 of his officers, in effect promising them posts in his government. 4 Equally trusting, many local families who had fled the town in fear of a battle now drifted back in. 5. But as the 48 hours passed, the new hopes for peace dwindled. De la Barra kept postponing the appointment of Eduardo Hay as governor. On the evening of the first day of discharge he reinforced the Cuernavaca garrison with 330 Federals with machine guns. 6 And when Huerta's troops started occupying Yautepec the same evening, Zapata's chiefs almost rebelled against him. 7. August 22 was the crucial day. It was increasingly difficult now to persuade the rebels to turn in their arms. They had heard reports that Minister of the Interior Garcia Granados had threatened to prosecute them anyway, and they did not believe the federal troops would not attack them once they had disarmed. 8 And in Mexico City, swamped with more wildly exaggerated alarming messages from Carrion and more bombastic political analyses from General Huerta, de la Barra decided to stop trifling with demobilization. 9 The second deadline was up, and the revolutionaries in Morelos were still in arms. There would be no more truces. Huerta sniffed this change in the breeze and leaped to the offensive. The remedy he proposed to de la Barra, with the greatest respect and my best good faith, was to reduce Zapata to the last extremity, even hang him or throw him out of the country. 1. On August 23 troop movements began again. The most ominous was Huerta's through Yautepec and toward Cuautla. It was evidently unauthorized and clearly unnecessary, federalized revolutionaries from Veracruz having already garrisoned Cuautla to keep order. And since the discharge of their men was still going on, Zapata and his officers were furious. One group, including Eufemio, wanted to shoot Madero, the little squirt, as a traitor. Zapata knew what a disaster that would be, and he and Hay, who was there at the time, managed to calm the mutiny. In great distress Madero left for Mexico City, convinced there had been a misunderstanding but that he could again solve the problem in personal talks with de la Barra. but de la Barra never gave him the opportunity. When Madero arrived for an interview, the president excused himself for a cabinet meeting. Quitting finally his efforts to conciliate, Madero wrote de la Barra a long and bitter letter and then left to Elecciones in Yucatan. 2 So disappeared the Morelos rebels' last pedigreed champion. Still fearing bloodshed he could not avoid responsibility for, de la Barra tried in the following days to prevent a direct confrontation between the rebels and the federals, especially Huerta. So Zapata won a few days of grace. But the end was near. Ambrosio Figueroa moved his forces into Jojutla. Federal troops under General Amoldo Caso Lopez marched up from Jonacatepec toward Coatla. The editors of the metropolitan daily closest to de la Barra asked whether the rebels in Morelos were eligible for discharge or for indictments. Tomás Ruiz de Velasco actually filed criminal charges against Zapata, and the federal attorney general ordered his arrest. In reply, Zapata published his first manifesto on August 27, to the people of Morelos, defending himself and blaming the government for the trouble in the state. By then Figueroa had executed some 60 local rebels, and was court-martialing more. From Mexico City Madero tried to arrange one last truce through his brother Raúl. But after a cabinet meeting on the 29th, Garcia Granados ruled for the active pursuit and arrest of Zapata. The revolutionary chief was now an outlaw. 2 days later, as the federals surrounded Coatla, Zapata made a final protest to de la Barra that he had not declared a rebellion, that he maintained only a small personal escort which Madero had assigned him, and that the government would be responsible for any bloodshed. 4 On the back of the message de la Barra noted his answer: I lament that the disarmament of your forces has not been effective and that parties of bandits have appeared. The cabinet having just decided on the complete extirpation of banditry in Morelos, the president then informed Huerta of Zapata's whereabouts and weakness. 5 That same day Caso Lopez and Huerta occupied Coatla jointly, and the next day, September 1, Huerta headed south toward Chinameca Hacienda, where Zapata had escaped. 6 Impatient to get at his prey, he was ruthless with opposition. The facts show me, he wrote to de la Barra after crushing resistance around Villa de Ayala, the necessity to work resolutely and without consideration. These people are all bandits. De la Barra wired his approval. Huerta could proceed at liberty. 7 He arrived at Chinameca, however, too late to capture Zapata. The commander there, Figueroa's hatchetman Federico Morales, had already bungled the job and let him get away. Trying to trap Zapata inside the hacienda walls, he had stupidly ordered a charge past the guard at the front gate. Zapata had heard the gunfire, and knowing the plantation grounds, had ducked out of the main building and run into the cane fields that lay to the rear. 3 days later he was a bone-tired refugee whom Juan Andrew Almazan accidentally met riding a donkey through a little Puebla mountain town 80 miles to the south. 8 To many observers the case of the Morelos Revolution seemed closed. Madero had shelved the problem and was nervously calculating how he might do in a new violent contest for national power. Zapata himself was in hiding, and his local followers around the state were fleeing for their lives too. By the end of the month, the dirty work finished, Ambrosio Figueroa was persuaded to take over civil and military authority. 9 And Huerta, having now occupied all 6 district seats, had turned to mopping up operations. As he reported to de la Barra in his inimitable style, a wheedling rhetoric of cynicism and pomp, he moved through the state garrisoning towns, sowing trust, if the word fits, and, with the rifles and with the cannon of the government of the Republic, preaching harmony, peace, and brotherhood among all the sons of Morelos. By September 26 he considered the state pacified and his mission there concluded. 1 But the planters, who would have rejoiced at pacification, remained glum. They saw that their troubles were not over, that as Huerta had destroyed the immediate threat to their interests, he had forced into being a new and more dangerous threat. At liberty to treat every village he marched into as a nest of bandits, he thus created bandits, men who hated the system he represented as they could not have hated it before. Abusing rural Maderistas, he turned them into Zapatistas. The denomination appeared only in mid-August, After he arrived in Morelos. 2 Worse, in dispersing and terrorizing local rebels, he had driven them for the first time seriously to recruit support or at least to seek protection from the resident peons on hacienda grounds. At Cocoyoc, for instance, the rebels had armed 600 of the plantation's 800 laborers. 3 Worst of all, Huerta had not yet caught Zapata, who had become over the summer a popular idol throughout the state. So despite the official conclusion of the Morelos campaign, the planters did not relax their concern about keeping order. The most enterprising and intelligent, Luis Garcia Pimentel, Jr., began organizing a corps of private police for his father's estates. 50 guards he mounted, equipped, and armed at the family's expense, hiring as their commander the most experienced peace officer in the state. 4. The Garcia Pimentel's judgment proved sounder than Huerta's. For Zapata had retreated only to rally. In the mountains along the Puebla-Guerrero border he and Almazan encouraged restless chiefs even in Oaxaca to revolt as fast as you can. 5. Already Zapata was forming in his own mind the program of this new counter-revolution, as he then confusedly called it. Daily his old allies, persecuted at home by Figueroa's police, rejoined him and suggested revisions and additions. On September 26 Zapata stated his demands formally in a petition from the counter-revolutionaries to the President of the Republic Francisco L. de la Vera. Recognizing de la Vera as president, Zapata and his chiefs declared illegitimate the governors of Morelos, Puebla, Guerrero, and Oaxaca, and demanded popular authorities and military commanders, a postponement of the presidential election, what injustice the pueblos deserve as to lands, timber, and water, the abolition of prefectures, and amnesty for political prisoners. 6 Almazan, Jesus Lloraqui, and José Trinidad Ruiz delivered the message to de la Vera in person. The white president agreed to amnesty for political fugitives but ruled out leniency for rebels charged criminally, which included the chief rebel, Zapata. So informed, Huerta plunged on into southeastern Puebla in pursuit of the ridiculously pretentious bandits 7. But as he advanced, Zapata drew him on. Then, in early October, faking another retreat deeper into southern Puebla, Zapata reversed and raced 200 to 300 men around Huerta's flank. Riding hard through little-known mountain trails, the guerrilleros reappeared suddenly in eastern Morelos, ready to raid again. After Huerta's martial preaching, recruits swarmed out of the villages and now off the plantations also to swell the rebel army to 1,500. The revived movement was so popular that the available troops and police now under Caso Lopez could not contain it. On October 10 the rebels threatened Coatla. During the next week they moved north into Mexico State, around Ojumba. Picking up more fighters every day. On October 22 and 23, the Zapatistas occupied villages in the Federal District, barely 15 miles from downtown Mexico City. 8. Zapata's return to Morelos, coinciding nicely with the presidential election, had provided a kind of local referendum on government policy. The official vote there, which took place despite disturbances much worse than those that had halted the August election for governor, gave victory to Madero's progressive constitutionalist ticket in Cuernavaca and Coatla districts and to the Vázquez Gómez anti-re-electionist ticket in Jojutla. 9 But the popular verdict had obviously been quite different. Against the policy of complete extirpation, many men had voted with their feet for the cause of the villages. The overwhelming local reaction against Huerta's apparent success provoked its own reaction in Congress. As José María Lozano, the most brilliant orator among the deputies, recognized, Emiliano Zapata is no longer a man, he is a symbol. He could turn himself in tomorrow, but the rabble would not surrender. Finally the uprising brought on a cabinet crisis, in which Garcia Granados, Gonzalo Salas, and Francisco Vázquez Gómez lost their posts. It forced Huerta's replacement as well, apparently ending his career. Madero was duly impressed, which probably was what Zapata had wanted most. From Paris, Coahuila, where he was waiting for Inauguration Day, he issued a long and in part erroneous public letter explaining why Zapata refused to accept the government's orders. The climax of his message was the assurance that as soon as he took office, Zapata would lay down his arms. He knows, Madero said, without doubt here addressing himself to Zapata almost personally, that I will carry out the earlier aims of the government, those agreed on August 18, which I believed were the only means of pacifying the state of Morelos, and which Zapata already knows because I communicated them to him in Cuautla too. Another Madero was impressed besides the Apostle Francisco. This was his brother the politician, Gustavo. Throughout October, reactionary plots to prevent Madero's inauguration developed almost in the open. Reyes had already retired to ominous exile in San Antonio. Against these threats, Gustavo sought to reorganize the original revolutionary coalition. In late October he conferred several times in Mexico City with one of Zapata's young aides, Gildardo Magana, who passed the encouraging news on South Point 3 on November 1. Governor Figueroa posted notices in Cuautla pardoning all rebels who surrendered in 2 weeks. 4 A new kind of pacification was underway. There was fresh hope that finally differences would be settled, and the Revolutionary Union restored. When Madero took office on November 6, Zapata had already assembled his troops around Villa de Ayala and was waiting peaceably to begin negotiations. Disturbing news reached the Morelos rebels that Figueroa had accompanied Madero in the inauguration ceremony as the representative of the southern wing of the National Revolution. But reassuringly, Gabriel Robles Dominguez arrived in Cuautla on November 8, enthusiastic about reconciliation. Observers in Mexico City watched the proceedings closely. According to El Impartial, Attila had expedited a ukase to his hordes to surrender. 5. After 3 days, Robles Dominguez and Zapata and his chiefs had worked out a deal. In effect, the agreement would remove the Guerrerans and re-establish the Ayala party as the dominant power in the state, gradually evacuate federal troops and leave local revolutionaries as federal police, guarantee the agrarian aims of the Morelos Revolution, and sanction as legitimate protests the rebels' past insubordination. 6. Robles Dominguez prepared his return to offer the agreement for Madero's approval. But it then became clear that during the negotiations the federal troops in the state had completed foreboding maneuvers. By November 11, taking advantage of the rebels' concentration around Villa de Ayala, General Caso Lopez had surrounded them at close range. Worse, Caso Lopez would not let Robles Dominguez leave for Mexico City. From Cuautla the envoy managed to send an urgent wire in code to Madero, begging him under no circumstances to let Zapata be attacked. "I got excellent conditions," he reported. "Federals want to attack only to break conferences. They refuse to say." The next day he evaded his guard and went to the capital. 7. It was Sunday, and Madero saw him without delay at the Chapultepec presidential residence. Exactly how he received the new proposals it is difficult to tell. The promises he had made in August and recently confirmed hardly differed from the conditions Robles Dominguez now presented him. Moreover, as the agreement indicated, Zapata's defiance was simply a state and not a national action. But as president, his fledgling authority challenged almost daily, Madero could not afford to deal on equal terms with a local outlaw, however worthy. So, having heard Robles Dominguez out, he gave him a letter of instructions, an official record of his response. "Let Zapata know that the only thing I can accept is that he immediately surrender unconditionally and that all his soldiers immediately lay down their arms. In this case I will pardon his soldiers for the crime of rebellion and he will be given passports so he can go settle temporarily outside the state. Inform him that his rebellious attitude is damaging my government greatly and that I cannot tolerate that it continue under any circumstances, that if he truly wants to serve me, is the only way he can do it. Let him know that he need fear nothing for his life if he lays down his arms immediately." It may well be that off the record Madero made more generous responses, which Robles Dominguez was to pass on privately to Zapata. 8 But if so, the plan miscarried. Because Zapata had not yet disbanded his men, General Caso Lopez decided the conferences between Robles Dominguez and the rebel chief had failed. 9 And when Robles Dominguez returned to Cuautla to renew the talks, the general would not let him go on to rebel headquarters in Villa de Ayala. All Zapata learned about his offer to make peace was from a courier who delivered him Madero's official demand for a surrender and a desperate but only half-explanatory letter from Robles Dominguez. When the courier arrived in the rebel camp, Zapata was already organizing his forces to meet the imminent federal attack. On horseback he read both messages as if Gildardo Magana said he was watching events develop as he had expected. Robles Dominguez's eloquent plea mattered little when Caso Lopez was already drawing up his artillery less than a mile away, on instructions, as it appeared from the other letter, from President Madero himself. In a fury he dismissed the courier. Soon the artillery began firing, and Zapata ordered a retreat. He and his escort held out till evening, then slipped through the federal lines. As before, he headed south into the Puebla Mountains, recruiting refugees and partisans along the way. This was the last hopeful effort at reconciliation. A few days later Robles Dominguez tried to communicate with Zapata about a new agreement, but got no answer. 1 And through eastern Morelos the little war of the guerrillas started again. In late November Zapata convened a junta of his closest partisans at Ioxisla, a little mountain town in southeastern Puebla, and there, signing a plan de Ayala which Montano had composed, the assembled chiefs finally declared themselves formally in rebellion against the federal government. Madero was inept, treacherous, and tyrannical, they proclaimed. Only through violence could they gain justice for the pueblos. To lead the Ayala revolution they called on a national hero, the chief who had emerged as the most famous Maderista commander in the earlier San Luis Revolution and who was now the loyal but restless head of Chihuahua's federal police, Pascual Orozco. I am resolved, Zapata wrote to Magana in Mexico City, to struggle against everything and everybody, too. In early December, probably on his brother Gustavo's advice, Madero sent another commission to see Zapata at a camp on the Puebla-Morelos border. But the commissioners bore no new offer. To the chief whom Madero had embraced in the August crisis in Cuautla, in the worst days of a time of lies and broken promises, to the chief whom Madero had then classified among all his many revolutionary generals as his truest general, to this chief the commissioners could now not even assure amnesty and a pardon if he laid down his arms. The only guarantee they could assure him was a safe trip into exile. And Zapata, recalling the long months of strain he and Madero had labored through together, exploded in resentment. "I've been Señor Madero's most faithful partisan," he told the commissioners. "I've given infinite proofs of it. But I'm not anymore. Madero has betrayed me as well as my army, the people of Morelos, and the whole nation. Most of his supporters are in jail or persecuted," Zapata continued, incensed at the purges he knew were going on in his own state and thinking they must be underway elsewhere too, and nobody trusts him any longer because he's violated all his promises. He's the most fickle, vacillating man I've ever known. What should they tell the president? The commissioners asked. Tell him this for me, Zapata concluded, to take off for Havana, because if not he can count the days as they go by, and in a month I'll be in Mexico City with 20,000 men, and have the pleasure of going up to Chapultepec Castle and dragging him out of there and hanging him from one of the highest trees in the park. 3. So in a bitter and defensive divorce from the national movement ended the first phase of the Morelos Revolution. Henceforth it developed on its own. The aching hopes for union were useless, because both Madero and Zapata had committed themselves in dead earnest to an endeavor, a revolution which they did not know they saw very differently. At the beginning no one in the revolutionary coalition distinguished between a social and a political revolution. In June, shortly after the fatal troubles had begun, Zapata had given a wistful interview to a reporter as he waited in a Mexico City train station, ready to return home. "It can't be said of me," he told the reporter, "that I went off to the battlefields under the pressure of poverty. I've got some land and a stable, which I earned through long years of honest work and not through political campaigns, and which produce enough for me and my family to live on comfortably. Now I'm going to work at discharging the men who helped me," he continued, "so I can retire to private life and go back to farming my fields. For the only thing I wanted when I went into the revolution was to defeat the dictatorial regime, and this has been accomplished. 4. That was all Madero and the other revolutionaries said they wanted to defeat the dictatorial regime. But the difficulty was that different men had different criteria for judging when the dictatorial regime had been defeated, or even precisely what the dictatorial regime was. When had the revolution triumphed? For Zapata, the southern provincial, the exasperated chief of his village, the answer was straightforward: when the agrarian dispute in his state was equitably settled, or at least when deliberate moves had been taken in that direction. For Madero, the northern provincial, a landlord's gentlest son, floating in reveries of goodness, the answer was both more and less, when Mexicans prospered and loved one another, or at least when he took office. The difference between the very nature of their expectations was profound. And when they finally realized it, they could turn to no organized party or committee for adjustment and discipline. Under terrific pressures they had to mediate their conflict themselves. But as they indicated by their almost desperate desire to trust and be trusted, they had nothing of the true politician's ruthless knack for disagreeing in peace at other people's expense but for their security. Their original commitment had been too hopeful. Zapata suspected betrayal in every disagreement, and Madero could see the selfishness in any view but his own. Of all the revolutionaries, they were the least suited to live with their differences. 1. The official revolutionaries perform. Not only the so-called científicos. In Mexico City, revolutionaries took office, and Prince Albert coats replaced khaki jackets. But in Morelos the war continued. Through the whole Madero term, 2 local revolutionary parties would fight to determine what the revolution there would be. From the start the aim of the law-abiding revolutionaries was clear: trusting in support from their metropolitan patrons, they wanted to legislate popular reforms and decree them officially. After December 15, when the Diario del Hogar published the Plan de Ayala, the aim of the rebellious revolutionaries in Morelos was clear too. They wanted popular reforms carried out in the field, whether a clerk in an office authorized them or not. As before against Diaz, Zapata and his chiefs were waging war against Madero, but now they specified as well that the struggle was to benefit the nation's country people, that dispossessed farming families would recover their lands or receive new grants from expropriated haciendas, and that not advocates but actual veterans of the struggle would dominate the resulting regime. In the conflict both parties worked for popular change, but in different worlds. In the conflict they also changed themselves. Until mid-1912, when the federal government restored home rule in Morelos, both revolutions going on there were movements of opposition, one loyal, the other insurrectionary. For the rebels the proper tactics seemed simple to devise and execute. Zapata and his chiefs evidently believed, as did many other observers, that Madero would soon fall. Even before the apostle's inauguration, dangerous challenges to his authority had developed. In October Emilio Vázquez had retired to San Antonio, where he met General Reyes and obviously began to plot a revolt in alliance with him. On October 31 Vázquezista agents in Mexico City signed their own plan de Tacubaya, denouncing Madero and proclaiming Vázquez president. In early November the Metropolitan Police exposed a Vázquezista Reyista conspiracy to assassinate the new president. A month later they uncovered another such plan among high-ranking military officers with Reyista connections. 1 And though General Reyes failed to start an uprising when he re-entered Mexico in mid-December, and instead ended up in jail, still the Vázquez Gómez brothers, who had tricked him into the failure, remained critical threats to the government. 2 In the north there were many discontented revolutionaries, like the ambitious Pascual Orozco, whom they might persuade to rebel. In these promising circumstances all Zapata and his chiefs evidently thought they had to do was fight to maintain their rebel standing for the little while until Madero fell, when they could press a new government to meet their demands or fall itself. So they hardly bothered about organization. The junta issuing the Ayala plan comprised most of the rebel chiefs who had been and would later be prominent in Morelos, including, besides the Zapata brothers and the plan's author, Montano, veterans like Francisco Mendoza, Jesus Morales, Jose Trinidad Ruiz, Amador Salazar, Lorenzo Vazquez, Emigdio Marmolejo, and Pio Quintagales. But the junta had no fixed camp, much less a regular headquarters. Nor did a full-time secretary manage its business. Abraham Martinez, who had earlier served as Zapata's chief of staff, was still in jail in Puebla City. Montano, the intellectual of the movement, was trying now to become a warrior, and other minor aides drifted in and out of the various rebel camps too erratically to coordinate operations. Moreover, several important local chiefs did not yet belong to the Ayala junta. Missing among others were veterans like Felipe Neri, Genovevo de Lao, Francisco Pacheco, Jesus Yoraki, Ignacio Maya, and Pedro Saavedra, all currently in rebellion but not formally under Zapata's orders. And not all those having sworn allegiance to the Ayala plan were firm in their loyalties. In early January, Jesus Morales tried to arrange a private deal with the federal government. Not long afterward, Mendoza disarmed and banished Jose Trinidad Ruiz, incorporating Ruiz's men into his own force. 3 In these weeks, the action the Zapatistas carried on in Morelos was less a revolt than a rural riot. Almost immediately, bandits started operating too. This development was especially ominous, because harvests would soon begin on the plantations and trigger the yearly boom in the markets throughout the region. The rebels did not want competition from other outlaws in selling protection to the planters, and they did not want highwaymen preying on the country folk who needed to trade to build up their fund of cash. On December 20, Zapata issued general orders to his liberating army of the South to provide every class of guarantees in the villages and fields and on the roads, to respect and aid civil authorities who have been legally and freely elected, and not to let revolutionary forces or pacificos destroy or burn the property of the haciendas, because these will be the patrimony and source of work for the villages. He also instructed officers to permit troops to return home to harvest crops or care for their families. There was no word on agrarian reform. Concluding, Zapata admonished his officers to bring to the consciousness of our troops that the better we behave, the more adherents and help we will have among the people, and the faster will be our triumph. For to the beloved pueblos themselves he published a manifesto on December 31. There he professed the legitimacy of the Ayalan revolutionaries' goals and disclaimed responsibility for those individuals who, protecting themselves with my banner, commit outrages and abuses and carry on feuds. These persons, he declared, I ask all my partisans and the pueblos in general to throw back with energy, for these I consider enemies of mine who try to discredit our blessed cause and prevent its triumph. 5. But despite the liabilities of disorganization, the rebel junta remained amorphous. For finances it still depended on local contributions, a few forced loans, and the sporadic philanthropy of interested metropolitan politicians. For arms and ammunition it had only those captured from federal army and police patrols and those randomly supplied by gun runners coming down from Mexico City. 6 In early January, an aspiring Zapatista agent in Cuautla pleaded for the junta to send him a letter of introduction and instructions so he could organize, systematize, and generalize the revolution. It was indispensable, he urged, to establish a center in Mexico City, to direct, give character to, and assume political responsibility for the movement. This arrangement, he argued, would give the movement impulse and solidity. 7 Already he had appealed twice for instructions and received no reply. No record indicates he fared more happily this time. The Ayalan chiefs evidently had no hankering for an elaborate structure, of national or local inspiration. Loosely associated as they were, they still moved on the verge of seizing military control of the state. More than 1,000 federal troops under General Caso Lopez and around 5,000 rurals under various commands remained in Morelos. But the only places they effectively held were the towns they were stationed in, the district and major municipal seats. In some cases, especially among the rurals, the commanders were excellent, and on paper they had crafty tactics for their mounted police constant pursuit, night marches, mobile provisioning. 8 But almost all officers and troopers came from other states, Jalisco and Guanajuato mainly, and they were as ignorant of the twisting trails and ravines they now had to maneuver through as they were unfamiliar with the local villagers, whom they inevitably harassed and who then informed on them to the rebels. 9 The planters too resented the expense and disruption the soldiers and policemen caused. 1 The result was that the federal forces rarely budged from their quarters. When they did venture onto the roads, their commanders normally took them out in awkward battalion strength. So in the southeast Zapata, Mendoza, and Morales led guerrilla rose practically where they pleased in the countryside. In the northeast, up into Mexico State as far as Ojumba, José Trinidad Ruiz was the dominant power. Having preached in various little towns in that zone, he knew the people and the terrain well. The police commander charged with suppressing the rebellion there all but admitted the impossibility of his task. 2 Only after Mendoza disarmed Ruiz did the Federals recover a feeble control in the area. In the center of the state Salazar and Neri ruled as thoroughly as ever, attacking garrison towns and moving at will through the villages. And in the northwest in the strategic country north of Cuernavaca, around Santa Maria and Huitzilac de Lao had scared the rurals into complete passivity. Few battles occurred in his zone because not even the federal regulars dared to contest his authority. The rebels had become so powerful in Morelos that by mid-January their example had infected malcontents elsewhere. In Tlaxcala, Puebla, Mexico State, Michoacán, Guerrero, and Oaxaca, revolts sympathetic to the Ayelan movement had broken out. An embarrassing southern crisis thus formed for the federal government, already deeply disturbed over the widening estrangement of Pascual Orozco in the north. On January 17 Madero agreed to accept Ambrosio Figueroa's resignation from the governorship of Morelos, as much to regain the loyalty of local moderates as to let Figueroa put down the uprisings in his own state. And 2 days later, to resolve the crisis directly, the Minister of the Interior declared martial law for 4 months in Morelos, Guerrero, and Tlaxcala, and 13 districts in Mexico and Puebla. But still the rebellion flourished. In late January the rebels almost took Cuernavaca. Some 3,000 had gathered in the countryside around the state capital, from Tepoztlan to Temixco to Huitzilac, and after a federal spoiling action failed at Santa Maria on January 26, the rebels commenced vigorous, evidently coordinated attacks through the whole area. Under de Lao's command they fought 3- and 4-hour battles every day for more than a week. From rooftops in Cuernavaca fascinated observers could see the explosions of federal artillery shells in Santa Maria and watch the black smoke rise up the mountainside as the village burned. But the rebels sustained the offensive, and every day they seemed closer to ruining the Federals and occupying the capital. 3. For the other, law-abiding revolutionaries in Morelos, to whom politics mattered more than tactics, this crisis in part simplified their work and in part complicated it. The blessing it brought them was Figueroa's resignation, which greatly improved their chances of recovering local control of the state government and enacting reforms. As governor, Figueroa had tried to establish a Guerrero clique in Cuernavaca. Depending on his lieutenant governor, Aurelio Velázquez, and the Cuernavaca district judge, Ruperto Zolta, both of whom were imported Guerreran politicos, he hoped to secure Morelos in favor of his own family's national ambitions. Since local revolutionaries wanted to manage the state themselves, Velázquez and Zolta could arrange a political base for their boss only among old Iscandinistas and hangers-on who had just lately gained office and were now reluctant to retire. Thus in the December municipal elections the Guerrerans had found no better candidate for municipal president of Cuernavaca than the hack Ramon Oliveras, who lost. For the gubernatorial elections due January 14 Velázquez and Zolta had not been able to find any plausible candidate among the local notables and finally proposed yet another Guerreran, whom even their native collaborators would not accept. To repair Figueroa's authority and to prevent a native victory in the race for governor, Velázquez had started a sweeping purge. He dismissed from the state bureaucracy many new appointees whom he considered unreliable and recommissioned those who had served Alarcon and Iscandan. He abolished salaries for municipal presidents, which required them to assume compromising debts or resign. Although he did not actually eject any municipal presidents, as General Caso Lopez did in 3 Puebla border towns, he did remove town councilmen in several places. Also under his auspices, police commanders abused local governments and even executed suspicious officials without trial. And when these measures proved in vain and it seemed that the club of toadies Judge Zolta had organized to elect the governor would flop, then Figueroa had called off the elections on January 12, 2 days beforehand. So Figueroa's resignation and retreat from Morelos a few days later amounted to a reprieve for the local champions of legal change. Rallying, they proceeded to fortify their position. 4. Already they had strong bases. Not only in Cuernavaca but in Yautepec, Coatla, Jonacatepec, and many smaller towns they had won power in the recent municipal elections. Their representatives were not ex-Porfiristas, ex-Escandinists, or ex-Levistas, neither Felipe Escarza, the new municipal president of Cuernavaca, nor Julio Cardenas in Yautepec, nor Everardo Espinoza in Coatla, nor José María Alcázar in Jonacatepec had a record of active participation in any party or movement. Evidently they were political neophytes. They were also not wealthy men. Alcázar, who ran a dry goods and grocery store, was the only citizen of credit among them. 5 Nor had they been agents or attorneys for the planters in the state. And they were all really natives of the towns they now governed, not merely residents in passing. Without connections in Mexico City or even in Cuernavaca, they most likely came into their offices only through the local, literally familiar operations of respect, duty, consent, and fealty. As Figueroa departed, it seemed they might lead their neighbors to success in their peaceful campaign for reform. The new interim governor, Francisco Naranjo, Jr., was also an encouraging factor. He was not a native son, as local revolutionaries would have preferred, but he was at least a northerner, from Nuevo Leon, and not another Guerreran. And he was a reputedly sincere and honest veteran of the popular cause in the north. The son of a Porfirista military hero, he had still in the time of Don Porfirio risked a comfortable engineering career to help found the Radical Liberal Party. For agitating he had once gone to jail, and his father had had to appeal to Diaz personally for his release. An anti-re-electionist in 1910, he had joined the Maderista revolution in its earliest weeks. 6 Afterward he was one of the few irregular colonels trusted to retain his commission and the command of the corps of riflemen he had organized. Now he came to Morelos, unlike Figueroa, publicly intent on doing good for the local people. He had tried to enlist as his lieutenant governor an old friend and a co-founder of the Liberal Party, the militant anarchist Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama. Soto y Gama refused the appointment. The government had committed an extremely grave error, he explained, in mistaking the deep social problem in the south as banditry, to be resolved with artillery barrages, in the Russian manner. Although he did not aspire to agrarian communism, he noted, nor to the impossible utopia of absolute equality, he would not be an accomplice in the war to the death against the victims of Capital 7. But Naranjo alone was still a welcome ally for the local revolutionaries. He came obviously disposed to help them in calming the rebellion and improving the popular welfare. On arrival in Cuernavaca he began a careful study of the reasons for the unrest and violence. I found, he later recalled, that Morelos lacked three things: first plows, second books, and third equity. And it had more than enough latifundios, taverns, and bosses. The information that Yautepec had no room to expand its cemetery, or that Coatla had no place to dump its garbage, was a shock to this earnest engineer from the vast, open steppes of the north. Like Soto y Gama, also a northerner, he referred to the frustration and constriction of local communities as a problem, less a deliberate oppression than a special kind of riddle. 8 With the reformers already in municipal offices around the state, he might solve it. Help was also forthcoming through more obscure channels. President Madero's brother Gustavo had quietly arranged the release of Zapata's former chief of staff, Abraham Martinez, from jail in Puebla City, and on January 25 brought him and two other former aides of Zapata's, Gildardo and Rodolfo Magana, to a private meeting in Mexico City. Granting the justice in Zapata's resentment, Gustavo still insisted on our duty to try again for a reconciliation. In fact, it was not so much patriotic generosity as political anxiety that moved Gustavo, since Pascual Orozco had privately broken with the Maderos a week before and was now about to break publicly with them in Chihuahua. But the deal agreed on in this caucus would serve Naranjo's benign purposes in Morelos. On January 26, Martinez and Rodolfo Magana left in secret for Zapata's camp to relay Gustavo's plea for renewed negotiations and a truce. 9. The crisis that had produced these boons for the law-abiding revolutionaries soon proved a curse for them as well. Naranjo could not attend to their interests, because the rebels permitted him no space or time to maneuver in. To the revolutionaries fighting in the field, the new governor's sympathies made no difference. What mattered to them was the force he directed into their territory. Indeed, it was his attempt to flush them out of Santa Maria that provoked the tremendous attack on Cuernavaca in late January. Although the rebels briefly relaxed the offensive in early February, De Lao and other chiefs like Vázquez and Salazar, who had just reinforced him, published a notice that on February 6 they would start blowing up every train coming into the state. 1 Meanwhile, Martinez, having conferred with Zapata, wrote back to President Madero that he would rejoin his old chief to help him however he could. 2 And on February 6, as they had warned, De Lao and his allies resumed their drive against the state capital even more ferociously than before. In desperation, the federal commander in the city ordered the immediate burning of Santa Maria and its surrounding woods, where the rebels had their base. Naranjo could not stop him. And on February 9 federal troops stormed into the village, soaked the houses and buildings with kerosene, fired them, and retreated. Artillery shells exploding into the woods touched off flames there. By evening the village was in ashes, the charred timber in the hills around still aglow and smoking. Thus federal forces had again treated the nearby Cuernavacans to an awe-inspiring spectacle. To a reporter for El País, a metropolitan Catholic daily, the action seemed a worthy effort to destroy Zapatismo, which is threatening to destroy what we hold highest, our nationality. 3 But to the rebels, especially to De Lao, whose young daughter died in the fire, it was an abjuration of all the rules of war. 4 After the Federals left, the rebels moved back into the area and recommenced their campaign, which was to go on for over a month. In this emergency the hopes of Naranjo and his prospective protégés in the town councils were impossible. Avoiding a fiasco, the new governor would not reorder state elections. For the sake of continuity and because he had no other official on the spot to turn to, he kept Aurelio Velázquez as lieutenant governor. Abuses and expulsions of local councilmen therefore continued. 5 And revolutionaries ready to propose reforms had to shelve their plans. Still worse for them was that in a panic President Madero had appointed a new military commander for Morelos who aggravated the rebellion and so prolonged the period of legal suspensions. The new commander was Brigadier General Juvencio Robles. Years before, in Indian wars on the northern frontier, he had learned the army's procedure for crushing rebellions, and coming now into the south, he intended to fight villagers and rancheros as he had fought tribesmen. Already he had experience of Morelos and its commotions. In 1909, as a colonel, he had commanded the Coatla garrison on the day Iscandanista voters outnumbered the Levistas. On February 3, after a long conference with the Secretary of War, he told reporters how he saw the state. All Morelos, as I understand it, is Zapatista, and there's not a single inhabitant who doesn't believe in the false doctrines of the bandit Emiliano Zapata. Having thus lumped the planters, their attorneys and managers and employees in the mills and in the fields, the peaceable reformers, the passive admirers of the rebels operating independently, the rebels operating in alliance with Zapata, the rebels operating under Zapata's authority, and the bandits themselves all together as one enemy, Robles remained confident. In a relatively short lapse of time, he predicted, he would reduce that phalange of gangsters who presently scourge the state, with their crimes and thefts worthy of the savage. 6. Once in Morelos he went straight to business. On February 10, on his instructions, Federals arrested Zapata's mother-in-law, his sister, and 2 sisters-in-law in Villa de Ayala and took them as hostages to Cuernavaca. 7 The same day the federal commander in Yautepec had the house of municipal president Julio Cardenas searched. The evidence the troops found was hardly incriminating: an old, broken pistol, 6 moldy cartridges, and some political credentials 17 years old. But the commander ordered Cardenas to resign, and Cardenas had to flee for his life. 3 days later the commander had 14 local suspects shot, 4 Yautpecan farmers and 10 workers from the cocoa plantation, where rebels had armed many peons the previous summer. Cardenas issued public protests, as did his fellow municipal president, Everardo Espinoza of Coatla, who also had to flee. 8 But they had no effect. Robles shortly put into regular practice a favorite policy: resettlement. Modeled on Spanish proceedings in the recent Cuban War of Independence, and on similar British action in the Boer War and American action in the Philippines, resettlement was a deliberate definition of an indefinite war. By 1910 it had become the standard method in the Mexican army for suppressing popular guerrillas. It required first forcing the rural Pacificos out of their villages and ranchos and into concentration camps on the outskirts of larger towns, where federal supervision was easier. Then flying columns could move freely into the countryside and treat whomever they met as hostiles. In the end, demoralized and exhausted rebels would surrender, and the Federals would scour the area clean of those who still resisted. The peculiar feature of Robles's use of this method was that he burned places he wanted the population to evacuate. If, as he later noted in his defense, the Zapatistas returned to occupy those pueblos and make barricades out of their houses so as to battle the Federals, besides obtaining the necessities of life from the inhabitants, there was nothing more rational and logical than to destroy those Zapatista redoubts and prevent the residents from giving arms, ammunition, and food to the gangsters. 9 So the burning that had been a stroke of desperation a few days earlier at Santa Maria now became a system. On February 15 Robles sent out a strong force south of Jujutla to initiate his policy. Along the Chinameca River near the Guerrero border the troops reached the little village of Nexpa. They found only 136 people still there, 131 of them women and children. After driving them out of their houses, they set fire to the ramshackle buildings. The residents cried and pleaded that the pueblo which had seen them born not be destroyed, reported the El País correspondent. In the midst of the greatest terror and consternation the flames did their work, and a dense, black column of smoke rolling laboriously up the sides of the mountain announced to the Zapatistas hidden there that they no longer had a home. All the Nexpans went back to Jujutla as federal prisoners, and stayed under guard in an army corral. Robles eventually released them but would not permit them to return to their ruins. They had to check in daily with Jujutla police. Other federal forces resettled other populations. San Rafael and Ticumán were burned. So was Los Hornos, where Zapata had had a headquarters and where the Federals captured Lorenzo Vázquez's family and sent them, like Zapata's, back to Cuernavaca as hostages. Alotes also, a little rancho in the same region, the Federals put to flame. And in Villa de Ayala they burned down many houses. Robles and his superiors might well grant, as the Catholic editors of El País did, that these actions were illiberal in cruelty. But, as the editors themselves insisted, heroic remedies were necessary. Otherwise, they argued, we fear that the state of revolt might become chronic. The truth about Morelos was horrible, the editors observed. Zapatismo has adepts who amount to legion, its co-religionaries can be counted in many thousands, therefore espionage is magnificent. Unless Robles pursued his plan of the total destruction of the shanty towns which serve as refuge for Zapatistas, Morelos would become the tomb of our heroic army. 1. Thus justified, resettlement continued. On February 20, after learning that the still active rebels north of Cuernavaca received supplies from muleteers who passed through Coayomulco and Ocotepec, Robles had those 2 villages burned as well. He did not dare burn the huts in which the resident peons of the plantations lived, but with the peons themselves he was as ruthless as with villagers and rancheros. His commander in Yautepec had 18 more workers from Cocoyoc Hacienda executed. Even high-ranking plantation personnel did not escape Robles' scrutiny. In late February he had the San Vicente and Chiconcuic managers and some of their assistants arrested for giving ammunition to the rebels in return for protection. Tried and found guilty in court-martial, the defendants were sentenced to 6 months in prison. 2. Although this curse had nearly swamped them, the law-abiding revolutionaries persisted in private attempts to restore peace and constitutional rule. On February 20, old General Leiva arrived in Cuernavaca and began conferring with delegations from neighboring pueblos. It was public knowledge that he had no influence with Zapata and the chiefs under his orders. The general himself declared categorically that no negotiations would start with Zapata, Abraham Martinez, and other ringleaders and thieves. But it still seemed possible that he might arrange a truce with Delao and the rebels based in Santa Maria. The Indians in their majority went into the revolution, the general explained to the press, because they had been despoiled of their lands. His mission, he went on, was to examine with the governor of the state the titles to the properties the Indians claim, and then to proceed in justice. To rebels guilty of no crime but rebellion, he could offer amnesty. 3. Meanwhile, pillars of Cuernavaca society began publishing formal requests that Robles not burn certain pueblos. Vouching for the loyalty of the families there, they embarrassed him into at least temporary and scattered restraints. Encouraged, local notables elsewhere published formal defenses of their towns too, and won similar provisional guarantees. Although burnings and plunderings continued, influential citizens thus gained exemption for a few favored places. 4. Concurrently, the deposed municipal president's drive to remove Aurelio Velázquez was about to succeed. The turning point came when Julio Cárdenas publicly accused Velázquez of trying secretly to organize support in Morelos for the subversive Vázquez Gómez brothers. Velázquez and politicians like him are dishonoring the administration of Señor Madero, Cárdenas charged, because these men are everything but Maderistas. 5. Velázquez shortly resigned, and on March 2 a close friend of Naranjo's, Jacobo Ramos Martinez, took over as lieutenant governor. Almost immediately he began trying to arrange contact with Zapata, to deal with him as General Leiva had hoped to deal with Delao. 6. But the rebels would not quit. By now they had lost more than their lands. Having seen their homes burned and their kinfolk shot or imprisoned, they felt little obligation to consider the government's offer to accept their surrender. Besides, from the reinforcements Robles had scared out of villages and plantations into their camps, they were even more numerous than before. And they had even less reason for compromise when in early March the news arrived that Pascual Orozco had finally revolted in the north. The government, it seemed, would soon collapse, and they would ride into the state capital as conquerors. Neither Leiva nor Ramos Martinez could persuade them to negotiate. And as federal troops and police withdrew to the federal district for reassignment in Chihuahua, the rebel chiefs extended their zones of active operations and accelerated the pace of their attacks. Through March, Delao engaged the best federal regulars in the state almost daily around Huitzalac. For the whole month Neri and Salazar besieged the weak garrison at Tepoztlan. Eluding the rurals, Lorenzo Vázquez carried out frequent successful raids on haciendas in central Morelos. Mendoza campaigned powerfully from Axaquiapan to Zacualpan. And the two Zapatas mounted alarming assaults in southern and western Puebla, in a threat to that state's capital. 7. Robles tried to seize the offensive, but although he could sometimes capture a rebel base or locate rebel bands and disperse them, he could not bring the rebellion under control or even slow it down. After March 23, when Orozco won a crucial battle in southern Chihuahua, the rebels in Morelos became even bolder. The state seemed almost theirs. From Mexico City, Pablo Escandon wrote in despair to his political tutor, still in exile in Paris, that if things go on as they are going, surely we will retrogress to our former position as a nation of the last order, a true niggerdom. For the rebels, April was the critical month. The other two parties committed in the struggle remained on the defensive, practically on the run. The continuing emergency in the north further depleted federal forces and supplies in Morelos. so that Robles abandoned the countryside completely and tried to hold only the major towns. And the rebels' rivals in revolution, the reformers intent on legal change, could extract no more concessions from the beleaguered federal government. In his April 1 report to Congress, Madero had specifically stated that not until he was in military control of Morelos would he authorize studies and operations on our age-old agrarian question. Regarding the Southern troubles, he was obviously in a sore mood. Fortunately, he noted, this amorphous agrarian socialism, which for the rude intelligence of the farmers of Morelos can only take the form of sinister vandalism, has found no echo in other regions of the country. 9. The poor prospects for restoring order were especially vivid to the hacendados, who had lost whoppingly in the current harvests. When a federal agency started inquiries about purchasing lands for resale to poor farmers, several Morelos planters offered their estates for sale. 1. Still pressing as hard as they could, the rebels were not able to carry their local advantage into a decisive triumph and institute their own government in the state. They did disrupt rail service, and they did occupy important towns. On April 1 Neri and Salazar finally captured Tepoztlan. On April 2 Zapata attacked and took Jonacatepec. On April 6 Zapata, Mendoza, Vazquez, and other chiefs began a combined assault on Tlaquiltenango, Tlaltizapan, and Hajutla, actually entering the last city several times. But the rebels could not secure their victories. In every case the Federals returned to the contest and reoccupied the towns. In Hajutla they took revenge by executing some 50 captives. 2 Evidently the rebels did not have the ammunition for serious campaigns. Stealing from careless Federals and police and buying from the black market in Mexico City, they could raise constant uproar in guerrillas, but they could not steal, buy, or transport enough to fight regular battles. Sooner or later the Federals always had more bullets to shoot. So the fighting went on week after week. Often it was very bloody, especially around Huitzalac, which the Federals shelled and burned. In late April de Lao and Salazar again mobilized some 4,000 men around Cuernavaca and even set up cannon to bombard the place. The city fathers wanted to surrender. 3 But the attack never happened. And no attack elsewhere settled any issue definitively in the rebels' favor. They remained masters only in the countryside, which was a social but not a political base. Through early May the rebel chiefs' failure became clear. They had not lost the struggle, but they had not won it when their chances were best. To rebuild their caches of ammunition, Neri and Salazar suspended major campaigns and raided very seldom. De Lao drifted northwest into Mexico State, also to repair his forces. And after a depressing junta the Zapatas, Montano, Mendoza, Capistran, and other chiefs retreated into eastern Guerrero, attacking Tlapa to capture supplies, but losing. 4 Zapata hoped that Orozco might send him arms and ammunition from the north by sea to a little port on Guerrero's Costa Chica. 5 But Orozco himself had no materiel to spare, because of the recent U.S. embargo on the shipment of war goods into Mexico, and he evidently never acknowledged Zapata's requests. 6 In late May some chiefs, though not Zapata, resumed active operations through northern and eastern Morelos. And Zapata directed letters to the Chamber of Deputies, the Cabinet, and the Diplomatic Corps, giving notice of an attack on Mexico City from one moment to the next. 7 But this was an idle threat. The army captain who had been selling the Morelos rebels thousands of Winchester cartridges from federal arsenals was in jail. 8 And though rebels could here and there ride into metropolitan suburbs, they could not hold their ground when rurals appeared. Besides, it was now the rainy season and time to plant, and many rebel soldiers went home to work in their fields. Trains to Cuernavaca started running roughly on schedule again. As the violence slackened, the law-abiding party awkwardly but effectively gained the initiative in the state. Already in early May Governor Naranjo had felt sure enough of his support to send Madero a long, stern letter, asking him to restrain the rampaging General Robles. He received the testy reply that a governor should not complain when the federal executive had dictated measures, opportune in a time of war, but he did not relax the pressure. 9 In mid-May, as Orozco faltered in the north, Naranjo announced that the government would soon recover control in the south as well, which was less a military judgment than a political pretext for restoring constitutional authority. Looking forward to May 19, when the 4 months of martial law would end, the governor, his lieutenant, and their local allies began preparing for state elections. They maneuvered with startling speed and coordination, revealing the close connections they must have fixed among themselves by then. And on May 19, as constitutional guarantees went back in force, voting for the electoral colleges took place in all but a few municipalities. A week later the colleges elected a fairly uniform crew of reformers to the state legislature and Congress. For General Leiva, dying now in Cuernavaca, it was a final, sweet vindication. 1. An unexpected delay passed before the state deputies actually took office, partly because authorities in Yautepec could not hold elections and probably also because Robles objected to the resumption of civilian rule. Moreover, scattered rebel raids still went on, now and then disturbing rail traffic into Cuernavaca and Cuautla. 2 Nevertheless, the chances for compromise seemed weakly to improve. Having assured a credulous Madero that the war would soon end, Robles was reassigned to Puebla. 3 Through the June and early July rains the rebels remained in the doldrums. Travelers coming into Mexico City from Cuautla reported that the guerrilleros around there had run low on all supplies and could not keep their bands intact. At the U.S. Embassy, too, information was that the Zapatistas, badly disorganized on account of many internal dissensions for the new Minister of the Interior, Jesus Flores Magón, believed conditions were ripe for new talks with Zapata and sent a secret envoy to his camp. 5 Grave losses also for the rebels were the arrests in Mexico City of their leading agents, Gonzalo Vázquez Ortiz, Abraham Martinez, Gildardo Magana, and Luis Mendez. Their documents and confessions betrayed which planters were paying forced loans, where black market arms and ammunition came from, and who were the metropolitan channels of subversion. 6 Meanwhile in Morelos, Naranjo and his associates strengthened their organization and refined the program of reforms they would legislate. Finally, on July 12, nearly 6 weeks late, and still without Yautepec represented, the deputies were sworn in. The peaceful revolutionaries were now no longer the opposition but the government. On July 17 the new deputies convened in the state capital, Cortez's Marquesal Palace, to serve out the last session of Morelos's 22nd legislature. 7 Like the municipal presidents elected at the end of the previous year, they were almost all men of only local standing. City folk, they owned no farms, managed no plantations. Characteristically, they ran the general store in their hometowns. 1. Eugenio Morales was the proprietor of a little factory in Jojutla. None was notably prosperous or prominent in the state. None had taken an active part in the Maderista Revolution in 1910-11. And few had official experience in politics. Morales was the savviest politician among them, a veteran of the La Vista and the anti-re-electionist campaigns, and a Jojutla town councilor in 1911. 2 others had had bits of training. Pedro Guzman, the alternate deputy for Jonacatepec, had been a clerk for the Jefe Politico there in 1904, and José de Rojas, the deputy for Tepoztlan, had belonged to a La Vista club. 8 The rest were thoroughly green in the intricate business of wheeling and dealing in power. Respected grocers or druggists or harness dealers at home, the new deputies were obscurities in Cuernavaca. But they assumed authority in earnest, eager to improve the welfare of the common people they knew. The circumstances they labored in remained tense. Cramping them from the first was the brevity of their term, which was to end on September 15. In the 2 months left to them when they took up their seats, they could hardly hope to pass all the new laws they wanted. Another worry was another series of elections starting on August 4, for the 23rd legislature, the governorship, and 13 district judgeships. For the incumbents, who had thrilled to Madero's cry against boss rule, it was an especially pointed question whether they should try for re-election. If so, they tarnished themselves as men of principle. If not, they risked the dissipation of their revolutionary spirit and the ruin of their revolutionary program. Anyway, whom should they back for governor? Should they let Naranjo stay in office during the elections and so help decide who the new governor would be? Thus immediate political concerns tightened the already close strain of legislating reform. And, most threatening, the rebels remained in arms. As Zapata told the government's secret envoy, the revolution in Morelos is not a local revolution, not until Madero's downfall will we enter into peace agreements. After a lapse in operations to accumulate supplies, the rebels resumed almost daily attacks on federal outposts and troop and passenger trains. 3 days after the legislature convened, De Lao's rebels attacked and burned a train at Pars Station, just over the state line in the mountain parks of the federal district. There were nearly 100 casualties, many of them civilian passengers. Only 13 of 53 soldiers in the escort survived. Precisely on account of this massacre, Madero called an extraordinary cabinet meeting, where Minister of the Interior Flores Magón proposed a reimposition of martial law in Morelos and various other states and a reinforcement of Robles' southern army. The rebels battled on, however. In late July Zapata and Jesus Morales seemed about to capture both Jajutla and Yautepec, the latter the federal commander almost lost from the inside when the townspeople themselves revolted against his garrison. 9. The new deputies nevertheless gamely began preparing for their task. To secure their base they formally requested on July 23 that the federal government send more troops to the state. These they got 2 days later, 400 strong, with 2 sections of artillery. 1 They then resolved to dump Naranjo for an interim governor who was a native son. This was a troublesome and convoluted maneuver. Naranjo did not want to retire until he had tried out on Morelos his own program of reform, the suppression of political prefectures, the expropriation of land necessary for urban growth and roads, the repeal of the constitutional provision permitting re-election, and the organization of a regular police for the main towns. 2 Besides, to dump him was to open the contest for his post between supporters of the 2 rival candidates for governor in the imminent elections. The candidates, a freshly spirited Patricio Leyva and Agustin Aragon, the intellectual whom the Científicos had considered in 1909 before choosing Iskandon, were already campaigning hard, and both appreciated how important it would be to control the state executive office on election day. In the legislature Eugenio Morales even argued, long and energetically, for keeping Naranjo through the interim, evidently because he feared that a Tepoztlan faction that favored Aragon might win the struggle for the office if it came open. But despite their differences and the high stakes involved, the deputies arranged a felicitous deal. Taking leave of Naranjo, they named as interim governor Anacito Villamar, a respected Tepoztlan lawyer and an associate of Aragon, and then named as his lieutenant governor Francisco Sanchez, a loyal Lavista since 1909. Finally, in a key move, they gained for this deal and their subsequent projects the approval of the federal government. Madero in effect apologized to Patricio Leyva for the behavior of the army in Morelos and urged him henceforth to have justice done in cases of abuse. When the elections were over in a few days, he averred, political agitators will have no pretext for continuing their anti-patriotic labor, and the pacification of the state will be carried out with relative facility, for not every federal disposition was in the new legislature's behalf. On August 6, for instance, the government again decreed martial law in several states, including Morelos, to take effect on August 25 and last 6 months. 5 Although the decree did not suspend the new legislature, it did restore to military commanders certain liberties that could obstruct civilian authorities' attempts at reform. But generally the government was a source of help for the new deputies. Through Villamar's personal and Leyva's written representations to Madero, they gained several beneficial concessions. Of these the most important was the recall of General Robles and the assignment of General Felipe Angeles to command southern operations. No veteran of Indian wars, Angeles was rather a military intellectual, a brilliant, French-trained artillery officer who had recently been appointed director of the National Military College. In Mexico City he enjoyed a glowing reputation as an officer of honor and civilization. He was also deeply ambitious, but had the political sense to advance his career subtly and always in seeming modesty. Not only would he not burn villages, he even came to Cuernavaca publicly committed to proceed in accord with the new governor, in arranging pacts with the Zapatistas. Consequently, despite Zapata's rebuffs, Minister of the Interior Flores Magón created yet another channel for limiting hostilities and perhaps working out a truce. The government, he noted, was forever most ready to enter into dealings with Zapata. He discouraged private negotiations, like those the Ruiz de Velascos were trying to start with the rebels around Jojutla, but he himself sponsored Naranjo and Ramos Martinez, who were still trying as his agents to meet rebel chiefs. 6. A further service the federal government provided was a keener surveillance of the planters who persisted in paying the rebels for protection. On August 1, federal officers even arrested 3 managers at Cocoyoc, Atlahuayan, and Ocalco haciendas, for furnishing ammunition to local rebels. 7 Thus through early August the peaceable advocates of change in Morelos settled the preliminaries of their performance. And during the month, in a remarkable burst of words and gestures, they enacted their revolution. On August 5, at the ceremony for swearing Villamar into office, the president of the new legislature introduced the drama. Not only the so-called científicos should occupy themselves with the problems of social improvement, he proclaimed, but also the humble representatives of the people, who know them well and have felt with them all the bitterness of life. To achieve true democracy did not require many years or new generations, he declared, only the goodwill to serve the fatherland and to tolerate no more defaults. Praising on the one hand the heroism of the state's Maderista revolutionaries of 1910–11, like Zapata, he directly upheld on the other the legitimacy of the present federal government and suggested formally that Villamar appeal through the families of the rebels that they stop fighting against it. In conclusion, he asked the new governor to put all his enlightenment and talent into ruling wisely over destinies and achieving its pacification. 8 So commenced the most radical phase in Morelos's 43 years of legislative history. Leading this drive was Eugenio Morales. Already he had had more political practice than the other deputies. Besides, the summer before he had been in contact with a feminist anarchist group in Mexico City which evidently had given him a taste for ideological forays. 9 On August 7 he proposed the first series of constitutional amendments that he and his comrades in office believed would solve the essential problem they saw in the state. 12 articles Morales wanted to change, all to ensure local controls over the state government. In particular, he wanted to reduce the powers of the executive, which Iskandar had greatly expanded. Articles 16 and 60 he would reform to qualify for the governorship only citizens who really were native sons, who had not lived 2 consecutive years outside the state, and who had resided in the state for the 2 years immediately previous to the election in which they were candidates. Articles 34 and 39 he would restore as they were before Iskandar had had them changed, which would reaffirm the legislature's right to a formal report from the governor at each of its 4 sessions and its right to appoint state treasury and tax officials. Morales wanted to suppress altogether Articles 81, 82, and 83, and part of Article 70, to abolish prefectures and sub-prefectures. And Articles 23, 61, 89, and 95 he would reform to abolish the electoral colleges and institute direct elections in the state. 1. Morales's proposals went on to the proper legislative committee, and the deputies turned their attention to new reforms. Especially agitating in these days was our age-old agrarian question, as Madero had wearily called it. Both current candidates for governor had professed their interest in the issue. Patricio Leyva had revived his slogans of 1909 about reconstituting the villages' ejidos and water rights. And Aragon, who nurtured an increasingly populist spirit, had expounded sentiments that were almost subversive. In Morelos, he had publicly declared, those who follow Emiliano Zapata in good faith and without more designs than the improvement of their social condition, represent those who know civilization only by name. And it is only honest to recognize it frankly, their longings are legitimate. If the hacendados of Morelos illegally enjoy lands and water, Aragon had vowed, I will be on the side of the Indians, with the laborers. 2 In the voting of the electoral colleges on August 12 Leyva won easily in 10 of 11 districts, but it remained obscure exactly what his agrarian program would be. Point 3. And in private the new deputies continued to debate how they could answer the questions they detected in the countryside. Not all agreed on the questions, much less the answers, but most did believe that there were real rural grievances in the state, which was, in Mexico in 1912, a revolutionary position. The federal government kept on supporting these efforts at reform even after another railroad massacre. On August 12 at Ticumán, between Yautepec and Jajutla, a rebel band under Amador Salazar attacked a train and killed 36 federals and 30 civilian passengers, among them 2 metropolitan reporters. The wildest demands for vengeance were instantly current in Mexico City. Point 4. But General Angeles refused to expand the war. And the response from the National Palace was to let officials in Cuernavaca react magnanimously, rather than compel them to start new resettlements. Villamar issued a manifesto recognizing that the rebels were not bandits and urging them, not as your governor but as your brother, to make peace. Then, he promised, calm and impartial tribunals, and consultative juntas would resolve the agrarian question, through equitable arrangements with the landlords, who without doubt also hoped for the establishment of peace. A still more vivid and deliberate sign of federal trust in the local regime was the permission it gave for the release of Zapata's family from the Cuernavaca jail. And in the cabinet Flores Magón upheld the local reformers' hopes for restoring the ejidos. Point 5. The performance of the law-abiding revolutionaries in Morelos reached its climax in late August. After accepting provisionally the constitutional amendments Eugenio Morales had proposed, and passing tax laws in favor of small enterprises, urban and rural, the deputies took up the agrarian question directly. In their labor they brought forth 3 mice. On August 31, resuming his role as the chief of the revolutionary legislators, Morales recommended a 10% increase in taxes on the haciendas. His motive, as he explained it, was not to press planters into selling marginal lands to needy farmers but simply to raise revenue for municipal governments. Another proposed solution to the agrarian problem came from the deputy representing the district around Tlaxcala, Antonio Samano. His idea was that, by the measures which are due legal procedure, the state acquire as public domain the marketplaces on various haciendas. This proposal earned a eulogy from Morales, who stressed that it would redound to the good of the pueblos and the benefit of free trade. Finally, another emboldened deputy moved for the foundation of a state college of agriculture and mechanics. All 3 proposals were formally approved, and filed for consideration by the next legislature. Evidently exhausted, the deputies adjourned. Point 6. So ended the session that had been the most radical in Morelos's legislative history. Meanwhile a clear calm had matured in the field, less because of the speeches in the Cortez's palace than because of the political maneuvers of Villamar, Angeles, Naranjo, and Ramos Martinez. To rebel chief and rebel trooper alike they appealed, publicly and privately. And though no chief amnestied himself, many guerrilleros did quietly return to their villages and ranchos. And as they suffered no federal harassment, many of their companions followed their example. After the fiery terror of Robles's campaign, country families now became loyal out of sheer gratitude, like Zapata's mother-in-law, who wrote to thank Ramos Martinez that "My girls don't cry anymore." 7. Angeles waxed intensely proud of this diplomatic success. To reporters he decried the inexpressible lack of tact which had earlier led to the burning of innumerable pueblos and given villagers more than enough reason to consider the federal forces and police as their greatest enemies. In contrast, he boasted that through his application of reason and justice, there was no revolution here in the South, that he had transformed a campaign for a military commander into a campaign for a chief of police. And in fact, although Generals Huerta, Robles, and Caso Lopez tried to have him court-martialed for these broadcast remarks, Angeles had described conditions in Morelos with fair accuracy. Point 8. Not only had villagers now stopped joining the rebellion, they had even started asking rebel chiefs not to camp in their vicinity. And the chiefs, to avoid antagonizing their base but remain in revolt, had to move into other states, de Lao shifting his operations into Mexico State in late August and the Zapatas and Mendozas shifting theirs into Puebla. In early September, Zapata tried to organize a coordinated movement against Mexico City, to disrupt the official celebration of the national holidays in mid-month, but despite hard attacks around Tezcala and Jonacatepec, the plan fell through. 9 Only small bands of outlaws were left in Morelos, and it seems that many of these actually were bandits, as Angeles claimed, not rebels. No large battles developed anywhere in the state. The skirmishes that went on normally involved federals and rurals only as companies. Thus, when the 23rd legislature convened on September 16, the peaceable revolutionaries exercised extraordinary authority in the state, socially as well as politically. Had they elaborated and amplified the reforms already presented, they might have established themselves as the legitimate rulers in Morelos, and the rebel chiefs would have had to quit the fight there, to surrender or to hunt a following elsewhere. 2 years later, both Zapata and de la O would recall this as the time when they had been most uncertain about ultimately winning. 1. What ensued in this legislature, however, was less reform than argument that reform was impossible. From the previous legislature only 2 deputies returned to their seats, 2 eminently inconspicuous souls. 2 And the other deputies now coming into office were revolutionaries distinctly more conservative than their predecessors. Only one, Octaviano Gutierrez, had been a prominent Levista in 1909. The rest were more sober figures, sympathetic to protests against injustice but too aware of the attendant risks to venture into action. Among them were politicos already accomplished in Cuernavaca dealings, like Leopoldo Fandino, an attorney for the Alonso family, who had served in the Cortes Palace from 1904 to 1908, or Juan Alarcon, who had been there from 1906 to 1910. Others like young Domingo Diaz came from the state's best families. Still others like Benito Tajonar and Loro Arellano had had long experience in municipal government. 3 Besides, several like Arellano were regular men of means, not hick-town general store proprietors but upstanding merchants from busy market towns. And at least 2 were thriving commercial farmers: Leon Castresana, who owned an 800-acre rice plantation near Hajutla, and his alternate, Isaac Flores, who had a rice plantation of 900 acres. 4 In Cuernavaca these swells felt in their element. As the previous deputies had yearned to become the champions of popular change, these new deputies yearned to become the guardians of civil order. With a full 2 years in which to make their reputations, and the prospect then of promotion to federal deputy or even senator, they quickly assumed the role of challenged statesmen. The issue that excited them most was the suppression of the rebellion, which was already decomposing. To aid in the effort they acquiesced in various military suspensions of civil rights. And in mid-October they made their concern official policy. Querying the lieutenant governor on whether he had used state funds to bribe rebel chiefs to surrender, they suddenly blasted the federal government's version that violence had almost ended in Morelos. Tajonar especially harped on the alarm which exists among the inhabitants of Cuernavaca because of the reduced garrison there. At his insistence the legislature appealed to Congress for due protection against the daily more notable advance of the revolt. Diaz too joined in this public profession of responsibility, urging a study of the way to prepare for the defense of society. Evidently, after an embarrassing exposure in the metropolitan press, Governor Villamar stopped sending pleas to rebel chiefs to accept amnesty. And other secret emissaries slacked off in their probings. In early November the legislature appealed again for help in restoring security in Morelos. 5 Eventually the constant pressure had its effect. In late November a new, conservative Minister of the Interior revoked Ramos Martinez's commission to deal with the rebels and ordered him to render accounts immediately and to come inform this capital. 6 And Governor Villamar began notifying the new minister every few days of rebel movements, or the lack of them. Governor Leiva maintained this service, after taking office on December 1, at an almost daily rate into 1913.7. The pending proposals for reform had gained no such devotion. The new deputies first consigned them to special committees for study and opinion. Like the new Minister of the Interior, they believed that impatience reflected lack of civic virtue, that every evolution, every project, needs scrupulous study, in order that we not make a mistake and have to regret it. 8. But when they finally started receiving the committee's reports, they remained quite indifferent to the problems of social improvement that their predecessors had wanted to solve. On October 17, in a secret vote, they unanimously voted down the bill authorizing the state to acquire hacienda marketplaces. When the bill for the Agricultural and Mechanical College came up, they voted it down too. And on October 22 they postponed indefinitely the vote on Morales's bill to raise plantation taxes. Not until November 8, 6 weeks after convening, did they consider Morales's proposed amendments to the Constitution. Of the 12 they voted down the 5 that were the most democratic in promise, the 1 on citizenship and the 4 on direct elections. The others they approved, with minor additions and clarifications, to strengthen their own legislative control over state politics. 9. From these gentlemen came only 2 proposals for reform. 1 was in defense of certain villages, a bill that Diaz introduced on December 10. His idea was to prohibit the exploitation of woodlands on a grand scale in Morelos and to assure that those same woodlands will be exploited individually by the residents of the pueblos which own them. The main beneficiaries were obviously to be Santa Maria and surrounding villages, where many families depended on local stands of timber to make the charcoal they peddled. Various deputies supported Diaz's project, and the times did seem propitious for its enactment. In Mexico City, a presidential commission had published its report advising restoration of village lands. A reformist had been appointed Minister of Public Works to consider agrarian problems, and 6 different bills had come up in the new Congress for popular changes in rural life. The most impressive bill, which the brilliant Luis Cabrera had introduced on December 3, was for the reconstitution of the ejidos. 2 discussions unthinkable before were raging in the federal government, radical discussions not of whether but of how to defend the nation's country poor against capitalist entrepreneurs. In states like Aguascalientes and Guanajuato, agrarian reforms were already underway. And in Cuernavaca, Governor Leiva had stated his own sympathies for the movement at his inaugural speech on December 1. The reconstruction of the ejidos contains the whole problem which presently agitates this rich region. It is not true that the Zapatistas seek a redistribution of lands. Their desire, and I believe, he noted, that they have a right to demand it, is the reconstitution of the ejidos, that the small holdings which were confiscated from them be returned. This act of justice, he concluded, will bring back to agriculture many who today have the character of revolutionaries. 3. Since the Woodlands Bill Diaz now advocated was not even a restitution but only a limited protection of resources in the future, and moreover did not affect the sugar plantations, its passage should have been easy. But it failed, largely because Governor Leiva opposed it. The bill was unconstitutional, Leiva argued, for the deputies had no power to legislate on communal property. Diaz was shocked. "We have before us one of the causes of the present revolution," he declared. "If we don't go to the aid of the inhabitants of the pueblos and leave them exposed to the abuses of contractors, we'll never see our desires for the re-establishment of peace realized. We have 2 paths, to protect the contractor, or to protect the inhabitant of a village possessing its woodland." Other deputies had their excuses ready, however. As one explained, he wanted to promote the welfare of the pueblos too, but it was necessary to attend to the reasons of the executive. By 6-5 the legislature voted to postpone consideration of the bill until the next session. Diaz made no further protest. He had already excused himself in concluding the defense of his bill. "If the project is thrown out, my conscience will be clear. I will have done what I humanly can do." The other reform proposed in this legislature was in a bill that Fandino introduced on December 13, to reduce taxes for those who had suffered losses in the 1910-11 revolution. Here the obvious beneficiaries would be the planters who had paid forced loans and not been repaid, and the merchants in Jajutla and Coatla whose stores had been sacked. The next day, by a vote of 9-2, the legislature approved the project, expanding its coverage to those who had suffered losses from 1910 to the present date. Thus in their own eyes Leiva and his lawful revolutionaries proved what a worthy government they were. To them, as Diaz later indicated, it seemed a titanic victory simply to have normalized constitutional procedures. Point 4 Now, they believed, they had years to work out the answer to other, social questions. Not politics. Logic was the source of the solutions they wanted, and as rational men in pursuit of the truth they could not, they reasoned, go finally wrong. Although Madero did not share their view on ejidos, for instance, his new public works minister did, and when the legislature closed, Leyva sent Tajonar to the minister, not to arrange a deal to press indulgence from Madero but to consult the maps and deeds registered in the minister's files and over time to frame a case to persuade the president. Point 5 In Cuernavaca the sense of hope was pervasive. The city's Christmas festival took place that year in the old Porfirio Diaz Theater, the biggest building in town. That happy night, Mrs. King later remembered, when all thought of war was pushed outside the circle of light, and soldiers and townspeople yielded to joy. 6. In the countryside, however, feelings were less jubilant. There the denial and postponements of reforms did not seem proof of political talent or wisdom but signs of another betrayal. The excuse that introducing and defending a bill in the legislature was what I humanly can do rang hollow to village leaders who had risked their lives in persuading rebel chiefs to operate elsewhere. To farmers who had laid down their arms in hopes of recovering their land in peace, it was incredible that only a study of their misery was now possible. In Cuernavaca the law-abiding revolutionaries might well have consolidated the political authority they had assumed there in September, but in the villages they had wasted the popular, social authority that they had also inherited. This was a dangerous forfeiture, because the rebel chiefs could now reclaim local loyalties. Through the whole parliamentary performance, they had remained in action. It was not automatic that they should all have carried on the fight, and it is still not clear why they all did. In early October Zapata himself had been ready to confer with Ramos Martinez in Jolalpan 7. It may be, as contemporary analysts reported, that he would have entered a provisional truce but that De Lao and Salazar, who had massacres on their records, refused to go along. Point 8 Anyway, no truce came about, which was what counted. In mid-October a short-lived military uprising in support of Don Porfirio's nephew Felix Diaz took place in Veracruz, reducing garrisons and dividing officers in Morelos, and rebel chiefs started shifting operations back into the state. As hope in the official revolution soured in the villages, Zapata and his allies again became popular figures there, manifest in their stubborn revolt as the tried and true champions of the people. They soon flourished militarily too. They were shrewder generals now, and they devised a new strategy neatly fitting their movement in Morelos. The central plan was to charge the main cost of their campaigns not to the pueblos but to the plantations. At a junta in San Pablo Hidalgo on November 1 the Zapatas, Mendoza, Montano, Salazar, and Neri agreed on the fiscal details. Levying a weekly tax on each hacienda in Morelos and southwestern Puebla, they allotted the various zones of collection among themselves and sent circulars to the planters about the ruling. If a planter would not pay, the responsible chief was to burn his cane fields. Various planters did not pay. And by early January the rebels had burned fields at Atliwayan, Chinameca, Tenango, Treinta, Santa Ynez, San Jose, and San Gabriel, inflicting losses on the planters alone of over 2 million pesos. But off and on some planters did pay the tax, providing the rebels irregular but still large and welcome income. Point 9 Thus the rebels not only saved their reputation in the villages but also earned more revenue. Tactical opportunities also derived from the new strategy, because rebel chiefs no longer had to depend on the villages even for their manpower. In destroying cane fields, they destroyed the jobs many resident and occasional plantation workers would have had during the harvest, and so opened up for themselves new pools of potential recruits. Chiefs like De Lao and Mendoza, whose regulars had declined to 100 or 150 in September, mobilized marching forces through January of 500 to 1,000. 1 They could now plan more ambitious operations than a raid or an ambush. Major coordinated attacks were again possible. And although he discriminated more carefully than Huerta or Robles, Angeles too resorted to bombarding and burning suspect villages and executing captives en masse. The forces he sent out were no longer patrols but expeditionary columns of 800 to 1200 troops. 2. Embarrassing political uproars resulted from this rebel recovery in the countryside. Each new field on fire was a disgrace for the federal government. The Minister of the Interior would not let the planters pay off the rebels, and even jailed Iskandar and his manager briefly for buying protection, but neither he nor the Minister of War could muster forces to prevent the burnings. The planters were in a desperate fury, between the sword and the wall, as their friends on El País put it. In mid-November they offered to pay the federal government a special tax for the organization of a special rural police, in vain. The burning of fields continued into the new year. By late January over half the state's already picayune production had gone up in flames. 3 I'm making it plain to you, Felipe Ruiz de Velasco wrote to the Minister of the Interior, that the situation is intolerable. 4. Even so the government in Cuernavaca was in no grave danger. Internally the party of lawful revolution was sound, its members confident and its leaders secure. Despite the rebels' rural success, neither Cuernavaca nor any other important town was about to fall. True, without the favor of their powerful patrons in Mexico City the local revolutionaries in office would have no ground to stand on. But in early February, despite continued wrangling in the federal capital, it seemed unlikely that the favor would cease. It seemed less likely still that the patrons themselves would disappear. Refugees win a war. Everything that signifies law, justice, rights, and morals. Before dawn on February 9, 1913, a barracks revolt broke out in Mexico City. Led by General Manuel Mondragon, the rebel troops released General Reyes and Felix Diaz from prisons where they had been consigned for their earlier rebellions, and tried to install them in power in the National Palace. By noon loyal troops had practically put down the mutiny. General Reyes had been shot to death in the fighting at the Zocalo. Mondragon and Diaz had holed up in an old armory fortress a few blocks southwest of the Alameda, apparently doomed. But in the morning's battle the regular commander of the capital's garrison had suffered a wound, and President Madero had appointed a new commander, General Victoriano Huerta. And in the following days, with the connivance of the American ambassador, Huerta secretly arranged with Diaz and Mondragon for their revolt to succeed. While the negotiations went on, a sham artillery duel devastated much of the city's downtown and killed hundreds of innocent civilians. This was the mournful Decena Tragica, the 10 tragic days. When the cannons finally quieted on February 19, Madero and his vice president had resigned, and Huerta, his hero Reyes now dead, emerged as a caretaker president, and there was a new, Felicista cabinet. 3 days later Madero and the former vice president were assassinated. It briefly appeared that Huerta, Felix Diaz, and the Reyistas would achieve a stable coalition by which they could restore the old lines of progress, or better still, without the canny and sometimes refractory Don Porfirio, institute an even more efficient rule. But they were disastrously mistaken about their own capacities and their common compatriots' longings. The awful public drama of Huerta's betrayal and Madero's murder shook the country to the very roots, giving rise to passions and impulses and organizations more radical than any since the Crusade for Independence 100 years before. Huerta never even established as much order as Madero had maintained. Instead he aggravated turmoil into a terrible crisis, and Mexico moved into a profound social revolution. In Morelos, as elsewhere, the process began in confusion. Among the revolutionaries in office it worked in especially tortuous ways. Telegraph reports of the revolt reached Cuernavaca almost immediately, as did Madero himself, who came to confer with Governor Leiva and General Angeles. 1 And at first the local authorities backed the president. Madero felt so sure of the state that after he returned to Mexico City the next day he ordered Angeles to follow him, bringing 2,000 troops along. But as the violence in the national capital continued and seditious agents came down to suborn the remaining garrisons, local suspense mounted. And when the coup succeeded, Leiva and his fellows were on tenterhooks. In the dreadful assassinations they could read the end of their own careers and hopes for political and social reform. On Leiva's advice, the legislature voted not to congratulate Huerta and Felix Diaz. But Huerta was supposed to be only a temporary figure, and according to most informed opinions, enlightened civilians were soon to take over the government again. In the end, it seemed wiser for the revolutionaries in office to keep their peace and their place. Later they could help reorganize a national movement for reform. Soon Leiva and most other Morelos politicians resignedly declared themselves Felicistas. On March 5 the legislature voted its adhesion to the new government too. Other official elements in the state vitiated this resolution, however. Several federal police corps of northern Maderista origins would not accept the new regime. And several others also now in opposition in the federal district fled into Morelos to join their dissident comrades. Besides, municipal authorities began treating with local rebels. 3. Among the revolutionaries in the field, confusion was also current. Most remained in action during the Decena Tragica and gained much ground. But it was unclear in whose name the gains were. The local rebels' defiance was not in defense of the falling government. Although rumors circulated that Zapata and Delao had decreed a provisional armistice to aid the loyalists, and although some observers even believed that Zapata was offering sanctuary to Madero, there was evidently no such deal, not even an attempt at 1.44 in those tense days the chiefs met in no junta to make the decision. Probably the rebels refrained from attacks only to let the thousands of federal forces in the state withdraw to Puebla and Mexico City, whereupon they moved into the evacuated towns and haciendas. So when Huerta took office, many rebels wondered whether they should recognize the new government. Most leading chiefs were in no doubt about the stand they should take. They remained as belligerent as before, because they considered Huerta and the Felicistas as illegitimately in power as Madero had been, and even more treacherous and cruel than him. The Zapatas and Delao knew Huerta well. They knew his Minister of Foreign Relations and acting Vice President, de la Vera, and they knew his Minister of the Interior, Alberto Garcia Granados. From these familiar antagonists they expected no understanding. To Delao, who had received invitations from Mexico City to confer, Zapata sent instructions on February 27 to take your precautions, and attack the enemy as often as he presents himself. On March 2 he, Mendoza, Vasquez, and several others formally notified Huerta that their rebellion would go on. On March 4 they similarly protested to Felix Diaz against the imposition of the illegal government of General Huerta V. But there were serious defections. In Izúcar de Matamoros, which they had occupied, Jesus Morales and Otilio Montano gleefully celebrated the victorious coup. Montano soon repented, but Morales, then the third or fourth ranking rebel general, even came to terms with Huerta's agents and went on to Mexico City announcing to all in range that Zapata and the other chiefs would soon lay down their arms. 2.6 Various lesser chiefs, like Simon Beltran, Joaquim Miranda, and his sons Alfonso and Joaquim, Jr., likewise came to terms. 7 So did the ex-Zapatista José Trinidad Ruiz, who had been carrying on an independent rebellion. Others leaned in the same direction. They leaned harder when they learned that in Chihuahua Pascual Orozco had accepted a remarkably generous deal and recognized Huerta. Since Orozco still figured as the national chief in the Plan de Ayala, they had good reason to follow suit. 8 It seemed significant that the Morelos rebels started no grand offensive. Having occupied Jonacatepec, Tlaltizapan, Yautepec, Tepoztlan, Tecala, and many other towns, they were now an entrenched power in the state. But their strength was in their union, which no one could take for granted. Adding to the uncertainties of Morelos were agents working at cross purposes to end the local rebellion. In pursuit of peace, for instance, Felicista representatives swarmed around the state angling to deal with individual chiefs. The Minister of War asked the Bishop of Cuernavaca to help in the speedy pacification of the country and commissioned a priest to treat with Delao. Pascual Orozco, Sr., representing his famous son, came directly to Zapata's headquarters. But when Leiva or local politicians tried similar negotiations, the Felicistas accused them of official Zapatismo, of plotting an allied resistance with the rebels. And President Huerta meanwhile remained contemptuous of any compromise. he reappointed Juvencio Robles military commander in Cuernavaca, which recalled how with an iron hand and disdaining womanish contemplations Robles had fought the rebels before. And when, as if in reprisal, rebels attacked a military train on the way to Cuernavaca and killed 75 Federals, Huerta declared martial law again through the South. 9 In contingency, he planned to deport 15,000 to 20,000 laborers from Morelos to Quintana Roo and bring in replacements from other states. As he confided to the U.S. ambassador, the new laborers may not be as efficient at first to perform the work required by landowners in Morelos, but they will at least be ignorant of the roads and trails of the state, and less apt to be tempted by promises from Zapata. The best means to handle the rebel chiefs, he later told the ambassador, is an 18-cents rope wherefrom to hang them. One still, in restraint, he did not yet have Robles take up his assignment. In this discord and contradiction not even the planters, now in official favor again, could agree on the theme of their advice to the government. Some, like Corona, Arraez, and Iscandan, who had not set foot in the state since 1911, advocated the harsh vigor of Robles as the firmest guarantee of security. And they lobbied constantly to ensure that his appointment would be effective, that he would bring abundant forces, and that once in Morelos, he would stay. Others, like the Amors and the Garcia Pimentels, deplored the policy of terror and urged diplomatic arrangements. Among the state's planters, only the two young Garcia Pimentels, Luis, Jr., and Joaquim, had personally witnessed the grief and destruction Robles had earlier caused, and only they discerned that in attacking villagers as rebels he had created rebels. Robles's procedures, young Luis decided, were not only stupid but completely counterproductive and odious. But he and Joaquim could not prevail upon their colleagues in the industry. As a class in crisis, the planters could not rally. Although they had been school chums abroad and had become jockey club cronies, polo teammates, business partners, even in-laws, they now could summon no spirit of solidarity. In doubt, each maneuvered for himself. The result was that they contributed to the disorder of their state and to their own ruin. 2. Through March and into April a crude and uneasy coexistence persisted in Morelos. Politically no contests broke out. Leiva, who was suspected of disloyalty to the new regime, left the governorship to take a safer, less conspicuous seat in Congress, and his local partisans duly formed their Felicista clubs. No federal reinforcements arrived to reclaim the towns the rebels held, for at the moment Huerta had turned his attention instead to the north to the powerful states of Coahuila, Chihuahua, and Sonora, where popular leaders and dissident governors were organizing a much more formidable resistance to his regime. And the rebels themselves halted serious violence to let the few plantations still in business finish harvesting and milling, so they could later tax the product. Hostile gestures continued, of course, like Zapata's public letters to Orozco and Huerta condemning their mercantile transaction, to assassinate the revolution. The most spectacular gesture was Zapata's arrest of various peace commissioners, including the Orozco party, and his subjection of them to show trials. Well into April the trials of these hostages lasted, to emphasize to Mexico City and to wavering rebel chiefs the principles of the Ayelan opposition. Here and there rebel patrols actually skirmished with small army and police detachments. But no regular military operations developed. As Minister of the Interior Garcia Granados complained, Zapata and his chiefs were buying time, watching how the northern resistance went. 3. By mid-April, however, crucial decisions were at issue in Mexico City. In the north, Governor Carranza of Coahuila had published his Plan de Guadalupe, formally founding a national constitutionalist movement to oust Huerta and arrange legitimate succession to Madero. And in the United States the newly elected President Woodrow Wilson gave no sign that he would recognize de jure a government that was not even de facto. Huerta decided to crack down everywhere he could. To Morelos, finally, he sent his trusty General Robles. He thus plunged the state into a chaos from which it would emerge in fundamental and irrevocable change. The governor in Cuernavaca when Robles arrived on April 14 was Leiva's right-hand man, Benito Tajonar. The next day, the day before the legislature was to convene in its second session, Robles informed Tagenar that he had final orders from Huerta to have himself named governor. Tagenar refused, the legislature had to consent. And the deputies agreed that Robles was constitutionally ineligible because he was not a native of the state. Precisely to prevent such impositions they had amended the constitution in their previous session. The next day Tagenar addressed the legislature as it convened. Only God with his power, he declared in a veiled reference to Robles's demand, will make me turn over the command which the people have conferred on me. For the legislature's president, Leopoldo Fandino, answered the address and expressed the deputies' endorsement of Tagenar, who never, he said, would consent to the violation of the state's sovereignty. 5. The only persons in the hall not applauding were several military officers. The deputies then adjourned. That evening, with Tagenar and other La Vista leaders in Cuernavaca, they prepared to move the government the next day into the mountains northwest of the city, where they must have believed Dalao would give them refuge. 6. But Robles had already reported the legislature's proceedings to Huerta, and in the middle of the night, before the conspirators could escape, he had them all arrested on Huerta's orders. Under military guard they were immediately packed off to the Mexico City penitentiary. Other La Vistas still free, like Antonio Sedano, fled into hiding in the metropolis. Thus the party of lawful reform in Morelos disappeared. Robles then took over the state capital. Later in the morning he assembled Cuernavaca's Escandinista dregs and declared he had suppressed the legislature's rebellion. On the excuse that Leyva's being sworn in as a federal deputy had left the state no government, he would hold civil authority as well as military, he informed them, until the Senate named a new governor. 7. No official challenged him, and a month later, despite individual protests, the Senate voted overwhelmingly to ratify President Huerta's choice for interim Governor General Robles. 8. For the desperate planters the institution of this dictatorship was an ugly but nevertheless hopeful move. Like the editors of El País, they believed that Morelos now needed a strong government, of military character, capable of re-establishing order. And on April 21 they treated Huerta to a grand banquet at the Jockey Club. The speech they heard was frank, and shocking. A federal campaign would start the next day in Morelos, Huerta announced, and he asked the planters, the favored of fortune, to support him without reserve, making a sacrifice of the properties you own in the state, because the lives of our brothers and our own interests are at stake. To assure success, he warned, he would have recourse to extreme measures, for the government is going, so to speak, to depopulate the state, and will send to your haciendas other workers. The reason, he explained, was that country people in Morelos were all Zapatistas. It is necessary to clean out all such, and you must not be surprised, he concluded, if perchance something abnormal happens, for the state of things demands procedures that are not sanctioned by law but which are indispensable for the national welfare. But it was also a promising speech. Within a month, Huerta affirmed, he would establish complete peace. 9. Accordingly they responded with warm offers to organize volunteer corps at their own expense, to garrison the haciendas and free the federal troops to pursue the bandits. 1. The planters' new hopes were in vain, however. The announced campaign did not start. Worse, what Huerta had done in declaring war on the state's rural population was simply to swell the rebels' ranks, to bind together a previously fragmented opposition, and to drive the whole force of resistance under the command of Zapata. Partly because the metropolitan press had consistently portrayed Zapata as the peerless master of revolt everywhere in the South, and partly because in fact he was the first chief of a definite, uncompromising movement in Morelos, Zapata was the natural resort of locals in distress. As other, baffled chiefs now looked to him for a lead, so too refugee villagers and rancheros and frightened peons turned to him for orders. And these they received, in organized form. Zapata's headquarters was no longer the casual collection of temporary secretaries and passing aides that it had been a year before. Now in professional control of rebel business was a new director, Manuel Palafox. While other secretaries, arrested on missions, languished in the Mexico City penitentiary, and while Montano neglected administration to become a hero of arms as well as letters, Palafox had quietly and gradually emerged as the rebels' major domo. Earlier experiences had trained him nicely for the post. A one-time engineering student in Puebla City, his hometown, he had worked as a salesman and accountant for companies in various parts of the republic, from Oaxaca to Sinaloa. There he had learned the finer points of hustling, precision, thoroughness, and scheming. Palafox had first met Zapata in October 1911, when as an employee on Tenango Plantation he had delivered the offer of a bribe to the rebel camp. Zapata had almost had him shot then. But later Zapata had released him on a mission to Emilio Vázquez in San Antonio, and after he returned Zapata had grown increasingly dependent on his managerial talents, perhaps on his political counsel's 2.2 in prosecuting the case against the peace commissions in the recent show trials. Palafox had consolidated his position in the headquarters. Short, spindly, pock-marked, he was now only 26, but in him throbbed an ambitious energy so intense that he could impose a regular system even in the hectic affairs of his chief's office. As he coordinated plans and dispatched instructions, rebel operations went on in clearer patterns. Early in the morning of the day after Robles seized power in Cuernavaca, Zapata began a major attack on Jonacatepec. Garrisoned by nearly 500 troops under the command of General Higinio Aguilar, the town held out for 36 hours before falling. It was just the kind of victory the rebels wanted. The booty was immense: 330 Mausers, 310 horses and saddles, 2 machine guns with ammunition as well as General Aguilar himself, 47 other officers, and the surviving troops. Aguilar and all his men were brought to rebel headquarters in Tepalcingo. For propaganda purposes Zapata pardoned them on the condition that they not fight again against the revolution. 3 Aguilar was astounded. An experienced old crook, he saw he could play both sides. Out of gratitude and greed he joined Zapata and lent the rebels his valuable professional military training. More importantly, he provided a go-between for Zapatista purchases of arms and ammunition from corrupt federal officers. The rebel offensive continued. On April 23 Zapata laid siege to Cuautla. On May 1 rebels blew up a military train in a station on the Mexico-Morelos border. Almost 100 soldiers died. After May 5 constant attacks took place around Cuernavaca. 4. Against this challenge Huerta could hardly delay action any longer. But with a distinct threat building in the north in the constitutionalist movement, he could also hardly tolerate a protracted diversion of 5,000 to 8,000 troops in the south. The conscripts he had been drafting in Morelos for service elsewhere were too few to make up for a massive military commitment in the state. The escape Huerta devised from this dilemma was ingenious and characteristically bold and brutal. On the one hand he took the risk of temporarily increasing Robles's forces to about 5,000. And on May 9 Robles officially resumed his favorite procedure, resettlement. Within a week, he decreed, all inhabitants of pueblos, ranchos, and smaller hamlets had to reconcentrate in the closest district seat, or in one of a few other major towns. Pueblos suspected as nests of bandits would be burned and razed, and anyone caught in the countryside without a license would be summarily tried and executed. On the other hand, to compensate in the north for the troops thus occupied in Morelos, Huerta authorized a huge increase in the local draft. The increase was possible because Robles was to take his conscripts from among the reconcentrated population. 5. Robles initiated the plan with great success, dragooning hundreds of farmers and field hands into service each week and shipping them off in cattle cars to Mexico City. From there the recruits passed on as cannon fodder to the north or as military laborers to other short-handed states. This draft had few precedents in Mexican history, and those of a special kind. It was not like the common judicial sentence of rowdy individuals or the impromptu conscription used in the country's political wars of the 19th century, it resembled rather the calculated genocide that the government had practiced in racial wars against rebellious Indians in Sonora and Yucatan. There Robles had learned his trade, and now in Morelos he applied it again. "Why, I am trying to clean up your beautiful Morelos for you," he told an indignant Mrs. King. "What a nice place it will be once we get rid of the Morelenses. If they resist me, I shall hang them like earrings to the trees." By June 1 he had deported nearly 1,000 captives. 6. The draft caused such a shock that it became the subject of a local song, "The Crimes of the Tyrant Huerta." The draft, the hateful draft, that sowed desolation on the whole beloved soil of our noble nation. The worker, the artisan, the merchant and the peon. They carried them off to the ranks. Without any compassion. He sent them to the north. That low-down bad man Huerta. To die unjustly. On the fields of battle. Thousands of orphans stayed forever alone. For their fathers were dead. On campaign without a reason. The balladeers also sang about Robles, in commemorating the extermination of Morelos. God forgive you, Juvencio Robles. For so much barbarity and so much badness. So much shame, so many horrors. As you've committed in our little province. 7. This was something abnormal indeed. And despite Huerta's warning of what to expect, the planters were surprised. For as Robles carried on, they saw that he established not even an incomplete peace. He was strong enough only to lay waste, not to secure control. The policy of concentration, as Luis Garcia Pimentel, Jr., noted, was a farce. The Federals could not finally depopulate the villages. When villagers saw a column coming to evict them, they fled into the ravines and hills. After the column had sacked their houses and left, they filtered back. Ironically, Garcia Pimentel remarked, the only real concentration was the work of the rebels, who often got fugitives to form permanent camps in hiding. 8 So the planters were losing many of their workers to the draft and more to the rebels, without a sign of when or whence the government would send new workers. And since they had not yet organized their volunteer corps for self-defense, and the army would still not station garrisons on their grounds, their haciendas remained subject to rebel raids and forced loans. If the planters could not restrain Robles, he would destroy them in destroying the state. Through various appeals the Morelos planters tried to exercise the responsibility they now perceived. Some evidently maneuvered to have Robles reassigned to another zone and to have a less incendiary commander appointed in Cuernavaca. Others insisted that he stay, and be reinforced. Evidently they believed that they could also take part in the war, at least in the defense of their property, which would prevent Robles from doing irreparable damage and thus preserve a basic stability in the state. From Huerta the planters won an agreement in late June permitting them to retain 30% of their employees, whom they were to register, post bond for, and arm. In a National Agricultural Congress in early July they helped arrange a formal deal with the Ministry of the Interior to arm and munition plantation guards. 9 But these projects remained on paper. No private guards were organized or armed, and Robles careened on, wrecking plantations and villages alike. The new officers who reinforced him, like General Alberto T. Razjadu and Colonel Luis G. Carton, were even more destructive. The disruption of local life grew ever more fierce. In June Robles shipped out over 2,000 conscripts, leaving their families to fend for themselves in his concentration camps. He also seized control of markets in Cuernavaca, Cuautla, and Jajutla, to cut off the supplies to outlying villages and force their inhabitants to come into his camps. 1 More often country folk fled to rebel camps in the hills, but misery prevailed there too. Waiting hours in hiding for a drink of water, going for days without tortillas or salt, constantly prey to malaria and pneumonia, rarely eating meat, and then barely cooked, almost never getting cigarettes, liquor, or medicine, sleeping at night in the rain, rolled up in a blanket on the wet ground. This was the lot of those who escaped Robles. In the chaos, reported a metropolitan correspondent on the scene, a regular battalion of 10 to 12-year-olds followed rebel bands around, scavenging and looting worse than their elders. In Puente de Istla the widows, wives, daughters, and sisters of rebels formed their own battalion and revolted to avenge the dead. Under the command of a husky ex-tortilla maker called La China, they raided wildly through Tlaxcala district. Some in rags, some in plundered finery, wearing silk stockings and dresses, sandals, straw hats, and gun belts, these women became the terrors of the region. Even de Lao treated La China with respect. 2 Everywhere in Morelos communities disintegrated. Desolating village after village, federal commanders drove people into new associations, neighborhoods and families disappeared, their refugee parts to be swallowed up in roving rebel armies. Thus in months Robles and his henchmen shredded the tough fabric of provincial society that would have required decades of peaceful development to unravel. Throughout the Republic similar convulsions were going on. It was clear that a profound civil war was underway, a war more engaging and more violent than any experienced in Mexico since the war against the French intervention. And in the south it was Zapata, the champion of the pueblos, who took the lead in defining the popular cause. As the balladeers crooned, "Goodbye, Carton and Juvencio Robles. Adios, Razjadu, you wild hot thing. Take your battalions back to Huerta. And your strategy so mean. Tell him there are no more villages. Nor bandits to chase. Only Zapata and his squadrons. Always ready for you to face. 3. In and immediately around Morelos Zapata took special pains actually to organize the popular forces. This was now a vital task. The struggle had become so ferocious that some local chiefs, on the verge of moral collapse, were as ready to fight each other as the federals. Worse, they abused villagers in their rivals or even in their own bailiwicks, which eroded the rebel base. Zapata reproached bullies individually, but only in an army of clarified purpose and coordinated commands could he expect his orders to have a serious effect. And beyond Morelos new strains were at work. As the Ayala Plan gained currency through the central and southern states, local leaders learned of its agrarian provisions, and many, whose people had suffered dispossessions of land like those in Morelos, declared themselves partisans of Zapata. Eudemio Figueroa and Miguel de la Trinidad Regalado in Michoacan, Jesus Salgado, Julio Astudillo Gomez, Encarnacion Diaz, and Heliodoro Castillo in Guerrero, where the Figueroas lost influence entirely, Everardo Gonzalez, Julian Gallegos, and Valentin Reyes in Mexico State, Honorado Tudel and Domingo Arenas in Tlaxcala, and scores more in Puebla, the Federal District, Oaxaca, Hidalgo, Veracruz, even San Luis Potosí, Durango, and Chihuahua. They were all Zapatistas, adherents to the Plan de Ayala. 4 But these allies remained scattered, out of touch with each other and with the headquarters in Morelos, not even Confederates. At long distances Zapata obviously could not direct their military operations, but unless he gave them general political guidance, they might easily fall to fighting among themselves, making separate deals with the government, or offending local populations to the discredit of the cause. To clarify his political position, Zapata amended the Ayala Plan. Since late April he had considered how to reform it, and finally on May 30 he published a manifesto by Montano specifying the changes. 5 Huerta was declared a usurper, whose presence in the presidency of the Republic accentuates more and more each day his incompatibility with everything that signifies law, justice, rights, and morals, up to the point that he is reputed worse than Madero. And Orozco, for his compromise with Huerta's pseudo-government, was judged unworthy of the honor the Morelos revolutionary junta had originally bestowed upon him in naming him national chief. In Montano's solemn phrase, Orozco had become a social zero, that is, without any acceptable significance. Zapata himself now assumed officially the chieftainship of the Ayala movement. To outline military relations and revolutionary goals, he also formally reorganized the rebel high command as the revolutionary junta of the center and south of the Republic. He himself, as chief of the rebel army, was ex officio president of the junta. Other members included Eufemio Zapata, Montano, De Lao, Pacheco, Salazar, Neri, and Mendoza. The secretary was Palafox. 6 A few weeks later there issued from the Zapatista headquarters a new set of instructions for revolutionary officers, probably composed by Palafox. Like the earlier instructions of December 1911, these rules carefully specified the officers' two major responsibilities, to their troops and to the villages they occupied. But unlike the earlier code, and indicating how much larger and more professional the movement had become, the new rules provided that officers should pay the soldiers' wages, or better said, help out the troops where it is possible, levy forced loans on prosperous merchants and landlords, replace local officials in accord with the will of the people, and report operations every 2 weeks to their zone chiefs or to the central headquarters. Most remarkable was the decentralization of the authority to carry out the agrarian reform prescribed in Article 6 of the Ayala Plan. Before, it seems that only the Morelos junta could review villagers' titles and restore their lands, and in only one case, in Ixcamilpa, Puebla, had the junta formally done so. 7 But now officers in the field were to lend their moral and material support to villages presenting titles and filing reclamations. Although the new rules contained no mention of the radical Articles 7 and 8 on outright expropriation, even this grant of limited jurisdiction in agrarian disputes signified a clear assumption of sovereignty and a deliberate attempt to put a stated policy into practice. 8. The effectiveness of the new regulations varied greatly from one district to the next. The character of revolutionary authority in a specific area depended on a multitude of factors, among them the temperaments of the local federal commander and rebel chief, the strategic value of the territory, the interest the government and the rebel headquarters had in it, and the particular nature of its political and social circumstances. Nowhere in Morelos, for instance, were the rebels long enough in control to institute agrarian reforms. And here and there little hamlets were wiped out by rebels, the houses sacked, the women raped, the horses and mules confiscated, the cattle driven away for black market sale to a corrupt federal colonel, the pigs butchered on the spot, the chickens carried off for a later meal. But although outrages occurred, it seems quite unlikely that common people through Zapata's zone of immediate influence suffered much at rebel hands. Local chiefs had a stake in following the rules simply to prove themselves of value to the headquarters that might one day be a government. If they hanged municipal officials or merchants who would not pay their quotas, they still did not alienate working farmers and their families. 9 In the deep and abiding respect plain people felt for Zapata, they revealed that at least they understood the suffering they did endure. In folk songs balladeers sang that all through the South, they love him loyally for he gives them justice, peace, progress, and liberty. 1. As it reorganized and became genuinely Zapatista, the whole Southern Revolution flourished. Zapatista guerrilleros even raided Mexico City's suburbs. In reaction, Robles accelerated the terror in Morelos, to cut out the evil at its roots, the press explained, exterminating the Zapatista seed so that it will not germinate again. On policy he ordered more burnings, and having already burnt out most minor targets, his officers Razjadu and Carton now put to flame even municipal seats like Yucapixtla, Cochitepec, Villa de Ayala, and Tepalcingo. As in 1912 they also had women and children arrested as hostages, among them Zapata's mother-in-law and 4 of her daughters, who were consigned to military prison in Mexico City on charges of espionage. And the hateful draft continued. Nearly 1,300 conscripts departed from Morelos in July. The destruction was appalling. As an agent for the White Cross reported, the state was only a rough sketch of what it was 2 years ago. Those ample plantings of cane, rice, and so many other food products have disappeared, now converted into a sad heap of ashes, the monotony of the burned fields interrupted only by one or another deserted hamlet also half ruined by fire. 2 Again responsible planters tried to intervene, despite the government's public offer to import 30,000 Japanese to replace their lost peons. Joaquin Garcia Pimentel privately communicated a plea for peace to Eufemio Zapata. 3 And he and other planters extorted a promise from the new Minister of the Interior that Robles would permit fugitive workers to return to the haciendas. They also won new approval of the volunteer corps. But again their efforts were abortive. 4 As Robles, Razjadu, and Carton persisted in their rampage, the refugees multiplied and the revolutionaries grew stronger in numbers and determination. The climax of Robles's blundering campaign to crush the rebels was the capture of Huautla, a mining settlement in the rough hills southeast of Huejutla. There Zapata had located a temporary headquarters, and there had gathered many runaway villagers and peons from elsewhere in the state. The taking of Huautla would not break up the Zapatistas, as Robles, who had fought guerrillas for years, must have known. In that difficult terrain all the federals then in Morelos could not hope to fix the rebels in place and annihilate them. The rebels would simply disperse, escape through the federal lines, and relocate their headquarters in another camp. At most they would lose some stores. But Robles also knew that victory in a staged battle was the surest warrant for promotion. And through July, with great fanfare, he prepared his attack. To reporters he related how from Cuernavaca he would direct in enveloping maneuvers 3 columns under Generals Razjadu and Antonio Olia and Colonel Carton, and how, after the Federals had surrounded and blasted the rebels, the Zapatista movement would dissolve. The battle will certainly be bloody, the reporters learned, since in Huautla no stone will be left on stone. But afterward, Robles declared, the pacification of Morelos will be a fact. 5. In early August the celebrated drive began. There followed days of grandiose reports of attacks and secret preparations for more attacks. Meanwhile Zapata was quietly evacuating the refugees and the bulk of his local forces south into Guerrero and Puebla. But the show went on. Once, Carton missed his cue and charged his column right into the settlement, which he found already abandoned, but he quickly retreated and rejoined his fellow commanders in their phony action. Waiting for the word from Robles, who was busy burning towns in the federal district, Razjadu, Olia, and Carton occupied themselves in burning the villages and ranchos in their area. Finally on August 19 they moved into the empty settlement together. There they found the bodies of Pascual Orozco, Sr., and 2 other peace commissioners whom Zapata had executed in revenge. Among their other discoveries, they said, were the Zapatista archives and a cache of 40,000 rifles with ammunition, which they never produced. Zapata's hordes have today been completely destroyed, Robles wired Huerta, and properly speaking, the Morelos campaign has concluded. 6. In the metropolitan press this was a tremendous triumph. Flowing from it came a deluge of promotions for the officers and troops involved in the affair. Colonel Carton became a general. And Robles attained the army's highest rank, divisional general. Even the planters believed their prayers had been answered, that Robles had suppressed the rebellion and the revolution. And down to Cuernavaca the most august hastened in a party Ramon Corona, Antonio Iscandon, and Luis Garcia Pimentel, Sr., with their ever-ready chamberlain, Ramon Oliveras. For the first time in months the city was host to an elegant soiree. Actually Robles had managed a successful holding operation in Morelos. With reinforcements he now commanded 7,000 men there, which had enabled him to recover military control of the 6 former district seats. And he had given the control a political veneer in re-establishing the prefectures and appointing chiefs. 7 For that the favored of fortune could be grateful. But in the field, where the Federals were still like shingles in the sea, the revolution did not subside. Zapata and the other chiefs displaced at Huautla simply carried on their operations elsewhere. The most remote Zapatista action in these days was a mutiny in Mérida, Yucatan, by Morelos conscripts, but closer to home throughout Morelos and into the Federal District, Mexico State, Tlaxcala, Puebla, Guerrero, and Michoacán the regular Zapatista bands went on tearing up railroad tracks, wiping out Federal outposts, and raiding towns. Thus, despite Robles's entrenchment in Morelos, the general revolution of the center and south remained in full effect. And by late August the failure of the Federal mission was obvious. Robles had only proved again what he had already proved a year before, that with enough force and firepower he could defend urban enclaves in the countryside, but he could not scare the surrounding population into order. The most he had accomplished was a vicious stalemate that served no interest but his own. And Huerta was not the kind of superior to accept as an excuse the lament that the natives were stubborn. From his own brutal perspective he might well have asked Robles, as Morelos balladeers asked him in song, "What fault is it of the people who live here / that you can't win in the end?" 8. Moreover, Robles's failure came at an especially trying time for the government. Huerta had recently consolidated his own power in the administration, removing the Felicistas from the cabinet and sending Felix Diaz as an envoy to Japan, but he nevertheless badly needed recognition from the United States. Without it, European bankers refused him loans. And President Wilson still believed that the interim Mexican president did not merit his blessing morally or politically. He had just recalled his ambassador, who had argued in favor of Huerta, and sent a personal representative, John Lind, to investigate conditions in Mexico. And, as Huerta knew from his foreign minister, this confidential agent had decided soon after arriving in the country that the government was neither legitimate nor effective. The evidence the agent found was the well-organized constitutionalist movement in the north and the active resistance through the center and south. The terms he therefore offered for recognition were hard: the declaration of a national armistice and the promise of early, free elections in which Huerta would not be a candidate and Huerta would not consider them, whatever the alternatives. He had already scheduled elections for October 26, and although he had publicly insisted he would not run for the presidency, he did not want to commit himself to the U.S. government. This recalcitrance President Wilson resented. On August 27 he addressed his Congress on the Mexican question, noting Huerta's inability to establish order and urging Americans in Mexico to leave at once. 9. Under increasing American pressure, Huerta could no longer afford such costly and useless diversions as Robles's. He would now invest all his prime offensive forces in the north, where the political and military threat was most portentous, and in the south he would leave only reduced, defensive garrisons. On September 4 the Minister of War called Robles to Mexico City for a long conference, after which Robles announced he would take a 2-week rest. More conferences followed, which must have given him little time to relax, but on September 13 his vacation was lengthened indefinitely when he was removed as Morelos's governor and military commander. Replacing him was Brigadier General Adolfo Jimenez Castro, who had served in Morelos the year before under Angeles. 1 He was to preserve the stalemate, but less violently and less expensively. And so he did, to the relief of merchants, planters, and refugees. 2 Under Jimenez Castro the federal commanders of the 3,000 to 4,000 troops left in the state became in practice city police chiefs. Not fit to make regular war, they barely sustained the little war of the guerrilla. Occasionally they directed battalions into the countryside for a burning, but usually they kept their forces holed up in the district seats. There the officers sweetened their tour by embezzling state and municipal funds and selling government property, while the troops passed their days boozing on pulque or warm beer, shooting pool, and pining away for the northern villages from which they had been drafted. 3 And within its limits the strategy worked. The garrisons were just strong enough and near enough to each other to make the cost of a rebel attack prohibitive in lives and ammunition. Through the ruined villages and fields and hills and ravines the revolutionaries moved almost at will, collecting rents from a plantation here, robbing a train there, but against the main towns all they dared try was a raid. For Zapata this little war soon became a dangerous bind. Like revolutionary leaders elsewhere around the Republic, he evidently understood that Huerta's October 26 elections might be crucial. If Huerta lasted until then, and if he kept his repeated promise not to be a candidate, the cientificos and religious conservatives who would probably win office might gain American recognition. But to bring Huerta down before then, or at least to cause such a national disturbance as to invalidate the elections, the revolutionaries would have to do more than merely remain in action. And when finally Huerta did fall, the southern revolutionaries would need firmer control over their region than raids would give them. They would need to hold cities, to threaten or even to enter the federal capital itself. So Morelos, where no tactic more complicated than raiding was feasible, could no longer serve as the Zapatista's central zone of operations. The proper strategic base for the new war of place and position in the south was northern Guerrero, and there Zapata moved his headquarters in late September. Because the Ayala Revolution had developed so extensively through the south, he could organize the campaign from there as well as from Morelos. The pressing question was whether he would have time to mature a major offensive before the elections. To launch the drive he would need to knit the various bands under his orders into at least the skeleton of a regular army in less than a month. Even without a deadline the task was awesome, since each chief cherished as his own the company he had recruited. But once in Guerrero, depending on his secretary Palafox, Zapata went to work. On October 4 new instructions for the Liberating Army of the Center and South issued from headquarters, again probably composed by Palafox. Designed to break down the clannish loyalties among the revolutionary forces and to consolidate direction and authority in a regular military hierarchy, these rules greatly elaborated the formal structure of the army. Chiefs were to name corporals and sergeants, for instance, so that they may mobilize their troops with more exactitude and rapidity. Any subordinate was to obey any superior, whether he belonged to his outfit or not. Soldiers in combat or on march were to stay in their assigned units and not mingle into others, because they will be the cause of disorders and confusion. Any soldier who left his post in battle or in retreat was a deserter, and on missions requiring them to abandon their units soldiers had to carry written orders. Besides, the procedures for entering villages, collecting loans and distributing wages were made more explicit. And the prohibitions against pillaging and otherwise abusing the population were made stricter. As for reforms, they figured even more dimly here than they had in the previous set of instructions. A chief could authorize the suspension of guarantees, that is, replace a local official or confiscate property only in the case of enemies of the revolution who it can be proved helped the bad illegal government, which gave the enemies the benefit of the doubt. For the moment, as Zapata and Palafox had apparently decided, the strategic need was not to disjoint the region but to broaden and diversify the revolutionary appeal, or at least to narrow the range of resistance against it. Within a week unexpected events in Mexico City relaxed the urgency of Zapata's situation. On October 9, encouraged by the constitutionalist General Francisco Villa's recent capture of Torreon, a key rail junction in southern Coahuila, the Maderista militants still in the Chamber of Deputies brought on a crisis in the government. Protesting the disappearance and suspected murder of a Maderista senator the day before, they warned President Huerta that if he allowed any more outrages against Congress it would hold its sessions where it might have guarantees. Their veiled threat to move to a city behind the constitutionalist lines forced Huerta's hand. The next day he dissolved Congress, ordered the arrest of no deputies, and assumed dictatorial powers until the elections returned a new government. It was clear that he had thus doomed himself, for he had destroyed all chances that the United States would recognize the election's outcome. And revolutionary factions around the country could now organize their coalitions and campaign with some deliberation. In the South, Zapata shortly caught the critical import of what had happened. Meeting in southern Morelos on October 19 with Palafox and other councilors, he agreed to send envoys to arrange a unification with the main revolutionary chiefs in the north and to deal with the United States for recognition of the Allied movement as belligerent. 6 The next day he published a manifesto to the nation, proclaiming that victory approaches, the struggle comes to its end. 7 And on October 24 he wrote to Francisco Vázquez Gómez in Washington, D.C., authorizing him to represent the Southern Revolution at the White House and to ask for a loan to buy ammunition. 8 The enthusiasm and the maneuvers were premature. Huerta did not resign for another 9 months, the envoys never got out of Guerrero, and Vázquez Gómez accomplished nothing. But Zapata did right to count October's crisis as the turning point. Slowly, as the northern revolutionaries absorbed the government's attention, Zapata's campaign took shape in the south. His strategy was sound, an insightful play on Guerrero's political geography and system of communications. Iguala was where the railroad from Mexico City ended, and it was a hard 2 or 3 day march past the malarial Balsas River and then through mountains to Chilpancingo, the state capital. On Zapata's orders, Major Morelos chiefs like Delgado, Salazar, Neri, and Mendoza would continue to busy federal troops in their home districts. Zapata himself, who would keep his headquarters in southern Morelos, would direct distractive efforts there and in southern Puebla, as well as coordinate the forces in Guerrero on the sly. Then, holding the federals in Iguala by threats in Morelos and along the Morelos-Guerrero-Puebla border, he could isolate and capture Chilpancingo. The prestige of such a victory, no other southern state capital was near falling to the revolution, and the arms and ammunition captured there would fuel simultaneous attacks on Acapulco, whence he could communicate by sea with the north, and on Iguala, the key city of the whole region. And from Iguala he could pull together revolutionary forces all across the center and south of the country for a final, massive drive through Morelos and against Mexico City. In building his army, Zapata encountered remarkably few political difficulties. Already the main chiefs in central and northern Guerrero, Salgado, Diaz, Gomez, and Castillo, had formally recognized the authority of the Zapatista headquarters. And now, whether from true sympathy with the Ayalan cause or from bandwagon calculations, they accepted Zapata's leadership in fact. Another important Guerrero chief, Julian Blanco, based along the southern Costa Chica, soon joined them. Blanco had earlier fought against Zapatistas in Guerrero for the Maderista state government and had become a local constitutionalist when Huerta seized power, but on November 23 he too signed the Ayala Plan. In the following weeks he and the other allies and Zapata worked out the terms of their cooperation. 9 On January 18, 1914, Blanco and Montano, acting for Zapata, signed a treaty at Blanco's own headquarters confirming his allegiance. 1 Only in Morelos did chiefs kick their traces. Mendoza, for instance, evidently resented spending his men and ammunition in diversionary raids. To push the campaign in his zone, Zapata even had to send in another, more respectful chief, Ignacio Maya. 2 And in Adander, Mendoza started negotiating with Joaquin Garcia Pimentel to surrender. 3 But the deal never came to pass. In all cases Zapata maintained the loyalty of his forces as he organized them. So impressive was the revolutionary confederation he was building that federals defected to enlist in it. Cramping Zapata's plans most tightly was the lack of military supplies. To hold the loyalties of scattered chiefs, to equip an army of their impatient followers, and then to conduct daily coordinated operations over a broad front, Zapata needed more arms and ammunition than raids, pilferage, or petty black market purchases could provide. But no shipments ever came from the northern revolutionaries, or from Vasquez Gomez in the United States. In the Zapatista headquarters the search for arms and ammunition became obsessive. The smallest caches were subject to the revolutionary claim. Just as old José Zapata had demanded arms from malingering neighbors for use against the French, now Emiliano Zapata demanded them for use against Huerta. I have information that you have hidden away certain war supplies, he wrote to one chief not under his command. I recommend to you that you send me immediately 6 rifles of those that you have. If you do not, it will be ordered that of the cattle which belong to you 50 be confiscated, which will be brought to this headquarters. 4. Careful preparations for the move on Chilpancingo continued through January and February. While Zapata negotiated for alliances with other Guerrero chiefs, he also specified the operations the committed chiefs would undertake and the contingencies they might act on. 5 The Morelos chiefs learned to synchronize their attacks, so that in a single day federal commanders would have to repel raids on 3 or 4 district seats, not knowing whether any or all of them were in earnest. And strategic towns in northern Guerrero were taken and permanently occupied. 6 At these moves alarm coursed through the War Department, but there were no reinforcements to send. 7 By late February the revolutionaries were ready. Jesus Salgado, whom Zapata had made responsible for the attack, called a junta of chiefs at Cutza, a mountain town northwest of their objective. 8 There they worked out the final details of the parts each would play. On March 9 Blanco's troops took up their positions south of the state capital. To the west stood Salgado's division, and to the north stood Castillo's. On March 12 Zapata arrived with nearly 2,000 reinforcements from Puebla and Morelos and set up a temporary headquarters at Tixtla, a few miles to the northeast. Revolutionary forces now totaled nearly 5,000, against some 1,400 federals under the infamous General Carton. And 2 days later on Zapata's orders a siege closed up the city. Even in this emergency the War Department could dispatch no relief column. Units of the Hajutla garrison had mutinied on March 12, paralyzing the defense of the whole southern zone. 9 The final assault Zapata had scheduled for March 26, but on March 23 the Guerrero chief Diaz arrived with his troops, eager for action. Disregarding orders, he led a charge which the other forces followed and which broke the federal lines. Early the next morning the revolutionaries took control of the city's center. 1 As the American consul in Acapulco wired to Washington, the fall of Chilpancingo was the result of the most decisive action yet fought in this region too. With his officers, over 600 troops, and many supplies, Carton escaped along the road to Acapulco, but Chiefs Blanco and Ignacio Maya alertly pursued him, and he finally surrendered 40 miles south at a village called El Rincon. The federal troops, most of them conscripts, were simply disarmed and set free, and many joined the revolutionary forces. But the officers General Carton and 43 others were returned to the Zapatista headquarters at Tixtla, and Zapata ruled that they be court-martialed. Some were released, but those identified as incendiaries were sentenced to death and executed. Among them was General Carton, shot in Chilpancingo's public square on the morning of April 6.3. Simultaneous with these trials the Zapatista headquarters had called a junta in Tixtla of the main revolutionary chiefs in Guerrero. According to Article 13 of the Ayala Plan, they were to name a provisional governor. Between General Blanco and General Salgado they chose Salgado. And as a self-styled director of the provisional government he took office on March 28 and immediately began purging and reorganizing the state bureaucracy. Politics, however, was generally left to trusted subordinates, as Salgado and Blanco resumed the military offensive. Blanco headed south, frightening the American consul in Acapulco so badly that he called for a U.S. warship to stand offshore. 4 And Salgado moved north. By April 8 his forces had taken Iguala. And in the following days, reinforced by Hajutla mutineers, they took Tasca and Buenavista de Cuellar as well, and Salgado even sent reinforcements to revolutionaries in Michoacan and Mexico State. 5 By then Zapata had returned to Morelos to direct operations. His resources for attack had increased greatly. All the cannons, machine guns, rifles, ammunition, and government funds captured at Chilpancingo and El Rincon had been dutifully turned over to his headquarters. 6 Although Zapata had to resupply the Guerrero chiefs in order to preserve harmony, he still kept a sizable store for Morelos and Puebla. And thus equipped and encouraged, he eagerly pressed the campaign. The day the revolutionary government took office in Guerrero he had published a manifesto to the Morelos chiefs, urging them to continue attacks and reminding them of the reports they would soon have to submit to headquarters. In early April Delgado raided into southern Mexico State, and Mendoza and Eufemio Zapata attacked and occupied plantations and villages in southeastern Morelos and southern Puebla. To chiefs as far away as Michoacan Zapata sent instructions about the drive he intended to mount against Mexico City. 7 By mid-April revolutionary forces controlled practically all Morelos's villages, ranchos, and small towns, and were daily attacking the district seats. 8 The only haciendas they had not yet taken were the Garcia Pimentels Tenango and Santa Clara. There, alone among the state's planters, Luis, Jr., and Joaquim had actually organized a private guard and had remained personally to help defend their father's holdings. But before the revolutionary onslaught even these valiant young men were about to despair. Waiting dejectedly for new attacks, Luis gained no consolation even in confessing and receiving communion in the local parish church. So deeply depressed was he that only when he fell further into a trivial, vulgar amusement, when we started to listen to some raucous phonograph records, did his spirits revive. The patriotic speeches, historical scenes, songs, and pieces of music, all the infernal repertory of the wicked machine, which before I detested, now seemed, in his hysterical misery, a magnificent distraction. 9 Fatalistically he prepared to abandon his heritage in the state. Again, however, the Zapatistas were running short of ammunition. Even the Chilpancingo booty was insufficient to power more than a few major battles. It required upward of 200,000 rounds for a force of 3,000 to 4,000 revolutionaries to besiege a town for 5 days, and materiel in this volume was hard to find in the south. The revolutionary armies in the north, operating in regions with more marketable wealth, cattle or cotton, and with easy access to American munitions dealers, had early established a reliable trade across the international frontier and could plan and sustain long campaigns. But Zapata had nothing valuable to sell, nor a safe market to sell it in. From Guerrero mine Salgado minted silver pesos, but these barely served to keep the state government and local economy functioning. And the planters, who had earlier paid dues for protection, now had no cane to protect and so paid no dues. To meet the extraordinary needs of a regular campaign, Zapata had first tried in October to negotiate an American loan, but he had received no sign of help from Vasquez Gomez. Then, busy as he was during the Guerrero offensive, he had sent agents to the American representatives in Mexico City, one to the American Consul General and another to confidential agent John Lind himself, to finagle funds for the purchase of ammunition. These efforts continued even after Lind returned to Washington in early April. Once Zapata tried to maneuver Lind into arranging a loan by promising not to advance on Mexico City, which he could not have done anyway. But Lind only advised Zapata to see the Red Cross for charity. 1 Even if Zapata could have contracted a loan and bought bullets in the United States, it would have been practically impossible to transport tons of lead overland for 1,500 miles from the border, the last 500 miles by mule. So, without steady supplies, Zapata could not maintain the proper rhythm in his campaign. The drive against Mexico City slackened. The only strategy now feasible was to keep up the pressure of the guerrilla in Morelos and Puebla and wait for a break. But then the break came for the revolutionaries in the south and north, a stroke of luck as sudden and as crucial as the dissolution of Congress 6 months before. On April 21, in an awkward attempt to bring Huerta down, President Wilson directed United States military forces to occupy the port of Veracruz. In the next week, as during the Decena Tragica, federal troops were called in from all the central and southern states to the federal district as emergency reinforcements. Those in Morelos evacuated 4 of the state's 6 district seats: Jonacatepec, Coatla, Yautepec, and Tezcala, all of which immediately fell to the Zapatistas besieging them. 2 And at last the Garcia Pimentels too retreated. On hearing the news from Veracruz, young Luis felt a deep sensation of impotent rage against so many elements that seemed to unite and plot against me. Seeing that he would have to leave now, he went straight to the plantation chapel to hide what little of value had remained in it, and there, he later remembered, I could not help getting down on my knees and weeping like the man who has taken a supreme resolution. In a great anguish he gathered together the few people still on his grounds and on April 24 joined a federal column headed north out of the state. 3 Everywhere in Morelos the last remnants of the old order and the old progress were dwindling away, and the revolutionaries were rushing in. Cuernavaca itself was so weakened that the commander there urged all foreigners, and ordered all Americans, to leave the city. He declared he could no longer be responsible for their safety. 4 Although neither the Mexican nor the American government wanted war, and both knew it to be unlikely, Huerta served his own purpose in portraying the American intervention to the public as the first step in a full-scale invasion. In his support the metropolitan press exploded into the patriotic fury characteristic of turn-of-the-century journalism. While Mexicans cut gringo pigs' throats, trumpeted one headline, "In the churches the Gloria rings out 5 for many," the shock of American sailors and Marines landing at Veracruz recalled General Winfield Scott's landing of 1847, which ended in Mexican disgrace. To the still uninformed revolutionary leaders, Huerta explicitly conceded amnesties and proposed alliances in a national struggle to repel the pigs of Yanquilandia. In Morelos Huertista emissaries quickly made their way to the camps of most leading chiefs. On April 24 federal officers invited De Lao to surrender to the government and help fight the Americans. 2 days later De Lao received the same invitation from Joaquim Miranda and his son Joaquim, Jr., the ex-revolutionaries turned Huertista. To Mendoza's camp came a similar proposal from a similar agent, Jesus Morales. but no Zapatista chief accepted the envoy's offers. In each case the chiefs informed the headquarters, now in Tlaltizapan, of what they had discovered and asked for instructions. On his own, Delao even arrested the Mirandas as traitors and sent them to headquarters for trial. Mendoza did the same with Morales. And at Tlaltizapan the resistance to collaboration was adamant. There the Huertista commissioners were not even able to submit the offers they bore. Palafox sent his own courier to the new military governor in Cuernavaca to learn the official terms. The Veracruz affair made his blood boil, Zapata declared, but he would not consider union with Huerta. If the Americans did invade, he said, he would defend the Republic but independently, as chief of the Ayala Revolution, and in no connection with the federal forces. As various friends in Mexico City, like Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama, reported to the southern headquarters on the limited nature of the American action, they confirmed the Zapatistas in their decision. In a court-martial, Palafox judged the Mirandas and Morales guilty of treason and had them shot. And calling up chiefs from Guerrero and Puebla, Zapata ordered the resumption of the Southern Campaign. 6. Again his plan was to push into the federal district, into Mexico City itself if possible. The strategy reflected the clear sense Zapata had acquired of the real constitution of Mexican politics. During 3 years of revolt he had learned well not to trust other parties to carry out reforms that only he and his chiefs had fought for. The very name of his fighting force revealed how he conceived of the Civil War, whereas the constitutionalist divisions of the North, Northeast, and Northwest were subordinate parts of a pretended national army, Zapata's liberating army of the center and south was the independent agency of his region. The security of Morelos's villagers, as Zapata now saw, derived not from the goodwill of the federal executive but from the national influence of the state's leader, and for him the surest way to national influence was through the disciplined participation of his army in the capture of the national capital. Only 2 concentrations of federals remained in Morelos, the garrisons at Jojutla and Cuernavaca. The revolutionaries eliminated the first in overwhelming attacks in early May. Of the 1,200 federals engaged there, most finally defected to the revolution with their arms and ammunition, less than 90 staggered back to Cuernavaca. The state capital was a harder place to take. A natural fortress standing in broken hills with deep barrancas cutting around it, the city defied all tactics but those of the siege. In late May Zapata had it surrounded and in early June he closed it up. There he left the last federals in the state, occasionally reinforced, relieved, or provisioned, but hopeless and harmless. 7. Meanwhile he had already directed other revolutionary forces into action in the federal district. In the mountain villages scattered through the bottom half of the district Zapatistas appeared almost daily, to wipe out little army detachments or to claim the allegiance of the people and recruit warriors. 8 On June 10 Zapata ordered southern chiefs to concentrate all their forces except rear guards to continue our advance toward the capital of the Republic. 9 By late June a Zapatista occupation of the city seemed imminent to a special American agent there. 1. On the verge of victory the Zapatista chiefs ran into a new temptation, to take the capital on conditions. This chance Huertista agents began posing in the south after a crucial constitutionalist triumph in the north, at Zacatecas, and during an ominous constitutionalist advance in the west, on Guadalajara. The high politicians of Huerta's party harbored a terrific hatred for this northern movement, partly from fear that since it was so rich, organized, and cohesive that if it came into power they could not manipulate it, and partly from resentment toward its leader, Governor Carranza, an old Porfirista who had betrayed his origins and yet emerged in command anyway. But the Zapatistas they still held in contempt, as shorter, darker complexioned, and more countrified people, Indians. And having recognized that they could no longer win, the Huertistas therefore started trying to trick the southern Rubes into a deal, to bring them into power, to divide the national revolution, and so to preserve a central role for themselves. But Zapata resisted such maneuvers. Probably on Palafox's counsel, he issued instructions to his chiefs on July 1 to publish no declarations without clearing them through headquarters to avoid bad interpretations, fatal deviations, and twisted intentions whose realization would redound to the harm of the cause of the people. Too, at the Zapatista as at the Constitutionalist headquarters, the demand was for unconditional surrender. Finally, in defeat and disgrace, Huerta resigned on July 15 and fled into exile on the same boat that had borne Don Porfirio away, the Ipiranga. But his government remained, the army would not quit fighting. Ascending to the presidency in an obvious last-ditch ploy was Francisco Carbajal. Interim President Carbajal was the former Porfirian Supreme Court justice who had, to his eternal discredit with the nation's revolutionaries, negotiated and co-signed the infamous Juarez Treaty on behalf of Diaz's government. The bait was another compromise. No revolutionary bid. Although Zapata lost most in bargaining advantages as the Constitutionalists moved in closer from the west, he opposed negotiations as intransigently as ever. When on July 17 nervous revolutionary agents from Mexico City reported to him the news of Huerta's resignation, as well as the terrible fear in the metropolis that he would storm and sack the capital, without hesitation he brushed aside hints that he promised guarantees. He planned, he told the envoys, to mobilize immediately 20,000 men and advance them on the capital. Within 3 days at most, he declared, they would occupy the city. His officers were under strict orders to allow no sacking, but politically he would grant no concessions. 3 It is good to repeat, he told his chiefs, that we will carry out no transactions with any government if it does not turn over the supreme national powers to the revolution, without qualifications of any kind. For as proof, he launched an attack the next day against Milpa Alta, an important town in Mexico City's southern suburbs. It fell 2 days later. On July 19 Zapata and his leading chiefs carefully defined their official position in an act of ratification of the Plan de Ayala. Noting that they sought before anything else the economic improvement of the great majority of Mexicans and that they would always oppose the infamous pretension of reducing everything to a simple change in the personnel of government, they formally refused to recognize any authority not constituted by the leaders of the nation's great popular armies. 3 specific obligations they undertook to defend even at the cost of their blood and their lives. First, they would not cease their efforts until the Ayala Plan's agrarian provisions were elevated to the rank of constitutional precepts. Second, they confirmed the ousting of Pascual Orozco and the election of Zapata as national chief of their revolution. And third, the southern chiefs would not consider their work concluded until the servants of Huertismo and other personalities of the old regime were purged from all offices and a new government was established composed of men devoted to the Plan de Ayala, men who forthwith carry agrarian reforms into practice. 5 For Palafox this document was fundamental. He recommended that Zapata have it widely distributed among the revolutionaries. 6 Although the end was near, Carbajal and his cohorts still hoped for a deal. One veteran politico, for instance, wrote to Zapata on behalf of a Citizens Committee for National Defense. He assured Zapata that Carbajal favored the Ayalan Plan's proposals, especially those on the land question. For this and other generous concessions he requested only that Zapata suspend hostilities and send delegates to sign a treaty. 7 Carbajal himself tendered equally bogus offers to Zapatista agents in Mexico City. To 2 young students who interviewed him while he shaved one morning he made the amazing promise that he would turn over to Zapata the capital, its arsenals, and its garrison. In exchange he asked only for Zapata's word that he would respect the lives and properties of the metropolitans. He assured the boys that the southern chiefs could achieve no understanding with Carranza, whom he peevishly described as glutting himself with his triumphate. These fleeting overtures excited no audience, however, at the Zapatista headquarters. Zapata still counted on getting his forces into the city on their own steam, possibly through the coordination of an uprising downtown with an assault through the suburbs. 9 And Palafox followed the activities of Zapatista agents with a keen eye, so that the revolution might not be prejudiced in any way. Although the Constitutionalists had now pushed through Guanajuato and into Querétaro and daily strengthened their bargaining position, Zapata remained bitterly opposed to talks. The only dealings he approved of were with army officers, whom he evidently trusted more than politicians. He sent one envoy directly to them, a reliable revolutionary who had attended the National Military College. And on August 10 he published a decree offering amnesty to officers not guilty of civil crimes and to the troops in general. Point 2. By now the constitutionalist armies were so close to the city that the most Zapata could have gained would have been a joint occupation. Surprisingly, he gained no role at all. In the end the metropolitan politicos decided to treat exclusively with Carranza's representatives, and Zapata could not stop them. On August 13 at Teoloyucan, a little town in north-central Mexico state, authorities from the War Department surrendered the Federal Army to the leading constitutionalist general, Alvaro Obregón. Not even a Zapatista observer was present. In a flash the Teoloyucan treaties revealed a grim truth about the revolution. The crucial victory the Mexican people had just won, in a hard 18 months and largely by their own devices. This victory they had accomplished as in-laws, not as bloodkin, in cooperation but not in union. The question that now charged their relations was whether the various leaders they had created almost in their own image could combine to organize and save their victory. Although the treaties might deny the Zapatistas, they could not make them disappear. True, Zapata had missed a good political chance, but at least, in avoiding disreputable compromises, he had failed in full revolutionary honor. Clearly the Zapatistas had helped to overthrow Huerta and to drive the revolution, its discoveries and its hopes, into the course of the nation's history. Indeed, as anyone in the capital could see, there the Zapatistas undeniably were, the lights from their campfires on the mountains to the south flickering in the August night. The countrymen disavow the constitutionalists. They're all a bunch of bastards. After 18 months of civil war, Mexico City had again fallen to the revolutionaries. And tentatively, then jubilantly, people from Sonora to Chiapas celebrated the return of peace. Peace was news, like an earthquake or a miracle. On street corners the balladeers sang about it. Point 1. Of all the states Morelos had probably most reason for relief. Its rich countryside lay devastated. Only a few sugar plantations had marketed anything of a harvest, and that under Zapatista auspices. The others had seen their business almost paralyzed. To the state's district seats, even its capital, were ghost towns, the houses and shops empty, roofless, gutted by fires that left the cracked and broken walls black with smoke. In the villages summer weeds were thriving in the quiet ruins. In the last year alone Morelos had lost over 1/5 of its total population. Point 3. But although there was peace, there was no rest in Morelos or any other state. Again Mexico's revolutionary leaders proved unable to join forces for the sake of their common popular cause. Before, with Madero, they had quarreled over what the revolution was. Now, after Huerta, they quarreled only over how to manage and guarantee it. But the divisions were nonetheless bitter. Two major parties grappled for control. Both were factions within the constitutionalist movement. One was the group supporting Governor Venustiano Carranza, the founding father of the movement and now its first chief. The other was the opposition that had collected around Francisco Villa, the one-time bandit who had become the most powerful revolutionary general in the country, the centaur of the north. Superficially the Villistas and the Carrancistas resembled each other. Both had military organizations, Villa's being his famous division of the north and Carranza's the divisions of the northeast and the northwest. And both still seemed incoherent conglomerations of rival elements, with former Maderistas on both sides, as well as many parvenu revolutionaries and even some old cientificos and reistas. A visiting American muckraker could tell them apart only by finding out which enjoyed the support of Wall Street. Point 4. But as the American sensed, there was more at stake than power. In deciding which party to join, a young Mexican journalist perceived the difference. His words on Villismo, which he finally joined, reveal a nice insight into its character. Descontentadiza he called it, and liberima, inconscient, arrolladora, restless and hard to please, utterly free, unconscious, overwhelming. Point 5. More a force of nature than of politics, the Villista party was commotion rampant. These northern drifters could give their populism no real point. Cowboys, muleskinners, bandits, railroad laborers, peddlers, refugee peons, the Villistas had no definite class interests or local attachments. And to certain ambitious operators, like General Felipe Angeles, this disorder was an opportunity. Repudiating Huerta, Angeles had joined the revolution in hopes of becoming its military boss and later, perhaps, president. The headquarters he found easiest to mastermind, because no one else could or would, was Villa's, and there he based his intrigues. 6 But even he could not give a clear direction to Villismo. Villa was the very incarnation of irregularity, and his men took him as a model. Carranza's party, on the other hand, rested on its claims to formal legitimacy. The new, nationalist entrepreneurs who composed its high command and local cadres were intensely more deliberate than the Villistas. If they plundered, it was not for fun but on business. The fortunes the Carrancista generals sought were huge beyond the drifters' dreams, guaranteed, and officially certified and socially acceptable. And to achieve them they had a positive, unequivocal policy. First they would purge the government completely, which was why they feared Angeles, who they suspected would compromise with his old army colleagues to win power. And then they would organize their own regime, a sound system of reform in which they could succeed to the presidency. At the edge of this contest stood the Zapatistas. Like Villismo, their movement was populist, unofficial. But their party, born of the independent Ayala Revolution, enjoyed extraordinary political solidarity. In isolation and poverty the Zapatistas had early secured a solid base in Morelos's villages and defined their purpose as the defense of the pueblos. And recent recruits had tightened their cohesion with a stringent and militant ideology. The newcomers were metropolitan intellectuals, refugees from the anarcho-syndicalist House of the World Worker, which Huerta had closed in May 1914. On being outlawed, the World Workers split. Many went underground in the capital, later to join the Carrancistas and help organize workers into red battalions. Others escaped south into Morelos or kept close contact with those who did, like Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama, Rafael Pérez Taylor, Luis Mendez, Miguel Mendoza López Schwerdtfeger, and Octavio John. The men going south, citified radicals all, followed no special anarcho-syndicalist line. Pérez Taylor, Mendez, and Mendoza L. Schwerdtfeger concerned themselves mainly with the urban working class and seemed vaguely Marxist. John was a French syndicalist, reputedly a veteran of the 1871 Paris Commune. And Soto y Gama, a young lawyer who had helped found both the liberal movement in 1899 and the Socialist Party in 1912, was a passionate disciple of Tolstoy's and Kropotkin's creed of the good peasant. 7 But together these professional revolutionaries provided a theory, in the latest jargon, of land and liberty. And at the Zapatista headquarters Palafox took them in and gave them various secretarial assignments. Soto y Gama took the lead in elaborating and refining ideas. The doctrine of agrarismo and the cult of the agraristas that emerged were chiefly his work. Thus through the summer and fall of 1914 the Zapatistas seemed increasingly to propose agrarianism not merely as a necessary element of national policy but as the paramount or even exclusive policy. Zapata himself and his native chiefs were not actually so ambitious. They never changed the modest slogan of the Ayala Plan: reform, liberty, justice, and law. But their local intransigence apparently confirmed their new agents' rigid proclamations. Already by the time of their victory over Huerta, the nation's leading chiefs had started preparing for the new round politically as well as militarily. In Chihuahua Villa and Angeles had retired to build their strength. And in the center and south the informal cooperation between constitutionalists and Zapatistas in the field, the comradely deals that had developed especially in Michoacán, Mexico State, and the Federal District soon stopped. 8. The Carrancistas laid out their claims unmistakably. On the evening of the day the Federal Army surrendered to Obregón, August 13, Zapatista reconnaissance patrols noted that the Federals were not evacuating the little towns they still garrisoned in the southern part of the Federal District until Constitutionalists replaced them at their posts. 9 Unknown to the Zapatistas, this transaction followed to the letter the surrender Obregon had negotiated earlier that day at Tlayocan. 1 Thus the Carrancistas blocked Zapata's way into the capital. The Zapatista chiefs should not have been surprised by this hostility. They had already heard that in the north the Constitutionalists had wiped out the few chiefs there who adhered to the Ayala Plan. 2 And Zapata himself had never made any secret of his independence from the lordly Carranza. As early as May 1913 he had publicly referred not to Carranza alone but to several chiefs as the leaders of the armed movement of the North. 3 By October 1913 he had noticed the unusual claims of the Carrancista movement. 4 Still, when he appointed ambassadors to arrange a union with the Northerners, he sent them not to Carranza's headquarters only but to 6 other chiefs as well. In February 1914 a Constitutionalist agent conferred several times with Zapata, urging him to put himself in accord with General Carranza, or better said, recognize him without qualifications and unconditionally. By taking this step, he assured Zapata that he would soon see himself and his party satisfied in their political and agrarian aspirations. But this and other constitutionalist efforts proved fruitless. My arguments were heard, the agent later lamented, but not heeded, and finally were rejected. You see, Zapata had told him how no one, not even Villa, recognizes Sr. Carranza. 5 Toward the end of the war, having received ugly reports about Carranza from anarcho-syndicalists and from desperate conservatives, Zapata advanced his position. Not only would he not recognize Carranza as first chief, he told a Carrancista envoy Gerardo Murillo, a world worker intellectual better known as the painter Dr. Ad, but he now insisted also that all the revolutionaries of the Republic recognize the Plan de Ayala, which named him, Zapata, Supreme Chief while a national junta designated an interim president. 6 Soon afterward, Zapata's secretaries, Palafox, Soto y Gama, and Reynaldo Lecana, censured Carranza to other Carrancista envoys as an unhealthy element and a bourgeois, who therefore could not recognize the Plan de Ayala. 7 And under their influence Zapata even impugned Carranza's personal sincerity. The day after Carranza arrived in Mexico City, Zapata wrote freely to Lucio Blanco, one of the 3 or 4 highest-ranking constitutionalist generals, I will tell you in all frankness that this Carranza does not inspire much confidence in me. I see in him much ambition, and a disposition to fool the people. 8. And if the Carrancistas had refused the Zapatistas' entry into the capital, the Zapatistas had also permitted no trespassing on their domains. During these days some 300 constitutionalists in search of pasture for the Northern Army's horses and mules moved a large herd into the upland plains around Chalco. The Zapatista commander there surrounded and disarmed them, and sent them as prisoners to the southern headquarters at Yautepec. There the troops were set free, but the officers remained in custody. 9. Moreover, it was no secret that Zapatistas had had dealings with Villa, Carranza's most dangerous rival. As soon as Villa became prominent in the constitutionalist campaigns, Zapata had recognized him as a chief of the same rank as Carranza. Villa was the first of the 7 chiefs to whom he had directed his ambassadors. And in November 1913 a personal liaison actually commenced. For lack of funds the Zapatista ambassadors were not able to go north, but Gildardo Magana did go at his own expense. The year before, during Madero's regime, young Magana had spent some months in the Mexico City penitentiary with Villa. There, having helped him with the rudiments of reading and writing, he had earned Villa's friendship. He had also explained the Plan de Ayala to him. 1 So when Magana reached Matamoros, by the roundabout way of Veracruz, Havana, and New Orleans, he naturally considered Villa his most likely northern prospect. 2 And no obstacles hindered him. Carranza was then on the other side of the country in Sonora, and the revolutionary general running the states of Tamaulipas and Nuevo Leon, which he had to cross to get to Villa in Chihuahua, was Lucio Blanco, who had himself recently earned a reputation for agrarian sympathies by expropriating a local hacienda and dividing it among its peons. Chief of Blanco's staff was a close childhood friend of Magana's, Francisco Mujica. In this climate Magana's hopes flourished, and shortly after Villa's dramatic victory at Ciudad Juarez on November 16, he headed there for a conference. It was impossible to tell how firm Villa's social devotion was, but at least to his well-wisher Magana he sounded sincere. He had turned down Carranza's proposals to repeal the few agrarian reforms initiated earlier in Chihuahua under a Maderista regime. He was even planning to set up a state agrarian commission to continue them. He also praised other northern chiefs with agrarian sympathies, like Calixto Contreras and Orestes Pereira in his native Durango. And although he had never met his compañerito Zapata, he agreed warmly with his desire for the union of revolutionaries of principle. To prove his interest, he started a correspondence with Zapata. 3. By March 1914 Villista agents had an attentive audience in Zapata. The news they brought could excite a general junta of leading southern chiefs. 4 By mid-August, reports were current in Mexico City of how Villista envoys were respected figures at the Zapatista headquarters. One Villista, with whom Magana had earlier conferred, came specifically to ask Zapata to show himself energetically against Carranza. 5. In the Carrancista camp, however, many chiefs also valued an understanding with Zapata. Radicals themselves, they appreciated his struggle for agrarian reform. Besides, they feared the ultimate consequences of losing him to Villa. A Villa-Zapata axis would obstruct the constitutionalist seizure of power, which might permit an astute conservative clique to take charge. Especially they feared Felipe Angeles, with his federal loyalties and connections. Even to forestall his rise, they dared not broach the subject of Zapata to their first chief. To Carranza, Zapata's rabble was the same as Emilio Vázquez's 1912 mob, and neither much better than Orozco's traitors, with whom both had allied against Madero, and he absolutely refused any union with the Morelos movement. 6 But independently, while Villa and Zapata slowly cultivated their mutual relations, Carrancista spokesmen in the center and south had done what they could to sway Zapata to their side, or at least to keep him away from Villa. On July 27 Carranza's private secretary wrote to Zapata, offering him military supplies in return for support of the first chief. 7 Then came Dr. Atl's interview in Yautepec. These Carrancistas saw their main hope in the fact that Zapata had not formally committed himself to Villa. The southern connection with the Chihuahua movement remained casual and cautious. Nor had Zapata turned absolutely against the Carrancistas, for in Michoacán, Guerrero, Mexico, and Puebla he remained at peace with them. But this was no sign of sympathies. It was simply that Zapata trusted no other national leader, and until he did, he would stay independent. Revolutions will come and revolutions will go, he had told the Carrancista agent in February, but I will continue with mine. Such a stand Villa could tolerate, even encourage. But Carranza could never tolerate it, much less recognize it. Independent revolution jeopardized his claim to the chieftainship of all legitimate resistance to Huerta. As Zapata's southern operations succeeded, Carranza grew more annoyed and more intransigent. It became increasingly difficult for his subordinates to prepare for any compromise. Still, when the war ended, nothing formal took place even after the Carrancistas closed up the Zapatistas' way into the capital and thus openly posed for the first time the possibility of an alliance between Villa and Zapata. Despite resentment on both sides, the passage to an understanding remained clear for the time being. No revolutionary chief so dominated his camp that he could proceed crudely over the feelings of his lieutenants. And before public commitments occurred, many Carrancista leaders felt regular negotiations were necessary whether to satisfy their reformist fellow officers that Zapata was impossible to deal with, to weaken the resolve of enemy officers, or actually to see if any chance remained for a political settlement. And the Zapatista leaders responded for similar reasons to unify themselves, to divide the other camp, and to try out their own hopes for peace. Besides, the people were groaning for a rest. And so talks began. After Obregón occupied Mexico City, Carrancistas and Zapatistas conferred almost daily. While Carranza waited at Tlalnepantla to enter the capital, a self-styled Zapatista agent, Alfredo Cerratos, interviewed him and other leaders and agreed to take their offers to Zapata. There also 2 members of de Lao's staff saw the first chief on their own account. 8 And their visit impressed Carranza sufficiently for him to write to Zapata, suggesting a personal interview wherever Zapata might choose. 9 Among the Carrancista officers in Mexico City angling for a deal with Zapata, Lucio Blanco took the lead. Realizing the danger of revolutionary divisions, he met in strict secrecy with 4 other Carrancista generals on August 17 and decided to send a confidential agent south. The agent was to deliver Blanco's personal gift to Zapata, a .44 Colt revolver with gold inlay, and to assure Zapata that there were constitutionalist chiefs who would force Carranza to enact agrarian reforms. 1 Then on August 18 Dr. Atl intervened again by writing Zapata on Blanco's behalf about a conference. But though the exchanges continued, they did not establish grounds for mutual accommodation or even slacken the tension. On his claim to executive authority through the Plan de Guadalupe, Carranza was adamant. He wanted peace, but he would not compromise. Fearing for Mexico's very existence as a nation if Villa's party took power, he saw in Zapata only an accomplice to Villa's subversive work of disorder. Anything Zapata did was bad, even if Carranza had proposed similar action. This business of dividing up the land is ridiculous, he told envoys from de Lao, when he himself had already declared that land reform was inevitable. What counted for Carranza was that reform have an official source, that it literally issue from a metropolitan office. And to him the Zapatistas were only country renegades, upstart field hands who knew nothing of government. If they had fought Huerta, so also they had backed Orozco against Madero. He warned one Zapatista commission that unless the Southerners laid down their arms he would order attacks against them as bandits too. Zapata was no less stubborn. For him also the sore point was the constitution of an interim government, which would control the elections of the new federal and state regimes. If Carranza became president, Zapata believed with good reason, he would stifle the Southern movement and disable the agrarian cause. In Zapata's eyes only a regime constituted according to his Ayala plan could guarantee the eventual enactment and enforcement of agrarian reform. This was not because of the plan's reformed Article 3, which declared him the revolution's chief supremo, but because of Article 12, which provided the machinery to replace him a grand junta of the chiefs of the nation's great popular armies, which itself would name an interim president. And like Carranza, Zapata would admit no compromise before recognition of his plan. The information his secretaries continually gave him about Carranza confirmed him in his notions. The northern first chief, so went reports, was a thieving, ambitious old cabron, surrounded by conniving lawyers indifferent to the miseries of common people. 3. In careful disrespect he refused to dignify his agents to Carranza as formal delegates. To Carranza himself he wrote that the persons who have approached you as representatives of mine are not, and I have no representative at all in Mexico City. Noting that the triumph of the cause of the people, which you say has arrived, would not in fact be secure until the revolution of the Plan de Ayala enters the capital, he stated how very necessary it was for Carranza and the other northern chiefs to sign the southern plan. As for the personal interview Carranza had suggested, Zapata declared his readiness for it, for which, he concluded, I recommend that you come to the city of Yapec, where we will talk in full freedom. 4. From Zapatista headquarters regular propaganda issued against the would-be first chief. To Villa Zapata wrote that Carranza's presidential aspirations were very dangerous. The old man's greediness would cause another war, he said, for in no way will we revolutionaries who sustain the plan permit it to be mocked in the slightest. 5. In Mexico City a Zapatista agent told the Brazilian minister that his chief would never recognize Carranza. 6. And over Amador Salazar's signature there appeared a curious, confused manifesto, probably composed by Montano, wherein he declared his misgivings that Señor Carranza, already in possession of the provisional government of the Republic, has not yet made any frank unreserved statement as to his attitude toward our General-in-Chief Emiliano Zapata. 7. On August 23 Zapata made his first bid for United States attention in a long open letter to President Wilson, in which he condemned Mr. V. Carranza and his clique of ambitious politicians. 2 days later he wrote to Villa again that the time has come for a provisional government to be set up by the revolutionary chiefs. If Carranza proceeded otherwise, Zapata boasted of 70,000 men with Mausers who would fight the war to the end. 9 Privately he did not underestimate the Carrancista forces. About this time Soto y Gama predicted sanguinely to him that Carranza would fade away in at least a year or two. Zapata disagreed. It would take much longer, he foresaw, until Carranza's generals grew exasperated and deserted him. But as long as it took he would hold out. 1. The pressures for peace remained strong, however. The metropolitan press reinforced them by publishing rumors of Carrancistas and Zapatistas exchanging views. 2 Most important, the American consular agents in the capital tried to sponsor negotiations. Indirectly their efforts did bring about the only formal talks that took place between the two parties. For months the Americans had hoped to bring Zapatistas and Constitutionalists together to ensure cooperation in the establishment and maintenance of peace after Huerta fell. 3 And on August 23 Carranza intimated to one agent, John Silliman, that possibly the good offices of the United States might be effective in arranging a conference with Zapata and himself, for almost certainly he intended that the Americans should invite Zapata to Mexico City, which would require Zapata to humble himself politically or discredit himself diplomatically. The next day Carranza told Silliman outright that he would accept an offer from him to arrange a conference with Zapata. 5 This was a delicate matter, as the agent knew, but he resolved it discreetly by having a representative of the American Red Cross convey the desire for talks to Zapata. The Red Cross agent, Charles Jenkinson, had a lengthy and confidential conference with Zapata on August 25. But his report was discouraging. Zapata's attitude toward Carranza was decidedly unfriendly, Jenkinson observed. Although the Southern chief insisted that a conference between Carranza and himself is imperatively necessary, he repeated that it must be at his own military camp. Jenkinson also found Villa emissaries with Zapata and remarked that they were treated with the highest consideration. Nevertheless, and no doubt to Carranza's dismay, he judged it quite probable that Zapata would compromise on some nearer place for conference at American suggestion but not otherwise. These views Silliman and Jenkinson recounted to Carranza on August 26, although it was not considered expedient to go into particulars. Carranza was now in a difficult bind. Having asked for the American intervention, he could hardly condemn its fruits. However, excruciatingly sensitive as he was to foreign meddling in Mexican affairs, he did not want agents of the United States government really involved in negotiations between him and his domestic rivals. Therefore, bending to keep from breaking, he gambled. On the one hand, he did not dismiss the possibility of American mediation. Although he rejected again the proposal that he meet Zapata at Yautepec, and although, as Silliman noted, he still continues to belittle Zapata, he did indicate that if all other contacts failed he would let the United States President furnish intermediaries for the bargaining. On the other hand, he reserved the right to play out his own dealings with Zapata. 6 Thus he restored Mexican control over negotiations, on the condition that he engage in them. Luckily for him, the latest Carrancista delegate to Zapata now filed a promising report. This was the work of Juan Sarabia, a former liberal, former editor of the Diario del Hogar, which had first published the Ayala Plan, and an old friend of Antonio Diaz Soto y Gama. Authorized by the Federal District Chief of Police, he and an aide, Ramon Barrenechea, had gone to Cuernavaca to confer with General Zapata about achieving the unification of the armies of the North and South in order to consummate the peace which the fatherland needs so much. 7 Once in Morelos, Sarabia had taken the opportunity to size up Zapata, his headquarters, and his forces. None impressed him. The Southern Army was well supplied from the materiel captured in Cuernavaca, but, despite Zapata's boasts, Sarabia learned that it comprised active units of only 15,000 men and those still poorly trained and organized. At headquarters Palafox held the staff completely in check, but to Sarabia he seemed a mediocrity de pueblo. Zapata himself was like a messiah to his partisans, But of education or politics, Sarabia concluded, he has not even a notion. He is puffed up with pride. Still Sarabia found reasons for hope. The other secretaries around the headquarters, Soto y Gama, Luis T. Navarro, Gennaro Amezcua, and Montano, he regarded as intelligent and amenable souls, good friends of mine, in a given case would do something for peace. Even Zapata, he believed, might respond to the right appeal. When Amezcua explained to his chief that Sarabia bore a letter from Antonio Villarreal, Zapata had shown immediate interest. He knew Villarreal as another comrade of Soto y Gama's in the Liberal Party, and had heard from Magana of the agrarian reforms Villarreal had recently carried out as revolutionary governor of Nuevo Leon. Just 4 days before he had written to Villarreal, praising him as a patriot and an honorable man, who will know how to defend the cause of the people. And now to Sarabia he spoke very highly of him again, and of Luis Cabrera and Lucio Blanco as well. On Amezcua's suggestion, without consulting Palafox, he gave Sarabia written authority to invite Villarreal, Cabrera, and Blanco to confer in Cuernavaca. In the note he expressed his best wishes to arrive at a cordial arrangement with all revolutionaries who sustain the same principles. On balance, then, Sarabia reported to Carranza that it would not be difficult, much less impossible, to have entered into a satisfactory deal. He advised that one last commission go to Morelos, and that Lucio Blanco and Villarreal compose it. He further advised that the Carrancistas even grant Zapata his demand for a national revolutionary junta to name the interim president, since the Carrancistas were so numerous that they could control it. And if this last effort at peace failed, he said, it would not take a long campaign to starve the Zapatistas out. Carranza remained as skeptical as ever, but to keep the Americans out of his business he had to negotiate. Indeed, the circumstances of these talks would be as favorable as he could get. Because of the Zapatista invitation, he would not have to attend the conference in person but could send the envoys Zapata had asked to see. So he appointed the commission. He suspiciously did not let Blanco go, and he did not authorize the delegates to grant any concessions. But in the general excitement these reservations went unnoticed. And on August 27 the commission left for the south. Luis Cabrera, then Carranza's closest civilian advisor, and Villarreal, accompanied by the go-between Sarabia. To the revolutionary editors of El Liberal it seemed almost a certainty that a favorable result will be reached. In their pages Dr. A.T.L. rhapsodized about his own long conference with Zapata a month before and referred to the national esteem owed to the tenacious and invincible Southern warriors. I have the firm conviction, he declared, that General Antonio I. Villarreal and Attorney Luis Cabrera will be able tomorrow to bring to the inhabitants of the capital and to the whole nation the word that is necessary, not only for our peace but also to do justice. 9. This was a fantasy. When the Carrancistas arrived in Cuernavaca to talk, their surprise at what they saw immediately betrayed how slight were the chances for an understanding. For as they came down into that ruined, provincial capital they entered a world completely different from Mexico City. Cuernavaca had become a town that Morelos's common country people had taken over, camped in, and turned into their own. And all the strengths and weaknesses of common country people pervaded the town's atmosphere. To their discomfort, the constitutionalists could not tell who was a chief and who was not, except for stray charros, Zapatista leaders dressed like their followers in the sandals and white work clothes all Morelos farmers wore. Many could not read or write. And when they voiced their opinions in meetings, it was in the manner of simple folk distinguished less for eloquence than for dumb courage, with a meandering and ungrammatical and then suddenly straightforward honesty. Worst for the Carrancista envoys was the provincial suspicion they encountered. As worldly men accustomed to variety of scene and company, and to the sociable courtesies of politicians, they found themselves offended by the plain, bitter pride the Ayala revolutionaries took in their local cause. The only form by which the Zapatistas understand the triumph of the revolution, Cabrera and Villarreal later reported, is for the Plan de Ayala to triumph in all its parts. The very name of the Plan de Ayala is so important that it is believed indispensable to mention it as accepted in order to convince the revolutionaries that plan has triumphed. 1. The enmity the invited envoys sensed was in part a deliberate creation, emanating from the Zapatista headquarters. Their Palafox, whose authority his aides had breached in suggesting the talks, had recovered control and reinstated his policy of no compromise. For him, to concede powers to Zapata's rival Carranza was to favor the careers of his own rivals in the Carrancista headquarters, and this generosity he was no longer capable of. During the last months he had developed a consuming itch for command. His signature, once modest and clear, was now grand and full, tum sent. Little Manuel Palafox had become a figure of national prominence, a potential minister at least. If he could help engineer the disgrace of Carranza and the disintegration of the Carrancista party, he would certainly take a seat in the revolutionary cabinet. Backing him in his plan to embarrass the Carrancista agent was a recent arrival in the southern camp, Alfredo Cerratos. The evident aim of this Zapatista come lately was also self-promotion. Already he had intervened in relations between Carranza and Zapata, falsely claiming before each chief that he represented the other. An old Maderista and a friend of Soto y Gama, Cerratos disliked Palafox personally, a perverse and sanguinary man, he later dubbed him, but for the moment he swallowed his disgust and encouraged Palafox. It may be that Cerratos was secretly a Villista agent. He had been a man of political and military mark in Hidalgo, which was Felipe Angelus's native state. He later cooperated closely with Angelus, and he finally returned north to join the Villista army. 2 In any case, the role he now assumed was to intensify the antagonism between Carranza and Zapata. But the xenophobia in Morelos did not originate with Palafox and Cerratos, outlanders themselves. The real source of the current suspicion was the fear prevailing in the state, a fear born of the abuses and treachery strangers had perpetrated there in the past. Again, perfectly representative of his people's feelings even in their weakness was Zapata, the chief of Morelos. Zapata knew the importance of the meeting with Villarreal and Cabrera. It offered hopes for the integration of the local reforms he and his men had already won into a national system. But it was precisely the meeting's importance that made it dreadful to him. In some uncanny way, the common people of Morelos had picked a leader they could not have been surer of, that is, Zapata could not have felt more responsible toward them. A man obsessed with staying true, he could not betray a promise for the life of him. But courage of one kind can hint at cowardice of another, and Zapata was afraid not for himself, but of himself, of unwittingly betraying the trust his peers and their people had invested in him. This was why he hated Mexico City, why in 1910, after his release from the army, he quit a promising job in Diaz's son-in-law's metropolitan stables and came home instead to an Aniquilco, why in 1914 Zapatista agents told Carranza their chief would not come to the capital to confer. To Zapata, as the agents said, Mexico City was a nest of politicians and a focus for intrigues. 3 Zapata himself minced no words about politicians. Those cabrones, he called them in a later conversation with Villa. As soon as they see a little chance, right away they want to get in on it, and they take off to brown nose the next big shot on the rise. That's why I busted all those cabrones. I can't stand them. They're all a bunch of bastards. For he would go to Mexico City, his agents had told Carranza, only when circumstances permitted, nothing else, and always to stay only as long as necessary. But now Mexico City had come to him. Could he trust his plain horse dealer's sense to tell a trick from a deal? As Palafox reminded him, the Northerners had never shown any social preoccupation like that in the Ayala plan. With rage he must have remembered another series of August compromises 3 years before. The Carrancista envoys might be friendly, but they were strangers and they had come to talk high politics, and Zapata left town. Thus, when Cabrera, Villarreal, and Sarabia arrived in Cuernavaca on Thursday afternoon, August 27, they learned that their host had gone to Tlaltizapan, a quiet little tree-shaded town 65 miles to the south, a cool oasis among the steaming rice paddies around Hajutla. No explanation excused his departure. He would be back, the envoys were told, mañana. Such was the vacuum the Carrancista negotiators entered as they prepared to learn how they could win the Zapatistas away from Villa and prevent a new civil war. In their favor they felt there operated only one factor: the state's exhaustion. A Carrancista agent had already reported that several Zapatista chiefs of some significance, resolved to abandon their chief Zapata in case he does not arrange something with Señor Carranza, for they are tired of such a long and cruel struggle. Among the Zapatista troops, also, the agent reported a marked desire for peace, for they feel their energies worn out and poverty giving the orders in their households. 5. In his report Sarabia had also mentioned the ordinary soldiers' fatigue and desire to go home to work in peace. Various Zapatistas had asked him, he said, what the Carrancistas were up to because they wanted to rest. Naturally they do not renounce their beliefs, but one does notice in them the desire even to desert because of the misery they find themselves in, and if they do not do so, it is for the fear they have of being shot by a firing squad, which their chief Zapata would irremissibly do. 6. This exhaustion, the demoralized fatigue that dirt farmers and field hands collapsed into when they believed that they had fought enough and that there was no good cause to waste yet another planting season. This was the undertow of the tide of suspicion swelling over Cuernavaca. Ordinary people feared betrayal, but they also feared more war. While they waited for Zapata to return, Cabrera and Villarreal agreed to unofficial discussions. The first took place the evening of their arrival. Ominously, no local Zapatista chiefs attended. Only Palafox, Cerratos, Soto y Gama, Amezcua, and a few other recently enlisted secretaries, at least one from Felipe Angelis's staff. 7. Recognizing their difficult situation, the Carrancistas maneuvered with appropriate caution. But in Zapata's absence Palafox lorded it over the meeting. From his first words Sarabia noticed his despotic, dominant, and presumptuous character. Every slip by Cabrera and Villarreal and even some failures to slip Palafox turned into evidence of deceit. With obvious relish he dictated the course of the proceedings, intoxicated by his first starring role before a national audience. Cabrera and Villarreal could not get a word in edgewise. Carranza and the constitutionalist generals had to submit unconditionally to the Ayala plan, Palafox insisted. Until their submission occurred Palafox used this word, Sarabia said, not adherents. Zapata would refuse to consider formal negotiations. Cabrera and Villarreal replied gingerly that they could accept the plan's principles, especially those about land reform, but suggested that other national problems existed which the Ayala plan did not treat. Why not call a convention to compose a general revolutionary program, incorporating the Zapatista demands on land reform with other legitimate plans? A proposition very similar to this Palafox himself advanced a week later, admitting to an agrarista writer in Mexico City that the Ayala plan by no means offered solutions to all the nation's problems, and that it would therefore form only part of national revolutionary policy. 8. But now, with Cabrera and Villarreal, he refused to compromise. On the contrary, he demanded with idiotic stubbornness that the plan de Ayala be accepted without changing a word, a comma. His very words, Sarabia recalled. Otherwise, he warned, the Zapatistas would go to war against Carranza. Reminded of how disastrous another civil war would be for their country, Palafox minimized the evil. He waved a paper which he said was the letter from General Villa in which he submits to the plan de Ayala. In another war only Carranza would suffer, he retorted in what would later prove a very painful misjudgment. Friday came and still Zapata did not return, and Palafox called another meeting. This time he wanted the discussions official. As Villarreal and Cabrera represented Carranza, he would represent Zapata. He asked formally for the envoy's credentials. They explained how they had happened to come on Zapata's indirect invitation at Sarabia's prompting and declared honestly that they were only Carranza's unofficial representatives and carried no formal credentials or instructions. They did, however, have Carranza's verbal authorization to treat certain matters in private with Zapata himself. This information, Cabrera and Villarreal later reported, appeared to cause a certain surprise and not a little disappointment. But Palafox went on with his vehement harangues, the only basis of peace which the revolutionaries of the South admit, the envoys heard again, is, the absolute submission of the constitutionalists to the plan de Ayala in all its parts. About noon on Saturday Zapata finally arrived. But the chances for serious negotiations still looked bad. At the dinner that Zapata, his chiefs and staff, and the envoys ate together, the southern attitude toward the Carancistas was openly belligerent. Zapata himself, Sarabia remembered, was reserved and shy, but an allied chief, a great, burly burhead from Sinaloa, Juan Banderas, accused the Carancistas of having attacked his forces around Chalco, and Palafox, recalling the rigor with which he had prosecuted the Huertista commissioners a year before, led Sarabia to believe he might have the present envoys shot too. Sarabia could see Zapata growing angrier. Then came the formal discussions. They did not constitute a general junta of the southern chiefs, and they did not amount to real bargaining. Gathered that afternoon in the temporary headquarters in the Bank of Morelos were Zapata, Palafox, Cerratos, and Banderas, and Cabrera, Villarreal, and Sarabia. For 3 hours the Carancistas waited while Zapata talked in private with Palafox and Cerratos, and Banderas tried to bait Villarreal into a fight. At last Zapata returned to the envoys with an unmistakable expression of concentrated fury. To Cabrera's diplomatic statement of Carranza's desire for a personal interview, so that the two chiefs could work out an understanding, Zapata replied that he got along with everyone if not agreeably then screwing fighting it out, and that if Carranza wanted to see him, let him come to Cuernavaca. After this outburst Zapata hardly spoke. Palafox took over to reiterate his familiar demands that Carranza sign the Ayala plan and agree to all its provisions. When Zapata did speak, it was to ratify Palafox's position. As the conference went on, Zapata grew increasingly furious, as if enraged by the very idea of discussing the petty rights and wrongs of what he had fought 3.5 years for. The only active part he took in the talks occurred when all the conferees had agreed that to ease tension in the federal district the Carancistas would formally surrender to the Zapatistas the villages they already held south of Mexico City, and would also turn over to them the town of Xochimilco, a strategic prize, the location of the capital's waterworks. This offer, Cabrera and Villarreal reported, Zapata rejected with energy as a favor. But Palafox and Cerratos persuaded him to accept it. The talks ended about 8:30 that evening, and left the Carancistas thoroughly bewildered. More confusion followed. The Zapatistas had promised the envoys passes so they could return through the lines to Mexico City that night, but then at 2 a.m. on Sunday they were told they would have to wait for another conference. Sarabia complained to his friends Soto y Gama and Amezcua the next morning and finally obtained the passes, and the exasperated envoys returned to compose their report. They now understood that a conflict was imminent between the revolution of the North and that of the South. They could only note that Zapata had finally specified 4 conditions to avoid the war. Carranza and his generals had to sign the Ayala plan. Xochimilco would go to the Southerners. Carranza would have to retire as the executive power, or else accept a representative from Zapata, probably Palafox, with whose accord transcendental decisions will be dictated and appointments to public posts will be made. And when these 3 demands were met, new formal conferences would take place in the Zapatista headquarters to carry out the electoral and agrarian provisions of the Ayala plan. The terms were patently unacceptable. Cabrera thought Carranza might consent only to the implicit demand for a decree on agrarian reform. But at least the envoys had obtained a clear and authoritative statement of the Southern position. But they remained at a loss to explain why this position was so unjustified and ferocious. Cabrera, Villarreal, and Sarabia were steady champions of agrarian reform. In their own party they had defended the Ayala movement as an authentic popular revolution and Zapata as its legitimate chief. Yet in Morelos they had found only insults. Villarreal decided that the fault was not Zapata's. As he wrote to the Southern chief, it seemed to him that all the difficulties, all the intransigencies, all the threats of war came principally from Sr. Palafox. 9 Cabrera gave a similar opinion to an American agent, that Zapata is weary of fighting but, private secretary, imposes these conditions one to a socialist friend in the United States. Sarabia was less charitable in his judgment. Zapata is an imbecile, he wrote. Although it appears that in good faith he wants to improve the humble people, in practice he winds up a blind instrument of skillful rascals like Palafox and Cerratos, but these were reactions, not analyses. What counted was that Zapata had let Palafox's tirade serve as his declaration of independence and that he stood by the demands of the conference. Unwittingly Sarabia confessed his inability to fathom what had happened. I expected from and his people, he wrote his American friend, something completely different from what I saw when I had the misfortune of knowing them up close. In fact, the conference carried special meanings for every individual Zapatista involved. For Palafox and Cerratos the talks probably were an occasion to advance a Villista connection, in order to further their own careers. For other Zapatistas like Soto y Gama and Amezcua, they were an opportunity to reunite the revolutionaries of principle and their anarcho-syndicalist aides in all three major camps: Villas, Carranzas, and Zapatas. For many local rebel chiefs, they were proof that isolation remained the best policy. But for Zapata and probably to most Morelos country folk, they were only the critical phase in the months-old process of frustration with Carranza. In this last sense their outcome was foredoomed. First, Chief Carranza sparked not the faintest sympathy among Morelos farmers and field hands. A senator in Porfirian congresses, a corpulent, imperious old man with a ruddy face, blue-tinted spectacles, and boulanger whiskers, sitting in his saddle as if in a chair, Carranza was politically obsolete. Rebel and revolutionary he might now be, but in another world, an established and civilized world of clean linen, breakfast trays, high politics, and ice buckets for wine. If Zapata, whose natural arena was the country town of Cuautla, had become a Carrancista, it would have been an astoundingly shrewd maneuver, but it would have been a fluke. In this second August crisis, as in the first, Morelos country folk acted through Zapata, and as they drew back from Carranza in disgust, distrust, and disappointment, so, as one of them and as their chief, Zapata drew back too. True, for him to go definitely against Carranza at this point was to encourage Villa to start another war, infinitely more grievous than the war just won. But in Morelos now allegiance to a man like Carranza was impossible. For the Zapatistas, which included everyone in the state, the Cuernavaca talks had never been negotiations, only pretexts for the final confirmation of their hopes and fears. The failure of these talks, Carranza publicly refused Zapata's conditions on September 5, still produced no alliance of the Morelos Revolution with Villas. And individual Carrancistas kept trying to apologize or argue the Zapatistas out of their hostility. Both Cabrera and Villarreal wrote to Zapata trying to explain how they had been misunderstood, and why, and to assure him that they meant no harm. To the American consular agents in Mexico City also resumed their efforts at arranging peace. To avoid irritating Carranza, who complained that earlier American intervention had inflated Zapata's ego, they asked for and received instructions from the State Department to say to Zapata that this government earnestly desires that he shall confer with the constitutionalists and cooperate with them in securing the needed reforms. But these overtures failed. Zapata was determined to operate on his own, and if the significance of the Cuernavaca episode escaped any Mexico City leaders, Zapata lost no time in raising another signal of his independence. On September 8 there issued from his Cuernavaca headquarters a decree to execute Article 8 of the Ayala Plan. 4. This article provided for the nationalization of the goods of persons who opposed, directly or indirectly, the Ayala Revolution. And it applied to urban as well as rural property. Liberating army generals or colonels were to initiate the proceedings, and municipal authorities were to report inventories and their disposition to the southern headquarters. Rural property would pass to pueblos who needed lands, or go to support orphans and widows of the revolutionary dead. The income from urban property was to be used to form credit institutions for small farmers and to pay pensions to revolutionary orphans and widows. As for the fields, timberlands, and waters that the revolutionary authorities would nationalize and redistribute, these could not be sold or alienated in any way. Legitimate possession of them passed only through heirs. Within Morelos, parts of the Ayala plan had already taken effect. Where it was feasible, villagers had reoccupied disputed fields as local Zapatista chiefs had reoccupied the towns and district seats. 5 Evidently, since the original promulgation of the plan, recovery was all that Zapata had formally let his officers enforce. Of course, Zapatista chiefs had also in fact freely confiscated property where they had to or where they could, but Zapata had never authorized the practice. But now, with the constitution suspended, and with the radical headquarters staff, he was ready to proceed further. As at Coatla, where Eufemio Zapata now ruled, agrarian commissions of locally respected farmers were shortly appointed and began their revolutionary work. 6 The results would remain provisional until a new Zapatista government took office in the state, but they nevertheless indicated what the chiefs who would install that government expected from it. And the section on urban property sounded a warning to Mexico City on what might happen if the Zapatistas occupied the capital. This general defiance the impossible conditions demanded at Cuernavaca, as well as the nationalization decree, publicized well Zapata's unbending resistance to Carranza. Zapata now seemed so committed against Carranza that desperate ex-federal and Orozquista Huertista commanders started petitioning to join or cooperate with the Southern Army. The most conspicuous of these were Benjamin Argumedo, Higinio Aguilar, and José Trinidad Ruiz. Congratulating Zapata for his noble opposition to constitutionalism, a macabre operation of the White House to draw out of our beloved soil the riches of this blood-stained fatherland, they asked him how he would regard them if they rose in rebellion in Veracruz. They had their own plan and program, they admitted, and wanted to take the port from the Americans still occupying it. 71 Andrew Almazan entered his plea too, alleging a long service on behalf of the Southern cause and begging forgiveness for having joined Huerta. 8 By September 12 the American consular agents recognized that further dealings between Zapata and Carranza were out of the question. 9 During the previous week, Zapatistas and Carrancistas had actually exchanged fire around Tenango, Mexico, and Atlixco, Puebla. 1 In this crisis, however, Zapata hesitated to press his claim militarily. In the first place, he alone could not conceivably win a war. His stores of captured arms and ammunition were abundant: 2 million cartridges and 20 or 30 effective artillery pieces, with their own shells, but his field forces of 15,000 were too few and tactically still too disjointed for regular battles, and in guerrillas he could not now advance. 2 Also, internal dissensions had developed in his army. In Cuernavaca, Lao fiercely resented Palafox's exercise of jurisdiction in his zone and threatened to apply his own justice in cases he considered important. 3 Moreover, if Zapata could gain a chance for his reforms only through alliances with other revolutionary factions, it was still unclear with whom he should treat in national revolutionary politics. He remained tentatively in favor of Villa. But he could not tell for sure whether the leading Carrancista generals would stay loyal to their first chief or desert him to join Villa in a new coalition. And hoping for the latter decision, he might provoke the former if he mounted attacks now. So, although Zapata had broken openly with Carranza, he did not launch a direct, violent challenge against him. In preparation for the day when he might do so, he granted the ex-federals and Huertistas pleas for enrollment on the condition that they sign the Plan de Ayala and take orders from his headquarters. These veteran mercenaries he would use in Puebla and finally against Mexico City. 4 But for the time being he only held the line and looked for a trustworthy deal. In mid-September he sent Gildardo Magana north to confer with Villa, and he kept another agent, Manuel Robles, in discussions with the Carrancista chiefs in the capital. 5 Of increasing interest to Zapata was a revolutionary junta Carranza had promised to call soon in Mexico City. Carranza had intended that the junta simply confirm his constitutionalist claim to authority, but as Manuel Robles reported to Zapata, several important Carrancista chiefs like Obregon and Blanco were at work for the sake of peace to expand the meeting into a general revolutionary junta, including the Villistas and the Zapatistas. 6 Through September it remained at issue who would dominate the junta. And Zapata refused to consider accepting an invitation. 7 Nevertheless he stayed in contact with those chiefs, trying to organize an open convention through Magana, who not only saw Villa but wrote back to Carrancista friends in Mexico City, and through another agent, Leobardo Galvan, who attended the caucuses of the peacemaking Carrancistas. 8 And when the junta, which met first in Mexico City on October 1, reconvened in Aguascalientes on October 10 as the Sovereign Revolutionary Convention, Magana was there to report on its new character. 9. It was a reformed assembly, not under Carranza's control, not even in sympathy with him. Of the more than 100 delegates in Aguascalientes, only a few were still loyal to the first chief. Most were constitutionalists like Obregon, who had come to believe that they could save their revolution and their nation only by dumping their leader. And sitting now among them were 37 Villistas. The conventionists devoted much attention to the matter of Morelos. On October 12 the chief Villista, Felipe Angeles, proposed that they formally invite the Zapatistas to join. The next day Angeles arranged for an observer whom he styled a Zapatista general and delegate to sit in a place in the meeting hall. 1 On October 14 the conventionists declared themselves the sovereign authority in the country. And the day after, they commissioned Angeles to go to Cuernavaca to invite the Southerners personally. Although Zapata cautiously made no response, the secretaries at his headquarters were eagerly preparing themselves for a trip north. On October 17 the Angeles Commission arrived in Mexico City. Angeles himself, Rafael Buelna, Calixto Contreras, and Guillermo Castillo Tapia. There they conferred at length with Lucio Blanco. 2 days later they left for Cuernavaca in the charge of Alfredo Cerratos, and arrived the same evening. The first person Angeles sought in the town was Dr. Quarren, who presented him to Palafox. Immediately they arranged an interview with Zapata for the next day at noon. 2. It was the first time Zapata and Angeles had met. Remembering Angeles's restrained conduct as Madero's last military commander in Morelos, Zapata was especially cordial to him. As for the invitation, he explained, he would have to ask the opinions of his various chiefs. Sending delegates to the convention clearly amounted to a decisive act of policy for the local revolutionaries, and on this question he could not rule alone. While they waited for the chiefs to reply, Zapata conferred with Villa's Gray Lieutenant. He did not want to send accredited delegates to a meeting dominated by Carrancistas, he told Angeles, even if they were independent Carrancistas. The acting president of the convention was Villarreal, against whom the Zapatistas held a bitter grudge for his role in the August conference in Cuernavaca. Until the convention accepted the Plan de Ayala, Zapata said, he could not recognize it as legitimate. But how, he wondered, could he present his case to the assembly and get it to vote the plan without having his spokesman admitted? And how could he have them admitted, with voice and vote, without recognizing it? Perhaps he could send a commission first and, if it succeeded, then a delegation. On October 22 the conference began formally in the Cuernavaca headquarters. It was a curious setting in which to decide the fate of a revolution so rooted in local pride and grief. Again, except for Zapata himself, no important Morelos chief took part. Again, almost all the Zapatista colonels representing the movement were secretaries, men of the pen, the number, and the word. And only one was a native of the state. The reason the Morelos chiefs thus abdicated their authority is still obscure. It was as if their very concern for the local cause inhibited them from involving it seriously in national affairs. Plain villagers themselves, they must have sensed that they had no business committing the Ayalan revolution to an uncertain alliance like the convention. Having become national figures, they had incurred the obligation of acting nationally but not, they feared, the capacity for it. The only responsible course, they apparently believed, was to let those who proclaimed themselves experts in grand dealings do the grand dealing, meanwhile they would try to defend the little places that were their own. Afraid, like Zapata, of betraying their people, they turned over the chances for doing so to the intellectuals they had always at heart despised. This time Palafox kept quiet, he was seeing his plans realized. Angeles did most of the talking. He began by summarizing what he and Zapata had agreed to be Zapata's position, that the southern headquarters could not recognize the convention's sovereignty until it obtained Carranza's resignation and granted representation, as Angelus carefully put it, to the faction which we might call exclusively agrarian, symbolized by the Revolution of the South. This latter point the Zapatistas took to mean formal adherence to the Ayala Plan. And one of them wanted to know why they should even send a commission if the convention might not vote the plan's approval. Here Angelus responded with embarrassed vagueness, since he hardly wanted to promise direct and full recognition of the plan. Swamping the query in pomposity, he emphasized Mexico's need for peace at any price. Otherwise, he warned, the U.S. Republican Party, if it triumphed in the 1916 elections, would work for intervention, a remote bogeyman, to say the least, a year and a half away in coming even if he materialized. The secretaries compromised, and Zapata let them. In the final draft of the conference minutes, the typed words still stood: "It is necessary that the convention recognize the Plan de Ayala." The last 4 words were marked out, however, with the same pen the conferees used to sign the document, and in their place, between the lines, was written the principles of the Plan de Ayala. 3. The convention could easily approve the Southerners' principles, and decide later what they counted for in practice. And on this basis the Zapatistas appointed their commissioners in the form Zapata had earlier contemplated. In all there were 26, including Paulino Martinez as the chief, Juan Banderas, Soto y Gama, Gildardo and Rodolfo Magana, Leobardo Galvan, Amezcua, Dr. Quarin, Manuel Robles, and 11 other persons at the present conference. Otilio Montano was also named, but he was ill and did not now take up his appointment. 4 Again, remarkably few Morelos natives were to represent the revolution born in the state. Of those leaving for the north, the only commissioner of true local extraction was Galvan, a lawyer from Tepoztlan. In Aguascalientes the conventionists waited hopefully, but they were soon to be disappointed. For what Zapata had decided was not calculated to ease their peacemaking tasks. The Southern Commission left Cuernavaca on October 23, packed into the same automobiles Angelus and his men had arrived in. And the next day the train they traveled on from Mexico City passed through Aguascalientes without stopping. Zapata's commission went on 100 miles north directly to Villa's headquarters at Guadalupe, just beyond Zacatecas. There Martinez clinched the deal with Villa's advisors. The other Zapatistas reassured themselves of Villa's concern for the Southern cause, and picked up their expense money. 5 If Zapata was to authorize foreign entanglements, he would have none of the pretense of parliamentary coalitions within an assembly. As the leader of a popular military movement, he would go whole hog and publicly ally with Villa's popular military movement. On October 26 the Zapatista commissioners finally appeared in Aguascalientes, and the next morning the conventionists gave them a thrilling official welcome into the theater where they met. As the commission's leader, Paulino Martinez then took the rostrum. After praising Zapata and Villa as the genuine representatives of this Homeric struggle, Indians both of them, he stated the Southern position. In effect he declared that he and his fellows intended to make the convention give up its pretense to revolutionary impartiality and become the political vehicle of a Villa-Zapata military axis against Carranza. 6 Behind the scenes Angelus maneuvered to grant the Zapatistas their claims on paper, and to ride the Villistas into the presidency. Henceforth the deliberate Zapatista drive for control never stopped. Immediately after Martinez spoke, and on the delegates' demand, Soto y Gama went up to the rostrum. The radical young lawyer had languished too many months in Palafox's shade at the Southern headquarters not to grab this chance to shine for his cause. In a long, extemporaneous discourse, he established himself as the Zapatista Tribune. Explaining Mexican history, denouncing Carranza, insulting the national flag, and eulogizing the Mexican people as eloquently as ever Kropotkin had the Russian, he set loose a terrific uproar. But after nearly homicidal interruptions, the cries that followed his speech and shook the building were vivas for Villa and Zapata. 7 The task of winning the convention's acceptance of the Ayala Plan proved more difficult than causing commotion. For the constitutionalists still formed a majority, and if they were willing to see Carranza be removed from power, they did not want either Villa or Zapata to replace him. But through adroit compromises and Soto y Gama's oratory, Martinez wangled a deal he could boast of to Zapata. 8 In the October 28 session, after confused debates that lasted all day, he got the convention to approve in principle the plan's Articles 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 12. In itself, Martinez's achievement was hardly an overwhelming triumph, Articles 6 through 9 being the land reform articles that Cabrera and Villarreal had already agreed to in principle 2 months before. But the context of the favorable vote lent it momentous significance. The Aguascalientes Convention was then the effective government of Mexico, and its adoption of the Ayala Articles, even in principle, was the first official commitment to a policy of rural welfare in the nation's history. That 4 years earlier the Científicos had controlled high policy almost completely in favor of the great landlords, that during Madero's administration agroristas still seemed eccentric social engineers, and that now a government should announce the country poor's special right to its services. This alone marked where and how far the revolution had advanced the public's sense of justice. And the driving force of the change had been the Morelos revolutionaries. Even so, Zapata understood how little he had actually won in practice. Most dangerous for him was that he had now half recognized the convention's sovereignty, although the convention had not yet done away with Carranza. When Martinez asked him for full delegated authority, Zapata replied that he could not send it. Not until the convention definitely removed Carranza, he said, could he recognize its sovereignty fully by accrediting his commission as a delegation. 9. On October 30 the conventionists took the steps he requested. Leading delegates like Obregon and Angeles proposed to dismiss Carranza from his position as first chief and executive power, and to proceed to name an interim president. After more long and uproarious argument, the resolution carried in a closed session by 112 to 21. The assembly had now committed itself to an ostensibly independent line that was in fact pro-Villa. And in the next few days the break with Carranza was completed. On November 4, celebrating the withdrawal of Carranza from Mexico City, Martinez and his fellow delegates reported happily to Zapata that the Division of the North behaved admirably and showed itself a true ally. To their constant and invariable agreement is owed our victory. 1. The repercussions of this victory in Morelos, however, were not so cheering. It was soon clear there that the Villistas looked forward to a few more shootings, as Villa put it to Soto y Gama, that Villa and Angeles wanted to dominate the independent Carrancistas like Obregon rather than share power with them, which only rallied them again around Carranza, and that coming out in the wash was a war in which the Zapatistas would have to take part. 2 As early as November 10 Villa wrote to Zapata that the time for hostilities has come. 3 And the conventionist minister of War sent orders to the southern headquarters to initiate an active campaign against the city and state of Puebla. 4 In letting their secretaries involve them with Villa, the Morelos chiefs had thus committed their people to a fight that was not theirs. In this new alliance the Zapatistas were obviously uncomfortable. Late in the evening of November 24, after the last Carrancistas had evacuated Mexico City, the first southern contingents filtered quietly, almost embarrassedly, into the capital. Uncertain of their role there, they did not sack or plunder but like lost children wandered through the streets knocking on doors and asking for food. One night they heard a great clanging and clattering in the street, a fire engine and its crew. To them the strange apparatus looked like enemy artillery, and they shot at it, killing 12 firemen. Zapata himself was no calmer. Late on November 26 he arrived in the capital. The Carrancista chiefs before him had moved into fine private houses downtown, the residences of the Científicos now in exile, but Zapata holed up in a grimy, gloomy little hotel a block away from the railroad station where trains left for Cuautla. He was invited to ceremonies in his honor at the National Palace, but would not attend. Reporters interviewed him, but he hardly muttered sentences. And when the Villistas moved into the northern suburbs to join forces with him on November 28, he took off back to Morelos. 5. So leery was Zapata that he worried his new allies. A Villista agent in Cuernavaca even reported that Zapata had resumed his independence. The American consular agents were disturbed too. They hoped for a strong Villa-Zapata coalition to restore order in Mexico. And on December 2 a trusted Villista chief, the special American agent assigned to Villa's headquarters, Juan Banderas and Cerratos, arrived in Cuernavaca to cajole Zapata into a more genial attitude. They delivered Villa's personal letter to him. They assured him of Villa's sincerity. They promised him he would be safe in Mexico City. They impressed upon him the need for a serious understanding with Villa. And in the end Zapata agreed to return for a conference on December 4, not in the capital but at a halfway place in his territory, Xochimilco. 6. The carefully staged meeting occurred as planned. It was the first between Zapata and Villa, and supposed to herald a glorious revolutionary union. With Zapata came his main secretaries, his brother Eufemio, his cousin Amador Salazar, even his sister Maria de Jesus and his little son Nicolas. In flowers and colored streamers Xochimilco was decorated as for a fair. The school children sang songs. There was a town band for serenades. At high noon Villa arrived with a small escort. Montano made a hearty speech of welcome, reported an American agent at the scene, and gave Villa an abrazo. He then introduced the Centaur of the North to the Attila of the South. After a few greetings, the two chiefs passed to the town schoolhouse where they sat down in a crowded upstairs room to confer. As the American agent observed, the two men made a decided contrast. Villa was tall, robust, weighing about 180 pounds, with a complexion almost as florid as a German, wearing an English helmet, a heavy brown sweater, khaki trousers, leggings, and heavy riding shoes. Next to him Zapata seemed a native of another country. Much shorter than Villa, the American noted, weighing probably about 130 pounds, he was a dark and thin-faced man, his immense sombrero sometimes shading his eyes so that they could not be seen. He wore a short black coat, a large light blue silk neckerchief, pronounced lavender shirt, and used alternately a white handkerchief with a green border and another with all the colors of the flowers. He had on a pair of black, tight-fitting Mexican trousers with silver buttons down the outside seam of each leg. Villa, the American could see, did not have any sign of jewelry on, but Zapata wore two small old-fashioned gold band flat rings on his left hand. Nearby sat Zapata's sister, whom the American mistook for his wife. Everything she had on her person could probably have been purchased for about $5 American money. Her fingers were covered with the flat band old-fashioned rings, that looked more like brass than gold, of which she had more than a dozen. And next to her was Zapata's son, asleep through the whole conference and clothed in a pair of loose-fitting white cotton trousers and shirt of the same material, homemade and badly made. For half an hour the two chiefs sat in an embarrassed silence, occasionally broken by some insignificant remark, like two country sweethearts. Zapata seemed to be studying Villa all the time. Not until Villa mentioned how high and mighty Carranza was did they warm up to each other. "I always said so," Zapata exploded, "I always told them, that Carranza is a son of a bitch." Ranting and joking about the old first chief, they talked freely for nearly an hour. Now and then Palafox or Cerratos or Gonzales Garza would pipe up to say yes. Zapata ordered some cognac, and though Villa, a teetotaler, asked for water, he bravely gulped the drink Zapata handed him in a toast to their fraternal union. Villa nearly strangled. His face contorted and tears sprang to his eyes, while he huskily called for water. Having chased his fire down, he offered Zapata a swallow. "No," Zapata replied courteously, "go ahead and drink it." A decided contrast, indeed. The informal conference then broke up as Villa, Zapata, and Palafox retired to another room. For an hour and a half they discussed how to crush the Carrancistas left in Puebla and Veracruz. Villa boasted of his military stores and generously offered to furnish Zapata whatever he needed to carry on his campaigns. Afterward there was a dinner and speeches. The American agent was relieved. He saw evidence of a good understanding between the two chiefs, which holds great promise for the early establishment of peace in Mexico. 2 days later, the Division of the North and the Liberating Army of the Center and South formally and festively paraded into Mexico City to occupy it together. For posterity, the photographers at the National Palace framed an ebullient Villa chuckling on the presidential throne, a dour Zapata on his left. This mirage of union soon vanished. For Zapata, the truth came out during the campaign in Puebla, which he left Mexico City to direct on December 9. Along the way, he learned from an astute agent in the capital of the continuing efforts of old Porfiristas, Felicistas, Huertistas, and ex-federals to insinuate themselves into the revolutionary ranks. Today we still have to temporize with these types, the agent reported 3 different intriguers saying, but soon it'll be another thing. Angeles, who is ours, has Villa in his hand. As for Zapata, who is a savage, it'll be necessary to eliminate him. 8 Villa's behavior lent credence to the report. The artillery he had grandly promised at Xochimilco was not sent until very late, and then only on Zapata's repeated request, and then the Zapatistas had to haul it by man and mule power through the pass between the great volcanoes, Popocatépetl and Ixtaccíhuatl, because Villa provided no locomotives for transport. 9 And while Zapata waited for the guns outside Puebla City, he heard of much graver and more portentous perfidy. On December 13, Villista officers in Mexico City murdered his chief delegate to the convention, Paulino Martinez. On December 15, Zapata peacefully occupied Puebla City, the Carrancistas having evacuated it as soon as the artillery arrived. But even in the euphoria of this easy victory, Zapata did not hide his misgivings. To Villa he wrote almost chidingly of the frequent reports that our enemies are working very actively to divide the North and the South, for which reason I see myself compelled to recommend that you take the greatest care possible on this particular one. Although Zapata knew the strategic importance of holding Puebla, he returned to Morelos in evident confusion and disgust. By the end of the month, the vaunted Villa-Zapata coalition was a public failure. Although the convention went on as a political body, Zapata practically abandoned his military duties to it and settled down in retirement in Tlaltizapan. The troops from Morelos that he had taken on campaign followed him home, uninterested in the glory of conquest. The main force left in Puebla was a corps of former Orozquistas under Juan Andrew Almazan, who with his cronies Argumedo and Aguilar made deals with local Felicistas and let Huertista officials out of jail. And although Villista chiefs protested indignantly to Zapatista headquarters, and although Palafox himself urged Zapata to exercise more surveillance over the mercenaries, Zapata made no move, verbal or physical, outside Morelos. 2 In Mexico City, Palafox bore the brunt of Villista resentment. The same American agent who had seen a good understanding on December 4 now saw that the break between and Zapata is not remote, and when it comes, Senor Palafox will be one of the first Villa will attend to. 3. Carefully, methodically, the Carrancista generals assessed this discord among their rivals and assumed the offensive. By January 4 of the new year, Obregon had troops in Puebla's suburbs, and the next day, after hard fighting, he took the city. He thus began in earnest his campaign to crush Villa, whom the Carrancistas, discounting Zapata, saw as the primary danger. Not until Obregon and his comrades destroyed the Villistas could they hope to establish a new regime. Then the southern trouble would shrink to an irritating local corps that they could treat at their leisure. In the following months, while this terrible war raged in the north, Morelos remained at peace, the state's first peace since the fighting had begun 4 years before and the last until it ended 5 years later. And the people there were able to have their own revolution. The Pueblos carry out a revolution. Hanging on tight to the tail of Argif Zapata's horse. While Morelos' seclusion lasted, the state was almost a frontier. Dispossessed and destitute families had indeed inhabited the place for centuries. Now, psychologically, they arrived. What they conquered, cleared, leveled, and settled was not a territory, which they only recovered, but a society, which they thus recreated. Like other immigrants and pioneers, they proceeded fitfully, sometimes by the compulsion of immediate needs, sometimes by dreams they would not surrender. but in this social wilderness they moved in a remarkably constant direction toward the establishment of democratic municipalities, country neighborhoods where every family had influence in the disposition of local resources. In central and southern Mexico, the utopia of a free association of rural clans was very ancient. In various forms it had moved villagers long before the Spaniards came. Its latest vehicle was the Zapatista army. Ironically, Morelos's country families had clarified their civilian notions in military service. The liberating army of the center and south was a people's army. And to the men who fought in its ranks, and to the women who accompanied them as private quarter mistresses, being people counted more than being an army. For leadership they still looked more readily to their village chiefs than to their Revolutionary Army officers. At first, during the early years of the guerrillas, they had suffered no tension in their allegiance, because village chiefs and revolutionary officers were commonly the same persons, or close relatives, or old friends. But in the big campaigns against Huerta, as the skeleton of a regular army formed, amateur warriors had started to become professionals, and commanders had had fewer personal connections with local civilian leaders. Although village councils normally cooperated with the army, ordinary soldiers had more and more divided, or at least different, loyalties. The war did not go on long enough, however, for the liberating army's militarist tendencies to harden. Rather, the army and the village leaders worked out in practice a federal chain of command. The army chief passed his orders down to the village chiefs, or their deputies who campaigned with him, and they in turn passed the orders on to their respective followings. This mediation usually contained the tension between rival authorities. Point 1. As for the tension among villages, or among village contingents on duty, the Civil War itself had relaxed it. Already before the war, village leaders had been acquainted with at least the reputation of each other's families, and their common struggle generated a cohesion among them. People from traditionally rival places like Santa Maria and Huitzaloc had died defending each other, which bound the survivors in a close sympathy. Far from an autonomous military corporation, like Villas or Orozco's drifters, the Revolutionary Army that took shape in Morelos in 1913-14 was simply an armed league of the state's municipalities. And when peace returned in the late summer of 1914, the villagers refounded local society in civil terms. As soon as they could, they elected provisional municipal and judicial authorities and claimed surrounding assets. They even refused to let railroad crews cut down timber for crossties and fuel or draw water for locomotives. Point 2. To harried conventionist officials in Mexico City, this was the work of perverse and superstitious peasants. But the villagers themselves saw the case otherwise. Old railroad hacienda contracts were no longer valid, the timber and water were theirs now. Having supported and composed the Revolutionary Army, these country folk reasoned that they should be the beneficiaries of its success. More important, they had also learned in the war that military leaders ought to respect them, and that if they did not, others should appear who would. Village authorities all over the state espoused this new toughness, and it constituted the firmest inhibition against neighborhood dictators. Zapata and most of his chiefs shared these popular expectations about civilian rule. They also had not lost their sense of who they were, the sons of the pueblo, field hands, sharecroppers, and rancheros. Their original authority had been in local councils. And the pretensions they developed were honest, country pretensions. No native Morelos revolutionary dressed in khaki, the current national fashion for aspiring politicos. When a Morelos chief wanted to look elegant, as Zapata did at Xochimilco, he dressed as for a fair at the district market, in rings and gaudy colors and flashy silver buttons. The only uniforms in Morelos's Revolutionary Army were those sported by Amador Salazar's personal escort. They were green charro outfits. Point 3. The esteem the local chiefs always appreciated most was the esteem of fellow villagers. Like villagers, and as the Ayala Plan proscribed, they instituted a civil state as soon as they could, electing de Lao provisional governor. When de Lao's military duties occupied him otherwise, the chiefs in a secret ballot elected a new governor, Lorenzo Vazquez. And Vazquez prepared to call regular elections for the governorship, the state legislature, the higher state courts, and the municipalities. Point 4. Corps of conquest seldom disbanded smoothly on the frontier, and knots of military power remained in Morelos. Recurrent complaints reached Governor Vazquez that local chiefs abused municipal presidents, mocked civil officials, and refused to give up nationalized territory. In mid-March, Vazquez had to appeal to Zapata for moral support against some badly intentioned persons who have the mistaken belief that the authorities must be under the solace of any revolutionary at all who has himself no more authority than the power of his arms. 5. But this bullying was casual and personal, and not a sign of an intention to rule. The Morelos chiefs rarely if ever met in junta to make regular decisions. Peers of their rural realm, they still communicated only through the first peer, Zapata, at his court, the Tlaltizapan headquarters. In a grave emergency many might have repaired together to the court for consultation, advice, or orders. But happily for them, grave emergencies did not occur in Morelos in 1915. Few even left their neighborhood to campaign. Despite abuses, their sense of obligation, like Zapata's, was directed not to the army but to the villages. To protect the new government, Vazquez asked Zapata to subordinate revolutionary commanders to municipal authorities, to make them turn over confiscated property to the state, and to help organize a public security force, either the traditional village vigilantes or state police. And Zapata approved Vazquez's requests, to guarantee the good functioning of all administrative affairs and to maintain order and tranquility in all the pueblos of the state. Zapata had already rebuked military chiefs who interfered in village affairs. When he himself took part in settling local troubles, as he did more than once, he limited his involvement to enforcing decisions the villagers reached on their own. When, for instance, during the agrarian reform it came time to mark the boundaries between Yautepec and Ananequilco fields, he accompanied the District Agrarian Commission into the countryside to a tecorral, a stone fence, where the representatives of both communities had gathered. The oldest men around had come along as experts. For years these elders had struggled in their neighbors' defense, and Zapata listened to their judgments with particular deference, recalled a young member of the commission. As Ananequilco's president and as the Liberating Army's commander-in-chief, he then instructed the agronomists who would do the surveying. The pueblos say that this tecorral is their boundary, he told them, and that's where you are going to trace me your marks. You engineers sometimes get stuck on straight lines, but the boundary is going to be the stone fence, even if you have to work 6 months measuring all its ins and outs. 6. Significantly, Zapata never organized a state police. Law enforcement, such as it was, remained the province of village councils. The local people themselves recognized how irresponsible the army chiefs generally were. Zapata especially they trusted, as the champion who would right all wrongs. High in the mountains near the Puebla border, Soto y Gama's brother Conrado, serving on the State Agrarian Commission, met an old woman in a little isolated village. Not knowing even whether she understood Spanish, he asked her what she thought of General Zapata. "What do you want us to say?" she answered, "us poor mountain Indians who go along hanging on tied to the tail of our chief Zapata's horse." 7. The result was the real possibility of local democracies. Although the chiefs retained extraordinary power, passing it down to a trustee when they left on campaign, their control was never institutional nor so restrictive as the Porfirian bosses. And although Zapata's personal provision of guarantees was irregular, because access to him was irregular, he was a nevertheless respected Chief Justice. The revolutionary society that actually developed in Morelos never outgrew contention between the new civil and military authorities, but at least the contest was genuine, and the location of legitimacy clear. From the beginning the movement had been a deliberate enterprise by country chiefs to restore the integrity of the state's villages, to gain local rights of participation in national progress. When Madero initiated the revolution in November 1910, Morelos' rural leaders did not flock to his cause without weeks of hard reckoning and calculation. And when they did join him, it was for conscious, practical reasons to recover village lands and establish village security. When later they reacted against Madero's refusal to keep his promises, they defined their opposition with a public plan. And despite Madero's great popularity, many villagers supported them, actively or passively. If, in the war against Huerta and afterward, their local concerns seemed a liability, the state chiefs remained uncomfortable with grander, vaguer projects. In the villages they were at home, and the rest they left to their secretaries. In this insistent provincialism was the movement's strength and its weakness. The authority reconstituted in the villages provided the ground for the state's agrarian reform. And the reform in turn reinforced the villages by concentrating in them control over agricultural property. As Palafox declared in September 1914, the repartition of lands will be carried out in conformity with the customs and usages of each pueblo. That is, if a certain pueblo wants the communal system, so it will be executed, and if another pueblo wants the division of land in order to admit small property, so it will be done. 8. Thus emerging as the sources of power and livelihood were the most traditional agencies of local society. This resort to the past was different from the Carrancista agrarian reform. On January 6, 1915, Carranza signed a decree according to which state authorities would control the provisional allotment of lands to claimants. And because of the war, state authorities might be military as well as civil, natives of their zone of command or not, ignorant of its local custom and usages or not. Carranza expressly noted that the reform was not to revive the old communities nor to create others like them but only to give land to the miserable rural population which today lacks it. He further specified that the property of the lands will not belong to the pueblo in common but is to be divided in pleno dominio fee simple. In practice, those who took charge of expropriations and redistributions were enterprising generals contemptuous of old ways and intent on success in the new. And the graft was wondrous. So firm a grip did these Carrancista chiefs fasten on the benefits of the reform that a year later in another decree Carranza had to proclaim that the military were to intervene only when the action of the political authorities might be difficult, and even then only on special instructions from the chief executive, for a limited purpose and a temporary period. But in the Carrancista areas the entrepreneurs remained in charge. As they managed it, agrarian reform was to help create a new, national economy in which they could flourish. 9 For the Zapatistas, it was the discharge of a national duty to uphold the dignity of local life. The regime that would form in Morelos would come about not through the orders of bureaucrats or generals but through the cooperation of village leaders. The revolution in land tenure in Morelos in 1915 was an orderly process, largely because of Manuel Palafox. His ambition brought himself and other agraristas into the conventionist government, and his peremptory conduct there assured official ratification of local reforms. This seemed only the beginning of a historic career. When the Zapatistas had occupied Mexico City, Palafox had entered the precincts of glory and stateliness, the classic forum of the heroes of his country. He was then a mere 29 years old. What this meticulous, cunning, intense little man conceived his destiny to be is still unknown, his private archives supposedly having burned, his associates mostly having died or learned to vilify him, his few surviving confidants secretive or in doubt about him, but it seems likely that he imagined himself another great reforming figure in the line that went back through the immortals of the mid-19th century, Benito Juarez and Melchor Ocampo, back to the enlightened founding fathers of the Republic. During his stay in the capital he behaved as if by design to lay claim to historians' attention. Bold and ingenious in his program, determined, arrogant, incredibly busy, Palafox sprang into action at the first opportunity. Leaving a reliable aide, Santiago Orozco, to run the southern headquarters, he set up another Zapatista headquarters in Mexico City after the Xochimilco Conference. And from his office in the Hotel Cosmos, the leading international hotel in Mexico City, San Juan de Letran 12, with 2 telephones he maneuvered strenuously to advance the agrarista cause. Within days Palafox became Secretary of Agriculture in the Conventionist cabinet, the ranking Zapatista in the government. And to the reporter who asked him on the day of his appointment if he meant now, like officials before him, to study the agrarian question, he replied, "No, Señor, I'll not dedicate myself to that. The agrarian question I've got amply studied. I'll dedicate myself to carrying into the field of practice. 1. Immediately the American agents singled him out as a troublemaker. When one agent asked him for safe conduct passes to visit an American-owned hacienda in a Zapatista zone, he told me, the agent reported, that he could not give them, as all of these estates were to be divided up, and the land distributed to the poor. The agent explained that this property was American. Palafox's answer was scandalous. He replied, that it did not make any difference whether it was American or any other foreign property, that these estates were to be divided up. The agent promised his superiors further reports on Palafox. I can foresee, he wrote, that he will be an element destined to give the Minister of Foreign Affairs a great deal of avoidable work. By late December, identifying Palafox as the one who would divide properties whether they belonged to Americans or Chinamen, the agent filed a conclusive judgment on him. He is impossible, the agent had decided, and his rabid socialistic ideas could never be of any help in solving the problems in a beneficial manner for his country. Gloatingly the agent then anticipated how Villa would attend to Palafox when Villa and Zapata split. 2. In early January Palafox organized his department. Besides founding a national bank of rural loans and directing the establishment of regional schools of agriculture and a national factory of agricultural implements, he began reviewing village petitions for lands. On January 14 he set up within the department a special Bureau of Land Division. To villagers even in Hidalgo and Guanajuato he sent word to reclaim their fields. 3. The administration of agrarian reform began in Morelos as soon as Palafox found technicians to carry it out. These came voluntarily, from the graduating class of 1914 of the National School of Agriculture. The 1913 class had gone to Chihuahua to serve in Vilista headquarters, but various personal bonds drew the 1914 class to the south. Another of the Soto y Gama brothers, Ignacio, taught in the school. The students liked and respected him, and his attachment to the Morelos Revolution influenced them deeply. Also it happened that the oldest student in the class, Alfonso Cruz, had known Palafox in Sinaloa before the revolution, and now as an aide of the secretary he recruited his mates into service with the Zapatistas. In mid-January the convention formally appointed 95 of these young agronomists to agrarian commissions charged with the survey and division of lands in Morelos, Guerrero, Puebla, Mexico, and the Federal District. 23 were to go to Morelos in 6 parties, 1 for each of the state's former political districts. In the end 5 of the Morelos-bound commissioners did not take up their appointments. But Morelos was the closest, safest, and most exciting place, and many assigned to other states went there. So on January 30, bearing their tripods, levels, and chains, 41 youths presented themselves in Cuernavaca. They had arrived early, partly from eagerness for work, partly from a fear of the Carrancistas, who had just reoccupied Mexico City and driven the convention also to Cuernavaca. To run the district offices, Palafox then contracted 35 civil and military engineers temporarily exiled in Morelos. These included Conrado and Ignacio Diaz Soto y Gama, a highly respected young agronomist, Felipe Santabene, and Felipe Carrillo Porto, later famous as a radical governor of Yucatan. 4 other agronomists from earlier classes of the agricultural school appeared, and Palafox contracted them too. He quickly organized them and the most recent graduates into district commissions and distributed their various assignments. 4 To supervise their work, he named Alfonso Cruz head of agrarian operations in the state. The size of the individual commissions varied slightly, depending on how many young assistants accompanied the district chief and sub-chief. The Tezcala commission numbered 9 persons, Jonacatepec and Yautepec had 8, Cuernavaca, 7, Cuautla, 6, and Jojutla, 5. The staffs remained fairly stable. By the end of the year every commission had undergone at least one change in chiefs, but only the Jonacatepec group had replaced assistants. 5. The commissions shortly took up their assignments, the non-Cuernavacans moving their equipment by wagon to the several former district seats. There the local Zapatista commanders allocated them buildings near the center of town for their offices and quarters. These were mostly old mansions, deserted by their wealthy inhabitants and now nationalized property. Some houses had furniture, some did not, but the assistants' morale stayed high even with the drastic shortage of girls, and Zapata and Palafox arranged for the local commanders to protest the commissions in their duties. 6. Once a commission was installed in its quarters, the assistants put their instruments in order and the chief had notices posted that they were ready for business. Many villages had already taken over the fields they had fought the plantations for, and often much more land besides, but they quickly accepted the offer for legalizing their claims. The first representatives came in and requested surveys, and in groups of 2 or 3 the young men went out to see the Pueblo chiefs. There they would inspect what the local farmers called la mapa, the village's land title, which often dated from viceroyal times. And then, provided with a work crew to carry the equipment and hack out the brush, they would move in almost a military operation into the countryside to determine where the boundary lines ran. This was no easy chore. As points of reference, La Mapa often showed a big rock, a leafy fig tree, a rounded off hill, or a deep canyon. For directions the assistants would have to consult local elders, and even then get nothing precise. In some cases the vagueness was intentional, it covered up a village's greediness. Pueblo chiefs knew that the plantations now lay open to invasion and that the most aggressive villages would take over the most and the best land. It would have been surprising if in these circumstances some villages did not try to preempt good fields. But in general village leaders seemed to have acted with restraint. Ordinarily their confusion was in good faith. At least they recognized the commission's formal authority in land matters and presented such maps as they had. Still, serious conflicts arose. For although the commission respected local custom in its surveys, there were insoluble village rivalries that only compromise could ease. A plantation might have arrogated one village's lands decades before, then subsequently rented them for years to farmers from another village. How to dispose of the fields now? In such cases the assistants would call the parties involved into a junta and hope for conciliatory attitudes. The villages were extremely suspicious, however, and with their representatives to the juntas they often sent along their military leaders and gangs of local toughs. If a village representative felt the junta was about to wrong his pueblo, he would refuse to accept its rulings. "We're not sucking hind tit," he would inform the commission, and to the cheers of his hometown following he would withdraw from the talks. 7. The commissioners might then either turn to a more prestigious authority, the district revolutionary chief, or even General Zapata himself, or they might proceed with their contested survey. The second course was likely to involve them in a violent feud between the rival villages. And the higher appeal they preferred to invoke as a last resort. So all they could do was to try new negotiations. And in time the youth's hard work and their obvious sincerity won them the villagers' trust. "These ingenieritos are no dandies," the local farmers reported. "They can take walking all day as much as we do, and then in the evening they go on with their papers." 8. The Temixco Santa Maria case especially helped the commissions gain acceptance in the countryside. Rural families all over the state knew about the struggle between the hacienda and the village north of Cuernavaca. In the last years of the Porfiriato the hacienda had gained what then seemed a definitive victory. And in the civil wars the village was practically razed. But the first act of the Cuernavaca Commission was to go out to restore Santa Maria's traditional lands. The villagers greeted the ingenieritos warmly, with bouquets and speeches. And on February 19 the formal ceremony of restitution took place. 9 Former inhabitants returned, and Santa Maria came back to life. The case was renowned as a sign to other villagers that they could count on the commissions to honor their titles. 1. When finally a village had its boundaries surveyed, and received its allotted section of a neighboring hacienda, the district commission left it autonomous. According to Article 6 of the Decree of September 8, 1914, the village could keep its land under a common title and distribute cultivation rights, or it could distribute the titles themselves to individual smallholders however it elected. Neither the state nor the federal government had any jurisdiction in such affairs. As Zapata wished and as Palafox had declared, custom and the usages of each pueblo would determine the local property system. 2 The federal government retained only the power to prevent title holders, whether communal or individual, from selling or renting their lands, which would protect them against collusion between crooked village politicians and speculators. In the impossibility of enforcing a general prohibition against greed, restricting the right to fall victim to it was the best the government could do. Evidently no local farmer protested against the restriction. Thus the villages of Morelos were born anew. In the months the 6 commissions functioned in the state, they surveyed and defined the boundaries of almost all the 100-odd pueblos there, incorporating into them most of the local farm land, stands of timber, and irrigation facilities. 3 The regime or series of regimes that they chartered became a regular entrenched system. By early March Zapata notified the current conventionist president, Roque Gonzalez Garza, that the matter relating to the agrarian question is resolved in a definitive manner, for the different pueblos of the state, in accord with the titles which protect their properties, have entered into the possession of said lands. Subsequent disputes among villagers or villages, he declared, would go to the Secretary of Agriculture for rulings, either directly or through a special commission or a civil court. 4. The land not included in the village dominions remained at the disposition of Secretary Palafox, who could leave it as private property, or after indemnization expropriate 1/3 of it in the public interest, or confiscate it outright as the holding of an enemy of the revolution. Some planters had assumed that by sweet talk and the offer of capital and expertise they might recover their haciendas, at least in part. If I'm not badly informed, Joaquim Amor wrote to Zapata from Mexico City in October 1914, "You wouldn't look with displeasure on the re-establishment of work on the plantations, in view of the great poverty which reigns there. For his investment he only asked the very natural condition that you give your consent and impart your protection and aid so we can work." He wondered incidentally if Zapata might not arrange to free his fellow planters, Ignacio de la Torre y Meyer, Manuel Arreaz, Romualdo Pascal, and José Pegueza, from the Mexico City Penitentiary, so they too could contribute to the state's recovery. 5 But Palafox, with his rabid socialistic ideas, had astounded metropolitan observers by retaining control of all lands the villages did not take. Apparently he did not even pay indemnities but simply confiscated the surplus territory. Still there were planters and plantation attorneys who did not believe that the local revolutionary chiefs shared this presumed lunacy. But they quickly learned their mistake. As an American consul wrote to Washington in distress, a few days since, Ramon Olivares, a fine type of Mexican, educated in the United States and in England, a member of the American Club, is reported to have been brutally murdered near Cuernavaca by the Zapatista governor of Morelos, the notorious Genoveva de Lao. 6. The sugar mills and distilleries Palafox also confiscated. These were in a complete ruin, as Zapata himself admitted. What the Federals had not destroyed or stolen from them in the 1913-14 war, the villagers and refugees had later made off with. But both Zapata and Palafox wanted to put the mills back in operation, not as private enterprises but as public services. There the villagers who continued to produce cane could bring their harvests. Their refugee peons could resettle to earn a wage. And there the government could collect the profits for revenue. Repairs and the mobilization of laborers and draft animals began as soon as Palafox took office. And by early March 4 mills were again in business in Motilos, Temixco, Hospital, Atlahuayan, and Zacatepec. In charge of them were native generals, De Lao, Emigdio Marmolejo, Amador Salazar, and Lorenzo Vazquez, respectively. The meager proceeds they took in they returned to headquarters to defray the very many extraordinary expenses, as Zapata called them, of military hospitals, barracks, help to ambulance columns, and aid to the widows of revolutionaries killed on campaign. In time, Zapata was sure, the wealth of the state would surpass even its former abundance, and then we will see what is the best way to use it. 7. Other than revolutionary observers also entertained these speculations, which seemed increasingly germane after conventionist armies reoccupied Mexico City in mid-March and the convention returned there as the central government. Attracted now to Morelos were various sharpers, carpetbaggers, pitchmen, and hucksters. Precisely in eliminating the planters and promoting an economic revival in the state, Palafox had put them onto the scent. They could well understand, ace fleecers themselves, that the secretary had dispossessed the old owners, but they could not believe that he would keep the property as a public domain. By all the laws they took for gospel, it was inevitable that for a fee or a cut Palafox would transfer land to new private owners. To them, nationalization seemed only a quaint procedure for replacing one crew of capitalists with another. Among these characters, the jauntiest and most persistent was a New Englander who had spent the last 20 years in Mexico, Hubert L. Hall. A businessman, a Mormon, and an inside dopester on his adopted country, Hall impressed Americans who met him quite favorably. As one agent reported, he is entirely trustworthy and a man of high character. Senator Smoot knows him very well. Morelos was of special interest to Hall. For a while he had run a hotel in Cuernavaca, and by 1910 he had acquired land in the timber country around Santa Maria. The first complaint to the United States Embassy about damage to American property in Morelos had come from Mrs. Hall. In August 1911.9, during the rebellion that followed, Hall had to write off his investment in the state. In March 1913, when it seemed the Zapatistas might make peace, he had tried to recoup his losses by organizing a company for the division of lands, in which he offered 50,000 pesos in shares to Zapata and 10,000 pesos in shares to each of the other main chiefs. 1 The plan fell a cropper, however, and in the ensuing war Hall had seen his Mexican prospects gravely jeopardized. But as the revolutionaries emerged triumphant in mid-1914, he had recognized that in the chaos of Reconstruction he might parley his connections and bluff into a real fortune. Back in the United States, he persuaded the State Department that he was a personal friend of Zapata, almost wheedled diplomatic credentials to present to the Southern headquarters, and did get an official allowance for his trip home. Only Zapata's warning that it would not be safe for that gentleman to come to his camp had stymied Hall then. 2 But now the go-getter returned to Morelos, pretending anyway to diplomatic status, as buoyant as ever and with a new scheme. The racket he proposed was the Liberating Army Cooperative Colony. This was to be a private company capitalized at 180,000 pesos, which 200 founding members were to subscribe in 30 monthly installments. The founders were to be the leading revolutionary chiefs and secretaries who struggled so dauntlessly for the liberty of the people in the past, and whom Hall would now enlist in the great labor of education and redemption of the same people, by means of colonizing land, establishing cooperatively and with the aid of the government works of irrigation, industry, and manufacture where very many laborers will be employed. Specifically, the founders were to direct the operations of a massive agricultural combine holding over 64,000 acres in the rich Cuernavaca Valley. The combine would include lands formerly attached to Temixco, Aquila, San Vicente, and Atlacomulco haciendas, lands which Hall expected Secretary Palafox to grant to the company as a concession. There the newest methods in farming and ranching would be standard. Also to be established were agricultural schools and experiment stations, cooperative markets, shops, warehouses, stables, and a weekly newspaper. 1 share in the company's stock would go to the head of each family laboring on the colony, 1 to each married couple, 1 to each grown child living in a family, and 1 to each widow. If other groups of 200 revolutionaries wanted to found affiliated colonies, they could freely do so, and if the land around them was insufficient, they could take fields away from contiguous haciendas or pueblos, naturally without prejudicing their rights. But Hall preferred to start the first colony around Cuernavaca, cradle of the great revolution of the South, whose spirit and high ideals we wish to commemorate and perpetuate in this altruistic and beneficent manner. The chiefs and secretaries Hall actually conned into this enterprise were evidently not many or important. In his first flyer in March he claimed 70 founders already subscribed, among them Palafox, Montano, Lorenzo Vazquez, Leobardo Galvan, Santiago Orozco, Gennaro Amezcua, and Antonio and Ignacio Diaz Soto y Gama. But of these only Ignacio Diaz Soto y Gama had a seat on the colony's organizing committee or the provisional board of directors over which Hall presided. As secretary of both groups, this dashing agronomist composed the company's advertising literature. Probably only he took a serious part in the project. In the English translation that Hall rendered of the prospectus he modified some of Soto y Gama's wildest boasts, where for example the original read that all the other prominent chiefs of the Conventionist army had enrolled as founders. Hall wrote that invitations have been extended to General Emiliano Zapata and all the other principal officials of the Ejército Libertador to enroll. No record yet discovered indicates that these chiefs or the others named even conferred with Hall, much less signed pledges of subscription. In early April Hall approached Palafox himself in Mexico City. Desiring to assist, the good Mormon declared, in the great humanitarian labor which the Mexican government is now undertaking in its efforts for the economic, moral, and educational benefit and progress of its citizens, especially in the agrarian question which for years I have studied and have been deeply interested in both theoretically and practically, I have invited a number of leading citizens to unite with me to organize a cooperative colonization association to labor and operate in connection with the government, in such parts of the Republic as it may be seen to be of advantage to do, beginning its labors in the state of Morelos, the cradle of the revolutionary movement of the South, and which was of so pronounced and agrarian character, having met with a willing and hearty response from over 100 of the foremost men of the military government, officials, agricultural, artisan and commercial classes who have manifested an ardent desire to commence the work as soon as possible. And to that end, we have organized a provisional organization to take the necessary first steps to secure our desire. Then he asked for the land grant. The request, he believed, was most reasonable and moderate as compared with concessions and attractions for colonists offered by the governments of Canada, Australia, the Argentine, Brazil, and the United States. As an old hand in such matters, he reminded Palafox that the consensus of opinion of the experienced men who have studied the colonist and emigrant problem of Mexico is that it can only be accomplished successfully here, when operated on a large scale, and largely aided and fostered by the government. 3. Palafox's response, however, was not willing and hearty. Although he evidently made no formal refusal, he did not grant the land Hall wanted. And he started inquiries to check if Hall was in fact an American agent. By mid-April he knew from Washington that Hall has not been nor is now employed in the Department of State nor represents it in any form, for no further trace of Hall appeared in the affairs of Morelos. And the villagers' version of agrarian reform proceeded apace. From his headquarters in Tlaltizapan Zapata guaranteed it. As another American agent reported after meeting him there on April 16, he believes it is right that the property of the rich should be taken and given to the poor. 5. So solid and vigorous was the local revolution that it continued independently of the shifting fate of the Zapatista politicians in Mexico City. After returning to the capital in mid-March, Palafox and Soto y Gama carried on a ferocious struggle with the Villista president of the convention, Roque Gonzalez Garza. The Villistas resented not only the Zapatistas' pretensions to power and their drive for social reforms but also, most rankling, the weakness of the southern military effort against the Carrancistas. The Zapatistas in turn protested that they could not make, buy, or collect from Villa enough ammunition to mount regular campaigns, and that anyway they deserved an equal role in forming policy. Most disgusting to them was how the Villistas shrank from social reforms, in agrarian or other matters. Above all, they feared that the Villistas might retreat north and leave them in the lurch. And to hold their allies in place they practically put them under guard, appointing Gildardo Magana governor of the federal district and Amador Salazar commander of the Mexico City garrison. When in early April Palafox demanded that Gonzalez Garza allot funds to pay for uniforms for the Southern Army, the president refused and on the issue tried to eject Palafox from the cabinet. Soto y Gama arranged a truce, but Palafox remained so offensive to the president that on May 1 González Garza did force his resignation. The news enraged Zapata, who came up to Mexico City in what proved to be his last trip to the capital and demanded Palafox's reinstatement, in vain. Then a month later Soto y Gama engineered González Garza's defeat in the convention, a new, friar executive took office, and Palafox returned to his post. 6 But these metropolitan intrigues did not really interest Zapata, which was why they went on and on. And they did not carry into Morelos. Their people were moving on their own course, in no need of outside sponsors or patrons. And there in full force the revolution continued. In the spring harvests began, the first fruit to mature from this progress of the pueblos. The crops the farmers now brought in were not the planters' cane or rice but the traditional foodstuffs, corn and beans. As the rainy season came on, Governor Vázquez distributed among the municipal governments 500,000 pesos alone from the convention which were to go to local farmers as credit for seed and tools. By mid-June reporters found all the fields in the state under cultivation, again mainly in corn. 7. Zapata did not approve of this development, which would leave the sugar mills idle. At least since 1911 he had foreseen that reorganized haciendas might be a bountiful source of public wealth, and recent talks with agronomists had confirmed his idea that the mills should continue to operate as national factories. Farmers growing cane and selling it to the mills would earn money, he understood, and so be able to save, buy new goods, and use new services. Accordingly he had ordered spare parts to replace those on damaged machines. And 3 more mills reopened for business. Again native chiefs were in charge: Modesto Rangel at El Puente, Eufemio Zapata at Coatlixco, and Morilio Mejia, Zapata's nephew, at Coahuistla. Later, Santa Clara reopened under Mendoza. But assisting them technically now were agronomists from the Rural Loan Bank, under the imaginative direction of Ignacio Diaz Soto y Gama. Zapata himself urged villagers to quit growing vegetables and instead produce a cash crop. If you keep on growing chili peppers, onions, and tomatoes, he told Villa de Ayala farmers, you'll never get out of the state of poverty you've always lived in. That's why, as I advise you, you have to grow cane. Through conditional gifts of money and seed, he did persuade some villagers to resume the cultivation of cane. 8. But most families went on truck farming. Rather than rehabilitate the hacienda, they obviously preferred to work and trade in foodstuffs that had always seemed the mainstay of the pueblo. And during the summer they restocked Morelos's district markets with the familiar beans, corn, chickpeas, tomatoes, onions, chili peppers, even chickens. While Mexico City was on the verge of starvation at this time, common folk in Morelos evidently had more to eat than in 1910 and at lower real prices. So profuse was the production of food that despite the constant infusion of conventionist currency into the state's economy, there was little sign of inflation. In the fondas, the crude country inns where revolutionary officers, local officials, and metropolitan refugees ate, the young agrarian commissioners got by easily on 4 pesos a day. 9. In such clear relief the character of revolutionary Morelos emerged. In the very crops people liked to grow, they revealed the kind of community they liked to dwell in. They had no taste for the style of individuals on the make, the life of perpetual achievement and acquisition, of chance and change and moving on. Rather, they wanted a life they could control, a modest, familial prosperity in the company of other modestly prosperous families whom they knew, and all in one place. An experiment, for instance, they would try only after they were certain it would work after, that is, it was no longer experimental. And profits they appreciated only if they had an orthodox use for them. Even among those in official command the tone of relations in the state in 1915 was intensely, almost intentionally, rural and rustic. In sartorial fashion the standard was white pajamas, the southern farmers' work clothes. Headquarters secretaries wore them not only through affectation but also because they were safer in them. On visits to Cuernavaca allied revolutionaries from the north doffed their khakis, otherwise they courted insults and even assaults if they wandered far from the central plaza. Anyone in trousers, a shirt, and boots was a kitron, a dandy. In language the familiar, second-person address was the norm, and country slang and dialect prevailed. A fellow or a buddy was a veil, to shoot was to bust, fun was trick riding and roping, the enemy was Los Carranzas, Pobra came out as probe, Samos as Cernos, few as Hugh. For entertainment there were no fancy liquors or shows imported but only the same local diversions as before the war: warm beer and raw rum, cockfights, and fun on horses. The heart of the state was now in Tlaltizapan. In this restful little town in the hollows leading down into the Hajutla rice fields, where towering dusky green laurels cast the square and streets in permanent shadow, where the wind suddenly moving in the tops of the trees could hush the talking below, where in the quiet the sound would rise of water rippling through the maze of local creeks and canals, in this resort Zapata had made not only a headquarters but also a home. And here, as the American agent who came to meet him could see, all the farming families in the state looked to him as a savior and a father. One here, unlike in Mexico City, there was no busy display of confiscated luxury, no gleeful consumption of captured treasure, no swarm of bureaucrats leaping from telephone to limousine, only the regular, measured round of native business. The days Zapata passed in his offices in an old rice mill at the northern edge of town, hearing petitions, forwarding them to Palafox in Mexico City or ruling on them himself, deciding strategy and policy, dispatching orders. In the evenings he and his aides relaxed in the plaza, drinking, arguing about plucky cocks and fast and frisky horses, discussing the rains and prices with farmers who joined them for a beer, Zapata as always smoking slowly on a good cigar. The nights he spent back in his quarters with a woman from the town. He fathered 2 children at least in Tlaltizapan. 2 For his birthday in August the townspeople held a fiesta, and the local señoritas put on a stirring program: parade, speech, hymn to labor, waltz, dialogue, speech, parade, poetry, speech, fantasia, dialogue, children's comedy, monologue and speech, national anthem. 3 In this haven Zapata indulged such dreams of glory as he had. Beside the church on a hill at the southern edge of town he wanted a mausoleum built, as a collective tomb for himself and his closest chiefs. In Tlaltizapan he had found the moral capital of his revolution. The extravaganza of the year was a bullfight in Yautepec. There Salazar had a little plaza de toros built opposite the train station, and Juan Silvetti, a celebrated novillero later to become one of Mexico's best toreros, came to perform against 2 young bulls from Ignacio de la Torre y Meyer's prize Toluca herd. Revolutionary chiefs assembled from throughout the state, some in Pullman cars. Zapata of course came up from Tlaltizapan. He and Salazar even took a preliminary part in the fight, riding rings around the bulls, dodging their charges, and wearing them down for the artless peons who were serving Silvetti as banderilleros. 4. No social event more elegant than this occurred in Morelos in 1915, because no sophisticates were there to stage or attend it. The devotees of refined culture had long since left for the metropolis, some in terror, others in exultation, like Montano, who became Conventionist Secretary of Education. The only old nabob still in the state was de la Torre y Meyer, released from the Mexico City penitentiary but kept out of pocket and under house arrest in Cuautla. The nearest that gay blades in Hamburgs and ladies with boas were spotted was in Amecameca, a rail junction across the line in Mexico State. There a mob lynched one smart couple. 5 Reforming out of its own origins and on a frontier, revolutionary Morelos was a very suspicious society, not easily hospitable, much less generous, to those who seemed not to belong. Local families had fought hard and long to recover their rural heritage. And in their agrarian state they wanted only other country families like themselves. There was a method in this intolerance, this deliberate coarseness, this willful ignorance of urbane ways. For city folk were the born bearers of ill tidings. Even the dogs knew to bark at them. Thus, when the first omens of the state's inevitable doom appeared in the north, no native and few other Zapatistas recognized them. The omens were the reports of 3 successive, tremendous defeats that the Carrancista General Obregon had inflicted upon Villa II in early April at Celaya, the third in early June at Leon, all in Guanajuato, in the strategic Great Basin northwest of Mexico City. Obregon, who had lost an arm at Leon, now emerged as a master of war. Despite the news, Zapata did not open a second front. In the capital, Palafox and Soto y Gama worried not about the collapse of the army the convention depended on but about the land reform bill they expected to introduce soon. 6. But the crisis came on anyway. On July 11 the Carrancista army under Pablo González occupied Mexico City. The convention retreated in disorder to Toluca, where it maintained the pretense of a national government. And Salazar's Morelos troops in the metropolis and federal district withdrew south. 6 days later González evacuated the capital again, to protect Obregon's lines of communication with Veracruz against a Villista attack in Hidalgo, and when he left, Zapatista forces sneaked back. But it seemed certain that he could return when he chose. Although Villa maintained his battered army in the field, the nation's military balance had shifted decisively in the Carrancistas' favor. At last Southerners began to read the signs. As outlanders, the young agrarian commissioners stranded in Morelos lost their illusions first. Sadly, they planned no more vacation trips to the capital. 7 Zapata himself finally went into action. To hold off González's return, he personally commanded on July 30 a powerful attack of 6,000 men against 1,700 Carrancistas northeast of Mexico City. Other attacks took place simultaneously throughout the area, but none could contain the Carrancista advance. On August 2 González re-entered the capital, this time to stay. 8 In Morelos merchants began trying to refuse convention currency. 9 Still, no alarm charged the state. Zapata returned to rest in Tlaltizapan, honored at his birthday party and evidently more preoccupied with the doings in the Toluca Convention than with his crumbling military position. 1 On the advice of Palafox and Soto y Gama, he believed that an inter-American conference then organizing in Washington to treat the Mexican problem would result in Carranza's downfall, and that the Carrancista chiefs would soon rejoin the convention. 2 If so, he had no need to waste ammunition and men. But weekly the decay of his position became more obvious. As Villa lost one key town after another in the north and as the Inter-American Conference failed, Zapata returned to action. To harry the Carrancistas in the rear, he launched strong attacks into the Federal District and Mexico State. In late September he even captured the power plant at Necaxa, the source of metropolitan electricity. But he could not hold it nor any of the other towns and villages he had taken. Everywhere the Carrancistas pushed him back, more firmly in control of the Valley of Mexico than any commanders since 1910. In Puebla and Mexico State, local Zapatista chiefs began accepting amnesties from the Carrancista government, which gravely disturbed the chiefs in Morelos. 3 The state's seclusion had ended. Its revolutionaries were now on the defensive. On October 10 the refugee convention in Toluca divided for the last time, the Villistas and the president fleeing north. The Zapatistas escaped again to Cuernavaca, where, under Palafox's guidance, they reconvened the Rump as the official and exclusive embodiment of the national revolution. These pretensions soon suffered irreparable deflation. On October 19 President Wilson extended the United States' de facto recognition to Carranza's government. He also prohibited all arms shipments to Mexico except to Carranza's authorities. The American decision thus fixed politically the new balance of power which the Carrancista armies had already won militarily. And it marked the beginning, after 5 years of civil war, of Mexico's reconsolidation. Carranza had finally realized his claim to sovereign legitimacy. Although the Carrancistas could not yet dominate the whole nation, they could prevent any other faction from displacing them. Henceforth they would rule. In Morelos, however, the native attitude remained skeptical. The local chiefs had no clue to how solid the northern movement had also become. They still considered Carranza a mere leftover from the old regime, another haughty landlord who aspired to restore the Porfirian order. And notwithstanding Mr. Wilson's recognition, they doubted that he could retain the loyalty of the genuine revolutionary generals around him. Having witnessed desertions and treacheries galore during the past 5 years, they reckoned Carranza would not last long. By now they had already resisted and helped bring down 3 federal governments, each apparently stronger than his. So the strategy they pursued was the same as before: vigorous raids in the south, to discredit the government and tempt ambitious loyalists to revolt. With less excuse, the Zapatista secretaries also disparaged Carranza's sudden ascendancy. Voicing the official Morelos response through the convention now in Cuernavaca, they encouraged the stubborn native hopes. Secretary of Agriculture Palafox dominated the convention absolutely and tolerated no gesture of compromise. As he and Soto y Gama lost power, they became more intransigent in policy. In 1915-16, in an exaggerated but less dramatic way, the same complex of tensions developed as in 1914: Zapata's retreat from serious politics, and Palafox's rigid opposition. On October 26, Palafox published a manifesto to the nation, probably composed by Soto y Gama. It was the first official Southern response to Carranza's new government, an introduction to an extensive program of political and social reforms which the Toluca Convention had voted a month earlier and which the Cuernavaca Rump now issued, slightly amended, as its own. The program itself was an interesting draft of the basic changes the conventionists believed necessary to save the nation. It was a more detailed catalogue of improvements than a similar Carrancista project published the previous December, and it contained promises of legislation both more stringent and more moderate, depending on the subject, than the various decrees Carranza had promulgated on land, labor, municipalities, divorce, education, taxes, and mineral concessions. 4 That same day Palafox delivered on one promise, publishing a radical agrarian law that gave the Secretary of Agriculture immense authority over urban and rural property and natural resources. By this remarkable law the Department of Agriculture would be the central agency of a stupendous nationalizing reformation of Mexico. 5 But the introductory manifesto was a gross mistake, betraying a fantastic misconception of the national context in which the proposed reforms might have an appeal. Lambasting Carranza's ill-fated faction for an infamous and incredible pact with the great landholders, the Southern secretaries specifically accepted with pleasure the manufacturer, the merchant, the mine owner, the businessman, all the active and enterprising elements which open new paths for industry and provide work to great groups of workers, but the hacendado, they intoned, the monopolist of all the lands, the usurper of nature's wealth, the creator of national misery, the infamous slave trader who treats men like beasts of burden, the hacendado being unproductive and idle, him the revolution does not tolerate. The Southern program was quite simple. As they summarized it: war to the death against the hacendados, ample guarantees for all the other classes of society. This was the rhetoric of 1911 or 1913, not late 1915, and no revolutionary not already a committed Zapatista could thrill to it. For the old landlords, the supposed villains, no longer had power in Mexico. Most languished in jail or exile. As a class they hardly even existed. True, outside Morelos the nation's villages had not emerged dominant. But the state and district chiefs who led them were not likely to champion an agrarian revolt now, since thanks to Carranza precisely they had become the new landlords. As for the careerists in business and labor, they already had a government to depend on and lobby in. And so far it served them well. That thus a new regime had actually formed, cohesive and durable, that Carranza was a front not for the Amors, the Escandons, and the Garcia Pimentels, but for the clever and ruthless young operators from the north who commanded the revolutionary armies, that the danger for Morelos villagers was not in familiar reaction but in alien progress. This crisis the Southern secretaries had no notion of. In their blindness they reinforced the local chiefs' tenacity. The ruin of the native revolution in Morelos was therefore no caving in but a ragged, bitter, and confused giving way. Through the fall Zapata arranged raids from Oaxaca to Hidalgo. Indeed his forces were more active now than when Villa had needed them. But the raids gained nothing in territory or prestige. They did not even demoralize the government, whose generals took over more and more towns in the states surrounding Morelos. 6 The raids, moreover, cost dearly in ammunition, which because of the American embargo was daily more scarce. At Atliwayan Hacienda, Zapata kept a primitive munitions factory working, recharging old Mauser and .30 to .30 shells, and for slugs plugging them with little pieces of copper cable stolen from Mexico City suburban trolleys and power works, but the supply was irregular and inadequate. 7 Meanwhile, the Villista army collapsed completely in the north, and attention refocused on the south. In late November, the government announced plans for a definitive campaign against the Zapatistas, right in their hideouts in Morelos. 8 Isolated as never before in the revolution, the state would soon be under siege. The young agrarian commissioners began applying for permits to get out. Scared and desperate, one became alcoholic, others sneaked off to the capital without waiting for passes. 9. Zapata tried to tighten security over local resources for defense. The management of the munitions factory he removed from Secretary of War Pacheco's control and brought into the headquarters. 1 He also ordered his army to prohibit trade between Zapatista and Carrancista zones in every article, primary necessities or not, to take away from the enemy all those elements which could serve for his sustenance too, and he began to reclaim the sugar mills from the chiefs, to assign them to the Rural Loan Bank to operate directly. 3 But even at the first small harvest in these national factories, and the prospect of a little revenue, he was gloomy. He wanted to give the proceeds to the peons working in the mills. Who knows, he told his secretary, what they will have to suffer later on. Guiltily he insisted that the imminent woe was not his fault but that of events which have to come. 4 The government's offer of amnesty, publicized since August, greatly increased the strain on the local chiefs. Suspecting a defection, one would try to disarm another's forces. But this jumpy vigilance only tended, as Zapata warned in reprimand, to deepen the personal enmities which exist between chiefs, which we must avoid at all cost. 5 Fearful that subversive telegraphists might sabotage his military operations, Dalao tried to control the wire offices in his zone. 6 In a squabble over an artillery piece, his men killed one of the most daring and proficient Zapatista field commanders, Antonio Barona. 7 In the southeastern zone, Mendoza was so offended by intruding rival chiefs and by innuendos about his loyalty that he challenged Zapata to name a new chief there. 8 And along the front, allied chiefs actually took amnesties. Most disturbing, these defectors came mainly from Pacheco's division in Mexico State and the Federal District, which guarded the northern entrances to Morelos. They were Zapatistas of recent conversion whom Pacheco, as Conventionist Secretary of War, had commissioned in droves, and they deserted now as speedily as they had joined. One, however, was a grave loss: Vicente Navarro, a tough and canny chief who had defended the pass at Contreras. When he took an amnesty, the Carrancistas moved right down to La Cima on the threshold of Morelos. 9. Still, the high native chiefs did not flag in their defiance. Mustering forces of 2,000 to 3,000 men at 3 or 4 different rendezvous, they struck in coordinated attacks into the Federal District, southern and central Puebla, and southern Mexico State. If a chief had ex-federal officers on his staff, he got fifth column help from ex-federals serving on the other side. Especially along the Puebla border, these friendly enemy officers would sell supplies, pass on intelligence, and arrange private truces so fighting could go on elsewhere. 1 To the southwest, after Carrancistas pushing up from Acapulco took Chilpancingo and Iguala and penetrated into Morelos, Dalao drove them back in a terrific counter-offensive. Sweeping down into Guerrero, he and Jesus Salgado wiped out garrisons and field forces alike, recovered the country in fine and prosperous crops. By late December, Dalao had carried the war into the Carrancista home territory around Acapulco. Outside the city, the American consul there reported, the Carrancistas showed an absolute lack of any positive control too. Throughout the end of 1915 and the first weeks of 1916, the Morelos revolutionaries put up such a fierce resistance around their state that the vaunted government campaign against their hideouts could not start. Only the lowest class Indians can pass the lines with safety, noted the new American charge d'affaires, anyone else would undoubtedly risk his life. 3. But the government merely raised the pressure. In late January it amplified its own agrarista propaganda. The National Agrarian Commission, it promised, would initiate works for the restitution and grants of ejidos to the pueblos. 4. On February 1 the Undersecretary of War announced that 20,000 new troops would join the 10,000 already assigned to the south. He also threatened to use the government's recently acquired flotilla of airplanes to give a mortal blow to the Zapatistas. 5. And his department finally took steps to remove ex-federals from posts where they could obstruct operations. 6. Again the public Zapatista response was a fire-breathing manifesto to the nation. The only reasons for the fratricidal struggle staining the fatherland with blood, the headquarters secretaries ranted, were the boundless ambition of one man of unhealthy passions and no conscience, Venustiano Carranza, and the sycophancy of the group that surrounded him. 7. Even in private they exuded cheer. To Zapata Palafox confided his hope that in the near future when we dominate Mexico City and other regions of the country, then as I've always hoped, a great number of agrarian commissions will form, so that they will go into all the states of the Republic. 8. But the chiefs were not so certain. Among them the government's continuing vigor and resolve had prompted darker judgments, doubts whether to go on in principled violence, which would invite the Carrancistas to repeat the work of Huerta and Robles in the state, or to bargain for peace and local autonomy by recognizing Carranza. This was a dilemma especially painful to the chiefs in the northwestern zone, where the brunt of a Carrancista invasion would fall. There the ranking figure was Pacheco, based in Huitzilac. Already he had lost much outlying support and many key points of defense. And as powerful Carrancista legions massed at La Cima, they obliged him to decide whether he should make a deal or prepare for battle. On his decision the Carrancistas would walk into Morelos or have to fight for every hill and ravine. Pacheco was a mystic, in all affairs he did, he said, as God bid him. 9. Now he listened for the divine word. On February 20 Zapata authorized Pacheco to communicate secretly with General Pablo González, who commanded the constitutionalist forces at La Cima. 1. What Zapata intended to initiate peace talks, arrange a local truce, or suborn González remains unclear, though it was probably the last two. It also remains unclear whether Pacheco followed Zapata's instructions, or from the first undertook an independent course. At heart neither chief probably knew exactly what he was up to. Depending on González's response, different proposals might arise. Then de Lago and his lieutenant, Valentin Reyes, discovered the correspondence between Pacheco and González. De Lago and Pacheco were old rivals, because of a feud between their native villages of Santa Maria and Huitzilac, and recently the contest had become more heated. 3. With good reason de Lago was suspicious as well as jealous. And Reyes apparently expected that he could displace Pacheco and succeed to his command. They both warned Pacheco against treason. Pacheco immediately complained to Zapata that de Lago and Reyes were bothering him. And Zapata in turn informed the two chiefs that it was with headquarters authority that Pacheco had entered into dealings and communication with the enemy. The object of the talks, he assured them, was to learn the aims of the Carrancista General Pablo González and other chiefs who second him with respect to the cause which we defend. The headquarters had received Pacheco's reports on what had happened so far, Zapata said, and it would support Pacheco as long as the conferences which he had with were for the benefit of the revolution, and something advantageous was gained without damage to the principles of the Plan de Ayala. 4. Pacheco soon hinted, however, that the good Lord had disposed as de Lago had guessed. With hostilities suspended and supposedly in the midst of delicate talks, he complained gruffly to Zapata about his troops' poor pay. "I would appreciate it," he wrote, "if you would order the paymaster general to attend to the paymasters of my division, so who find themselves daily attacking the enemy and away from home, can buy corn and not run into difficulties." 5. And suddenly on March 13, under no fire, he evacuated Huitzilac and retreated south to Cointepec. The Carrancistas moved immediately and without resistance down past Huitzilac as far as La Cruz. 7 miles away, Cuernavaca prepared for a bombardment. Through binoculars the Carrancista officers could see white surrender flags hung out of windows there. On March 18 Gonzales himself arrived in La Cruz to inspect the positions his forces held on the heights above the Morelos capital. 6 By then the weary conventionists had fled on down to Jajutla. Dalao obstructed Gonzales's advance and saved the front for the moment. But strategically the defense of the state was now impossible. Incredibly, Pacheco remained free. Even after the Cointepec municipal president corroborated Dalao's constant charges of treason, Zapata stayed loyal. On March 23 he assured Pacheco that up to today he had given no credit to rumors of his treachery, and he warned Dalao against shooting Pacheco until he had thoroughly investigated the case and proved Pacheco's guilt beyond a doubt. 7 Boldly inspired now, Pacheco complained that Dalao had mistreated his troops and sacked Cuernavaca. 8 But as he maneuvered on south, evidently angling to flank Jajutla and capture the convention, his luck ran out. At Mayacatlan one of Dalao's patrols caught and shot him. Zapata kept his troops in arms, redistributing them among other chiefs. 9 Hardly had this loss sunk in when a worse blow struck. On April 16, on his way back to Yautepec after reconnaissance west of the town, Amador Salazar was killed by a stray enemy bullet that hit him in the neck. In the shock of death he stayed upright in the saddle. Finally, as his big sombrero slipped, his aides saw what had happened. 1 So on the eve of attack by the most formidable army they had yet faced, the Zapatistas were without two of their highest chiefs and best commanders. Meanwhile Gonzales had moved his forces in a ring around the state. He, like the other high politicians and generals of the new regime, was impatient to end the southern problem. A constitutional convention was on their agenda, to legitimize Carranza's reformist decrees, but preparations for it could not begin in earnest until the nation was more or less at peace. Besides, Villa had just provoked an international crisis, raiding murderously into Columbus, New Mexico, and bringing back in pursuit of him a U.S. Army punitive expedition, and on the eve of constitutional reform the Carrancistas could not afford the reappearance of even the possibility of the old Villa Zapata axis. 2 Gonzales now commanded 30,000 troops, well supplied and in high spirits, and for his own reputation he was bent on achieving an impressive success. From Jajutla, as if to rally the local forces, the die-hard conventionists reissued their October 26 manifesto and program of reform. 3 But the surviving Morelos chiefs no longer deluded themselves. They knew the state would shortly be a battleground again, and they were already organizing the procedure, military and civilian, for evacuating the state's villages. 4 On April 27 Gonzales set up his headquarters at Tres Marias and resumed operations. By April 29 government troops held positions surrounding Cuernavaca. At 6 a.m. on May 2 Gonzales directed the final action, and after a short, sharp attack, the state capital fell. 5 Zapata had come up from Tlaltizapan to direct its defense, but withdrew just in time to escape. In the next 2 or 3 days almost all the state's other main towns fell to the government commanders. The War Department even had a plane bombing Zapatista lines. By May 6 Gonzales reported to Secretary of War Obregon that the campaign was practically finished. 6 The liberating army barely held Jajutla, its Tlaltizapan headquarters, and a few scattered villages. And late efforts to suborn Carrancista commanders were to no avail. 7 As it entered Morelos, the Carrancista army seemed the old federal army reincarnate. Its troops came not as liberators but as conquerors of the local population, which was itself the enemy and enjoyed at most only the rights of prisoners of war. When the Carrancistas took Cuautla, they hanged the parish priest as a Zapatista spy. 8 On May 5 Gonzales ordered every person in the state to turn in his arms, continued possession of them would be grounds for the severest penalties. At Jutpec on May 8 the Carrancista General Rafael Zapata assembled 225 prisoners and after a summary trial had them all shot. 9 In terror Pacificos swarmed out of pueblos in the line of the Carrancista advance. Fleeing south into Guerrero or east into the high, volcano country, they littered the roadsides with material thrown away to lighten their loads. They jammed little villages still for the moment safe, like Tehuistla, southwest of Hajutla. This hamlet presented the look of a fair, reported an observer there in early May, but a fair of pain and rage. People's faces were furious. They would barely mumble out a few words, but everyone had a violent remark for the constitutionalists on the tip of his tongue. In conversations, comments on the news alternated with reports which emigrants asked of each other about roads, villages, little settlements stuck up in the steepest part of the mountains, inaccessible, unheard of places so they could go there to leave their families. 1. By mid-May the Carancistas had shipped nearly 1,300 prisoners to Mexico City. Some were combatants, some were not. All of them, declared the military commander in the capital, General Benjamin Hill, were bound for Yucatan, and not only them, but all future prisoners. There, General Hill indicated, they would have the opportunity to work, under the vigilance of civil and military authorities which would make them men useful for society and for their families too. From Tlaltizapan Zapata tried desperately to organize municipal police to keep local order as one army replaced another in the state. 3 But police who assumed such responsibility only invited the first fire against their families. For the invading Carancistas, who considered the villagers themselves outlaws, the transfer of power had to be violent. In mid-June, after another crushing attack, Gonzalez's forces took Tlaltizapan itself, and a tremendous booty. They also executed 286 persons, 132 men, 112 women, and 42 minors of both sexes, as the local register of burials recorded them. 4 Helpless in regular battles, Zapata, his surviving chiefs, and the men who stayed with them retreated back into the rough hills. As the Carancistas drove into the Zapatista capital, it seemed that the local revolution had failed completely, that the villagers' efforts to carry out their own changes had been a profound mistake, and that only on dictation from Mexico City could reform occur and last in Morelos. If so, the idea of a popular revolution was a delusion. If so, the Plan de Ayala was mere rural fustian, and Zapata not an insightful leader but simply a brave and angry clod. The guerrilleros survive. To dispute with the enemy. Poor Mrs. King. A harassed refugee now in crowded Veracruz, her young daughter prey to every passing revolutionary officer, and she herself victim of a recurring nightmare, she felt at times that her nerves would snap. During the day she was usually calm. But at night in the dream the good widow saw her Cuernavaca property ruined. While she stood impotently by, screaming, Zapatistas knocked down her dear Hotel Bella Vista and methodically piled up the stones to form a pyramid. 1. She had invested everything in the Cuernavaca Hotel after her husband's death. Its fortunes, so she had remarked with Victorian innocence, were her fortunes, and now in the summer of 1916 she could not stand these horrible fancies of total loss. She knew the Constitutionalist army had recently occupied Morelos, and it occurred to her that in repairing her things there she might repair her life. She went back, but Cuernavaca presented an awful scene. Black, battered, bullet-pierced walls where had been comfortable, happy homes, bridges destroyed, approaches to the town cut off, everywhere signs of the dreadful conflict that had taken place. My head had known it would be like this, she said, but my heart was not prepared. We drove down the silent streets past abandoned, deserted houses, not a soul in sight. A dog, nosing in a heap of rubbish, slunk away at our approach, and the clatter of the wheels awoke strange echoes in the emptiness. I was sobbing, but there is no one here. Where are the people? Where are the people? Her hotel, as she had feared, was demolished. The great dining room that had been my pride was bare, she later recalled, nothing left in it, only pigs and chickens living there together quite happily. For 3 days she escaped into a compulsive euphoria about rebuilding that verged on hysterics. Then in a desperate test of her hopes she asked General Gonzalez's permission to begin work. The general, as she however learned, had his own obsessions. As Zapatistas went on fighting, Gonzalez ached to crush his elusive foe in any way he could compass it. Mrs. King's petty laments wearied him. "This is no time to talk of reconstruction, Senora King," he barked. "The work of destruction is not yet completed." "But our homes, our property," cried Mrs. King. "Oh, Senora," he said, almost angrily, "that is of the past. That is all over." In a daze she walked back to the quiet square where her ruined hotel was, feeling that I had died along with my valley-nestled home. This, she decided, is the end of Rosa King. At the edge of town, on the hill beside the state government building, looking down the cobbled streets, out over the ravines below and across the valley to the mountains north and east, she began to remember her childhood and to wonder how all her strivings could have failed. A final and nearly lunatic despair seized her. She called out loud toward the mountains, "Are you dead, too?" Echoes came drifting back, like cries to her. At this instant it struck her that there were people in the mountains, the plain people she had missed in town. At once she thought of how ancient their struggle was to hold their freedom and their country. The idea that they had fought and would go on fighting, as strong, steadfast, eternal as the mountains, inspired her. A vision ran through her mind of men hiding out there in the hills, with their rifles and their leader, finding cover and nourishing herbs among the stony ledges. And then, as she later remembered, I knew I had not died. There was a bond between her and those country folk, between her and the world, which the loss of her property could not undo. She returned to Mexico City, and in the following months, despite even more calamities, she felt herself grow stronger. As she recovered, so did the local revolutionaries. The impassioned experience of the last 5 years, culminating in an 18-month effort to establish local, popular welfare, had created a consuming sense of union among Morelos's rural families. Together they had enjoyed the high hopes of their own reform, and together again they had suffered the awful disaster of Gonzales's invasion. It seemed, recalled the observer of the refugee crowd at Tehuistla, that a single family had reunited there. Everybody talked to everybody else with complete confidence. People lent each other help, and men and women who had never seen each other talked as intimately as old friends. A few stayed in Guerrero, like one Tepoztecan sure that the situation was hopeless and that I would be killed and that would perish too, but most, having deposited their families in inaccessible, unheard of places, came back to dispute with the enemy, said the Tehuistla observer, the land he was trampling over. In revolution these people had learned to think of Morelos as theirs, and only theirs. To them the occupying Carrancista seemed as foreign as the American troops still in the north, who they believed, as Zapata had by now publicly charged, were there on Carranza's invitation to defeat Villapoint. 3 Patriotism required, as Mrs. King had guessed, not that they respect so strange and disreputable an authority as Carranza's, but rather that they oppose it heart and soul. And when in early July Zapata and the other chiefs returned to organize resistance, the villagers rallied around them, this time even grimmer, even more deeply determined. By now they knew better how to die than to abandon their homes. The risk of resistance in Morelos in mid-1916 was dreadful. For Pablo Gonzalez stood to fix a claim on an important post in Mexico City if he established constitutionalist rule in the state, this official dignity he craved, and he had 30,000 troops to win it. From his early years in Nuevo Leon and Coahuila before the revolution he had wanted success and approval. An orphan at 6, a peddler at 14, once even an emigrant into the United States, then a petty merchant and politician in a little Coahuila farm town, and a revolutionary for Madero in 1911, he had strained all his life, alternately careful and reckless, for the opportunity he had now. For his only handicap was a fear of failure that had numbed his brain and left him as stupid as he was ambitious. By 1916 a solemn, ceremonious palooka, sporting smoked glasses and a floppy Stetson, Gonzalez suffered a reputation as the only Carrancista general of division never to have won a battle. His high rank he owed to Carranza, who had arranged his promotions because he needed a general he could control to balance Obregon, whom he could not. But Gonzalez's torpidity of wit was so thorough that over the short run it was a potential strength. On the make, he was at random capable of any tactic, ingenious as well as inane. Although his luck had not been good so far, in Morelos it might go right. Already he had carried out the preliminaries of his mission with impressive dispatch, eradicating conventionist authority in the state. Municipal governments, the state government, the conventionist national agencies, this loyal Carrancista regarded them all as illegitimate and reactionary. And all he had deposed. All the conventionist laws and rulings he had also nullified. Included of course among the abrogated acts were the redistributions Palafox had made in titles to land. Now Gonzales turned to fulfill his supreme duty and decided goal, to re-establish order and work in the whole state. In this enterprise he behaved oddly for a revolutionary called constitutionalist. He did not restore the civil constitution of Morelos that Juvencio Robles had suspended in 1913. Instead, like Robles, he governed formally as a military dictator. His headquarters in Cuernavaca was the governor's office. Likewise, in the other main towns his subordinate commanders assumed civil authority. And in the villages where no garrisons or detachments were, the district commanders appointed agents responsible to them alone. In mid-August Gonzales had another governor replace him, General Dionisio Carrion, but Carrion too governed as a military dictator. 5 No municipal or legislative elections therefore took place, as they did elsewhere in the Republic, and no civil courts opened. Nor did Gonzales carry out social reforms to implant the revolution he represented. The most he accomplished, as he boasted, was that lives and interests have been respected, there have been established municipal services, schools, provisioning stations for the people, facilities for commerce, etc., etc. 6 In mid-July he did decree the formation of a state agrarian commission in Cuernavaca, to operate as Carranza had directed in his decree of January 6, 1915. And he indicated that local commissions would soon be set up in the former district seats. 7 But thus he only staked out his own authority over the disposition of all farm property in the state. And he evidently did not use the authority, as he could have, to order provisional restitutions or grants of land to petitioning villages. Only around Axaquiapan did a subordinate, Vicente Segura, honor village claims for restitution. 8. What Gonzales supervised as constitutionalism in practice was the plunder of Morelos. The pickings were fine. On the mountains through the northern parts of the state there was abundant timber. As reporters hinted, the valleys were thick and green with newly planted food crops. 9 And as Gonzales himself noted, large herds of cattle were grazing in rich pasture land, over 1,000 head around Tlaltizapan alone. Besides, stores of the sugar and alcohol produced in the recent cane harvest remained in the mills the Zapatistas had rehabilitated. The milling machines themselves were still in the haciendas. And finally there was the materiel the Zapatistas had to leave. The locomotives, boxcars, cannon, and ammunition might go back to the War Department, but other items were in high demand among private buyers. At Tlaltizapan, for instance, the booty comprised 6 boxcars of paper, 3 boxcars of coal and other minerals, 5,000 kegs of blasting powder, loads of dynamite, nitroglycerin, fuses, caps, nitric acid, and tanning bark, a car of sulfur, 50 tons of copper, 5 boxcars of machinery for manufacturing cartridges, several printing presses, and 100 hides. 1 All this was the spoils of war, and as Gonzales managed it in the next few months, it all disappeared to reappear in markets in Mexico City. Along the way Gonzales and most of his staff and subordinates came into the money. For them the Morelos campaign was a great chance for patriotic boodle, the most irresistible kind. In cashing in their power, they deprived the Zapatista bandits of precious resources. Such was the revolution Gonzales installed in the state, a work, as he termed it, of reconstruction and progress. To villagers who contemplated defending themselves against this version of social change, Gonzales quickly made clear the reprisals they could expect. The occasion was a warning he delivered in early July, after Zapatista raiders had almost wiped out constitutionalist garrisons in Santa Catarina and Tepoztlan. Evidently the local folk had served the raiders at least as spies. If they or other villagers again obstructed his beneficent and healthy labor, he declared, they would oblige him to proceed with extraordinary severity against all the pueblos of the state. He could not permit the enemy beaten in the field to find refuge in the villages, among people who hypocritically call themselves peaceable. Henceforth, he proclaimed, villagers had to cooperate with the constitutionalist commanders and turn in Zapatistas. Otherwise the whole population would incur the most terrific responsibilities and suffer summary punishment without appeal of any kind too. Still, the Zapatistas mobilized defiance. Strategically they disbanded the old 20,000-man semi-regular army. Even 20,000 regulars were not enough to hold back Gonzales's legions, and after the losses of the recent campaign the Zapatistas did not have enough ammunition to equip a third that many for more than small actions. Anyway, without control over the produce in the valleys, the local revolutionaries could not support a large, positional force. Instead they reverted to guerrillas. Breaking into small, wide-ranging units of 100 and 200 men each, based in temporary camps in the hills and intimately familiar with the terrain and people of their respective zones, they were easier to feed and harder to find. And from early July on guerrilleros staged raids and ambushes painfully embarrassing to Gonzales. After the Santa Catarina and Tepoztlan massacres, an unusually large force of 1,000 men struck into the federal district through Ajusco and up to Milpa Alta, where it captured valuable military stores and then withdrew. At Tlayacapan Zapatistas battled a constitutionalist detachment for 7 hours on July 16. A day later 200 Zapatistas attacked the garrison at Tlaltizapan. A week after that another force of 200 attacked the garrison again. 3. Not all the surviving veteran chiefs would actually fight. Some remained nominally in the resistance but in practice delayed at their bases, pretexting a lack of ammunition for their uncertain inertia. Worse, they still taxed the villagers around them for supplies, or even let bandits move into their zones. Justified or not, their delinquency disgusted Zapata. And he tried to shame laggard chiefs into combat as much to mollify the villagers they had riled as to disrupt constitutionalist control. In mid-August he publicly condemned the cowards or egoists, who have retired to live in towns or camps, extorting from the pueblos or enjoying wealth they have taken over in the shadow of the revolution, and giving promotions or appointments to persons who do not deserve them. They were as bad as the old federal officers, he declared, weighed on the nation and caused it great expenses without lending any positive service. And he proclaimed them unworthy to lead an armed movement which battles for the good of the people and not for the formation of a new class of idle and useless men. Dishonorable discharges from the liberating army were in order, he decreed, for commanders who without authorization had retreated in the face of the enemy since May 1 since, that is, the major campaign in which the constitutionalists had occupied the state. Also discharged were chiefs, officers, and soldiers who instead of fighting the enemy used their arms to abuse the citizens of the pueblos and to take away from them their scarce means of subsistence, as well as chiefs who refused to obey current orders to resume operations. They all had to turn over to headquarters their arms, ammunition, staffs, escorts, and troops. The promotions and appointments they had made were to go before headquarters secretaries for review. 4. The first chief to suffer this disgrace was Lorenzo Vazquez. Since 1911 Vazquez had been among the chiefs Zapata trusted most, in council and in the field. But during the critical weeks of the constitutionalist invasion, he had roused grave suspicions against himself. He, Montano, and the since executed Pacheco had complained that the defeat the state was going down in was the fault of the conventionists, Palafox and Soto y Gama especially, who had prevented an understanding with the constitutionalists. Then, after Pacheco's execution, Vazquez had taken into his camp 2 officers from Pacheco's staff, reportedly 2 of those who had persuaded their former chief to retreat before Gonzales. 5 and the line of defense around Hajutla, which was his to hold during the June battles there. Vazquez had not held long enough for Zapata to get supplies or civilians out of Tlaltizapan. Subsequently he had reorganized no forces and carried out no raids. And on August 15 Zapata ordered his dishonorable discharge for notorious cowardice. Later, chiefs who failed to come back from Guerrero were also discharged. Among them was Leobardo Galvan, a general and a former delegate to the convention. 6. Still, going into the fall of 1916, the Zapatistas probably had around 5,000 men in the field. Probably 2,000 to 3,000 more were on active reserve, to replace casualties or to spell the fatigued. And despite constitutionalist amnesties and payoffs, most of the chiefs fighting on were those who had been with Zapata from the first. In the southwest around Tezcala and Puente de Isla Pedro and Francisco Saavedra were constant threats to constitutionalist garrisons and patrols. In the south around Jajutla the readiest bushwhackers were Eudemio Rodriguez, Gabriel Mancera, and Modesto Rangel. At Huautla Zapata had his own headquarters. In the southeast around Jonacatepec, as always, Mendoza was in frequent skirmishes with the enemy. Moving around the northeast from his base in Tocamilco, Puebla, Fortino Ayacuica carried on regular operations. Along the Mexico state, Morelos border around Ojumba and Amecameca, the forces of Vicente Rojas and Everardo and Bardomiano Gonzalez often fought their way into key towns. Around Cuautla Cedronio Camacho kept the constitutionalist garrison practically paralyzed. And from there over to Yautepec and down to Tlaltizapan Eufemio Zapata, Emigdio Marmolejo, Jesus Capistran, and Juan Salazar staged one raid after another. North of Yautepec and around Tepoztlan the most energetic chiefs were Timoteo and Mariano Sanchez and Gabriel Mariaca. And in the northwest and west, reaching into the Federal District, Mexico State, and down into Guerrero, were the forces of Delao, which Valentin Reyes, Rafael Castillo, and Julian Gallegos took out on repeated assaults. 7 The Constitutionalists never caught or disabled any of these bands. Moreover, the Zapatista challenge remained strictly Zapatista. Tempting appeals had reached Zapata to join a Felicista rebellion, which Felix Diaz had returned in the past February to start in Veracruz and Oaxaca. 8 Because of the financial resources of the exiles who backed him, among them several ex-planters from Morelos, Diaz had quickly won the affiliation of numerous other anti-Carranza leaders around the Republic. By mid-1916 his movement had become the most serious opposition in Mexico. 9 And the Felicistas, the Constitutionalists, and the American diplomats in Mexico City all believed that Zapata would affiliate. 2.1 But as quickly as others had joined Diaz, Zapata refused any connection, and this just when he needed help most. In Puebla he cooperated militarily with mercenaries now Felicista, like Eugenio Aguilar and Juan Andrew Almazan, but he gave them no entry into Morelos nor ever coordinated his forces with theirs. And to clarify his political position he sent out circulars to his chiefs informing them of Diaz's return and forbidding them to recognize him in any way. Ideologically the Morelos Revolution remained the movement of the Ayala Plan. Gonzalez's reaction to the resurgent Zapatistas was unerringly obtuse. It was, as he had warned, to proceed with extraordinary severity against the pueblos, where active resistance no longer were. And in the particular procedure he employed he confirmed himself as the immediate spiritual heir of the most infamous figure in Morelos history, Juvencio Robles. For beginning on September 15, the eve of the national independence holiday, he ordered the concentration of the state's rural families in the main towns for subsequent deportation. 3 The order amounted to another declaration of war against the village as an institution. In stark contrast, on the same day in almost all other states, municipal elections were to take place to found local autonomy. Meanwhile, the plunder of Morelos continued. Among their victims, Los Constitucionalistas had by now become known as Los Constitucionalistas, the ones with their fingernails ready to scratch out loot. Zapata took nice advantage of this bungling to discredit Gonzalez and his revolution in the state. On September 15 he decreed a general law on municipal liberties. Composed by Headquarters Secretary Conrado Diaz Soto y Gama and aides, the law was a formal fulfillment of various promises in the conventionist program of reforms. In its 5 initial articles it paralleled the brief decree Carranza had issued on municipalities, declaring that municipal liberty is the first and most important of democratic institutions, since nothing is more natural or worthy of respect than the right which the citizens of any settlement have of arranging by themselves the affairs of their common life and of resolving as best suits them the interests and needs of their locality. Zapata abolished all federal and state control over town councils in administration and finance. In effect, he thus abolished the system of political prefectures. And he ruled that elections be direct. But in 13 other articles the law was markedly more communalist than the Carrancista decree. In this section of distinctly Southern inspiration Zapata recognized a danger Carranza had ignored completely. Unless citizens took direct part in the principal affairs of their town, he warned, local bosses would manage the election of their cronies to the council and there will be achieved only the establishment of a new despotism, to replace the old chiefs politicos. To prevent the ensuing abuses and scandalous businesses or immoral traffic, to submit to the approval of all the citizens the most important business of communal existence, such as the alienation or acquisition of lands, the approval of salaries and expenses, the celebration of contracts on lighting, paving, collection or conduction of water, and other public services. He prescribed several means for civic control of town councils. Only local residents were eligible to vote or hold office. Officials could serve only 1 year and had to wait 2 more before they could run for re-election. Questions involving the municipal budget, the purchase or sale of municipal property, municipal contracts, loans, and indebtment had to go before a publicly announced general junta, with its own freely elected executive committee, for full discussion and a majority vote. And a certain minority of citizens could at any time call for detailed accounts, or even impeachment hearings, by a petition to the revolutionary headquarters for a general junta. 4. To discredit the constitutionalists further, Zapata offered the local pueblos fiscal guarantees in a decree on state and municipal revenues. Where Carranza had not even referred to income for town councils, the Zapatista secretaries here stated on principle that to prepare and make effective municipal liberty, pueblos had to have enough funds and resources to pay amply for their needs. And they did not, as the Carrancista secretaries later would, leave the state government to take in all taxes and then decide how much to return to the towns. They noted precisely which tax sources belonged to the state and which to the municipal governments. Among the 14 sources reserved to the latter were pawn shops, cantinas, and the newfangled gas stations. Considered most important was the municipal right to levy a monthly sales tax on local grocers, butchers, bakers, and other purveyors of primary necessities. In the enabling clause the Zapatista secretaries also shrewdly ruled that so long as the war went on, and no state government existed, the town councils could collect the state's taxes as well as their own. 5. A change Zapata made in his tactics about this time helped to preserve his own support in the pueblos. Although he continued to operate in guerrillas, he now selected targets more on political than on military grounds, which intensified the fighting where it shocked Mexico City but curtailed it around ordinary villages. The change was a sign that Zapata had finally taken heed of Villa's example in the north. There, commanding only 200 or 300 men but staging scandalous raids, like those into the United States, Villa had posed a serious danger for Carranza's new government. In late September the American troops were still in Mexico, and negotiations were still dragging on to get them out. 6 At least since May Carranza had feared that Zapata might launch similar attacks in the south, dramatic assaults to prove that the government was a sham. 7 Struggling through the summer to regain his balance in Morelos, Zapata was not up to terrorist theatrics, but in a long report from an agent in Puebla City on September 27 he read a persuasive case for trying them. The agent, Octavio Paz, admitted that Carranza's military control was generally sound but insisted that his political situation was extremely precarious. The elections for the Constitutional Convention Carranza had recently called were bound to divide the ambitious chiefs around him. And if the United States had decisive evidence of the regime's internal weakness, it might well rescind recognition. If the Republican candidate Hugs won the imminent presidential elections, as Paz reported bets of 5-1 he would, then the rescission was even more likely. Paz recommended attacks on trains and on Puebla City, which, he said, would create as much international furor as Villa's rampages in the North. 8. On October 1 Zapata first indicated publicly that he had a new field of action in mind. In an exposition to the Mexican people and to the diplomatic corps, after complaints about Carranza's political and economic policies and a condemnation of the coming constitutional convention as a vicious fake, he declared suggestively that there is not a single line of communication which it can be said is controlled by Carrancismo. 9 Almost immediately he mounted an operation vividly impressive to foreign agents in the capital. On October 4, in a battle the American charged d'affaires described as one of the heaviest, between constitutionalists and Zapatistas, in months, Zapatistas captured the pumping station at Xochimilco which supplied the capital its water. A week later another band attacked the suburb of San Angel, only 8 miles from downtown Mexico City. 1. Through the fall this was the pattern of Zapatista operations to suspend combat in Morelos and to press it harder at sore spots elsewhere in the center and south. In Puebla, Tlaxcala, southern Hidalgo, Mexico State, Michoacán, Guerrero, and Oaxaca, local gangs more or less Zapatista put on numerous raids. And rarely was the place of attack a village out in the country, or the motive to challenge a garrison. More and more often the action was along a railroad or around a mill, factory, or mining town, to attract the attention of foreign consuls. 2. Despite a new interest in movements outside Morelos, Zapata kept sharp watch over the guerrilleros still in the state. He allowed them no excuse for resting in their camps but egged them on to follow the example of chiefs like Everardo Gonzalez and Valentin Reyes, who raided 2 or 3 times a week into Mexico State and the Federal District. More important, Zapata urged them to maintain good relations with the pueblos. Although at times he reprimanded municipal officials for ignoring legitimate guerrillero claims, his overriding concern was that the men fighting in the field retain the sympathy of the people in the villages. 3 He circulated orders among his chiefs to respect persons and property in contested areas, to see to the establishment of municipal and judicial authorities in all towns, and to let local officials work in full liberty. For in particular he tried to avoid feuds between chiefs, which might involve innocent villagers who would later refuse pasture, food, and quarters to needy warriors back from battle. 5. Zapata's pressure for discipline was so strong that other chiefs issued instructions for their own zones. From his camp at Tocamilco Fortino Ayacuica ordered chiefs of detachments in surrounding pueblos to shoot on the spot any person caught in the act of banditry or abuse of local rights. Suspicious persons they were to send to his headquarters. 6 Ayacuica's initiative won him the Morelos headquarters praise. 7. Meanwhile Gonzalez had become lethally impatient. His dream of an impressive professional military administration had faded. As the clearing campaign stalled, even saving face was a problem. Every week he had to report more hamlets seized from resistance and 100 or so more constitutionalist casualties. 8 In frustration his subordinate commanders vented their rage on whomever they found. On September 30 Colonel Jesus Guajardo executed 180 residents of Tlaltizapan, men, women, and children. The families were Zapatista, he asserted, they would not pay a forced loan he had levied on them. 9. And the sacking continued, as frantic as ever. Anything portable, it seemed, wound up on the Mexico City market. One day Mrs. King received a visit in the capital from 3 army officers who asked her to identify some bathtubs they had just bought from a Cuernavaca shipment. She accompanied them to a warehouse near the central train station and yes, she told them, the tubs were from the Bella Vista. Great was the officers' relief, their purchases were good quality. Mrs. King protested that the tubs were hers, that she wanted them back. The officers refused. They had, they explained, only confiscated what she had abandoned. 1. A few months later, writing to a colleague in another zone, a secretary at the Morelos headquarters recalled the constitutionalists' ferocity with bitterness still fresh. Never did anyone believe, he wrote, that there would be ruffians who surpassed Huertas. Come and see, he asked, pueblos completely burned down, timber leveled, cattle stolen, crops that were cultivated with labor's sweat harvested by the enemy, to fill the boxcars of their long trains and be sold in the capital. As for the concentration, his comment was brief but pungent: "Robles, damned 1,000 times, is little in comparison. To clear out the countryside," he said, "the constitutionalists drove people like a herd of pigs to loading platforms and then shipped them in boxcars and cattle cars to Mexico City. There they scattered them into the slums around the railroad yards, absolutely destitute. Families left in the state fared hardly better. This business of seeing 3 or 4 men pulling a plow, taking the place of the beasts they owned but which the Carrancistas stole from them, this, the secretary testified, is a revolting thing." 2 years later, Morelos villagers remembered the invaders of 1916 with so much hate that they even confused them with the Federals of 1912-13, referring to all their woes since 1911 as the work of the Carrancistas. 3. The balladeers could plumb the true depths of local despair only by laughing. "For God's sake, Venustiano, change your plans. Tell your soldiers not to axe the poor hogs, cows, and chickens, and the turkeys in their attacks. Tell them the jugs aren't Zapatista, nor the pots nor pans nor skillets, the old butter molds, the meal and dough, nor the seed we've stored, the shawls, and dishes." 4. But the Zapatistas only grew bolder in their raids, and in November they forced Gonzales to the breaking point. Their tactics were 2 spectacular acts of terror on the Mexico City-Cuernavaca Railroad. On November 7 near Joco Station in the Federal District they blasted a train headed south up Mount Ajusco. In Mexico City, busy metropolitans heard the explosion and the rifle fire that followed, and looking at the southern slopes, they could see the smoke from the burning wreckage. Some 400 military and civilian passengers died in the massacre. 5 Gonzales was then in the capital, engaged in the most delicate politicking with Obregon and Carranza. Excruciatingly embarrassed, he opened a formal investigation of the attack and returned to Cuernavaca to make his own inquiries. There on November n he expedited a draconian order. "Anyone," he declared, "who directly or indirectly lends service to Zapatismo, or to any other faction opposing constitutionalism, will be shot by a firing squad with no more requirements than identification. Also suffering a summary death penalty would be anyone caught on roads or paths without certified safe conducts from the Constitutionalist headquarters in Cuernavaca, anyone near railroad right-of-ways without satisfactory explanation, anyone not resettled in the specified towns, anyone who had given his personal safe conduct pass to another, and anyone who had vouched for someone dishonestly requesting a safe conduct pass." 6 Gonzales threatened in vain. A few days later, a little higher up the same mountain, Zapatistas blasted another train. Again the casualties were appalling. And again metropolitans were witness to Gonzales's incapacity even to police the capital zone. The American charge d'affaires took due note of the constitutionalist failure in the South. 7. Gonzales was in a fury, but he was helpless. Even with 30,000 men he had miscarried his assignment. And he could extract no new reinforcements from Secretary of War Obregon, who needed all the troops and supplies he could muster in more critical operations, chasing Villa in Chihuahua and Felix Diaz in Oaxaca, and keeping close guard on the American expedition still on Mexican soil. Gonzales's only recourse was private rant, that Obregon had deliberately shortchanged him in men and funds and had probably subverted him too, and that the Zapatistas were barbarians, loathsome satyrs, bestial instincts, felons and cowards by nature who would not fight fair. 8. In Cuernavaca Gonzales resigned himself to defeat. He dutifully let the political burlesque continue in which members of his staff won local elections to represent Morelos in the Constitutional Convention opening December 1. Acting as branches of the recently founded official party, the Liberal Constitutionalist, the garrisons at Cuernavaca, Cuautla, and Jojutla chose 3 headquarters officers as regular delegates and 3 more as alternates. Only one, Colonel Alvaro Alcazar, representing Jojutla, was a native of the state, the politician in an old merchant family from Jonacatepec, he had served on the town council there in 1911. The others were Northerners, from Sonora, Nuevo Leon, Coahuila. The liberal constitutionalist commanders also nominated Carranza for president, and after considering one of their own number, General Gustavo Elizondo, for governor, they nominated Carranza for that post as well. 9 But Gonzales had no illusions now about his real power in the state. After convening his generals to discuss the campaign, he announced on November 22 a plan supposed to intensify operations but in fact to retreat. The instructions he issued were to clear 500 meters on both sides of the railroad track from Contreras in the Federal District down to Cuernavaca, and to move headquarters back to Mexico City. 1. Left practically to fend for himself, military governor Carrion could only wait for the end. His commanders were like those elsewhere who, observed the American charge d'affaires, seemed to have abandoned the field almost entirely and to be devoting their time to politics and grafting too. They were especially eager to appropriate the corn harvest now coming in. Meanwhile, constitutionalist troops grew weaker every day. Already they had been decimated by malaria. Another scourge was dysentery, contracted from living on fruits like the mango in a nearly tropical climate. And as winter came on, a typhoid epidemic developed in the Federal District and spread into the state. The few shipments of morphine and quinine that reached Cuernavaca went on the black market, for private resale back in the capital. By now military hospitals in Gonzales's zone held 7,000 sick, exhausted, ill-fed, demoralized soldiers. Others even more miserable sought shelter in side-tracked boxcars or makeshift huts. Some died in the street. 3. After the harvest, Zapata suddenly resumed the offensive in Morelos. On December 1, from headquarters re-established in Tlaltizapan, he launched coordinated surprise attacks against garrisons in Cuernavaca, Yautepec, Jojutla, Treinta Hacienda, Jonacatepec, Axaquiapan, Paso del Muerto, and Izúcar de Matamoros, Chietla, and Atlixco, Puebla. The decrepit constitutionalist defenses caved in. Jojutla and Treinta fell the first day, the Zapatistas knocking 500 hapless soldiers out of action. The other places remained under siege, and rail traffic between Cuernavaca and Iguala ceased. From Mexico City, Gonzales released reports in the following days that his forces had dislodged Zapatistas from various villages, but each dislodgement occurred closer to the Federal District. 4. In late December the constitutionalists began to pull out of Morelos, taking whatever they could with them. And coming in after them and sometimes around them in gory ambushes, the Zapatistas reoccupied the main towns. On January 7 they rode into Jonacatepec, and the next day fought their way into Yautepec. By January 10 they again held Coahuila. During the next week they moved into Tezcala, then Mayacatlan, and then Cuernavaca. 5 They had retrieved no supplies, but they had recovered their state. For a few weeks delirium prevailed in Tlaltizapan. From there it seemed that constitutionalism was about to collapse, that Gonzales was withdrawing his forces as the federal generals had withdrawn theirs when Huerta fell. Soto y Gama dashed off a program of economic and financial measures the liberating army would carry out when it again occupied Mexico City. 6 Octavio Paz, now in San Antonio, also misjudged the federal retreat. He reported back to headquarters the intelligence that our triumph appears a fact and urged an immediate push north from Cuernavaca, to beat Pancho Villa to the capital. 7 After the United States lifted its embargo on shipments of war materiel in mid-January, Zapata signed another manifesto to the Mexican people, declaring that the nightmare of Carrancismo, running over with horror and blood, is at its end, and assuring the nation again of Southern generosity to all classes except the landlord. 8 From headquarters there also issued a new nationalization decree. 9 And on paper the liberating army underwent drastic regularization into an active and a 1st and 2nd reserve militia, from the squad to the division level, complete with an engineering and a medical corps and military tribunals. 1 It was soon clear how far off this judgment was. That Gonzales should fold was no sign that the government would too. At the Constitutional Convention in those very days the Carancistas were proving the basic strength and solidity of their party. And in debating and writing into the new constitution reforms for social welfare, they revealed an acute sense of national responsibility. They even horned in on the Zapatistas' agrarianism. Among those who advocated a radical defense of the pueblos was a delegate from Puebla, Luis T. Navarro, who as a Maderista deputy in 1913 had found refuge from Huerta among the Zapatistas, had served 18 months with them in Morelos and Puebla, and now in 1917 defended their honor and their cause in a Carancista convention. Point 2 And in Article 27 the radicals prevailed, guaranteeing that villages had the right to hold property as corporations, that the pueblo was a legitimate institution in the new order. Militarily, outside Morelos, the Carancistas had actually improved their position in the south. In Guerrero and Puebla they had organized local contacts into skeleton governments. In Tlaxcala, where dispossessed villagers like those in Morelos had organized into a similar agrarian movement and then in 1915 declared for Zapata, the Constitutionalists had arranged a deal with the local chief, Domingo Arenas. Near Huejotzingo, Puebla, on December 1, 1916, Arenas had accepted a humanitarian and patriotic invitation to unify his forces with the Constitutionalists. In return he became a general of brigade, all his officers held their ranks and commands. The Arenas division began duty as the garrison at San Martin Texmelucan and began receiving its pay and supplies from the War Department, and Tlaxcalan villagers won provisional approval of the land seizures they had carried out. Zapata shortly declared Arenas a traitor to the Ayala Plan, but he could not shake the Tlaxcalan chief's position. Point 3 Through this deal and others the Constitutionalists consolidated their control in the country. And in early February the last American troops in Mexico returned to the United States. Having retaken Morelos, the Zapatistas had not triumphed, they had only survived. During February Zapata and his chiefs corrected their sights. They did not concentrate their forces to drive into the federal district or against Puebla City. Rather, they planted them in bunches at the key passes into Morelos, to hold a line around the state. And the defense looked so tough that Gonzales did not even try to breach it. In early February he went down as far as Tres Marias to inspect the few constitutionalist outposts in the vicinity. 3 weeks he spent in those cold and foggy heights, peering down through the clouds into the Cuernavaca Valley, brooding. Although he announced that he would soon activate the campaign, he acknowledged that he could not run trains on south. And when he returned to Mexico City in late February, he took with him even the outposts he had left before. Point 4 Militarily, the Zapatistas had made Morelos into a quagmire. Gonzales could have stormed back into the state, but he would only have bogged down deeper. On the defensive, the Zapatistas were at least safe. The work the chiefs and secretaries now resumed was the work they had been at before the invasion, the refoundation of the state as a commonwealth of villages. This they did in part to secure more tightly the popular base of their movement. In part also they were out to confirm to observers in Mexico and beyond, and to themselves as well, that only they were sincere in their respect for the pueblo, that in comparison the Carancista agrarian reform was a fraud. In similar straits outlaw revolutionaries elsewhere made deals with the government, lapsed into banditry, became mercenaries, affiliated with the Felichistas, anyway forgot the reason they had originally given for their revolt. But in Morelos the commitment to keep local rural communities intact and in operation remained as strong as it had ever been. After 6 years of fighting, the revolutionary chiefs there evidently could not conceive of another purpose to their struggle. As for the secretaries, still certain they could not have been wrong, they stayed loyal too. If the Zapatistas had not changed, local conditions of life had, however, for the worse. Most striking was that the hacienda had disappeared. Its resident laborers long fled, deported, conscripted, or recruited, its fields in corn or weeds, its buildings broken down and burned, its mills dismantled. The plantation was no longer a center of production, not even of habitation. It was visible in Morelos in 1917 only as a ruin, a place for lizards and archaeologists. Less obvious but equally crucial was the change in the villages. Their families still congregated, but many were in places they hardly knew, where they had fled for refuge and stayed in fear. And around the villages too the fields lay empty of crops, last year's cornstalks still standing dry and yellow-gray under the winter sun. In the pastures there were no cattle. Nor were there pigs or chickens roaming as before through the bleak, cobbled village streets. Only now and then women or children passed out of doors, to dart from one stove-in building to another on their errands. And old local leaders were gone, killed, or deported or hiding out. In this misery and social disarray bandits reappeared, as they always had during such times in Morelos. To refound the state, the Zapatistas could no longer depend on the pueblos to reorganize on their own. Nor could they count on the crippled municipal councils to guide recovery. Without reduced but still active haciendas to work for, without local resources to draw on, without local men to trust and follow, the pueblos required direction they could not generate themselves. This the Zapatistas had to provide. The agency of organization was an office whose creation Zapata had suggested in late November 1916. Sensing that the traditional authority no longer existed in many villages, and anticipating the disorders the constitutionalists would leave in their wake as they pulled out, he complained to Soto y Gama that all those who helped me to set fire to the house now don't want to help me put it out. He urged Soto y Gama and the other secretaries to tour the pueblos to explain that if I rose up in arms, it was not to protect bandits nor to cover up abuses, but to give full guarantees to the pueblos, protecting them against any chief or armed force that violates their rights. 5 On November 28 Soto y Gama formally set up the office in Tlaltizapan as the consultation center for revolutionary propaganda and unification. Initial members numbered 15, including Soto y Gama, Palafox, Montano, the Magana brothers, Enrique Bonilla, Prudencio Casals R., Angel Barrios, and Leopoldo Reynoso Diaz. The consultants' duties were generally as Zapata had outlined them, to give the pueblos their bearings again. They were to deliver lectures in the villages on the mutual obligations of revolutionary troops and pacificos, to give public readings and explanations of headquarters manifestos, decrees, and circulars, and to mediate feuds between chiefs and pueblos, and between pueblos. And from this experience they were to advise headquarters in the framing of laws and reforms. Most important, they were to organize subsidiary juntas in all villages under revolutionary control, as associations for the defense of revolutionary principles. 6. The first association Soto y Gama, Gildardo Magana, and Enrique Bonilla set up on December 12 at Tacamilco. 7 In the following weeks many others formed throughout southwestern Puebla and central and eastern Morelos. There they functioned as local branches of the Zapatista Party, the first popular organizations both civilian and secular that had ever existed in many villages. Associates had no official authority, and they were under strict orders not to interfere with municipal government business, but in practice they dominated local society. On paper each association comprised 4 officers and 6 voting members, elected every 4 months by direct vote in the pueblo. Re-election for a year after leaving office was forbidden. Candidates had to be revolutionary or at least to sympathize with the principles which the revolution defends. Other qualifications were local residence, majority of age, literacy, and no record of having exploited local people either from public office or through influences, with past government's aid. But since only a few villages still contained 10 such men not already in the liberating army, and even fewer had the 40 whom a year's round of elections would require, the associations remained simple cotters. In almost all of them, the dominant figures were a few brothers or cousins who had retained local respect without having gone to war. Together they filled maybe half the seats, which they traded around at each term. The associates' responsibilities were various. Among them was that of taking part in the elections of all classes of authorities, formulating candidacies which guarantee the interests of the pueblo, exhorting citizens to fulfill their electoral duties, and organizing them for the elections. The upshot was that associates controlled the irregular municipal elections in Morelos in 1917 and 1918 and probably exerted secret but nonetheless real influence in the regular elections in Puebla. 9. In routine matters the associates served as commissars. Their principal business was to make sure that the military respected the civil authorities. And they managed mediation in scores of disputes between municipal officials and chiefs of garrisons. The conflicts were usually over the control of local resources, crops, pasture, draft animals, vacant plots. Because of all the migrations and resettlements, it was harder now to say who had the best claim to use a certain field or team of oxen. The soundest claim in a pueblo was a reputation for having used the thing in question before. Yet the revolutionary troops, who had put no more than a rifle to use for the last year, also deserved support or the means to support themselves, and their chiefs were quick to protect their interests. So rival authorities competed, each for its own constituency and each professedly for the sake of the revolution. To specify the respective rights and obligations of the villagers and the guerrilleros, the Tocamilco associates sponsored negotiations between the town council and Ayacuica's headquarters. Under a special charge to fulfill revolutionary promises on the agrarian question, they obtained a treaty on December 21 distinctly in the pueblo's interest. The agreement became a model for other villages throughout the Zapatista zone. And associates corresponded frequently to report on its workings. A warm camaraderie caught on among these commissars, who began to fancy the notion that they were the true guardians of the revolution. 1. Their most consequential work was to make ordinary villagers see transcendent value in the struggle they were engaged in. As associations formed, the members assumed most of the duties of civic education which the consultation center had originally performed, reading and explaining headquarters announcements to local general juntas, ironing out neighborhood feuds, contracting revolutionary lecturers. They also took on the responsibility of improving public schools. The motive for the service, as they later stated in their constitution, was frankly the desire to get propaganda into the bosom of families and to get the heads of these to inculcate good principles in their children and other relatives, to make them take an interest in the revolution and understand that on its triumph depends the happiness of honest workingmen and the progress of Mexicans in the material order as well as in the field of social and political liberties and rights and in the moral and intellectual order. In harshly limited circumstances the associates accomplished more than Gonzales even tried. Over the winter, through tiny private donations and special taxes that they advised town councils to collect, they established or re-established primary schools in probably 15 or 20 villages. By mid-April the associates in Tocamilco, Zacualpan, and Yantitelco even had night schools for adults in session. And in Tocamilco they were about to open a trade school for adults. 2 The academic lessons that students in the Zapatista schools learned were rudimentary but still valuable. Besides, for country folk the experience of hearing a teacher say that the resistance still going on was for the fatherland and for poor people, and that the Zapatistas were national heroes, this was unforgettable. Soon after reoccupying the state, Zapata began organizing a government to reinforce the pueblos. The first law he decreed was an original plan Palafox had prepared, to establish a special agrarian authority in each village to represent and to defend the pueblos in affairs of land, timber, and water. Palafox recognized that from time immemorial some villages had named representatives in their agrarian disputes, but now he wanted to make the post a regular office with faculties and obligations well defined, independent from the municipal council. Every village, he declared, had to elect at least 2 representatives by a direct vote, to serve for a year concurrent with the town councilors. Nominees had to be over 25, notoriously honest, natives of the village in which they were up for election, and resident there for at least the last 5 years. Re-election could occur only after 2 terms. Removed from the municipal council and incumbent now on these officials were the immense responsibilities of managing their pueblo's communal property, the ejido of renting vacant fields, of assigning plots to resident families, of granting permits to divert streams or exploit a section of the local woods. Above all, as Palafox listed it, was the responsibility of guarding the titles and maps of the ejido, the veritable proofs of the village's right to exist. Point 3. In thus fortifying local control over the local economy, Zapata acted to guarantee forever the traditions he did not believe his people could do without. These intentions shortly received elaboration and formal revolutionary approval. On March 1 a major junta of chiefs and secretaries took place in Tlaltizapan. There, in a session of the consultation center, they discussed for 3 days the various problems of their revolution and the strategies and policies they should try to carry out. According to the only account still available, the debate was free and lively. On some subjects, particularly strategic alliances, the junta postponed decision. Point 4. On others the consensus was clear. Among these, it appears, was how to rule Morelos. For the time being the revolutionaries would set up no office of national authority to replace the defunct convention. Superior orders would come from the Tlaltizapan headquarters, which Palafox now divided into departments of agriculture, war, education and justice, treasury, and interior, but they would be general orders, not administrative but organic. Most attention would go to municipal affairs. In the following weeks 3 basic laws issued from Tlaltizapan, all to strengthen the pueblos. The first was Zapata's March 5 decree on the mutual claims of the villages and the revolutionary armed forces. In refinement of the past December's Tocamilco Treaty, he granted civil officials remarkable powers for a state under siege. Primary was the right of pueblos to elect their local governments and to maintain their own courts and police. In their jurisdiction municipal authorities could arrest, disarm, and remit to headquarters any chief, officer, or soldier who did not furnish credentials of his commission. To the army, villagers owed no more than the classic duties of pacificos in an area of guerrillas: to serve as messengers and guides, to bring the troops food and supplies during combat, to help the wounded and bury the dead, and to provide garrisons their own farm plots. In contrast, the military prerogative was sharply limited. Officers had rights only to contract with municipal governments for food, pasture, and quarters for garrisons and troops in transit, and to court-martial backsliders from the Ayala Plan. And to the villagers, revolutionary commanders owed substantial respect. After seeing that pueblos in their zone had elected governments, they had to refrain completely from intervention in civilian disputes. In particular, they had to respect the municipal distribution of land, water, and timber, and subject themselves to the pueblos' rulings and customs. No personal services or labor of any kind could they exact from the villagers. Nor, since the land the villagers farmed was their own, could they charge them rent. The obligation phrased most portentously was surely the obligation village leaders cared most about. On pain of court-martial, army personnel could not take over fields from the pueblos or from those that formed part of the old haciendas, for each member of the army, whether he is a chief or not, will have a right only to the lot of land which comes to him in the distribution. 5. Not 2 weeks later came the second major law, to constitute the state's political system. Here Zapata and his secretaries defined the autonomous municipality as the nuclear unit of government. But recognizing that pueblos isolated from each other, as now happens, often fell into rivalries, hates, and bad understandings, they instituted a new office to serve as a bond of union between the municipios. This was the district presidency, similar to the elective prefectureships that had existed in Sonora and Zacatecas 25 years before. When they voted for their municipal officials, townspeople would also vote for a district president, who would ensure order and responsibility in the town councils in his domain. 6. At the top was a governor, whom the revolutionary chiefs would pick as before for the provisional period, and who had to rule in accordance with the 3-man governor's council, which the chiefs would also appoint. In the same law the Zapatistas at headquarters also provided for regular popular participation in government through other than official channels. Here the reform was an invention of their own. Through a hierarchy of juntas, villagers meeting in their pueblos on the 15th of each month, their elected delegates meeting in the proper municipal seat on the 20th, and appointed municipal delegates meeting in the district seats on the 1st, they hoped to keep local people immediately and constantly involved in politics. 7. Barely a month later Zapata issued the Third Basic Decree, a 32-page organic law for the state's town councils. Noting that in these moments of general disorder, municipal authorities are bound to encounter serious difficulties in their labor. Principally, the majority of those who now sit on the councils lack practice in administrative affairs. The headquarters secretaries spelled out how the new officials should proceed. In detail they described the territorial composition of a municipality, the strictly impartial character of its government, the creation of municipal assistancies in outlying pueblos, the various powers of the municipal president, councilors, assistants, and employees, and the official duties in administration, finance, health, security, education, justice, entertainment, and so on. Point 8. In practice, the Zapatista government of Morelos in 1917 was a crude and disjointed operation. No record has appeared of the election of a district president, or of the meeting of a village, municipal, or district junta. Also, the revolutionary chiefs evidently never named a provisional governor or a governor's council. To make the laws that he issued effective, Zapata had to send out one circular after another ordering chiefs not to confiscate cattle that farmers brought back into the state, authorizing town councils to license peaceable citizens to carry arms for their security and defense, drafting local rowdies into the Revolutionary Army, restraining exasperated officers from abusing refractory pacificos, badgering commanders and municipal authorities to set up schools and courts. Point 9. But it seems that at least the town councils worked, most of them, most of the time. Certainly there were local officials firm enough in conviction and control to raise complaints to the headquarters, and to get them resolved in the pueblo's favor. If no real polity formed in the state, nevertheless definite patterns of authority re-emerged. And although the Zapatista secretaries cultivated them, they were a native, natural growth. As in 1915, they were civilian and populist. Meanwhile on the lines around the state the fighting went on. Raids and ambushes continued weekly. And just over the border at all four corners frequent and bloody battles occurred: in the southwest around Iguala, in the southeast around Chietla and Izúcar de Matamoros, in the northeast around Cholula and Ojumba, and in the northwest around La Cima. Point 1. Zapata tried especially hard to mount an attack on Puebla City, the capture of which would be a grave shock to the government. His spies informed him that the city was full of discontent and short on ammunition, that if he could muster forces to sustain fire for more than 5 hours, he could take the place. Point 2. For weeks he negotiated with the Tlaxcalan Domingo Arenas, to win him back to the cause and to engage his division in the Puebla campaign. Point 3. A Felicista chief mediating between Zapata and Arenas even advised Zapata to extend the offensive. With a general push in the states of the south, he wrote, that is, with a simultaneous attack on several towns, we would soon send Carranza to the Ipiranga. For Zapata never accomplished the Puebla attack, much less the broader southern drive, but his forces patently maintained the military initiative in the strategic country west and north of Puebla City. To defend the town of Cholula the constitutionalists had to make it into a fortress. Point 5. The Zapatista survival was humiliating to Gonzales. On March 11 elections for Congress and the presidency had come off in every state in the Republic, except Morelos, the center of his zone of operations. Point 6. But still he could squeeze no new supplies or reinforcements from the War Department. On May 1 his rival, Obregon, resigned as secretary there, but what followed was worse. Because of the department's marked political function, President Carranza took on its powers directly, which, considering his other preoccupations, only confused its direction and impaired its efficiency, and now Gonzales could not even cry sabotage from above. Point 7. The undersecretary of the department proved unable to discipline clerks or combatants, now formally organized as the National Army. Field commanders, happier in the cantinas than in a fight, faked battles, padded their casualty lists, and for exercise went out to pillage. For months Gonzales toiled on like this, winking at one officer's corruption, censuring another's, and then proclaiming barefaced a string of victories in the south that should have carried him through Morelos and on at least into Guatemala. The unlucky general saw his political fortunes trickle away week by week. Not all the kermesses he attended in the metropolitan suburbs could comfort him. Always the press described the Zapatistas on the run, only to announce in outrage the next day a new raid on a national train or outpost. Government spokesmen reported hundreds of Zapatistas surrendering, yet Carranza pressed Congress for permission to extend executive authority in the disputed Zone. 8. At last the Zapatistas' vitality disheartened Gonzales. Unable to crack or to crush them, he received on July 7 a 2-month leave of absence to go to the United States on personal business. 9. But though the Zapatistas recovered, no calm settled over Morelos. By then indeed it had become clear that the Zapatistas too were in a grievous bind. The very fact of survival had brought them into a new crisis, for although they had reorganized the state and were holding out well, they now had to decide why they struggled on. They could no longer easily assume that Carranza would soon fall and his regime disintegrate. After all, Carranza had managed national elections and the installation of a regular government in Mexico City and every state capital but Cuernavaca. He had aggravated discontent, but not critically. In April, after the United States declared war on Germany, he had looked in trouble for his neutralist foreign policy, but instead the war guaranteed his control, as Zapata learned from his agent in San Antonio. 1 Protest as they would against Carranza's assumption of the presidency on May 1, the Zapatistas could not sap the calculated loyalty of those northern generals who dreamed of succeeding to power without rebellion. 2 The secretaries at headquarters might forecast the regime's imminent collapse, but chiefs who had been at war for 5 or 6 years read the omens differently. Basic questions surfaced. Should these veterans finally lay down their arms and recognize the government? They had the example of Domingo Arenas to consider. In accepting the constitutionalist invitation to unify, he had secured peace and autonomy for his territory, and through the villages there he was more revered than ever. For the Morelos chiefs, however much they resented Arenas's defection, his achievement was impressive. And the provision for communal property in the new constitution seemed a plausible guarantee that if they retained power in the state, they could enforce agrarian reform there. Besides, once they had recognized the government and extracted money and supplies from it, they could always revolt again as many other chiefs had, and as they were urging Arenas to now.